Chapter 354. 13th round, 14th round, 17th round, 18th round. Feng Yuan passed round after round, as the number of dogs in his hands continued to increase. By the end of the 19th round, he had over 80 dogs. Among them were over 40 Chrysanthema Makita dogs, over 20 lightning symbol dogs, and 19 hedge dogs. During this period he killed another person. It was a rank 3 Waterpath Peak Stage Gu Master with 6 Gu. However, he did not encounter Bai Ningbing. 20th round. Feng Yuan calculated in his heart. 3 Kings Inheritance. After every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase by several times. At the start of the 20th round, 100 Beast Kings would appear, with hundreds or even thousands of dogs fighting. In the fog, 3 lumps of light appeared on the left, right, and front. The lumps of light in front were orange-yellow, about the size of a wicker basket. The lumps of light on the left were eerie blue lightning, flickering continuously, about the size of a millstone. The lumps of light on the right were the moon in the water, flowers in the fog, indistinctly green and white. Among the 3 lumps of light, this lumps of light was the smallest. Feng Yuan knew clearly, the size of the lumps of light represented the number of dogs. The bigger the lumps, the more dogs there were. The orange-yellow lumps in front represented Chrysanthema Makita dogs, about 200 of them. The eerie blue lumps on the left meant there were about 150 lightning symbol dogs. The green and white lumps on the right meant there were dog groups, with the smallest numbers, about 100 of them. Feng Yuan first eliminated the Chrysanthema Makita dogs. The Chrysanthema Makita dog groups, with a dog king, became more united. The larger the numbers, the stronger their battle strength. Over 200 Chrysanthema Makita dogs, to Feng Yuan, was a disaster. Secondly, he eliminated the dog groups. Dogs were special. They did not have a physical body, and were like a lump of dog-shaped qi, floating in the air. Ordinary attacks could not kill them. They could even penetrate rocks, burrow underground, hide in water, and so on. The dogs in Feng Yuan's hands did not have such methods. Lightning symbol dogs were only fast, they did not have the ability to release lightning. After thinking for a while, Feng Yuan chose the left direction. The mist dissipated, and the dogs circled around him, silently following him. A rank 2 dog enslavement Gu descended from the sky, landing in his hands. When he completely walked out of the fog, the lightning symbol hounds were scattered around. On the hill, a huge dog beast was lying on the grass, taking a nap. It was more than twice the size of a normal lightning symbol dog. Its entire body was covered in dark blue fur. The tips of its fur were sharp and flashed with a faint electric glow. This was the king of 100 beasts, the big lightning symbol dog. A heaven-sent opportunity. Feng Yuan understood the whole situation. His eyes shined with brilliance as he instantly made his decision. With a wave of his hand, he brazenly sent out all his forces. More than 80 dog beasts surrounded him in the middle, and rushed towards the big lightning symbol dog. The big lightning symbol dog's reaction was also very quick. Its ears twitched, and it immediately opened its eyes, standing up like lightning. It raised its head and howled, summoning the pack of lightning symbol dogs near the hill. Hearing the king's summon, the surrounding lightning symbol hounds immediately responded and gathered around the king from all directions. Although the lightning symbol hounds were fast, Feng Yuan had the initiative. He gathered all his forces together, attacking the root of the problem without hesitation. Some of the lightning symbol hounds that were closer gathered around the dog king, before Feng Yuan did. Charge! Feng Yuan's eyes shone with determination. At this moment, hesitation was the worst. Since he had made up his mind, he would charge forward. The lightning symbol hounds that came to block him were quickly dispersed by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's formation was dense, while the lightning symbol hounds' formation was loose. Their numbers were few. Woof! As the 100-beast king, the lightning symbol hound saw that its underlings were all slaughtered. Its ferocious nature was aroused. It pounced towards Feng Yuan with its 4 paws. Feng Yuan willed, and the 20 lightning symbol hounds split into 2 groups, flanking from the left and right. The 19 hedgehog hounds formed a formation, and charged towards the lightning symbol hound without fear of death. The rest of the group, the 40 Chrysanthema Makita hounds, surrounded Feng Yuan and spread out, following behind the hedgehog hounds. The lightning symbol hound fell into the encirclement set up by Fang Yuan and was trapped in the center. Fang Yuan disregarded the exhaustion of his mental energy and used all his energy to mobilize the hounds under his command, displaying their exquisite coordination. The lightning symbol hound's speed was even faster than the other lightning symbol hounds, but under Fang Yuan's intentional encirclement, its greatest advantage was suppressed. It raised its head and howled, attempting to gather its underlings. Its underlings were rushing over in a frenzy to save the king. Fang Yuan had to encircle the lightning symbol hound, and at the same time, he had to defend against the attacks of the hounds outside. The pressure was immense, and not long after, his head was throbbing, and a layer of sweat covered his forehead. The situation was dangerous. If it was a direct confrontation, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he would not have many soldiers left. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan was to capture the leader first. But if he could not control this 100-beast king, then Fang Yuan would be wrapped up like a dumpling. Not only would he fail, he would have no hope of entering the next round, and might even die on the spot. In this goo immortal blessed land, other than the goo worms from the inheritance, other goo worms could not be used. Thus goo masters could easily die. Fang Yuan could not use the strength chi goo and all-out effort goo either. Of course, he still had his trump card, Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Spring-Autumn Cicada's current condition, he could barely activate it. But activating Spring-Autumn Cicada itself carried a huge risk. There was a high chance that he would self-detonate and die. Thus, unless Fang Yuan was at his wit's end, he would not use it recklessly. The sweat on his forehead gathered into beads, rolling down his body. Fang Yuan did not bother to wipe it. He tightly held the rank 2 dog enslavement goo in his hand, not making a move. He was carefully looking for an opportunity. Using the rank 1 dog enslavement goo to subdue ordinary hounds, that was easy. But using the rank 2 dog enslavement goo to subdue the 100-beast king had a chance of failure. Because there were natural goo worms on the 100-beast king's body. These goo worms could ruin Fang Yuan's plans. Fang Yuan only had one chance. If the rank 2 dog enslavement goo was destroyed, he would be finished. Thus he had to be careful. Woof. The lightning symbol dog was anxious. It opened its mouth and spat out a lump of blue plasma. The dark blue plasma was like a sticky liquid, falling down with a plop sound. It smashed on the grass but did not dissipate. It was still flickering, hitting the grass and mountain rocks, causing them to crackle, and soon, they were charred black. This is the rank 2 plasma goo. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the culprit that created this plasma. Plasma goo's attack power was not strong. Although the attack was sudden, and covered many of Fang Yuan's Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, Fang Yuan immediately pulled out all the hounds within the plasma. The fur of these dogs had been charred black by the lightning. At the same time, they were not agile, paralyzed by the electric current. But they still had some fighting strength. Woof woof woof. The lightning symbol dog continued to spit out plasma, covering patches of grass. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression becoming more solemn. Plasma goo's attack power was not strong, but when it covered the ground, it would last for a period of time. During this period of time, this area would become a restricted zone for Fang Yuan's hounds. Fang Yuan's troops were surrounded at the center, and could not move around much. Once the plasma covered the area, this problem was magnified. This was a huge obstacle for Fang Yuan's movement of troops, rotation of defense lines, and distribution of damage. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only change troops. He moved the lightning symbol dogs that were defending outside to the inside to deal with the 100-beast king. He mobilized the Chrysanthemum Akita Inu to defend against the 100-odd lightning symbol dogs outside. The lightning symbol dogs could move freely within the plasma's range, and their bodies were even stimulated by the electric current, becoming faster. But the situation was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. The lightning symbol dogs couldn't help but be afraid of the 100-beast king lightning symbol dogs of their own kind. This made Fang Yuan expend more effort to control them, and the effectiveness of his commands was also greatly reduced. Outside, the speed of the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs could not match the lightning symbol dogs. They could only form a tight formation and defend passively. If it was the lightning symbol dogs, Fang Yuan could use his speed to restrict them. Persevere, I need to persevere. 100 Beast King's first goo has been detected. I need to work harder from now on. Feng Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. Every time the plasma goo was activated, there was a 5-breath interval. The plasma goo itself needed to rest. In this 5 breaths of time, Feng Yuan could activate rank 2 dog enslavement goo, and did not need to worry about the plasma goo's attack. But Feng Yuan did not know if there were other goo on this 100 Beast King. To be safe, he had to continue probing. Time passed bit by bit. The situation became more and more difficult for Feng Yuan. He had lost 14 lightning symbol dogs, and only 9 were left. Hedge dogs did not belong to the same tribe as the lightning symbol dogs, so they had fewer losses, but only 11 were left. The Chrysanthema Makita dogs suffered the most losses. From close to 50, there were less than 20 left. But Feng Yuan could not detect the second goo on this 100 Beast King. Feng Yuan decided to make a move. I can't wait any longer. This lightning symbol dog's body most likely only has 1 parasitic goo. He had to take a risk. If he waited any longer, his perilous outer defense line would be broken. Rank 2 dog enslavement goo. While the lightning symbol dog was firing its plasma, Feng Yuan quickly made his move, dealing the crucial blow. Under Feng Yuan's watchful eyes, the dog enslavement goo flew to the lightning symbol dog's body, planting itself in its soul. A formless mental attack attacked Feng Yuan through this dog enslavement goo. Feng Yuan's head was already throbbing in pain, and with this attack, he felt a wave of dizziness. This was the 100 Beast King's soul, resisting unwillingly. Subduing 100 Beast King was not easy. Feng Yuan's body shook, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. A spiritual connection was formed between Feng Yuan and the lightning symbol dog. The latter was still going berserk, wanting to tear Feng Yuan into pieces, but now it barked and wagged its tail at Feng Yuan in an attempt to please him. The lightning symbol dog group heard the dog king's barking and stopped attacking. The battlefield, which was in a stalemate just a moment ago, suddenly quieted down. Feng Yuan stood on the spot, slowly turning his head, looking at the battlefield. This risk was worth it. Although he suffered many losses looking at the battlefield, there were at least 120 lightning symbol dogs. Don't forget, there was still 100 Beast King with a plasma goo. Chapter 355. The fog in front of him was thick. Feng Yuan walked slowly in the fog, a large group of dog beasts circling around him. 11 hedge dogs, 132 lightning dogs, and 17 Chrysanthema Makita dogs. Besides them, there was also 100 Beast King, big lightning dog. Restricted by the heavenly power of heaven and earth, this group of dogs followed Feng Yuan quietly and obediently, not making a single sound. The misty world was silent. It was so quiet that Feng Yuan's every breath could be heard clearly. Although he had passed the 20th round, and the number of dogs in his hands had reached an unprecedented high, Feng Yuan was not optimistic. This 3 kings inheritance, after every 10 rounds, the difficulty increases by several times. Although I have 100 dogs, to pass the next 10 rounds and reach the 30th round on my first try, it will not be easy. The 30th round was the goal that Feng Yuan set for himself in his first attempt at King Quan inheritance. In his previous life, the 3 kings' inheritance was divided by many Gu masters after many years. Feng Yuan would definitely have to spend a long time on Sancha Mountain this time. It was not realistic to want to take the inheritance in one go. 3 kings' inheritance, no matter which path it was, had a high difficulty. Even if Feng Yuan had the 100 Beast King and 100 dogs, he would only be able to temporarily gain a foothold. If he was careless in any of the rounds, he might suffer a crushing defeat and lose all the dogs he had painstakingly gathered. He might even lose his life. Demonic inheritances had always been cruel and merciless. This King Quan inheritance, the further I go, the more advantageous it is for the enslavement path Gu master. I had walked the enslavement path in my previous life, but in this life, I am still a strength path Gu master. After experiencing that dangerous battle, Feng Yuan's head was still feeling dizzy. This was an intense use of mental energy, expending a lot of mental energy to command the dogs to fight. This was the after effect left behind. But if it was an enslavement path Gu master with a strong soul, this after effect would be much smaller. Enslavement path was a goo master path that enslaved beast groups and insect groups. To command large numbers of insects at the same time, it consumed a lot of mental energy. Thus, enslavement path goo masters often use specific goo worms to temper and deepen their soul foundation. In King Quan Inheritance, the heavenly power did not restrict the goo master's soul foundation at all. Thus, enslavement path goo masters would be like fish in water in King Quan Inheritance. But enslavement path goo masters are also very tough. Firstly, the burden of food was extremely heavy. The larger the size of the insect beasts, the more they would eat. Secondly, it was not easy to subdue a powerful insect beast. It was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and become an idiot. Thirdly, enslavement path goo masters were overly reliant on worms and beasts. If I'm weak, I'll be easily targeted, Feng Yuan pondered. Goo masters have their own advantages and disadvantages, as well as their own difficulties. The vicissitudes of the world. In the current goo master world, Chi path was almost extinct, strength path had completely declined. Only some remnant light was left. Enslavement path followed the rules. It was hard to prosper. Occasionally, a few enslavement path experts would appear, but they were like shooting stars, only dazzling for a moment. Enslavement path goo masters often have huge requirements towards resources. Moreover, it was exhausting. Even small or medium-sized clans could not afford to raise enslavement path goo masters. At most, large or super clans would specially nurture several enslavement path goo masters for large-scale battles. In the demonic path, enslavement path goo masters were even more difficult to manage. They were very rare. Thus, I did not choose this path. Feng Yuan composed himself. He collected his scattered thoughts. In this short while, he felt his mind clearing up. The dizziness had mostly disappeared. He moved his eyes and started to assess his surroundings. On his left and right, as well as in front of him, there were lumps of light. The earlier lumps were all blurry, but after 20 rounds, the lumps had become extremely clear. On the left, there was a group of Chrysanthema Makita dogs. There were over 200 of them. Some were resting on the ground, some were playing around, and some were drinking milk from the female dogs. Feng Yuan looked at it attentively, his gaze constantly searching. Chrysanthema Makita dog beast kings were different from other dog beasts. The stronger they were, the smaller their bodies would become. Especially on the chaotic battlefield, the beast king mixed in with the pack of dogs and was inconspicuous. This was a good way to protect themselves. Where will the 100 beast kings be? Feng Yuan's gaze moved back and forth. When the lumps of light suddenly changed, a goo appeared. This goo was the size of a fist. Its shape was like a cobblestone, dark brown in color. Its surface was smooth, as if it was covered with a layer of oil. Dog guts goo. Feng Yuan recognized this goo at once. Appearing after the beast groups, this means if I choose to fight these Chrysanthema Makita dogs and win, I will get a dog guts goo. After a while, the lumps of light dissipated. Feng Yuan did not make a choice but looked ahead. The lumps of light ahead showed a group of black dogs. These dogs barked at each other, charging at each other and crashing into each other. This displayed the fierceness of these dogs. These were steel armor dogs. These dogs had leather armor on their bodies. The leather armor was black and heavy like steel. Its defense was impressive. During the process of growth, the armored dogs would bump into each other to reduce the intensity of their bodies as they grew. The steel armor dog 100 Beast King was about the same size as the big lightning dog. It was very conspicuous among the dog groups. Feng Yuan found it immediately. Next, the lumps of light changed, turning into a goo. Feng Yuan was familiar with this goo. He had used it earlier. It was the rank 2 dog enslavement goo. If I choose the steel armor dog group, if I win, I will get a dog enslavement goo. Feng Yuan mumbled before looking to the right. The lumps of light on the right had no dog beasts. Instead, it showed the scenery of a mountain. Gray and white rocks were steep. The trees were verdant and swaying with the wind. After a while, the lumps of light disappeared, and there was no goo worm like before. This is a chance to leave King Quan Inheritance. Feng Yuan understood. King Quan Inheritance was set up in the Blessed Land. The goo masters who entered were restricted by the heavenly power, and could not enter as they wished. However, the Three Kings' inheritance was not a place where one could only enter but not leave. There was a chance of survival. At a certain stage, the inheritance would give a chance to leave. Like this time, if Feng Yuan chose the right. When he walked out of the fog, he would be transported out. The location he would appear at was the mountain in the lumps of light. This mountainside wasn't far, it was somewhere in the Sancha mountain. But Feng Yuan did not choose the right. I have resources, I can try again. It would be a pity to leave now. Of course, there might not be another chance for me to leave. This was actually a formless test. Many Gu masters had the strength, but to be safe, they chose to give up and leave the inheritance, wasting a great opportunity. Some Gu masters had no resources, but advanced rashly, missing the chance to leave and regretting it when they died. Feng Yuan never lacked courage. He resolutely gave up the chance to leave. To him, there were only two choices left. The left is the Chrysanthema Makita dog. This dog is the most united. The location of the Dog King is unknown. But if I win, I will get Dog Guts Gu. Dog Guts Gu is a rank 2 Gu, an enslavement path support Gu, specially used on dogs. Once the Dog Guts Gu is activated, it can increase the courage of the dogs within a certain range, sweeping away their cowardice and unleashing their full battle strength. Feng Yuan could not help but think of the battle earlier. He was forced to use the lightning dogs to attack the big lightning dog. In the end, the lightning dogs were too timid to advance, trembling in fear, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. Feng Yuan could only expend his mental energy to urge them to fight, causing his mental strength to be greatly depleted. Beast kings would have a form of suppression and deterrence towards ordinary wild beasts. But if Feng Yuan used Dog Guts Gu earlier, and applied its effect on his lightning dog group, then these lightning dogs would be full of courage, no longer afraid, and could bravely attack the big lightning dog. Thus, although Dog Guts Gu was not an offensive Gu, it was an excellent support Gu. It targeted dog beasts, increasing their courage and raising their morale forever. Dog Guts Gu is only rank 2. It can allow ordinary dogs to overcome the deterrence of 100 Beast King. Further up is the rank 3 Dog Guts Mountain Gu. It can resist the deterrence of 1,000 Beast King. At rank 4, it is the Dog Guts Sea Gu. It can resist the aura of a myriad Beast King. If it is lucky enough to advance to rank 5, it will be the famous Dog Guts Heaven Gu. It can make eunuchs go crazy and old dogs go crazy. Even facing the Emperor of Dogs, it has the courage to overturn them. Feng Yuan was very clear about this, and also knew that in King Quan inheritance, there were Gu related to Dog Guts, from rank 1 to rank 5. In his previous life, many people obtained rank 3 and 4 Dog Guts Gu. There was also a lucky person who obtained the only rank 5 Dog Guts Heaven Gu. I want to achieve great things in King Quan inheritance. Having Dog Guts Gu is a must. Feng Yuan had to admit, he had a desire for Dog Guts Gu. But he did not move towards the left but towards the front. He chose the Steel Armor Dog group. Although he really wanted Dog Guts Gu, he did not let it get to his head. Chrysanthema Makita Dog group was extremely united, and had great battle strength in group battles. They were tough to deal with. At the same time, their Dog King was hidden very well. Feng Yuan could not find it. This was a huge hidden danger. But the Steel Armor Dog group was different. Their Dog King was very obvious. And Feng Yuan had a weapon that was specially used to deal with the Steel Armor Dog group. Feng Yuan walked out of the fog, and the Steel Armor Dog group was very alert, immediately reacting. As the 100 Beast King, the big Steel Armor Dog howled towards the sky, and the dog group quickly gathered around it. The whole process, Feng Yuan watched quietly. He did not attack like last time. Last time was because he had rank 2 Dog Enslavement Gu, but this time, he did not have it. Chapter 356. The two dog groups confronted each other. On Feng Yuan's side, the Blue Lightning Symbol Dog group was supported by Gray Hedgedogs, Orange Chrysanthema Makita Dogs, and others. On the other hand, the Steel Armor Dog group was covered in a heavy black color. Feng Yuan moved the Big Lightning Symbol Dog to the front lines and waved his hand. The dog group split into the vanguard and attacked first. The big Steel Armor Dog barked. Seeing the Big Lightning Symbol Dog appear, it also joined the fray. The Steel Armor Dog group followed closely behind it. A black mass, like a lump of dark cloud, flew down from the hill with an imposing aura. The dog group collided. Fang Yuan's vanguard was limited and was immediately engulfed by the steel armor dog group. But because of the big lightning symbol dog's existence, the steel armor dog group could not take down this tough bone. The big lightning symbol dog was after all 100 Beast King. It charged left and right in the dog group's encirclement. It was very valiant. Ordinary Thai family dogs were not its match at all. Woof. The big steel armor dog stood up, finally restraining the big lightning symbol dog's ferocious charge. In the end, only 100 Beast King could restrain 100 Beast King. In the intense battle, the big lightning symbol dog was gradually losing ground. It had just gone through a battle. It was injured and its battle strength was not at its peak. Moreover, its advantage was speed. Now that it was fighting against the big steel armor dog that specialized in defense, it was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan saw this and sent his dogs forward. The new troops charged into the battlefield like a torrent, bringing chaos with them. But the opponent was a steel armor dog with outstanding defense. It specialized in this kind of battle. Although Fang Yuan sent his army and only left a few dogs to protect himself, he could not change the situation. Whether it was a battle between 100 Beast Kings or a battle between dog groups, he was at a disadvantage. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. In fact, this was the result he wanted. He was waiting for the weapon that could restrain the steel armor dog group to appear. Woof. The big lightning symbol dog could not resist the big steel armor dog's attack. It suddenly barked and spat out a blue liquid. Rank 2 plasma goo. That's it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up. The steel armor dogs gathered around the dog king and attacked the big lightning symbol dog. On the other side, they were being squeezed by Fang Yuan's dogs, so their formation was especially dense, forming a black iron bucket formation. Blue plasma. It landed on the ground and sprayed everywhere. A large number of steel armor dogs covered in plasma instantly trembled and howled. Not to mention the drastic drop in combat power. The operation of the entire dog pack was greatly hindered. The armored dog lived up to its reputation. His leather armor was made of metal. Iron gave them a defense that far surpassed that of their peers, but at the same time, they were harder to defend against lightning strikes. Plasma goo's attack power was not high, but if it was used on an armored dog, it would be quite impressive. The large lightning symbol hound continued to spit out plasma that covered the battlefield, greatly reducing the combat power of the steel armor hounds. Under the effect of the plasma goo, the battle formation that was originally as sturdy as an iron bucket began to crumble. He suddenly became extremely weak. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and urged the dogs to pounce. The dogs were outside. They resonated with the big lightning symbol dog at the center, erupting with immense destructive power. If one looked from above, they would see that the black color on the ground was first covered by patches of blue, before being devoured by the other colors. The black color became lesser and lesser, while the blue, yellow, and gray colors became stronger, leaving behind more and more colors. The situation of the battlefield changed rapidly. Soon, Fang Yuan reversed the situation and killed most of the steel armor dogs, surrounding the big lightning symbol dog at the center. Sensing the danger, the goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog's body also erupted. The big lightning symbol dog became even stronger, and many black spikes protruded from its body. 15 minutes later, the big lightning symbol dog bit the big lightning symbol dog's throat, and it fell down unwillingly. Blood flowed on the ground, and it did not get up again. The battle was over. Of the two goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog, one was destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle, while the other flew away. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. To kill this 100 Beast King, he had paid a huge price. Less than half of the dog group was left, and they were in a precarious situation for the rest of the challenge. After the 20th round, a Beast King would appear. With a Beast King, the dogs would display even greater battle strength. At the same time, the Beast King itself was a huge threat. The more goo worms the Beast King had, the stronger it was, and the worse it would be for the goo master challenging the challenge. Fang Yuan's luck was bad this time. The big lightning symbol dog he encountered had two goo worms. Especially one of the goo. It could attack and defend at the same time, causing Fang Yuan to suffer huge losses. Challenging the Three Kings' inheritance also depended on one's luck. The Steel Armor Dog group was Fang Yuan's best choice this time. But Fang Yuan's luck was slightly worse. A rank 2 dog enslavement goo fell from the sky, landing in Fang Yuan's hands as a reward. Fang Yuan did not use the Spring Autumn Cicada, and with the help of the heavenly power, he instantly refined this goo. This goo is the key to my next challenge. With such a resolution, Fang Yuan walked slowly in the fog. In front, on the left and right, there were lights flashing. They were a large number of corpse dogs, a certain number of yin dogs, and a huge number of hyenas. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, carefully distinguishing. His strength was limited this time. It was important to choose his opponents. He had to pick the weakest ones. But he could not forget the reward after the challenge. If I can defeat the corpse dogs group, I can get a white silver relic goo. Killing the yin dogs, the reward is a simultaneous 2 tasks goo. White silver relic goo had no use to Fang Yuan. At his level, only the yellow silver relic goo was attractive. Unfortunately, the yellow silver relic goo was restricted even in Shang Clan City. Rank 4 goo masters were already experts in the mortal goo master world. One yellow silver relic goo could influence or even change it. The difference in battle strength between rank 4 goo masters. In the market, the white silver relic goo was circulating, while the yellow silver relic goo was very rare. It was often strictly controlled. Fang Yuan knew that super clans like Shang Clan definitely had a lot of yellow silver relic goo in stock. But even if he had the purple thorn token, he could not buy them. Shang Yanfei kept these yellow silver relic goo in his hands, not allowing them to flow into the market. This was an invisible temptation. If Fang Yuan was sincere in joining Shang Clan, the yellow silver relic goo would be a method to reward him. Shang Yanfei's shrewdness. He could not be compared to ordinary people. Fang Yuan did not want to compete with him for a yellow silver relic goo. It would distract him. In the Three Kings' Inheritance, there is a yellow silver relic goo, but that is after the 40th round. If I can get one by luck, the situation will improve greatly. Fang Yuan had a need for the yellow silver relic goo. He had a desire. But he was very clear whether he could get the yellow silver relic goo. It depended on his own luck. This could not be forced. As for the dual-use goo, it could easily split a goo master's mind into 2. It was very convenient for commanding the insect beast army. Fang Yuan could already do 4 things at once. If he added this goo, he could do 6 things at once. Dual-use goo, and it is only a rank 2 goo. Further up, there are 3 things at once, 4 things at once, 5 things at once goo, and so on. Multi-use goo is a necessary goo for enslavement path goo masters. Wait, this is? Fang Yuan saw a change in the light on his right. After the large hyena group disappeared, a bronze plate appeared in front of him. Normally, the reward for victory was an enslavement path goo. But the reward here was a little special. It was an unremarkable bronze token. The bronze token was clearly crudely made. Its shape was not even neat, as if it was casually molded by a person's hand. On the surface of the bronze token, there was an image of Sancha Mountain, but the lines of this image were simple and crude. It was filled with a feeling of being rushed. With one look, one could tell that the person who had created this medallion had not put much effort into it. He had been sloppy and casual. But when Fang Yuan saw this token, his eyes shined. This is King Quan's travel token. He immediately threw the white silver relic goo and the dual-use goo to the back of his mind. I was really lucky to encounter this travel token. I must get it. Fang Yuan's determination was firm. He had to get this token no matter what. This bronze token looked worthless, but it was one of the best items. Right now, the public had not realized its value. But Fang Yuan clearly remembered that in the later stages of Three Kings' Inheritance, this bronze token was worth as much as a rank 4 goo. But this hyena group is huge, and most importantly, there are 2 dog kings. If I choose the right side, I will have to take a huge risk. The ideal plan is to use the rank 2 dog enslavement goo to subdue a large hyena in battle. But even so, even if I win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and I will not be able to advance to the next round. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. This was the benefit of having an abundance of resources. It could let Fang Yuan understand the pros and cons of a choice. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to take a risk. Since he walked the demonic path, he had to take risks, and take an unconventional path to obtain the greatest benefits. After making a choice, he would not regret it. This was a happy life. 4 hours later, the tragic battle slowly came to an end. Dog corpses were everywhere on the hill. Blood flowed, and limbs were everywhere. Feng Yuan stood on the hill, his body also injured. In this Gu immortal blessed land, he could not use his original Gu, and was very weak. But I won in the end. Feng Yuan looked at his footsteps. There were only a dozen dog beasts left, and sighed. His dog beasts were almost all dead. In this cruel demonic inheritance, there was no hope of continuing. But Feng Yuan still had a trace of hope in his heart. The heavenly power descended, and teleported him into the fog again. If I can meet Bai Ningbing, and borrow her strength, I can continue. But Feng Yuan was disappointed. In 3 directions there were huge dog groups. If he did not have the token, Feng Yuan would definitely die. He took out the token he had just obtained. Holding the token in his hand, he bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the token, and Feng Yuan opened his mouth again, and called out to the token. Woof! The token shined brightly, the void shattered, and Feng Yuan was sucked in. Chapter 357. Mountain winds blew gently. At the waist of Sancha Mountain, in an unremarkable bamboo forest, the space suddenly shattered and light blossomed. The light flashed and disappeared. Then a person appeared in the empty grass. This youngster had black hair and black eyes. His expression was calm, and he was holding a token in his hand. It was Feng Yuan. I came out from King Quan Inheritance. Feng Yuan only felt his vision blur, and the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and confirmed there was no danger in the surroundings, and he was at the waist of Sancha Mountain. According to his initial estimation, his cave was at the north of Sancha Mountain, and the cave he had once occupied with Bai Ningbing was at the southeast direction. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. Sancha Mountain's unique 3 peaks stood proudly in the clouds, like 3 spear tips that were shoulder to shoulder. The light pillar on the mountain peak had already shrunk. The yellow light pillar represented the door to King Quan Inheritance. The blue light pillar represented King Xian, and the red light pillar led to King Bao Inheritance. The light pillar's current size had already shrunk by half compared to when Feng Yuan had just entered. As time passed, the more Gu masters entered the inheritance, the smaller the light pillar would become, until it completely disappeared. At that time, the door to the 3 inheritances would close. After a period of time, the light pillar would open again, and cause another round of carnage. Feng Yuan lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. There were already several deep cracks on the surface of this ugly King Quan token. Feng Yuan was not surprised. King Quan's token could only be used 3 times at most. After 3 times, the token would completely shatter into pieces and become useless. But 3 chances to escape was already extremely precious. This was not only a good chance to survive. More importantly, Gu masters had a psychological advantage and could make more choices. Feng Yuan kept this token and rushed to the cave he had stayed in not long ago. It's Fengzhong. Little Beast King has finally appeared. Along the way, Feng Yuan met many Gu masters, be it the righteous path. Regardless of whether it was the devil Dao, they all stared at him with strange and amazed gazes. What happened? Feng Yuan frowned, keenly aware that something important had happened. On the way, he casually caught a person and interrogated him. It turned out that Bai Ningbing had killed a Tai clan Gu master in King Quan Inheritance. After leaving the inheritance, she was immediately discovered by the Tai clan. Tai clan Gu masters surrounded the cave. They surrounded Bai Ningbing. For rank 3 peak stage Gu masters attacked at the same time. Using the iron cabinet Gu, he sealed the surrounding area. Bai Ningbing failed to break out of the encirclement, and was now being attacked by Tai clan's Gu masters. Little Beast, Wang Da's people, this matter has caused a huge commotion recently. The entire Sancha Mountain knows about it. This is no longer a personal grudge, but a battle between the righteous path and the demonic path. Actually, everyone is looking forward to seeing you. Lord, once you make a move, that Tai clan Gu master will not be able to resist. You are a genius of our devil Dao. The banner of our demonic Tao. Lord, this lowly one has said everything. Can this lowly one leave now? That unlucky fellow who was caught by Feng Yuan cried and begged. Such a huge matter actually happened. Feng Yuan held the unlucky fellow's collar and frowned slightly. Although this news was shocking, it was not out of Feng Yuan's expectations. But it was not out of Feng Yuan's expectations. To challenge the Three Kings' inheritance, there would naturally be conflicts. This was a demonic inheritance. The competition was extremely cruel. Sometimes, even if one wanted to retreat, they could not. Tai clan has the rust flower goo. This goo is in the souls of Tai clan goo masters. Whoever kills a Tai clan member will be stained with this formless fragrance. It is not surprising that Bai Ningbing was found. Feng Yuan nodded and muttered, "Lord, you are truly knowledgeable. You are absolutely right. You don't know, these days you did not appear. The entire Sancha mountain is talking about you, saying you are a coward and became a tortoise after encountering the super clan Tai clan. Do you think I am not clear what kind of person you are? This lowly one admires Lord the most. The moment you arrived at Sancha mountain, you killed Tyrant, beheaded Fei Li and took care of Flying Sky Tiger. Who doesn't know of your prestige? Who doesn't know of it? You must have your reasons. It is not worth telling outsiders. Now that you are here, won't those Tai clan members be scared witless and kneel down, begging Lord to let them go?" Feng Yuan had great strength. Grabbing this unlucky goo master's collar made it hard for him to breathe and his face turned purple. But this goo master, in order to survive, kept on flattering and displayed his enormous life potential. Feng Yuan heard his words and sank into contemplation. After a while he slowly said, "You are right." His grip loosened. This rank 3 goo master's face immediately showed great joy. What kind of person is Lord? Anyone with a discerning eye knows very well what kind of person Lord is. He is absolutely a great hero, a great hero. Those slandering Lord are all bastards. Their dog eyes are blind. Lord, this lowly one has always supported you and even argued with others. Hee. But right at this moment, Feng Yuan sneered. His hand moved like lightning, attacking fiercely like an eagle's claw, grabbing this rank 2 goo master's neck. Crack! The goo master's eyes opened wide. His spine was completely crushed by Feng Yuan, dying on the spot. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the goo masters who were hiding and observing in the dark could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Feng Yuan was an influential person, but because of Bai Ningbing's matter, his traces were exposed the moment he appeared, and his every action attracted the attention of many people. Feng Yuan killed this person and immediately searched his body. Unfortunately, be it on his body or in his aperture, the goo worms had all self-destructed. Feng Yuan moved like lightning, but how could he be faster than a person's thought? A person's thought could be as fast as lightning, not even 1/100th of the time it takes to blink an eye. In the outside world, the chances of obtaining goo worms as spoils of war from a goo master were quite low. Unlike in the Three Kings' inheritance, where there was the suppression of heaven and earth, rank 1 to 5 goo worms could not self-destruct. Looking at Feng Yuan's skillful body search method, the goo masters who were observing in the dark felt a chill in their hearts, and could not help but deepen. Such skillful methods, how many people has he killed? Feng Zheng did not even let off a rank 2 goo worm. He is clearly a rank 4 goo. It can be seen how greedy he is. Feng Zheng is extremely bloodthirsty. That goo master had clearly begged for mercy. There was no mercy at all, but he still did not let him go. Have you guys seen enough? If you have, then scram. Feng Yuan raised his head and stood up, his fierce gaze sweeping around as he shouted in a low voice. Soon after, from the lush grass, the dense forest, the mountain stream, under the soil and rocks, figures appeared. These figures quickly retreated, and in a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared. Feng Yuan's surroundings regained its calmness. It was hard to imagine that there were so many people hiding just now. Feng Yuan was infamous now. He had consecutively killed 3 rank 4 middle-stage demonic goo masters. He did things by hook or by crook, despicable and cold-blooded, cruel and bloodthirsty. These people were all scared out of their wits by Feng Yuan's simple words, and did not dare to loiter around in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, and looked around again before leaving the place. But he knew there were definitely people watching him. Those who were scared away by him were all small fries. The rest definitely had their own unique abilities, and the capital to be confident. Feng Yuan did not care about them, and swaggered out of the place. In fact, although his combat power was outstanding, scouting was a weakness of his. Moreover, these Gu masters who were secretly following him were definitely experts in speed. Even if Feng Yuan discovered them, with just the charging crash Gu in his hands, it would be very difficult to chase after them. Where is he going? This direction isn't where Bai Ningbing is trapped. Did he discover me? Just now, when he swept his gaze over, my heart skipped a beat. Is Little Beast King afraid? Wait a minute, this cave seems to be Li Xian's residence? These Gu masters carefully followed Feng Yuan, and were inwardly astonished when they saw Feng Yuan stop at a cave entrance. Little Beast King's partner, the inseparable white demon Bai Ningbing, was trapped, but Little Beast King did not seem anxious at all. Instead, he walked to Li Xian's residence. This Li Xian was a demonic Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He had a crafty nature and had never suffered a loss, a troublesome character. Could it be that Little Beast King was unhappy with Li Xian, and came to find trouble with him? The Gu masters following behind Feng Yuan secretly guessed. Feng Yuan's arrival immediately attracted Li Xian's attention. Li Xian had already set up a scouting method near the cave. Little Beast King Human Wangda, what a rare guest. What business do you have with me? Li Xian took the initiative to welcome Feng Yuan. When he was 20 steps away, he stopped and cupped his fists in greeting. He did not dare to get too close to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was a temperamental thug. Li Xian, this unscrupulous businessman, also felt uneasy when facing him. Feng Yuan's arrival was out of his expectations. Who knew what this crazy, crafty and shameless Feng Yuan would do in the next moment? Thus, Li Xian's expression was amiable and full of smiles, but he was already extremely vigilant in his heart. I came to find you to make a deal, of course. Why, aren't you going to invite me in? Feng Yuan lightly smiled, his gaze deep. Since you are a guest, I will naturally welcome you. Please come in, please come in. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he moved aside, letting Feng Yuan enter first. Feng Yuan swaggered to his side and glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and walked side by side with Feng Yuan into the cave. The two of them went in. I can't track them anymore. There are investigative Gu all around this cave entrance. Once I barge in, I will definitely be viewed as an enemy by Li Xian. Is Little Beast King really going to make a deal? Why do I feel that Li Xian is going to be unlucky this time? Fuck me. I can already foresee a thunderous explosion later. The earth will shake and the mountains will shake, and the scene of the two of them fighting. Li Xian is rank 4 upper stage, he definitely has a lot of trump cards. If they fight, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Chapter 358. Inside the cave. Li Xian invited Feng Yuan to a seat and sat beside him. Please have some tea. Li Xian stretched out his 5 stubby fingers. With a flick of his fingers, a cup of fragrant tea appeared in his open palm. Feng Yuan looked at the tea and did not move, he did not take it, instead sighing. Eastern Sea's blue sky Gu is really useful. This Gu not only has a large capacity, it far surpasses other Gu of the same rank, it is also fast and convenient to use. Oh. To think that Sir Little Beast King recognizes this Gu. Li Xian's gaze shone slightly. He was not a southern border native, but a wanderer from Eastern Sea. Blue Sky Gu was a Gu worm that only Eastern Sea had, and was very rare in Eastern Sea. When Li Xian interacted with others, he often used this Gu to display his methods. Southern border Gu masters did not recognize this Gu, but when they saw this method, they would often think highly of Li Xian. Feng Yuan smiled and said slowly, this rank 4 blue sky Gu is refined from rank 3 empty warehouse Gu. The success rate is very low and it is very rare even in Eastern Sea. If blue sky Gu wants to advance further and advance to rank 5, the best method is to fuse it with Skywell Gu to refine rank 5 blue Skywell Gu. But this Skywell Gu is a natural Gu that only exists in Eastern Sea's Skywell Island. Li Xian, it will be troublesome if you want to advance. In this southern border, only Yi clan has the heavenly well Gu. Yi clan was a super clan on par with Shang clan, Wu clan and Tai clan. They had close relations with Eastern Sea forces. Yi-clan's trade was very prosperous, second only to Shang clan. Their flying blue whale caravan traveled by air, they did not even have Shang clan. Empty warehouse gu, Skywell gu, blue Skywell gu, as well as Skywell Island. How does Little Beast King know so much? Li Xian was shocked and suspicious when he heard Fang Yuan's words. The Gu Master World was extremely vast, between southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert and central continent. There were natural barriers, it was hard to communicate with each other and information was also blocked. Li Xian had already investigated Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan was a native of southern border. How could he be so knowledgeable at such a young age? He even knew about Eastern Sea in detail. Li Xian could not help but feel a vague pressure in his heart. Strange, strange. Where did this Little Beast King come from? How did he know so much? Could it be that there is an expert behind him? With his age and experience, how could he know so much detail? That's right, he had stayed in Shang clan for a period of time. He might have received guidance from Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, a rank 5 upper stage Gu master, an expert at the peak of the mortal realm. Under his guidance, it is not surprising that the Little Beast King knows these things. Li Xian's eyes kept flickering, and his heart was filled with doubts. His whole body was stiff, and his hand was still holding the purple clay teacup. That's not right. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he realized the crux of the matter. I originally wanted to display my skills and suppress him. He didn't expect that he would become restless with just a few words from the Little Beast King. So what if he had Shang Yanfei behind him? Others may be afraid, but I, Li Xian, have my own methods. Humph. Li Xian snorted in his heart and put the teacup in his hand on the table. Using this time, he calmed his mind. He was after all an elite of the demonic path, and in just a few breaths of time, he adjusted his state of mind and calmly faced Fang Yuan again. But this time, his gaze was filled with vigilance and seriousness. Sir Little Beast King, drink some tea. What transaction do you want to make with me this time? Li Xian asked. Don't think too much, it is just an ordinary transaction. Fang Yuan said and took out gu worms from his aperture, showing them to Li Xian. These gu worms were the spoils of war he obtained from killing gu masters in King Quan inheritance. There were rank 3, rank 4, but none of them were suitable for Fang Yuan's strength. Seeing these gu, Li Xian's eyelids couldn't help but narrow. He was an astute person, and immediately understood many things. To think this Little Beast King has such skill in the enslavement path. After entering King Quan inheritance, he killed 2 gu masters. Such talent, truly a monster. Li Xian couldn't help but think of Mo Wu Tian. After coming to southern border, he had mingled in the demonic path for so long, and had come into contact with all kinds of people. He felt that in terms of aptitude, talent and temperament, Mo Wu Tian was the best among the younger generation of the demonic path. But today, he realized that this Little Beast King in front of him had talent on par with Mo Wu Tian. Little Beast King, Mo Wu Tian, if these two collide, I wonder what the situation will be like. But Little Beast King's cultivation is slightly weaker now. And Mo Wu Tian is older than him, and is already rank 4 peak stage. Li Xian pondered in his heart, but said with an excited tone, Sir Little Beast King, you are absolutely right to find me for this transaction. I have a gu in my hands right now, and it will be very useful to you. Oh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Li Xian spread out his palm, and a ball appeared. This ball had an extremely good appearance, reflecting a bright platinum light. Fang Yuan carefully looked at it, and saw that this ball was an ant ball, formed from over 100 flying ants climbing and clinging to each other. The appearance of these flying ants was not much different from ordinary ants. Other than their size being several times larger, they also had a pair of transparent membranous wings on their bodies. This is a rank 3 gold-eating flying ant gu. A total of 120. Those old fogies from Tai clan surrounded Lord White Demon, and they used iron cabinet gu in combination with Chi Flow gu. Right now, the radius of 300 meters around that area has been covered. But in front of this group of flying ants, iron cabinet gu will not be able to withstand a single blow. Sir Little Beast King, I just calculated, the price of your gu is just enough to buy this group of flying ants. Li Xian smiled amiably. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan only took a glance at this group of gold-eating flying ant goo before shifting his gaze. Who said I want to buy this thing? This is the list. All the things on it are what I want. Li Xian took the list and looked at it. There were many goo worms on this list, as well as numerous refinement materials. Although there were all sorts of items on the list, with Li Xian's experience and shrewdness, it was not hard to see that these things were all needed for Strength Path. Bai Ningbing is surrounded by Tai clan. Why is Little Beast King not anxious at all? Strange. It is not easy to destroy Iron Cabinet goo with just the Strength Path goo in his hands. Does he have some special method? Or perhaps, among the items on this list, I can refine the nemesis of destroying Iron Cabinet goo? Li Xian squinted his eyes. A bright light flashed past his eyes as he probed. Sir Little Beast King, there are many things on this list. I cannot take them out at once. Moreover, the total price is far higher than the goo you want to sell. No problem, no problem. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I want to buy all the things on this list. Whatever you have on hand now, you can exchange for it. As for the others, I will have to trouble you to pay more attention in the future. As for money, it is not a problem. Fang Yuan had a lot of yuan stone on hand. He had ample financial resources. Li Xian smiled, but did not probe anything. He could only nod and agree. Light flickered in the cave. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating his attention on the paste in front of him. This paste was colorful and floated in the air, rolling around and emitting a strange fragrance. The fusion of the goo worm had entered the crucial stage. Fang Yuan threw out yuan stone continuously. Piece by piece, the primal stones were thrown into the paste and immediately dissolved into primal essence liquid, diluting the thick paste. Fang Yuan did not care how many yuan stone he threw. He only stopped when the paste thinned to a certain extent. Next, he quickly took out a thunderclap goo. Thunderclap goo was a rank 3 goo. After the paste engulfed it, it immediately flickered with lightning. In an instant, the fragrance in the air intensified, the colorful light dissipated, and blue light filled the air. The lightning produced a slight crackling sound, like a string of small firecrackers being lit. Fang Yuan's breathing rate increased, and when he smelled a trace of burnt smell in the air, his eyes shined brightly. The time is ripe, all-out effort goo. The image of the boar immediately flashed above his head. Strength Chi goo. Fang Yuan activated Strength Chi goo, and the boar phantom attached itself to the formless Strength Chi, immediately raising its threat. Fang Yuan willed, and the boar phantom flew towards the paste. The moment the two collided, lightning shone brightly, illuminating the darkness in the cave. After the light dissipated, the boar phantom in the air had changed greatly. The new boar phantom was twice the size of the boar, with tusks like an elephant and blue fur all over its body, especially the blue fur on its back. It was thick and long, standing in a row and pointing to the sky, with lightning coiling around it. Thunderboar Phantom. Success very good. Thunderboar is comparable to Dragon Elephant, Tiger and Lion Mastiff. With the strength of Thunderboar, my battle strength has risen by another level. Next is the strength of the Rock Crocodile. A night passed unknowingly as he cultivated. When the light of dawn shone on Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan walked out of the cave he was staying in. Although he was tired, his heart was filled with joy. He had successfully raised the strength of Boar and Crocodile to the strength of Thunderboar and Rock Crocodile. His battle strength had risen by at least 30%. By Ningbing. He looked towards the southeast direction. At the waist of the mountain, there was an area covered in a deep purple chi barrier. The chi barrier was like a tall tower, sealing the space and isolating the inside from the outside. Iron Cabinet goo and chi transformation goo made by Ningbing a trapped beast in Tai Clan's cage. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. This situation looked simple, but it was very subtle. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan surrounding Bai Ningbing were all rank 4 middle stage. Although Bai Ningbing was a genius, he was still at rank 4 initial stage. If Tai Clan's death row prison had really made up their mind, they would have captured Bai Ningbing long ago. But they did not. Firstly, they wanted to preserve their strength to contest for the 3 kings' inheritance. Secondly, they were wary of the purple thorn token in Bai Ningbing's hands. Thirdly, it was to lure Fang Yuan into the trap. Once Fang Yuan barged in, The 4 old-timers of Tai clan could activate the rank 5 search lock Gu together and easily suppress him and Bai Ningbing. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan used this killer move to capture the demonic path's Kong Ri Tian. But soon, they were killed by a rank 3 Gu master. Chapter 359. The dark purple Qi barrier was like a tall tower, tightly covering the surrounding 300 meters. The Qi barrier did not completely block one's sight. And who knew how many pairs of eyes were hidden outside the barrier? Bai Ningbing, just surrender obediently. You won't be able to escape here. Tai clan's 4 old-timers occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding Bai Ningbing in the center. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on a huge rock, holding a yuan stone with both hands, replenishing her primeval essence. Bai Ningbing, don't have any delusions. You killed our Tai clan's people and still want to escape? Humph. Tai clan's 4 old-timers stared at Bai Ningbing with solemn gazes, tightly surrounding her. Bai Ningbing's squinted eyes slowly opened. Her blue pupils were calm, and her tone was cold as ice. Tai clan's 4 old-timers, what use is there in saying so much? If you want to kill me, just bring it on. Even if I, Bai Ningbing, die in your hands, I will drag a few of you down with me. Pausing for a moment, she continued. Maintaining this Qi barrier must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? Hee. I know the 4 of you specialize in joint attacks, and I am only a rank 4 initial stage. But please believe me, if you kill me, even if you don't die, you will be heavily injured. What if my companion appears? What will you do then? You. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were speechless. Bai Ningbing's words, although she borrowed Fang Yuan's power, hit their weak spot. Bai Ningbing, don't be so stubborn. Come, let me fight you. One of Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood up. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly, standing up and accepting the challenge. She had silver hair and snow-white clothes, standing out from the crowd. Even though she was trapped, she was still calm and collected, giving off a carefree aura of someone who disregarded life and death. Both sides fought. Sand and rocks flew in the Qi barrier, snow-white light shone and metal collided. On a short mountain peak far away, a group of Shang clan Gu masters stood. The tag team battle has started again. This Bai Ningbing is indeed a famous person in the battle stage. To be able to resist the attacks of 4 rank 4 middle stage Gu masters, she is not simple. One of them sighed. Bai Ningbing has outstanding battle talent, and is indeed very strong. However, the other reason is that the Tai family's 4 elders don't dare to use their full strength. Someone analyzed. Not bad. The Tai family's 4 elders were apprehensive, afraid of Bai Ningbing's final counterattack. They were proficient in joint attacks, but their individual battle strength was not as high as a Gu master of the same cultivation level. Once we lose a member, our overall strength will plummet, and it will be difficult for us to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. What I'm worried about now is that Bai Ningbing has the Redbud token. Once she reveals it, should we act? Don't do anything for now. I've already sent a message back, and the family has already sent strong reinforcements. Elder Yihua is already on his way. Hearing this news, Shang clan's Gu master's spirits rose. Yihua was not an ordinary Gu master. He was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan, and had rank for peak stage cultivation. He was Shang Yanfei's right-hand man. He was sent here to change the situation of the entire Sancha Mountain. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If Bai Ningbing is killed by Tai family, Shang clan's business will be ruined. In a bush, Meng Tu's eyes shone as he stared at the battle inside the Qi barrier, speaking with a worried tone. He was at the prime of his life, and was also a rank 3 peak stage Gu master like his partner Jiao Huang. These two were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. Back then even the rank 4 middle stage righteous path Gu master Xiaofu Lu died in their hands. They received a promise from Shang clan that if they could kill Fang and Bai, they would be allowed to join Shang clan. They had already fought on Huatan Mountain, but the lava crocodile group they attracted did not bring much trouble to Fang and Bai. The two did not give up, and followed Fang and Bai to Sancha Mountain, waiting for an opportunity. Sai, what can we do? We are good at assassination, but not at attacking. The chances of success are too low if we attack in public. If Bai Ningbing dies, we can't do anything. We can only do our best for this transaction, and leave it to fate. The old man Jiao Huang sighed. Yes, who knows how many eyes are watching us in the dark. We might even approach stealthily and get discovered halfway. Meng Tu weakly added. They were assassination gu masters and paid particular attention to concealment. They did not attack, but once they did, they would kill in one blow. Before attacking, they had to go through meticulous calculations, make large amounts of preparations, and then unleash their full strength. If the chances of success were too low, they would absolutely not attack, and would rather give up on the transaction. This was also the reason why they were still alive after being in the demonic path for so long. Every famous gu master had their own unique way of survival. Tai clan's 4 old men are in an awkward situation now. Li Xian stood in front of the Qi barrier, watching the battle inside, his eyes squinted, filled with a gloating smile. Although this place had already become the focus of Sancha Mountain's attention, Li Xian did not care at all. He was extremely confident that he would not be exposed in front of everyone. This confidence came from the rank 5 gu in his possession, concealment and invisibility gu. Once gu worms reached rank 5, they became rare. Many rank 5 gu masters would only have 1 or 2 rank 5 gu worms in their possession for many years. Concealment and invisibility gu could only be seen through by rank 5 special investigative gu. But 3 Kings' inheritance had just opened not long ago, and no one had even broken through to the middle stage, so it was not enough to attract those rank 5 gu masters. Li Xian also had his own fortuitous encounter, obtaining a rare rank 5 gu when he was rank 4. This iron cabinet gu's recipe was researched and refined by Tai clan's refinement pathmaster, Tai Tong. His original intention was to research and refine a sturdy and safe storage gu. After the first refinement, he gave it to Tai Shueleng to test. In the end, the divine investigator used it to capture people, and it was very durable. If it was supplemented with Qi transformation gu, the effect would be even better. From then on, iron cabinet gu became Tai clan's method to capture demonic gu masters. But now Tai clan's 4 old-timers have to maintain this iron cabinet gu and Qi transformation gu, and are unable to attack together. If the 4 of them attack together, this purple Qi barrier will vanish. Without any obstruction, if Bai Ningbing escapes, it would be a huge loss of face. Interesting. Tai clan's 4 old-timers are in a difficult position now. Li Xian's lips curled up uncontrollably as he watched a good show. But when he thought of a person, his smile slowly faded. Little Beast King actually did not come to rescue her. Did he see the subtlety of this situation? Or is he so cold-blooded and heartless that he directly gave up on Bai Ningbing? No matter which it is enough to show how terrifying this person is. I should just send that gu to him. A gu was handed to Fang Yuan. It was shaped like a bedbug, flat and wide, with a small head and oval body. Its whole body was yellow, emitting a copper-like metallic luster. People called it ancient bronze skin gu. Bronze skin gu existed from rank 1 to rank 3, but if it advanced to rank 4, it would be ancient bronze skin gu, and its defense would be even stronger than rank 3 bronze skin gu. Li Xian, you are indeed a famous merchant in the demonic path. You can take out ancient bronze skin gu so quickly. I feel that making a deal with you was the right choice. I don't have tea here. Please have a drink. Fang Yuan's tone was polite and his expression was amiable as he received Li Xian and poured wine for him. Not at all. It is my honor to be able to do business with Little Beast Wang De. Li Xian was very humble and placed his position very low. The two conversed for a while, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. If outsiders who were not in the know saw this, they would feel that these two were kind and refined. Who would think that these two were two-faced and ruthless demonic gu masters? Li Xian, you don't need to be so polite, just call me Fang Zheng. I will give you 50,000 yuan stone first as a deposit. Fang Yuan took out the primeval elder gu and with a wave of his hand, took out 50,000 yuan stone. The primeval elder gu was like a crystal ball. The more yuan stone it stored, the friendlier old man Yun Xiao in the ball. Li Xian looked at old man Yun Zhao's smiling face, and his evaluation of Fang Yuan rose by another level. There is something I need to trouble you with, Fang Yuan said. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he quickly said, please speak. Fang Yuan brought Li Xian deep into the cave and pointed at a stone vat. I made a stone vat, but there is no fire-type goo. Li Xian, I need your help to boil these copper pieces into liquid and store them in the stone vat. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. I happen to have a batch of fire-type goo. This is easy. It is as easy as lifting a finger. The temperature in the cave rose rapidly. After a while, Li Xian boiled these copper pieces into liquid metal, almost filling up the stone vat. Fang Yuan took out charcoal and piled it under the stone vat to keep it warm. Then, under Li Xian's shocked gaze, he lightly jumped into the vat. The scalding copper water instantly burned his clothes to pieces with a sizzling sound. Fang Yuan's whole body was soaked in the copper water. Only his head was exposed. Little beast Wangda, why are you doing this? Li Xian could smell the smell of roasted meat. Fang Yuan activated the ancient bronze skin goo in his aperture while gritting his teeth. Li Xian, don't you know? There is a trick to using this ancient bronze skin goo. That is to use it with the copper liquid to increase the speed by 30%. The ancient bronze skin goo needed to be activated for a period of time to turn the goo master's skin into ancient bronze skin. If it was used with the copper liquid, the time would be shortened. Li Xian had already heard of this, but he did not think of this. When he prepared these things for Fang Yuan, he thought they were supplementary materials for goo refinement. Because this method was extremely painful and cruel, the goo master had to touch the boiling copper liquid with their skin, and could not use any defensive methods. Only a perverted masochist would choose this method. But was Little Beast King a masochist? On the way back, Li Xian kept thinking about this question, causing him to be in a daze. At the same time, there was another person who was also talking about Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why haven't you appeared yet? Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes half closed, having a bad feeling. Chapter 360. A goo worm floated above Fang Yuan's head. The primeval sea level in Fang Yuan's body slowly fell to activate this goo. This goo was like a black bone, round at both ends and long and thin in the middle. It floated in the air, emitting waves of black light. The black light shone on Fang Yuan's body, passing through his skin and flesh, affecting his bones. Fang Yuan had already used the iron bone goo. His skeleton was pitch black and as hard as iron. But under the effect of this goo, his bones gradually became harder. This was Essence Iron Bone Goo, a rank 4 goo worm. One could obtain iron bone goo by reverse refining it. 3 days after Li Xian handed over the ancient bronze skin goo, he personally handed it to Fang Yuan. Essence Iron Bone Goo could make Fang Yuan's bones even harder. The effect was several times that of the iron bone goo. But at the same time, the time it needed was also several times longer. These days, Fang Yuan had been using Essence Iron Bone and Ancient Bronze Skin, these two goo, to refine his body. During this period, he was also using Nine Eyes Liquor Worm to refine his primeval essence, refining the initial stage light gold primeval essence into bright gold primeval essence. Next, he used the bright gold primeval essence to cleanse his aperture walls, increasing his aperture's foundation. He grasped every minute and second, cultivating bitterly, and could feel his strength growing a little every day. It has been over a month since I came out of King Quan inheritance. The ancient bronze skin goo is almost used, but Essence Iron Bone Goo is still far from success. Unless I use a time path goo to accelerate time. Fang Yuan pondered. Time path was a goo master path related to time. The goo masters of this path used goo worms that were related to time and darkness. Third Watch Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada were the representatives. But in fact, time path goo were not limited to these. There were many more. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were all sorts of them. Ordinary goo masters, if they did not have the patience to do this kind of painstaking work, and wanted to speed it up, they would ask a time path goo master for help, or use their own time path goo to accelerate time. But my situation is different from ordinary goo masters. I have Spring Autumn Cicada with me. If I speed it up, it will recover faster, and that will be my death wish. In the goo immortal blessed land on Sancha Mountain, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had entered King Quan inheritance for some time, and Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery had already improved. Thus, Fang Yuan could only be patient and work hard. Just as he was cultivating, An unfamiliar voice came from outside the cave. Little Beast King, can you come out for a chat? Feng Yuan walked out of the cave and saw the person. His gaze narrowed. So it is Elder Yihua. Yihua was very handsome. He had sharp eyes and a tall nose. His long red hair was like a burning flame. He was a fire path gu master, and was very famous in the whole of southern border. People called him Blazing Prairie. He had rank for peak stage cultivation. He is Shang Yanfei's right-hand man, and is ranked above White Light Swordsman Wei Yang. He is a fire path gu master, and is very famous in southern border. Only Shang Yanfei can order him around. Once he arrives, Sancha Mountain's situation will change. These thoughts flashed past Feng Yuan's mind as he led Yihua into the cave. Little Beast King, my purpose here is very simple. I want to invite you to join our Shang clan. Yihua entered the cave, but did not sit down, and directly stated his purpose. Join your Shang clan? Feng Yuan's brows rose. He could feel Fire Prairie's swift and decisive nature. That's right. Yihua nodded and stared at Feng Yuan, smiling. You and Bai Ningbing have stayed in our Shang clan for a period of time. You must have a deep understanding of our Shang clan's strength. I won't say much. The important thing is, your companion Bai Ningbing has been trapped by Tai clan's 4 old-timers for 2 months. As long as you two join our Shang clan, I will immediately appear and rescue Bai Ningbing for you. His tone was filled with confidence, as if rescuing Bai Ningbing was a matter that could be done easily. When he spoke, his whole body was smiling, his handsome face was as perfect as a sculpture, and when he revealed his pearly white teeth, he was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Many people couldn't help but feel ashamed when they interacted with her. Yihua and Wei Yang had the same background. They were both tyrants of Shang clan's battle stage, and were absolute geniuses. Among the 5 great generals, he was the most famous, and was publicly recognized as the elder most likely to advance to rank 5. Hearing this, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. He was not surprised that Shang clan sent Yihua. Shang clan had once controlled the situation on Sancha Mountain, but was later suppressed by Wu clan. Afterwards, demonic gu master experts appeared, causing Shang clan to be even more unable to raise their heads. In such a situation, as a super clan, Shang clan naturally had to send out capable generals to open up the situation here. In Feng Yuan's previous life's memories, Yihua was also sent here by Shang clan, and suppressed Wu Shintong, Yi Chong, and defeated Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian, becoming the tyrant of Sancha Mountain for a time. But afterwards he was unforgiving, and forced Long Qing Tian into a corner. Long Qing Tian used green halo goo, and Yihua was poisoned, and could only return to Shang clan city to find Dr. Su Shou to treat him. However, once Yihua came to Sancha Mountain, he came to recruit him. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Lord Yihua, I wonder if this recruitment is from Shang clan, or is it your idea? Feng Yuan's gaze flashed as he asked. Ha ha ha, of course it is my idea. Feng Zheng, you caused quite a commotion in Shang clan's battle stage, and almost became the tyrant of the battle stage. I have always been paying attention to you. You are a talent. Joining Shang clan will be very beneficial to you. Yihua laughed loudly. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, the trace of doubt in his heart dissolving. Sir Yihua, as far as I know, Shang clan's external elders do not have the authority to recommend talents, right? The term external elder caused Yihua to frown slightly. You're right. But if you can become the tyrant of the battle stage, you can become a Shang clan elder. With your talent, I believe it is only a matter of time before you dominate the battle stage. Feng Yuan couldn't help but scoff, but did not speak. Yihua's frown deepened. This scoff was extremely piercing to his ears. He controlled his temper. Feng Zheng, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. When I came here, Lord Clan Leader had already promised me. As long as I make great contributions on Sancha Mountain, and control the situation here, I will be bestowed the surname of Shang Clan after returning to Shang Clan City. At that time, I will no longer be Yihua, but Shang Hua. As a Shang Clan member, I will have the authority to recommend talents. Oh, is that so? Feng Yuan showed an obviously moved expression. His gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. Yihua waited for a while, but did not get a reply from Feng Yuan. His frown deepened as he asked, Have you thought it through? Feng Yuan shook his head. This is a very important matter. I need to think about it. Yihua's frown eased a little. In that case, I will give you 3 days' time. 3 days later, I will come back here again. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer. All right. Feng Yuan nodded, agreeing, and sent Yihua out of the cave. 3 days later. You still haven't thought it through? Yihua looked at Feng Yuan, his gaze slightly serious. This is a serious matter. I really need to think about it. Feng Yuan replied with a deep voice. All right, I will give you 3 more days. Feng Zheng, I have high hopes for you. Another 3 days later. Lord Yihua, I have thought about this matter for a long time. I appreciate your good intentions, but the demonic path is truly free and happy. Feng Yuan said with a sincere expression. What? You thought about it for 3 days and gave me this answer? Yihua's tone was slightly angry. Lord Yihua, a forcefully picked melon is not sweet. Feng Yuan's reply was soft but firm, his gaze deep. Yihua gritted his teeth and said with a deep voice. Feng Zheng, you need to think it through. Tai clan's 4 old-timers are not easy to deal with. If not for me, Bai Ningbing might not have survived. Other than this, you went to kill Sky Tiger Shui Sanxi. She is Century Boy's goddaughter. Century Boy has been eyeing you covetously. He is a rank 4 upper stage Wood Path Gu master, a troublesome person in the demonic path. Oh, is that so? Feng Yuan showed hesitation. Then let me think about it. Give me 10 days' time. I will think about it again. 10 days. Yihua immediately frowned. All right. He thought for a moment and nodded. Such a long time is enough for you to think it through. I believe you will make the wisest choice. But there is one thing I need to remind you. You can't drag this on any longer. Your woman is in jail now. During this time, anything can happen. Yihua treated Bai Ningbing as Feng Yuan's woman. This knowledge made Feng Yuan feel like it was funny. Whether Bai Ningbing died or not, to him, was not an important matter. Anyway, the poison vow gu was broken, and he had already matured, having rank for initial stage cultivation. Whether Bai Ningbing was saved or not, it was up to him. But without Bai Ningbing, Feng Yuan would be alone, and it would have a negative impact on his plans on Sancha Mountain. There is no need to rush to save Bai Ningbing. I am still cultivating and improving. I no longer need the bone-flesh unity gu. As for Bai Ningbing, she can be placed outside to attract attention for me. I can use this chance to surpass her, and suppress her in the future. With so many eyes watching, those 4 old foxes from Tai clan will not make a move. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. As for Yihua's recruitment, 10 days later. Lord Yihua, thank you for your good intentions. These days I have been thinking about it, tossing and turning in bed, but I still feel it is better to be free. Feng Yuan had a sincere expression. Yihua's expression naturally turned ugly. Feng Zheng, are you toying with me time and time again? Lord Yihua, you are wrong. I have always been sincere towards you. I understand how you feel. But right now the most important matter is the 3 kings' inheritance. It has been a while since it opened. Chapter 361. 5 days later. On Sancha Mountain, 3 light pillars pierced the sky, piercing through the clouds. The red light pillar was as hot as fire. It was King Bao's inheritance. The yellow light pillar was dazzling. It was King Quan's inheritance. The blue light pillar was beautiful. It was King Xian's inheritance. After several months, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Yihua looked at the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, his tiger-like eyes flickering with eerie radiance. This is the 3 kings' inheritance? It really has an earth-shattering spirit. As long as I make a great contribution here, I can truly rely on Shang Clan. Change my name to Shang Clan, and become a part of Shang Clan. At this moment, there was a surge of passion in his heart. This little beast king doesn't know what's good for him, rejecting me time and time again. However, he seems to know some secrets related to the 3 kings' inheritance. If I can take him in, it will be a great help to me in controlling Sancha Mountain. Yihua couldn't help but think of Feng Yuan. Yihua was one of the 5 great elders of Shang Clan. He had his own intelligence channels. He already knew that Feng Yuan had earned a lot of money from knowing the 3 kings' inheritance's secrets in Shang Clan City. Other than that, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength and had rank 4 middle stage battle strength. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had always been together with Little Beast King. If he recruited one of them, he would naturally obtain the other. Thus, Yihua accommodated Fang Yuan and displayed his utmost sincerity to move Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan didn't know what was good for him and rejected him time and time again. Yihua couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wait until I come out of the Three Kings' inheritance. I will deal with this Little Beast King and let him know he can't just wait for the right price. However, for now, I should suppress these hindrances. Yihua retracted his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze towards the people in the surroundings. Pink Butterfly Gentleman Kong Ri Tian. Once dyed the blue sky Long Qing Tian. Wu Clan Elder Wu Shintong. Yi Clan Elder Yi Chong. These four were all rank 4 peak stage Gu Master experts. Every time the inheritance opened, they would first have to exchange pointers. This time was no exception. Ha ha ha, I've reserved King Bao's inheritance. Who dares to compete with me? Yihua raised his head and laughed 3 times. His laughter was wild and heroic. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and scanned the 4 of them with his tiger-like eyes. He was a fire path Gu Master. King Bao was also of the same path. The inheritance of King Bao was naturally his best choice. Prairie Fire. Wu Shintong narrowed his eyes as he mumbled, fearful of Yihua's fame. Yihua was one of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, with the name of Fire Prairie, powerful and flourishing. Even Wu Shintong had to admit that he was weaker than Yihua. Humph, I will fight you. Kong Ri Tian coldly snorted. His body suddenly exploded, unexpectedly transforming into many phoenix-winged golden butterflies. There were hundreds and thousands of golden butterflies. The butterfly wings that were as sharp as knives shrouded Yihua. Fire Prairie, you've been in the limelight for the past few years, haven't you? Long Qing Tian smiled sinisterly and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh! A green palm of light with poisonous smoke curling around it tore through the void and slapped towards Yihua's face. Let me experience it as well. Yi Chong snickered and also attacked. Swoosh! Jade water waves appeared out of nowhere. The waves surged and engulfed Yihua. At once, 3 rank 4 peak stage Gu Masters attacked Yihua at the same time. Good. Yihua's lips curled into an arrogant smile as he straightened his arms and fiercely slapped his chest with his palms. Boom. The flame was majestic. It suddenly erupted. In an instant, a fiery red color appeared. It covered the 3 Kings' inheritance's light pillar and illuminated the peak of Sancha Mountain. The fire rose with unparalleled heat, wild and fierce. The fire easily covered the water waves and burned the disinfectant palm. The phoenix-winged golden butterflies fled in a sorry state. They flew far away and gathered back into Kong Ri Tian. This is his rank 5 Gu Prairie Fire? Seeing such a huge fire, Yi Chong and Long Qingtian's expressions slightly changed. Kong Ri Tian did not speak, while Wu Shintong's eyes shone. Elder Yihua is mighty! Shang clan's Gu Masters excitedly shouted. Yihua stood proudly in the fire, giving people a feeling of a god. His fiery red hair almost fused with the fire, his posture wild and blazing. The fire dissipated and he walked towards the red light pillar. King Bao inheritance. Along the way, the other 4 Gu Masters looked at him with stiff and unsightly expressions, but they did not stop him. This was acknowledging Yihua's strength. After Yihua entered King Bao inheritance, Kong Ri Tian and the other 3 glanced at each other, but had no interest in fighting. Among them, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian entered King Xian inheritance, while Wu Shintong and Yi Chong entered King Quan inheritance. Yihua is indeed one of Shang clan's 5 great generals, possessing the rank 5 Prairie Fire Gu. He is really strong. These days, Yihua has been going to Little Beast King's side. Their relationship is not ordinary. Black and white demons. These 2 are demonic path members, but they are actually the dogs of the righteous path. They have stayed in Shang clan for some time, and their relationship with Shang clan's young master Shang Xian is even closer. Everyone knows this. A group of rank 4 upper stage Gu Masters discussed as they saw Yihua suppress the other 4 Gu Masters and walk into the inheritance light pillar. Birds of a feather flocked together. Rank 4 peak stage experts had already entered the inheritance. Now it was these people's turn. Century Boy, your goddaughter Shue Sansi was killed by Little Beast King. When are you going to take revenge? A righteous path Gu master among the crowd suddenly asked with a sense of schadenfreude. Century Boy snorted. Ihua has rank 5 Gu, but the spar just now was just probing. No one used their true methods. If they really fought, it is still uncertain who will die. Although he said so, he was actually very fearful in his heart. He wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan while Bai Ningbing was locked up. But Ihua kept going to Fang Yuan's residence, so he could only restrain his impulse and watch silently. Now that he saw Ihua easily suppress the other 4, Century Boy's heart became even heavier. A great opportunity like 3 Kings' inheritance is right in front of us. Who would be foolish enough to fight to the death? Let's go in. Soon this group of rank 4 upper stage Gu masters also entered the inheritance. Fang Yuan climbed to the peak, and someone immediately recognized him. Little Beast King. It's Fang Zheng. He entered King Xian inheritance. At the peak halfway up the mountain, many Gu masters stared blankly at Fang Yuan entering the light pillar. Did he really forget his companions? Bai Ningbing is still trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, but Fang Zheng is completely unconcerned, as if nothing had happened. Even the demonic path Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts. Look, this is the cold-blooded and emotionless demonic path Gu masters. Some righteous path Gu masters snorted disdainfully as they evaluated. Fang Yuan Yu. Bai Ningbing also witnessed this scene from inside the qi barrier. Her face was pale from anger, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers looked at each other. Their current situation. It was quite awkward. Although they had successfully trapped Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan did not come to rescue her. This made their defensive tactic become an ironic joke. Damn it. We can't split up. We won't have a share in this 3 Kings' inheritance. How about we retreat? Absolutely not. The 4 of us attacked together but got nothing. Retreat now. This is an insult to our Tai clan. We won't be able to raise our heads in the future. Then what should we do? 3 pairs of gazes gathered on the leader of the 4 old-timers. The old man pondered for a while and made a decision. He said solemnly, "Ask for reinforcements. Shang clan has sent reinforcements. Our Tai clan will naturally also send reinforcements. In the current situation, the competition is even more intense. Only rank 4 peak stage strength can fight for a spot. As long as the clan sends a rank 4 peak stage strength, together with the 4 of us rank 4 middle stage strength. Big Brother is absolutely right. Shang clan has sent Ihua. We won't lose face if we ask for reinforcements now." Right, ask for reinforcements from the clan. Boundless gray fog. It filled Fang Yuan's vision, reminding Fang Yuan that he had entered King Xian inheritance. Fang Yuan looked around, unable to differentiate between north, south, east, and west. But in his aperture, spring-autumn cicada happily flapped its wings. Here, the flow of time was still 3 times faster than the outside world. I need to hurry. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. The constantly recovering spring-autumn cicada. To him, it was a life-threatening sign. He took out the paper crane Gu and activated it. To enter King Xian inheritance, the key needed was a paper crane Gu. At this moment, Fang Yuan could only use the paper crane Gu. The other Gu, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all sealed by the heavenly power. The paper crane Gu fluttered in the air, flapping its wings and leading the way. Fang Yuan followed the paper crane, moving forward slowly. He walked to a hill, and a blurry figure appeared in the fog. "Human, come outside, let's have a match." The figure spoke, his voice was rough and not continuous. When Fang Yuan got closer, the figure gradually became clearer. He was similar to an ordinary human, with 2 hands and 2 legs. But he was tall and muscular, and his whole body was covered in hair. His chest, limbs, even his face and butt were covered in reddish-brown hair. He stared at Fang Yuan with his bell-like large eyes. "Let's have a match. The loser will die," he growled. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was malevolent. Fang Yuan had already expected this. His expression was calm and not surprised. This was a variant human. There were variant beasts among beasts, like the biao among tigers, the bay among wolves, and the mastiff among dogs. There were also variant humans among humans, and the one Fang Yuan was facing now was one of the variant humans, hairy men. Hairy men were covered in hair. Even their eyelids had a layer of fine hair. This type of variant human had low-level intelligence, and innately had talent in Gu refinement. In King Xian inheritance, there was a group of hairy men. They were an obstacle for Gu masters. Only by defeating them could they continue to advance. And if they lost to the hairy men, the Gu master would be torn to shreds by the powerful hairy men, becoming their food. Come. Fang Yuan stood 10 steps away from the hairy man, his expression calm. In the air, several Gu appeared out of nowhere, as well as some materials, lightly landing on Fang Yuan's hands. At the same time, the hairy man also obtained a similar set. The Gu refinement began. Chapter 362. Records of hairy men were first recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu dug out his eyes and turned into a son and a daughter. The son was Verdant Great Sun, and the daughter was Desolate Guyue. While Verdant Great Sun liked to drink good wine, he got into trouble while drinking and was trapped in ordinary abyss. Finally, it was a blessing in disguise and he obtained the chrysanthemum-like reputation Gu, escaping with his life. Because of reputation Gu, Verdant Great Sun's reputation gradually grew. Soon, the news that Verdant Great Sun was a drunkard spread all over the world. One day, a group of tiger-striped bees dragged their beehive and found Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun, I heard you like good wine and have always said that the wine of the 4 heaven and earth monkeys is the best. But how can the wine they brew compare to our honey wine? Today we specially brought the honey wine, please have a taste. These bees were about the size of a leopard, and the patterns on their bodies looked like tiger stripes. They were gold with black spots on them. They spoke politely, but had a threatening and forceful tone. Verdant Great Sun complained in his heart. This was called a disaster coming from the heavens while staying at home. The tiger-striped bees were extremely strong. He was not their match by themselves. Not to mention a group of them. Verdant Great Sun could only reluctantly taste the honey wine in the beehive. He had just drunk a mouthful when his eyes shone. The honey wine was sweet but not greasy. It was mellow and delicious. It was the absolute best wine in the world. Delicious, delicious, too delicious. This honey wine can make people feel like they are the happiest people in the world. Verdant Great Sun drank mouthful after mouthful, praising it endlessly. The tiger-striped bees laughed, feeling very happy. The leader asked Verdant Great Sun, "Then tell me, our honey wine or the 4 heaven and earth monkeys' wine? Which one is better?" Verdant Great Sun was already drunk and forgot about the terror of the tiger-striped bees, directly saying, "Each has its own merits. It is hard to compare." The tiger-striped bees were furious. Their wine was actually on par with that group of damned monkeys? This Verdant Great Sun is too hateful. We need to teach him a lesson. They were just about to attack when Verdant Great Sun suddenly disappeared. Verdant Great Sun was drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. In a daze, he heard a voice calling him in the darkness. "Verdant Great Sun, wake up. If you don't wake up, you'll be eaten." Verdant Great Sun woke up with a start. He found himself tied up and carried by a group of savages. This group of savages was covered in fur. His eyes were a deep blue. He had already lit a bonfire, and there was a big pot on top of the bonfire. The barbarians sat quietly, speaking pleasantly to the ear. "We want to refine eternal Gu, and we need a person as the ingredient." In the end, the heavens sent the Verdant Great Sunday. This is a cause for celebration. Man is the spirit of all creatures, and the human ancestor is the ancestor of spirits. The Verdant Great Sun was formed from his left eye. It was full of spiritual energy. In my opinion, this Gu refinement will succeed. Quickly throw him into the frying pan. We can obtain eternal Gu and live forever. Verdant Great Sun turned pale with fright when he heard these words. He quickly shouted and struggled with all his might. However, the barbarians were unmoved. At this time, Verdant Great Sun once again heard that voice from before. "Sigh, it's useless. These savages. They were all hairy men. Heaven and earth loved them. They had an innate talent to refine Gu worms." Verdant Great Sun forgot about the danger and curiously asked in his heart, "Who are you?" That voice replied, "I am Divine Travel Gu. As long as anyone drinks the 4 top quality wines of heaven and earth, I will be born in their heart. I can teleport you to any place. Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed. Then please make a move. Bring me out of here. Divine Travel Goo sighed. It's useless. Only when you are drunk will you be able to move me. Your mind is so clear right now it won't work. Verdant Great Sun came to a realization. No wonder I was trapped on the island and almost starved to death. Fortunately, I obtained reputation goo and escaped from ordinary abyss. So it was you who harmed me. Divine Travel Goo replied. Sigh human, I did not intentionally harm you. It was you who activated my strength when you were drunk. Don't blame me. Last time you were almost captured by the tiger-striped bees. It was thanks to me that you escaped. One harmed and one saved. We are even now. Verdant Great Sun also recalled the matter of the tiger-striped bees, and no longer blamed Divine Travel Goo. He was thrown into the pot by the hairy men. The fire burned at the bottom of the pot, and the water temperature gradually rose. Add agate red pepper. A hairy man threw the precious agate red pepper into the pot. The water in the pot immediately turned red, and even dyed Verdant Great Sun's body red. Add blue fox smoke infant. A hairy man carried a small fox and threw it into the pot. The small fox was furry and had a pair of black diamond-like eyes. It was very cute. But once it touched the water, it turned into green smoke and fused into the water. The water in the pot gradually became boiling hot. Verdant Great Sun also felt despair. He could not escape this calamity. The hairy men added many supplementary materials, and goo worms one after another. Add vanity goo. A hairy man threw a goo into the pot. This goo was very strange. It looked like a large green crab. But different from a real crab, its shell was hollow. Once it saw Verdant Great Sun, the crab-like vanity goo was very excited. You are Verdant Great Sun? I have heard of you. But to think I could see you here, this is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I am too happy, too excited. Verdant Great Sun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fortune of 3 lifetimes, we are going to die soon. I don't care about death. I only want to ask you, how did you become so famous? I am so envious. I admire people like you the most. Vanity Goo asked impatiently. I am not in the mood to talk about this. I need to escape. Verdant Great Sun struggled in the pot, trying to climb out, but was quickly pressed down by the guarding hairy men. Quickly tell me, quickly tell me. Vanity Goo was not tactful, it wanted to ask for advice. Verdant Great Sun scolded angrily. Look at your current situation. Can't you see it? Vanity Goo opened its eyes wide and stared at Verdant Great Sun, suddenly smiling. I understand. If you want to be red, you have to endure the heat. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance. Verdant Great Sun, in order to thank you, I will do one thing for you. Saying so, the vanity goo exploded. The explosion was not intense and was very light. It only produced a soft bang. Next, vanity goo turned into a formless poisonous wind, assaulting all of the hairy men's hearts. The serene blue eyes of the hairy men. Everything turned red. Verdant Great Sun stared blankly for a good while before coming to his senses. He could not be bothered with the sacrifice of vanity goo. He quickly shouted. You hairy men might be able to refine goo, but it is nothing to me. So what if all of you are immortal? You guys look so ugly. It's covered in hair, it's so ugly. The hairy men were stunned. If it was before, they would not care about Verdant Great Sunday. But now, the poison of vanity pervaded their hearts and clouded their wisdom. Hearing Verdant Great Sun's shout, a hairy man immediately retorted. Nonsense, nonsense. We hairy men are the most beautiful. Our hair is too beautiful to behold. Verdant Great Sun had a flash of inspiration. No matter how beautiful your hair is it as beautiful as my hair? Because he had drunk the strong wine brewed by the Vajra monkeys, his hair had turned into burning flames. The hairy men heard his words and went into a daze. The beauty of fire. It was changing at every moment. Even they had to admit that Verdant Great Sun's hair movement was beautiful. Verdant Great Sun continued to provoke them. Even if you obtain immortality, you will not be as beautiful as me. Look at my hair. It is the same color as the flames. It is equally moving. The hairy men could not resist his provocation. Finally, a member became restless. You have this kind of hair. I also have it. Watch me. Saying so, he used the torch to ignite his whole body. The hair on his body was burning. He became a man of fire. Ha ha ha, you only have beautiful hair, but my whole body is beautiful now. This hairy man shouted. Soon, the other members followed suit. One by one, they became men of fire. The flames burned them, and the intense pain made them wail uncontrollably. But even though they knew this, they still did not extinguish the flames, instead boasting and showing off their beauty. Divine Travel Gu was overjoyed, praising Verdant Great Sun endlessly in his heart. Human, you are really too smart, you actually thought of this method. Verdant Great Sun escaped the oil pot and successfully survived. He sneered in his heart. It is not that I am smart. It is that vain people will become stupid. They often silently endure pain for the sake of illusory beauty, giving up on what they should be pursuing. Grand White Moon Gold, Skull Stone, Dragon Tusk, Small Autumn Grass, as well as 50 Yuan Stone, 1 Flower Boar Gu and 1 Boar Cage Gu. These were the materials for Fang Yuan to refine Gu. And in front of him, this hairy man was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining Gu. Although Fang Yuan was not a refinement path Gu master, he had a lot of experience in his previous life. He had a wide range of knowledge in refinement path and knew many recipes. Right now he had 3 choices. Each choice could refine a new Gu worm. The inheritance did not specify what Gu to refine. This meant that the Gu he refined would at least be better than the hairy man's. Fang Yuan looked at the hairy man's Gu refinement process. He had already guessed what Gu he was going to refine. He sneered in his heart, but his face showed a flattering smile of worship. Lord Hairy Man, you are really amazing. Looking at your Gu refinement technique, I am truly in awe. You are a Gu refinement master. There is no Gu in this world that you cannot refine. Haha, you are sensible. The hairy man heard this and laughed heartily. He was very happy. With this distraction, the Gu refinement immediately failed. The hairy man's expression changed. He shouted in panic. No! But it was already too late. The heavenly power descended and turned into a bolt of lightning, turning him into charcoal. Chapter 363. As the light faded, a Gu landed in Fang Yuan's palm. This was water cage Gu. It was specially used to capture wild Gu worms and had a miraculous effect. The hairy man opposite him was still in the process of Gu refinement. When he saw that Fang Yuan was done, he let out a roar of despair. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and with a crack, he was killed. Similar to King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance was also incomparably cruel. Every step a Gu master took, they had to tread on blood and death. Fang Yuan sighed as he stored the water cage Gu and continued to move forward. If he remembered correctly, this was the 32nd round of King Xian inheritance. King Xian inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. With every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase, and the hairy men that appeared would become smarter and stronger. In the first 20 rounds, Fang Yuan could rely on words to flatter the hairy men and disturb their mental states, causing them to fail in their Gu refinement, and winning without a fight. But at the 30th round, these hairy men had huge bodies and outstanding intelligence. Fang Yuan could only compete with them personally. But fortunately, the Gu refinement materials for the first 20 rounds were all in Fang Yuan's hands, giving Fang Yuan ample choice when refining Gu. These Gu refinement materials could be saved and used as capital for the following rounds. This was also a trick that King Xian left behind when he set up the inheritance back then. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, this trick was only announced a year later, and was widely known by everyone. It was kept a secret now, and even if someone figured out this trick, it would only be a small number. Fang Yuan continued to move forward like this. Relying on the rich accumulation in his hands, as well as the love from his previous life, he managed to achieve better results than King Quan's inheritance. And after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance's difficulty increased by several times. At this time, the Gu masters could use one of their Gu worms. But in King Xian inheritance, only refinement path Gu could be used. Fang Yuan did not have any refinement path Gu worms, and the materials he had were almost used up. He started to feel the difficulty of moving forward. Every stage was extremely difficult to pass. But fortunately, after the 40th round, King Xian inheritance would give Gu masters corresponding rewards. These rewards. There were refinement path Gu worms, recipes, Yuan stone and so on. It was very generous. Fang Yuan made it to the 44th stage and received a chance to be teleported out. He grabbed hold of this opportunity and retreated from King Xian's legacy. The time taken to clear the trial this time was much longer than King Quan's inheritance. Returning to Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan noticed that the Tai clan's purple barrier was still standing. The 4 elders of the Tai clan were very patient and did not enter the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was still trapped. As for the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, they had already shrunk beyond recognition and were only as thick as the mouth of a bowl. However, as long as the pillar of light existed, even if it was as thin as a needle, it meant that the door was not closed and one could still enter. However, every time it was opened, no matter which inheritance it is, a Gu master can only enter it once. Fang Yuan found Li Xian. Carry out another transaction. Li Xian was secretly surprised that Fang Yuan could take out so many things. I have some bad news for you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers have already requested reinforcements from the clan. Tai clan has already sent a group of strong reinforcements. They might harm you. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Tai clan's 4 old-timers' actions were within his expectations. Oh? Who are the strong reinforcements? The leader is Tai clan's Tai Bashio. He is a strength path Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Other than that, there is also Tai Ruanan. This girl is one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. A rising star who has been in the limelight for the last 2 years. Tai clan's 8 young masters are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Especially this Tai Ruanan. She is the daughter of Tai clan's divine investigator Tai Shueleng, and has already reached rank 4 initial stage at such a young age. Li Xian emphasized on Tai Ruanan towards these strong reinforcements of Tai clan. On the contrary, he did not introduce Tai Bashio much. Tai Bashio was already a famous person. Everyone knew about him. But Tai Ruanan was a rising star. She could only be said to have some fame, and had not reached the level where everyone in southern border knew about her. Li Xian did not know that Fang Yuan was very familiar with Tai Ruanan. As expected, she also advanced to rank 4. Tai Bashio. Tai clan really sent this person, just like in my previous life. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Li Xian had been observing Fang Yuan's expression, and seeing that Fang Yuan's expression was very calm, he felt even more fearful. Little Beast is Wang Da's man. Once Tai clan's reinforcements arrive, Tai clan's 4 old-timers will be able to deal with Bai Ningbing. If you make a move now, it is still not too late. Li Xian advised with a sincere expression. Li Xian, please pay more attention to the following transaction. Fang Yuan smiled and left the cave. Once Fang Yuan left, Li Xian's expression sank. His small eyes flickered with sharp light. I have already fanned the flames, but this little beast king can still sit still? Is he really not worried about his companion's safety? Don't tell me his relationship with Bai Ningbing is not as close as the rumors say? No, Bai Ningbing is so beautiful. As a man, he will definitely go and save her. It seems I need to contact Hu Mei Air. To him, fanning the flames had already become an instinct. Only by watching them fight and fishing in troubled waters could he obtain greater benefits. Is this true? Hu Mei Air's eyes shone with excitement when she heard Li Xian's news. Why would I lie to my little sweetheart? Li Xian smiled as he touched Hu Mei Air's waist. Hu Mei Air laughed charmingly and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, acting spoiled. Brother Li loves me the most. A round bead was quietly lying in Fang Yuan's palm. It was completely golden in color, and was only the size of a thumb. In the dim light of the cave, it emitted a faint metallic luster. This was a yellow gold relic Gu, a rank 4 Gu worm. This Gu was strictly controlled by all the clans in the market. Even Li Xian would find it difficult to get his hands on it. Because of this Gu, it could directly raise a rank 4 Gu master's realm by a small realm. Rank 4 and rank 5 were already the clan's higher-ups. A yellow gold relic Gu could change the situation of the higher-ups. I can be considered lucky this time. In King Xian inheritance, I actually obtained a yellow gold relic Gu as a reward. Fang Yuan sighed and activated this Gu with a thought. The yellow gold relic Gu immediately turned into a golden light and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. In Fang Yuan's aperture, 90% of his primeval sea was fluctuating. At the center, the spring-autumn cicada was faintly discernible. The moment the yellow gold relic Gu entered, it was firmly suppressed by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Fang Yuan could only let the spring-autumn cicada hide before manipulating the yellow gold relic Gu. A ball of golden light immediately spread and enveloped the entire aperture. It converged with the bright golden primeval sea. The four walls of the aperture were also being nourished. After a night like this, when the morning sun shone on Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rank 4 middle stage. If he used 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, he would possess rank 4 upper stage essence gold primeval essence. At this moment he had officially surpassed Bai Ningbing and caught up in terms of cultivation. At the same time, the aperture's sturdiness could withstand more of the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. This caused the life-reaping talisman, spring-autumn cicada, to be slightly delayed for a period of time. Next, it is time to refine Gu. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to activate the liquor worm, but took out a Gu. This Gu was like a quail egg-sized bone ball. On its surface, there were alternating black and white stripes and zebra stripes. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had once used this to escape to heaven. That's right, this was the footless bird Gu. Although it was only rank 3, it could travel 10,000 li in a day, and was a first-rate moving mount below rank 5. But it also had a major flaw: it could only fly once. When it landed, it would be the moment of death. This footless bird Gu was the reward Fang Yuan obtained from King Xian inheritance. 9 Palace Flower Aspiration Stone, Golden Crow Essence, Frost Grass. Fang Yuan threw in the materials one by one, and at the same time, threw in Yuan Stone at intervals. Most of these Gu refinement materials were saved from King Xian's inheritance, while the rest were purchased from Li Xian. He used up over 180,000 Yuan Stone to refine the Gu. Bone Wings Gu. Rank 4 Gu, shaped like a feather, pure white and flawless. Its body was made of bone, and was as light as a feather. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this Gu flew to his back and spread out, forming 2 pairs of folded wings that covered almost all of Fang Yuan's back. Then he mobilized his primeval essence and poured it into the bone wings Gu. An intense pain assaulted him, and countless bone spikes grew on Fang Yuan's spine and ribs. The bone spikes pierced through his flesh and extended out, intersecting and forming 2 large bone wings. These bone wings were like the wings of a bird, wide and long. When folded, the tail could even touch the ground. One had to know that the current Fang Yuan had a true 8 feet tall body. Swoosh. With a light sound, the bone wings spread out. The cave immediately did not seem so spacious. Ordinary bone wings were pure white in color. But now, Fang Yuan's bone wings were not only black like ink, but also emitted a metallic luster, like steel and iron. This was because Fang Yuan's bones were extraordinary, and had the effect of the iron bone Gu. At the same time, he had been using the rank 4 essence iron bone Gu recently. This caused Fang Yuan's bone wings to be far stronger than others. Rather than saying it was a pure bone wing, it was better to say it was an iron bone wing. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly, and with a whooshing sound, a strong whirlwind started blowing. The bone wings could be used at will like a natural part of the body. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary Gu masters were very cautious when using the bone wings Gu. They often needed 2 to 3 years of training before they could use it to fly. If they were to use it for battle, the training time would be even longer, at least 5 years. After all, humans walked on the ground, and were not flying creatures. But Fang Yuan did not have such a problem. In his previous life's 500 years of experience, he had also left behind a huge amount of wealth in the aspect of flying. It could be imagined that if he suddenly used it, the enemy would be caught unprepared. Newly advanced cultivation, Bone Wings Gu. These were Fang Yuan's new trump cards. Chapter 364. The group of 7 silently ran in the forest. We have been rushing day and night these days. We are already very close to Sancha Mountain. Tai Bashio thought as he ran, crossing mountain rocks and tree roots. He was tall and sturdy, with a square face and a resolute expression, giving people a feeling of reliability. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and was famous in southern border. When he was young, he was not welcomed in the clan and was ostracized, forced to wander outside. In the end, he encountered a righteous path Gu master inheritance and turned to strength path, making a name for himself. Now he was a famous figure in the righteous path, possessing rank 5 Gu Earth Overlord. People called him present-age Overlord, with battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. On Sancha Mountain there are currently 5 rank 4 peak stage. They are Longqing Tian, Yichong, Kongri Tian, Wushintong and Yihua. Among them, Yihua has outstanding battle strength and is the most important opponent. But other than them, there will be more and more powerful figures joining the fray. I wonder what Tai Ruonan plans to do. Thinking of this, Tai Bashio turned around and looked at Tai Ruonan who was running beside him. Although he had outstanding battle strength, the team sent by the clan this time was not led by him, but by a young junior, Tai Ruonan. After Tai Ruonan returned to the clan, she worked hard and displayed extremely strong aptitude and talent. Now she was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She was meticulous and perceptive, gradually gaining the title of Little Divine Investigator. She was the strongest rising star of Tai clan in recent years. She was gradually rising and was the center of attention. This time, when the 4 old-timers of Tai clan requested help, the clan made an exception and appointed Tai Ruonan as the leader of the team. Even a famous elder like Tai Bashio had to listen to her instructions. It could be seen how much Tai clan's higher-ups had high expectations of her. Tai Bashio only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He did not mind or feel any jealousy towards the clan's arrangements. Tai Bashio was extremely loyal to the clan. For the clan's future hope, he was willing to assist and become the stepping stone. In fact, when he was in trouble, he had received Divine Investigator Tai Shuelung's help. Tai Bashio had always been grateful. These days of traveling, Tai Bashio felt Tai Ruonan's excellence. As expected of the Divine Investigator's daughter, Brother Shuelung, you have a successor, you can rest in peace. Tai Bashio was filled with gratification. He was very satisfied with Tai Ruonan. Not only did he admire her talent in cultivation, but he also valued her leadership ability. Beside Tai Ruonan, there was a group of outstanding young Gu masters. Let's not talk about others, just look at this group of people. Tai Mu, a rank 3 peak stage Gu master. He had a delicate appearance and was brimming with talent. He was recruited by many parties, but chose to side with Tai Ruonan. Tai Aokai was at rank 3 upper stage. Don't be fooled by his dazed expression, as if he had not woken up yet. In fact, his scouting ability was top-notch and he was very strong. There was also Tai Daoku. He was adept at offense and had outstanding battle prowess. He had once served another young master before being recruited by Tai Ruonan. Tai Xianhua, one of the clan beauties of the clan. She was young and beautiful, and her defense was praised by the clan elders. These talents were gathered under Tai Ruonan's command, and they would become her foundation in the future. Tai Bashio could already see this foundation continuously growing, strengthening, and finally assisting Tai Ruonan to ascend to the position of patriarch. Each of the Tai family's 8 young masters had a chance to compete for the position of patriarch. As she ran at top speed, the light and shadow in her field of vision changed, sprinkling down waves of green, flowing on Tai Ruonan's face. Her long and slender legs displayed the youthful beauty of youth as she ran. After these years of training, Tai Ruonan had clearly matured. Her eyebrows were straight like swords, and her eyes were bright like the stars. As she looked around, she gave off a fierce aura. Her thick eyelashes cast a shadow, covering the resolute light in her eyes. Sancha Mountain. She muttered this name in her heart. She had heard of the news regarding the 3 kings' inheritance long ago, and knew that Sancha Mountain had already become the center of attention of the whole southern border. The whirlpool of conflict devoured all lives, and engulfed countless people of the demonic path and righteous path. Originally, Tai Ruonan did not want to participate, but an unexpected piece of information made her understand that there was a hidden story on Qingmao Mountain. Her father, Tai Shuelung, died on Qingmao Mountain, a fallen hero. This matter concerned her father. She had to go. Thus, she personally accepted the order and rushed to Sancha Mountain. By Ningbing, Fengyuan, I will investigate the truth of what happened on Qingmao Mountain. The group moved forward. A group of 7 people, displaying a standard battle formation. The investigative Gu Master Tai Ao Kai was at the front, Tai Ruanan and Tai Bashio were in the middle. The healing Gu Master was at the back, and Tai Xianhua, who was in charge of defense, was beside him. No matter how the terrain changed, the battle formation did not show any signs of chaos. No matter what happened, this group could react quickly and not be caught unprepared. Who is it? Suddenly, Tai Ao Kai, who was at the front, stopped and shouted loudly, giving a warning. There was a situation. The whole group stopped abruptly, and the group changed rapidly. The formation was slightly adjusted, reaching the optimal position. They were tightly united, but also slightly scattered, leaving a path of retreat. They could advance and attack, and retreat and defend. One person, with his arms crossed, stood on a huge rock, looking down at the group. He was tall, with a broad back and a thin waist. Although the muscles on his body were not ridiculously bulky, they still gave people a feeling of sturdiness and strength. He was dressed in a tight black robe. Although he was standing alone, he was like a towering mountain in front of him. Especially his pair of black eyes. They were as deep as an abyss, giving off a feeling of unfathomable depth. Fangzheng. Seeing this person, Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, blurting out. That's right, the person was Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan, we meet again. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a trace of callousness in his calmness. Little Beast King. Tai Bashio squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The other 5 were on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were familiar with the relevant information, and knew that this person in front of them was a rising star of the demonic path. His battle strength was strong, and his conduct was wild and unrestrained, an extremely dangerous person. Fangzheng, how have you been? A complicated expression surfaced on Tai Ruanan's face as she sighed and continued. Fangzheng, are you here to reconcile? Actually, there is nothing impossible. I know about the 3 Kings inheritance contest. It is either you die or I die. There is no way out. Bai Ningbing met my Tai clan's Gu masters and killed him. It was a helpless action. I have friendly relations with you too. How about this? You two come to Tai clan as guests, explain the matter clearly, and do something for Tai clan to atone for their sins. I can plead for mercy for you too, and let Tai clan not pursue this matter. As she spoke, Tai Ao Kai nervously activated his Gu worms, secretly investigating the surroundings. It was too strange for Fang Yuan to appear alone. There might be some other ambush. Hearing Tai Ruanan's words, Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. Sin? Just killing a person. What sin is there? The only difference is that this person's background is slightly strong. Tai Ruanan, to think you are still so childish. You want to trick me into going to Tai clan, trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Once I get to Tai clan, I will be like a dragon in shallow waters, a tiger in plain sight. You can do whatever you want to me. Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Fangzheng, you have changed too much these years. Don't you feel any guilt killing people? But I did not lie to you. I can guarantee with my character that you will be safe, and that the trial will be fair and just. Fang Yuan sneered. Is your Tai clan safe now? Now that divine thief Lu Xuanfeng is causing havoc in Tai clan, and even sneaked into Demon Suppression Tower. Your Tai clan can't even look after themselves, and you want to guarantee my safety? Laughable, laughable. What? Divine thief Lu Xuanfeng's matter has been kept secret by the clan. He is an outsider, and is far away at Sancha Mountain. How could he know so clearly? The 7 Tai clan members' expressions changed. Divine thief Lu Xuanfeng was a rank 5 Gu master expert. He had already caused great trouble for Tai clan's higher-ups by sneaking into Demon Suppression Tower. Tai clan had always viewed themselves as the holy land of the righteous path, and Demon Suppression Tower was the world's famous prison of the demonic path. Yet, Lu Xuanfeng was able to come and go as he pleased. Such a great humiliation was kept secret by Tai clan, and even super clans like Wu clan and Shang clan could not find out about it. This little beast king actually knew. You actually believe such nonsense? Tai Bashio could not help but deny the matter concerned Tai clan's reputation. Leader, there is no ambush around, he is alone. At this time, Tai Ao Kai reported in a low voice. Tai Ruanan immediately had a flash of inspiration, and looked at Fang Yuan. Fangzheng, I understand your meaning. You want to use this information to threaten us, and exchange for Bai Ningbing's life? Sure. But we still need to know how you found out about this secret, otherwise, we will absolutely not let her go. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Tai Ruanan, you are really naive. I was just saying those words casually, don't you understand my intention? Don't tell me you don't know there is a battle tactic called besieging a point and attacking reinforcements? What, you want to deal with us? Tai Ruanan's pupils slightly widened, revealing an incredulous expression. The others stared at Fang Yuan, as if they were looking at a madman. There are 7 of us, and you are alone. We have Rank 4 Upper Stage Senior Tai Bashio, Rank 4 Initial Stage Tai Ruanan, and 5 Rank 3 Gu Masters. All of them are experts. You want to deal with us alone? This little beast king, has he gone crazy from anxiety? Is there something wrong with his brain? At once, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. Fang Yuan saw the changes in everyone's expression, and knew what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue, and with a cold smile, his figure suddenly flew down from the sky, and like a goshawk, he pounced towards the group. He really attacked? Courting death. The 7 were shocked and furious. Not right, this aura. How did he reach rank for middle stage? The next moment, the hearts of the 7 thumped as they felt the aura on Fang Yuan's body. Facts speak louder than words. Rank 4 middle stage. Isn't it initial stage? Tai Ruanan stared with her eyes wide open, feeling astonished. Chapter 365. Fang Yuan had been using breath concealment goo to restrain his aura. Now that he made a move, his true aura burst out. Moreover, Tai Ruanan and the others had a preconceived notion that Fang Yuan was rank 4 initial stage. Thus, the 7 Tai clansmen were extremely shocked. Rank 4 middle stage, this little beast king has actually surpassed our young master Ruanan at such a young age. Rank 4 middle stage, no wonder he is so arrogant. So what if he is rank 4 middle stage? He actually dared to come to us, he is simply courting death. Many thoughts flashed in the minds of the Tai clansmen. Bam! With a muffled sound, Tai Bashio flew out of the group and collided with Fang Yuan's fists in the air. Tai Bashio landed on the ground calmly, while Fang Yuan flew back. Fangzheng, you want to find trouble with us alone? I know you want to save your companion by Ningbing, but you need to reconsider. You cannot act rashly when it comes to saving people. It is not too late for you to stop now. If you continue to fight, you will truly be opposing our Tai clan. If that happens, your companion's life will be in danger. Tai Bashio's words seemed to be advising with good intentions, but in fact he was trying to break down Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. In the end, the older the wiser. Fang Yuan chuckled, staring at Tai Bashio and the others with killing intent. Who does Tai clan think they are? So what if we are opposing them? If I really cannot save Bai Ningbing, then she can only blame her bad luck. Anyway, I have already tried my best. These words were so cold and emotionless. The 7 Tai clansmen could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's eyes turned, looking at Tai Aokai. The one over there, you don't need to investigate anymore, it's just me. Honestly, the route you chose is very good and secretive. It is suitable for me to kill all of you. Hearing such words, Tai Bashio's expression completely sank. Fangzheng, you are courting death. Die. Fang Yuan laughed loudly towards the sky, showing off his arrogance. Is this person crazy? Has Little Beast King already gone berserk and lost control of his temperament? Demonic cultivators are all such lunatics. Watching Fang Yuan's maniacal laughter, everyone from the Tai family felt troubled. The fierce are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless. Even the 7 of them from the Tai family. Since Fang Yuan was alone, the Tai family's people also felt apprehensive. This kind of madman who didn't care about his own life. What else couldn't he do? Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, and he took a step forward. With a loud boom, he charged forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Fight! Tai Ruanan's expression was solemn as she shouted. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Tai Bashio retreated and stood beside Tai Ruanan, while Tai Daoku and Tai Xianhua moved forward. Tai Aokai ran to the side. The entire formation suddenly loosened up, as if a sack had suddenly opened up, displaying the exquisite tactical cooperation of the Tai family members. Charging Crash Gu, Feng Yuan was like a raging bull, trampling everything in his way. The mountain rocks under his feet crumbled as he fearlessly charged into the Tai family's sack. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant, Tai Xianhua shouted angrily. She opened her right hand's 5 fingers. With a soft sound, a huge black gold lotus flower blossomed in her palm. Instantly, it bloomed in her palm. The lotus flower bloomed, and the huge petals curved downwards, forming an arc like the surface of an umbrella. The dark green flower stalk continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the length of an arm, becoming the handle of an umbrella. Tai Xianhua stretched out her left hand and plucked this lotus flower from her right hand. She then carried the dark green flower stalk and charged towards Feng Yuan. Umbrella Lotus Gu. Tai Xianhua's body was petite, while the umbrella lotus was huge. It completely covered her and became a shield, firmly protecting her. Feng Yuan sneered as a white elephant appeared above his head. Beast Phantom, the strength of an elephant. Boom. Without any surprise, Tai Xianhua, who was blocking in front of Feng Yuan, was directly sent flying. Tai Xianhua flew over 10 feet away, like a fallen leaf swept by the wind. Such strong strength. She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the collision. Her body spun in the air, quickly finding her balance and landing on the ground. But the expected attack did not follow. Feng Yuan ignored her existence and charged towards Tai Ruanan. Damn it, he is attacking young master. We need to stop him and protect young master. Feng Yuan's target was Tai Ruanan, arousing everyone's battle intent and killing intent. Tai Ruanan half knelt on the ground, pressing her hands on the ground. From the start of the battle, she had been creating puppets. Around her, the grass and trees grew wildly. The small grass by her feet grew as tall as a person. Dozens of huge grass intertwined together, and under the green light, weaved into a grass puppet. Grass Puppet Gu. Rank 1 Grass Puppet Gu. Feng Yuan had seen it before on Qingmao Mountain. It had once been used by the academy as a target to communicate with moonblades. Rank 1 Grass Puppet Gu posed no threat, but at rank 2, it could easily kill an ordinary hunter. Tai Ruanan was currently using a rank 3 Grass Puppet Gu. The grass puppet she created had a short and sturdy body, with tightly woven grass leaves, one hand holding a bamboo blade, the other holding a rattan shield. This was a rattan shell grass soldier. It had the battle strength to kill a rank 1 Gu master. A single rattan shell grass soldier posed no threat to Feng Yuan. But once there were a lot of them, they would be troublesome. Rattan shell grass soldiers were often used as cannon fodder to expend the enemy Gu master's primeval essence. More importantly, dozens of rattan shell grass soldiers could combine into rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers under the power of a rank 4 Gu. In this short period of time, Tai Ruanan already had 18 rattan shell grass soldiers. Tai Ruanan. Feng Yuan's heart was filled with killing intent. His sharp and cold gaze locked onto Tai Ruanan. This girl had outstanding talent, similar to Bai Ningbing, and had investigated the matter on Qingmao Mountain. She could not be left alive. Feng Yuan had wanted to kill her back in Shang Clan City, but the time was not ripe then. Tai Ruanan did not move. She chose to believe in her comrade, and continued to create rattan shell grass soldiers. Stop him. Tai Ao Kai waved his sleeves, and a large swarm of golden needle mosquitoes flew out. Don't even think of taking a step forward. Tai Dao Ku activated Hand Blade Gu and Swift Shadow Gu, slashing towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge but fought head-on. The golden needle mosquitoes drilled bloody holes on his body. Tai Dao Ku's arms left 2 long wounds on his chest and back. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Feng Yuan walked forward with his head held high, blood splattering everywhere. He is injured. The Tai clansman had a grave expression. If it were any other opponent, the Tai clansman would be happy and relaxed. But Feng Yuan had bitter strength Gu. The heavier his injuries, the stronger his battle strength. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise. As expected, 3 beast phantoms appeared on top of Feng Yuan's head. Huge strength opened the path, unstoppable. Tai Xianhua rushed over, but was sent flying by Feng Yuan. Tai Daoku retreated helplessly, while Tai Aokai could only roam around. Good, tyrant strength Gu. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close to Tai Ruanan, Tai Bashio shouted, stepping forward bravely. Bam! With a loud sound, the two fiercely collided, and both retreated 7 to 8 steps back. They were evenly matched. For beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan's head, but Tai Bashio was not someone with an undeserved reputation. His rank 4 tyrant strength Gu was also inherited from the ancient strength path. It allowed him to possess the strength of an overlord. Interesting again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he charged forward again. Tai Bashio met him head-on, firmly blocking him. Tai Daoku and the others. Seeing this, they let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed. Little Beast King is finally stopped. As expected of Senior Tai Bashio. Fang Zheng has fallen into our encirclement. He is dead for sure. The Tai clansman's morale surged, and Fang Yuan lost his momentum. In their eyes, he was like a raging bull that had fallen into a pit, his threat greatly reduced. They all joined in the encirclement. Golden needle mosquitoes, flower rain, hand blades, all kinds of attacks attacked Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan's flesh was torn open, his injuries were getting heavier, and he had no choice but to use Golden Shield Gu to defend himself. At the same time, he was using Self-Reliance Gu to heal himself. The more he fought, the stronger he got, but Tai Bashio was also the same. He had rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu, which allowed him to absorb strength from the earth, making the effect of Tyrant Strength Gu stronger and stronger. Tai Bashio continued to activate Earth Overlord Gu, obtaining formless strength from the earth, and using it on Tyrant Strength Gu. His strength also continued to increase. The battle entered a deadlock. Fang Yuan and Tai Bashio engaged in an intense battle, both punching and kicking, becoming the center of the battle. They were like giant beasts in human form. Every move they made carried the force of 1,000 caddies. Wherever the battle group went, mountain rocks would fly and dust would fly. Howl. Suddenly, a beast roared, and a beast phantom appeared above Fang Yuan's head. It had lightning coiling around it, and its sharp teeth were exposed, showing its ferocious aura. Thunderboar Phantom. Tai Xianhua, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was sent flying. Umbrella Lotus Gu was broken, its petals fluttering in the air. Xianhua, hold on. Tai Mu quickly rushed over and hugged Tai Xianhua, who was vomiting blood, quickly healing her. At the same time, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers surrounded them, blocking the gap and protecting these two. Till now, Tai Ruanan already had close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers supporting the battlefield. At the same time, new grass puppets were being created. Tai Ruanan walked the enslavement path, and an enslavement path Gu master like her could not be given enough time to prepare. Enslavement path Gu masters were most proficient in battles of attrition. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Fang Yuan. The best way to deal with it was to behead the leader. But this tactic would not work. Fang Yuan was currently entangled by Tai Bashio. Such an amazing junior. Tai Bashio could not help but exclaim in admiration towards Fang Yuan. Even though he had expected it, the strength that Fang Yuan displayed still made him shocked. He had thought that Fang Yuan's strength lay in his set of strength path Gu worms. Inheriting the afterglow of the ancient strength path, the Gu worms were rare and exquisite. But till now, the shrewdness, ruthlessness, calmness and steadiness that Fang Yuan displayed made Tai Bashio almost unable to believe it. Chapter 366. The battle raged on like wildfire. Little Beast King is actually so terrifying. We have so many people, yet we still can't take him down. Tai Mu healed while gazing at the battlefield, his expression fluctuating. His battle strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, to this extent. Tai Daoku looked at the battle in front of him, and felt that he could no longer interfere. No wonder he was arrogant enough to intercept us such battle strength. But no matter how fierce you are, what can you do? 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, we still have 7 people. This is the power of teamwork. Fang Yuan, you have undoubtedly lost this battle. Tai Ruanan occupied a high spot on the mountain rock, and looked down at the battle. In her vision, Tai Bashio and the other 5 surrounded Fang Yuan, fighting in a group. And around this group, there was a large area of green. A large number of rattan shell grass soldiers, forming a tight encirclement. At the same time, some rattan shell grass soldiers were combining with each other, forming rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The outcome has been decided, Little Beast King. Look at your surroundings. You are already heavily surrounded. Do you still want to persist in going about things the wrong way? Surrender, maybe you can still live. Tai Xianhua stood up and attacked Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. Her injuries had already been healed by Tai Mu and she had the strength to fight again. Fang Zheng, you can't escape even if you have wings. This is the price you have to pay for overestimating your capabilities. Tai Mu stood beside Tai Xianhua and echoed. Oh, can't escape even if I have wings? Fang Yuan exerted strength and temporarily pushed back Tai Bashio. A mocking expression emerged on his face. Can't escape even if I have wings? I'd like to give it a try. Whoosh. A sharp pain came. A pair of pitch-black bone wings emitting a metallic luster unfolded on Fang Yuan's back. There's actually one? What? Under the astonished gazes of the Tai clansmen, Fang Yuan exerted strength to flap his wings and easily left the ground. He continuously rose and flew into the air. Tai Mu did not expect that his prophecy would come true, and was stunned. According to the information, Little Beast King doesn't have a flying type goo. This is clearly a rank 4 flying type goo. How did he get it? Tai Xianhua stared with wide eyes, feeling extremely puzzled. Flying goo, as one of the movement type goo worms, had high value and was also very rare. Very few goo masters had them. Fangjin can fly. No wonder he arrogantly intercepted us. Tai Daoku immediately understood. Tai Ruanan's expression was also ugly. Her vine shell grass soldiers had no anti-air ability. With Fang Yuan's flight, the encirclement that she had painstakingly created immediately revealed a huge loophole. What are you panicking for? Just at this moment, Tai Bashio's loud shout resounded. This rank 4 peak stage strength path goo cultivator was the cornerstone of Tai clan. His eyes shone brightly. His rich life experience allowed him to see through Fang Yuan's weakness. How is it easy to control a flying type goo? Humans were born with 2 feet on the ground. If they wanted to fly into the sky and soar freely, how much hard practice did they have to go through? If they wanted to use flying to fight, how much sweat and bitter practice did they have to put in? Even Verdant Great Sunday, the Grand Renzu's son, also died while flying. How long has it been since Little Beast King obtained the flying type goo? Tai Bashio's words startled the Tai clansmen awake. Their gazes became excited. That's right, according to the information, Fangjing doesn't have a flying type goo. The time he has obtained this pair of bone wings is pitifully short. Flying requires a lot of practice. It can't be used immediately after obtaining it. Little Beast King is really too naive. At the crucial moment, Senior Tai Bashio is really reliable. The Tai clansmen regained their fighting spirit. My long-range battle methods are insufficient. You guys attack. Knock him down. Fangzheng, your actions are utterly stupid. If you fought honestly, you could have lasted for a while, but now you are digging your own grave. Tai Bashio shouted again. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a trace of pity. Little Beast King, you won't be happy for long. Golden Needle Mosquito, ugh. Tai Aokai was just about to use his best method, but his expression suddenly froze. In the battle just now, his Golden Needle Mosquito goo had already been completely used up. That was because he found that Fang Yuan never defended against the Golden Needle Mosquito's attacks. It was very useful. The intense battle also made him forget the intensity of the Golden Needle Mosquito's consumption. Not good. My Star Arrow goo has already been destroyed by Little Beast King. Damn it, there are only 2 Flower Rain goo left. Similar situations were playing out more or less on the others. Tai Bashio's heart sank. It turned out Little Beast King had already targeted him earlier. His schemes were truly hidden deeply. No matter, I have Blade Chi goo, I can fight from long range. Tai Daoku stood up. I have Snowball goo. I can also make Little Beast King suffer. Another Tai clan goo master also stood up. Tai clan had 7 goo masters. They had the advantage in numbers and abundant methods. Even if Fang Yuan had targeted them, he could not kill them all at once. Little Beast King, come down. Tai Daoku sent out a blade chi. The blade chi whistled over, but Fang Yuan easily flapped his wings and dodged it. 3 snowballs were shot in succession, sealing Fang Yuan's escape route. Fang Yuan retracted his left wing, and with a nimble maneuver, he safely passed through the gap between the snowballs. Seeing this, Tai Bashio's heart thumped. A bad feeling flashed in his heart. He actually dodged it so easily. Is this luck? Soon, Fang Yuan skillfully and confidently dodged countless attacks, causing the Tai clansman to feel astonished and helpless. He can actually control the flying goose so well. Damn it, I can't even hit him. My primeval essence is somewhat insufficient. The blade chi goose consumption is too high. It seems I can only let Fangjing escape this time. The Tai clansman's firepower gradually became sparse. Little Beast King, I can't help but admire you. You are indeed a genius. Letting you escape so easily today is also your talent. But remember, be careful the next time we meet. Tai Ruanan warned in a heavy tone. When Fang Yuan heard this, it was like he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? The bad feeling in Tai Bashio's heart intensified. Ha ha ha. Of course I am laughing at your naivety. Why should I run? The true battle has only just begun. Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when a voice rang out. All-out effort Gu and strength Chi Gu were activated at the same time. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 5 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and pounced down. Bam bam bam. For a moment, the battlefield was in an uproar, rocks cracked and dust rose. The rattan shellgrass soldiers were sent flying by the beast phantoms, scattering. The Tai clansmen rapidly retreated. Attack! We cannot take a beating passively. Make sure he can't even take care of himself. Tai Bashio roared, raising his bull-sized fist and punched towards Fang Yuan. The formless, piercingly cold fist energy exploded forth, creating a sonic boom. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings. His body flew up and easily dodged. Tai Bashio sighed helplessly. Although his fist force was a long-range attack, the distance was still too short. He was a strength path Gu master, and this path had always been lacking in long-range battles. Fang Yuan was an anomaly, because his strength Chi Gu originated from the ancient Chi path. After receiving Tai Bashio's reminder, the other Tai clan Gu masters resisted the beast phantoms and counterattacked. But right now, Fang Yuan was displaying an unparalleled flying ability. He was like a butterfly, fluttering in between attacks, nimbly dodging. Sometimes he was like a goshawk, soaring into the sky, making people feel helpless. Sometimes he was like a swallow, his black bone wings drawing arcs. Sometimes he was like a dragonfly, hovering and flying, waiting for an opportunity. Most of the attacks, he dodged them all. Scattered attacks landed on his body, but were all blocked by the golden shield Gu. How can this be? His flying ability, how can it be so strong? This is simply not inferior to Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang. Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang were all flying experts, and were famous in southern border. The Tai clansmen were dumbstruck, extremely shocked. Fang Yuan continued to activate Gu worms, bombarding to his heart's content. The previous battle was only a preparation for this. Tai Ruanan's expression was ashen. She had painstakingly created so many rattan shell grass soldiers, but she could only passively take a beating. And she had wasted a large amount of her primeval essence for nothing. Die. Fang Yuan circled for a long time, before suddenly grabbing an opportunity and pouncing down from the sky. Tai Mu, be careful. Dodge. Everyone's screams reached Tai Mu's ears, and he hurriedly looked up. The dazzling sunlight in the sky first blinded his eyes. Next he saw a black shadow, like a goshawk, pouncing down from the sky. An intense whistling sound filled his ears. An enormous sense of danger instantly filled his heart. Not good escape. This thought had just appeared in his mind when Fang Yuan's hands grabbed his shoulders. Beast Phantom Recall. Fang Yuan's enormous strength surged as he spread his arms and ruthlessly tore them apart. Bright red blood gushed out like a waterfall. Tai Mu's 2 arms were torn off at the base by Fang Yuan. The intense pain almost drowned Tai Mu's mind. He let out an angry roar, his handsome face contorting to a terrifying degree. Bam! Fong Yuan retaliated and clapped his hands. Tai Mu's head was like a watermelon that was forcefully smashed. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed all over Fong Yuan's body. His face and hair were either white brain matter or red blood. There was even an eyeball stuck to Fong Yuan's clothes. The intense smell of blood assaulted his nose. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited on the spot. But to Fong Yuan, it was like he was smelling the most fragrant smell in the world. He enjoyed it as if it was malt syrup, and even felt an intense excitement from the deepest part of his body. Death, how sweet and fragrant. Kill, kill. Let the intense flower of life bloom brightly in the blood. He raised his head and roared, actually composing an impromptu poem. Tai Mu. Seeing Tai Mu's sacrifice, the Tai clansmen were furious. Their anger could burn the sky and boil the sea. Chapter 367. You killed Tai Mu, I want you dead. Tai Xianhua raised the umbrella lotus gu and shouted, pouncing over crazily. Fong Yuan smiled lightly, and when the iron thread flower got close, he used his ankle to turn his body nimbly and spread his wings, moving like he was dancing as he brushed past the iron thread flower. Tai Xianhua rushed for 5 to 6 steps before stopping. Her beautiful face was in a daze. The umbrella lotus gu fell to the ground, and a trace of blood appeared on her snow-white neck. Then, blood spurted out like a fountain, sending her head flying and separating from her body. Xianhua. The Tai clansmen screamed, but they could not save Tai Xianhua's life. Tai Bashio rushed over. Fong Yuan laughed heartily, flapping his wings and flying into the sky. Tai Bashio was obstructed by the rat and shellgrass soldiers, and even though he tried his best to open a path, how could he match Fong Yuan's speed? Fong Yuan flew into the sky and bombarded indiscriminately for a while before charging towards Tai Ruanan. Oh no, his target is young master. Tai Daoku and the rest quickly went to help. Fong Yuan suddenly changed his direction and landed in front of Tai Daoku. Die. Fong Yuan's expression was cold. He did not dodge Tai Daoku's punches and kicks. He was extremely fierce. Tai Daoku had a brave and resolute nature. He brazenly attacked Fong Yuan. Swift Shadow Gu. Handblade Gu. Iron Hand Gu. Consecutive Slash Gu. Swift Battle Wind Gu. Blade Chi Gu. He was an offensive Gu master, and right now he attacked with all his strength. His arms were like the wind, creating rolling blade lights and blood shadows. Fong Yuan's golden shield, Gu, only lasted for a while before it was broken. Even though Fong Yuan had the defense of bronze skin, his skin and flesh were lacerated, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. That's it, persevere. The others quickly changed their direction and went over to help. Oh no, my primeval essence is exhausted. Suddenly, Tai Daoku's attack stopped. He was a rank 3 Gu master, and had been fighting intensely all along. Now that he was attacking wildly, the little bit of true essence he had left was quickly exhausted. Without primeval essence, Tai Daoku was like a tiger turning into a sickly cat. Fong Yuan snickered, grabbed his neck and squeezed. Crack! Tai Daoku's neck was easily crushed by Fong Yuan. A bladesman of his generation, Tai Ruanan's capable general, brave and decisive, died here. No! Seeing this, Tai Ruanan's eyes turned blood red. Sorrow and anger ignited the flames of hatred, wanting to burn her to ashes. Under her command, the rattan shellgrass soldiers converged into a torrent of green that swept towards Fong Yuan. Thousands of grass soldier puppets had the advantage of numbers, and were enough to pose a threat to Fong Yuan. The corners of Tai Ruanan's eyes, nose and mouth were all bleeding. This high-intensity control was extremely taxing on her mental energy, and it was even reflected on her body. Ruanan, don't be rash, don't be blinded by anger. Tai Bashio saw this and quickly reminded her. But Tai Ruanan had already lost her rationality. She watched helplessly as her family and friends died tragically. It was a huge blow to her, and it even brought back the grief she had for her father's death. You are still too inexperienced. Fong Yuan sneered, flapping his wings and flying up. The aggressive rattan shellgrass soldiers pounced on empty air, colliding with each other and squeezing into a ball. This not only caused the formation to be in chaos, Tai Bashio and the others had no room to move. This is the weakness of teamwork. Once the teamwork is not good, our own people will become the biggest stumbling block. The detailed division of labor also makes our members overly reliant on others. It is better to rely on ourselves than others. This is the truth of this world. Fang Yuan flew up, his cold and emotionless gaze swept through the battlefield, before focusing on Tai Aokai. As an investigative Gu master, Tai Aokai had been roaming around the periphery from the start of the battle. He was very fast and could easily escape to report for reinforcements. He was a huge influence on Fang Yuan's plan of total annihilation. Thus Tai Aokai had to die. Seeing Fang Yuan flapping his wings and flying towards him, Tai Aokai could not conceal the shock on his face. Fang Yuan's body was bathed in blood, his black hair, black eyes and black wings. He was simply like a demon god descending into the world, ruthless and cunning at the same time. Tai Mu, Tai Xianhua and Tai Daoku had all died in his hands. Even Tai Baxio could not do anything to him. How could he be a match for such a strong enemy? The densely packed rattan shell grass soldiers had once given Tai Aokai a sense of security, but now it had become a huge cold mockery. Escape. Escape to Sancha Mountain, and report to the 4 old-timers of Tai clan. Tai Aokai was afraid. After giving himself a reason to retreat, he immediately retreated from the battlefield and ran. Don't run, quickly come back. Tai Baxio saw Tai Aokai enter the forest and shouted anxiously. If Tai Aokai stayed and banded together, he might have a chance to survive. However, he was running alone, his Zhen Yuan was insufficient, his cultivation was low, and his legs were restricted by the terrain. How could he not be caught by Fang Yuan? Sure enough, not long after, Fang Yuan flew back with Tai Aokai's head in his hand. Ah, Guyue Fangzheng. You're dead, you're definitely dead. You've killed my Tai clan's disciples. You've committed a heinous crime. There is no possibility of you being pardoned. If you have the guts, don't run. Hiding from me. What kind of man are you? You gutless coward. Come and fight with me. I will tear you into pieces, grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Tai Baxio was extremely angry and let out a thunderous roar. Fang Yuan sneered, not accepting his words. Heinous crime? I've killed many people before. Why haven't I heard you say anything heinous? Touching a Tai clan member is a heinous crime? I really like this kind of sin. Then I will kill some more and add more sin. Saying so, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and continued to fly, killing the remaining Tai clan Gu masters one by one. Tai Baxio's eyes were bloodshot. He was about to vomit blood from anger. But he was obstructed by the rattan shell grass soldier. His speed could not match Fang Yuan's. He could only watch as these outstanding Tai clan youngsters were slaughtered by Fang Yuan, losing their lives. Soon on this battlefield, only Tai Ruanan and Tai Baxio were left. Die! I want you to die! Tai Ruanan's eyes were bloodshot. She gritted her teeth so hard they were about to shatter, muttering these words. She used all her strength to control the rattan shell grass soldier. Blood flowing out of her 7 orifices converged on her face, giving off a terrifying feeling. Ruanan, calm down, calm down. Tai Baxio rushed to her side and shook her shoulder. But Tai Ruanan did not notice it. Her hateful gaze was fixated on Fang Yuan, who was in the air. Below Fang Yuan, the rattan shell grass soldiers had gathered into a group, squeezing tightly together. Unfortunately, they could not hit Fang Yuan. They were like headless flies. Tai Baxio helplessly sighed. He was experienced, and knew that this battle had given Tai Ruanan an unparalleled impact. It had already caused her mental state to collapse, and she was filled with hatred and anger. She was close to going berserk, and in a short period of time, she would not be able to help. Fang Yuan flapped his wings from time to time, causing his body to float in the air. There were only 2 Tai clan members left, but Fang Yuan had stopped for the moment. Because of these 2, Tai Ruanan was crazy like a demon, while Tai Baxio had high battle strength. They were hard to deal with. If one was careless, they would suffer a backlash. Looking at Tai Ruanan, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with contemplation. Tai Ruanan has already lost her rationality in this state. I might as well leave these rattan shell grass soldiers to expend her mental energy. When her mental state collapses, I will take her life. No, there is a better method. She is Tai clan's young master. Tai Baxio will definitely protect her. I can use Tai Ruanan to beat Tai Baxio. If I can kill Tai Baxio, that would be the best. Tai Basho had been famous for a long time. His cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, but because he had Earth Overlord Gu, his battle strength surpassed ordinary rank 4 peak stage. It could be said that he was the strongest opponent Fang Yuan had met since he left Qingmao Mountain. In a direct confrontation, even if Fang Yuan used all his strength, he could not win. His only weakness was his lack of long-range combat ability, but this was not his fatal flaw. However, battles were always unpredictable. Tai Basho himself had no flaws, but right now, there was someone beside him that he had to protect. Unknowingly, Tai Ruonen had already become Fang Yuan's hostage. If I can kill Tai Basho, even Yihuo will be wary of me. But I need to pay attention to the surroundings. I cannot drag this on for too long. Although these 7 from Tai clan chose a secretive route, there is no guarantee that the 4 old-timers of Tai clan will come to help. Fang Yuan warned himself in his heart. He was cautious, calm and rational, not panicking in difficult situations, and not arrogant even when he had the upper hand. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan had a killer move called Limitless Search and Lock. As long as the lock Gu was planted on a Gu master, no matter where the Gu master went, they could be captured. It was a top-tier capturing method. In his previous life, even Kong Ri Tian fell for this killer move, and a demonic expert of his generation was defeated. Although Fang Yuan had the Bone Wings Gu and could roam the world freely, attacking and retreating were all in his mind. But as long as the lock Gu was planted, even if he flew to the 9 heavens, he would still be captured. There is always someone better. There is always someone better. All living things are balanced. Although Bone Wings Gu was good, it could be countered by other methods. The reason why this battle was so effective was because Fang Yuan had relied on his previous life's memories and had a good understanding of these 7 Tai clan members. Secondly, it was because Fang Yuan had continuously expended and destroyed the long-range combat methods of the 7 Tai clan members in the previous battle. All these thoughts happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. After Fang Yuan made up his mind, he took out Yuan Stone and started to recover his primeval essence. The primeval sea level in his aperture started to rise rapidly. At the same time, he inspected his body and used self-reliance Gu to heal some dangerous injuries. Damn it. Seeing this, Tai Basho's heart felt like it was being pressed by a mountain rock, extremely heavy. If Little Beast King had continued to attack, he would have been happy instead. But now, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. He was not immersed in the pleasure of having the upper hand. Instead, he stopped attacking and started to recover his primeval essence and heal his injuries. Chapter 368. Fang Yuan's calmness caused Tai Basho to feel a chill in his heart. If it was at the start of the battle, Tai Basho would never have expected that he would be in such a situation and be at a disadvantage. But now, this famous pillar of Tai clan had no choice but to admit that he was in a perilous situation. The main culprit of this situation was this young man in front of him. He fought 1 against 7 and forced his side into such a situation. How did he do it? From the moment Little Beast King appeared, his every action, every word and action was a trap with unfathomable meaning, luring the 7 of us into his trap. He has a flying Gu and has such a skillful flying technique. This is even more unexpected. Relying on his flying ability, he held the initiative, advancing and retreating at will, slaughtering them one by one, finally leading to this situation. Tai Basho recalled, and his heart turned even colder. How did Fang Yuan master such a mystical flying technique? It was no longer the scariest thing. This kid's truly terrifying aspect is his intelligence. How can such a youngster have such meticulous scheming ability? He is simply a monster. If used on the right path, he would be the brightest star of the righteous path. However, it was a pity that he used his wisdom on crooked ways. This is a calamity for all living beings in the world. Tai Basho suddenly had a premonition that one day, this youngster in front of him would become a great calamity for the whole of southern border. At that time, the land would be dyed red for thousands of li. Blood would flow like rivers. Who knows how many living beings would suffer under his evil hands? No, my current situation is very dangerous. Tai Ruonen can no longer fight. My long-range battle strength is insufficient. But Little Beast King can fly, whether he wants to fight or retreat. It all depends on his will. Retreat. I must retreat and rush to Sancha Mountain to meet up with the 4 elders. Although Tai Basho had been famous for a long time, his temperament was steady and not tempted by fame and fortune. Although his battle strength had not been completely displayed, under the support of Earth Overlord Gu, Tyrant Strength Gu would become stronger and stronger, eventually surpassing Feng Yuan's current limits. But Tai Basho was not infatuated with his strength. Someone as experienced as him could see through his true situation. If he continued to fight, it would bode ill rather than well. The wisest method was to retreat. Even if he was forced to flee by a junior, it did not matter. Even if his reputation was ruined, it was still better than dying. Furthermore, Big Brother Shuelong, your descendant cannot lose her life in front of me. Thinking of this, Tai Basho decisively pulled Tai Ruanan and started to retreat. He wants to run. Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly burst with a fierce light. He found it rather troublesome. Tai Basho's decision to run away was too wise. This place was already close to Sancha Mountain. Once the Tai clan's 4 elders came to help, it would be Feng Yuan's turn to retreat. Kill. Feng Yuan naturally did not want to see such a situation happen. He pointed his finger, activating all-out effort Gu and strength Qi Gu. Beast phantoms materialized from phantom and descended, blocking Tai Basho. However, Tai Basho's strength was formidable. His fists and legs intersected, and wind and thunder whistled, scattering these beast phantoms. Feng Yuan suddenly changed his target, and all his beast phantoms flew towards Tai Ruanan. Despicable! Tai Basho cursed, standing up to protect Tai Ruanan. Feng Yuan laughed loudly at this. If Tai Basho abandoned Tai Ruanan and escaped alone, Feng Yuan would not be able to stop him. However, Tai Basho protecting Tai Ruanan was courting death, because he was not a defensive Gu master, but an expert in offense. To protect Tai Ruanan, he naturally had to sacrifice himself. With his hands and feet tied, it was like using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Both sides were in a deadlock, one escaping and one chasing. No matter how Tai Basho cursed and provoked, Feng Yuan only flew in the air and used beast phantoms to attack. Tai Basho could not hit Feng Yuan, and could only passively take a beating. He also had to protect Tai Ruanan, and soon received light injuries. He is clearly only rank 4 middle stage. Why does he have so much primeval essence? Tai Basho gradually felt despair. He did not know that Feng Yuan not only had liquor worm, he also had heavenly essence treasure lotus. In terms of primeval essence, he did not lose to rank 4 upper stage. Feng Yuan bombarded indiscriminately without stopping. Every time he destroyed a beast phantom, another would immediately pounce on him. The beast phantoms attacked one after another, advancing wave after wave. Especially the thunder boar and rock crocodile beast phantoms from time to time. They were a threat to Tai Ruanan. Tai Basho was exhausted from running for his life, and was gradually losing his strength, feeling powerless. Why aren't the 4 elders here yet? Tai Basho ran all the way, and was already close to Sancha Mountain, but he still did not see the 4 elders. The route they chose was too secretive. To prevent information from leaking, they even set off 2 days in advance. These arrangements at this point had instead become Tai Basho's escape obstacle. Tai Basho fell into an extremely passive state. The injuries on his body continued to accumulate, turning from light injuries to heavy injuries. The beast phantoms became more and more threatening, and he gradually felt it difficult to move forward. Tai Ruanan became his biggest burden, struggling again and again. Tai Basho could only knock her unconscious and carry her with his arm. We are already close to the foot of the mountain. Persevere for a while more. Tai Basho's body swayed, his vision already turning blurry. Are we really going to let him escape? Damn it! Feng Yuan flew in the air. His expression was gloomy, and his attacks became increasingly swift and fierce, like a surging tide. As they neared Sancha Mountain, Gu masters began to appear in the surroundings. There is a battle here, it is Little Beast King. Oh heavens, am I seeing things? That one being chased seems to be the present age overlord. Tai clan's cornerstone, Tai Basho. Little Beast King is too heaven-defying. He is actually chasing rank 4 upper stage Tai Basho. Along the way, the Gu masters who witnessed this battle were all dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Some righteous Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Tai Ba Xiu being chased like a drowning dog. Big Brother Li Xian, why hasn't Little Beast King appeared yet? We've been waiting here for a long time. Is your information reliable? In a hidden corner, Hu Mei looked at the purple light barrier in front of her and yawned in boredom. Within the light barrier formed by Iron Cabinet Gu, Bai Ningbing was still trapped by the 4 Tai clan elders. The information is naturally accurate, let's wait a while more. Li Xian said while mumbling inwardly. It shouldn't be, I have already told him about Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he still restrain himself? Is he really not going to save her? If the Little Beast King were to really leave someone to die, even Li Xian would tremble in fear if he thought of this kind of cold-bloodedness. But if he saved her, it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. There would be many benefits in a chaotic battle. While the two were discussing in a low voice, they suddenly heard a clamor. What's going on? Hu Mei turned her head to look. Her puzzled expression quickly turned sluggish, and after the sluggishness, it turned into shock. The person she had been waiting for had appeared, and was even flying in the air ostentatiously. But wait, the person Little Beast King is chasing seems a little familiar, right? It is Tai Ba Xiu. Tai clan's present-age overlord is being chased. So Little Beast King went to intercept this batch of reinforcements. Li Xian stared dumbfoundedly at this chase and could not help but curse. At the same time as he came to a realization, he also felt extreme bewilderment and shock. Little Beast King actually took the initiative to intercept this batch of Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he have such guts? Is he crazy? No, he is not crazy. He won and is chasing Tai Ba Xiu to kill him. Tai Ba Xiu was rank 4 upper stage. His battle strength was extraordinary. Ordinary rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were not his match. Even on Sancha Mountain, among the 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, only Yihua could be mentioned in the same breath as this present-age overlord. But now, Tai Ba Xiu was actually being chased by Little Beast King, fleeing in a sorry state like a dog. Oh my god, is this his illusion? Someone hugged his head, looking at the scene in disbelief. This world is too crazy, the changes are too fast. Someone mumbled with a lifeless gaze. Fortunately, I did not go head-to-head with Little Beast King. Li Xian rejoiced, but also felt a lingering fear. No, I need to be careful when dealing with Fangzheng. This guy cannot be judged with common sense. How many days has it been? He has already advanced to rank 4 middle stage, and can even fly. Hu Mei covered her chest, feeling extremely shocked at Fang Yuan's abnormal growth speed. Demonic path scoundrel. Quickly save him, that is Tai Ba Xiu. Tai clan's 4 old-timers also sensed the situation, and quickly cancelled the Iron Cabinet Gu, rushing to the rescue. As for besieging Bai Ningbing, they could no longer care about it. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. In the end, I was still lacking by a bit. Tai Ba Xiu felt extremely bitter. His eyes were blurry and the wounds on his body were already numb from the pain. He was already on the verge of death from being beaten by Fang Yuan. He had been protecting Tai Ruanan, not letting her suffer any harm. It is a pity that this Little Beast King did not come down to fight me in close combat. Otherwise he would have died. Tai Ba Xiu felt extremely regretful. He had hidden a trump card. But Fang Yuan had been very cautious. He never flew down and only bombarded indiscriminately from the sky. Ba Xiu, persevere. We are here to support you. Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in unison, rushing over. Ha ha ha, just one step away, Tai Ba Xiu. You have failed at the last step. Fang Yuan laughed towards the sky. A rock crocodile phantom pressed down, and with a loud sound, Tai Ba Xiu fell to the ground. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were still rushing over. They were already very close, but with just this distance, the result was like the difference between clouds and mud. Everything is over. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he pointed with his finger, launching a fatal attack. No, not yet. Iron Cabinet Gu. Tai Ba Xiu used the last of his strength, and placed his palm on Tai Ruanan's back. A square-shaped metal cabinet quickly formed and sealed Tai Ruanan tightly. The beast phantom pounced down and tore Tai Ba Xiu into pieces, but the iron cabinet was as firm as before, and Tai Ruanan was safe and sound inside. At the crucial moment, Tai Bashio gave his last chance to live to Tai Ruanan. Bashio! Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in grief. They rushed to the scene but were still too late. Little Beast King, our Tai clan will not rest until you are dead. The 4 old-timers stared at Fang Yuan in the sky, wishing they could bite him to death. Chapter 369. Heavens, Little Beast King fought 1 against 7 and actually won. Even the present-age overlord died in his hands. Number 1 demonic rookie, he is the current generation's number 1 rookie. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and whispering to each other. Tai clan's 4 old-timers paused for a moment before attacking. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings and easily dodged. His agility was breathtaking. Tai clan's 4 old-timers, I have not settled the score with you for trapping me. Please search for floating astronomy. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over. Her expression was cold as she glanced at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. After being besieged for so many days, Fang Yuan had grown so much. Not only had his cultivation advanced to middle stage, he had also grasped such a proficient flying technique. Looking at this, Southern Border would have another flying expert. How did he do it? Bai Ningbing had also thought of practicing flying. But flying was too troublesome, the amount of practice required was huge. And at the same time, it took a long time and required painstaking effort. She put in a lot of effort, but the short-term effect was very little. Thus, Bai Ningbing did not take it. She did not think that Fang Yuan had quietly practiced such a flying technique. This was simply beyond common sense. Did he have some fortuitous encounter in the 3 Kings' inheritance? Bai Ningbing naturally thought of this. In fact, even without Fang Yuan's explanation, many people had linked his performance to the 3 Kings' inheritance. Tai clan's 4 old-timers removed the iron cabinet goo, allowing Bai Ningbing to easily regain her freedom. Now that Fang and Bai had gathered, the situation was extremely dangerous. The 4 old-timers were like facing a great enemy. They tightly protected the iron cabinet goo that was wrapped around Tai Ruanan in the center, guarding against Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan looked at the iron cabinet goo. He was somewhat unresigned. Tai Bashio retreated to the end, but all his efforts were in vain. He chased all the way, but all his efforts were in vain. He did not take Tai Ruanan's life. No doubt, this was a threat. But if it wasn't for Tai Ruanan, I wouldn't have killed Tai Bashio so easily. Now that things have come to this, I can only give up. Fang Yuan's killing intent was boiling on the surface. In reality, his fighting spirit was gradually dissipating. Along the way, he had insufficient primeval essence in his aperture, while the 4 old-timers of Tai clan were in perfect condition. Meanwhile, there were many Gu masters secretly watching the battle. Many jackals and wolves were secretly watching, waiting to take advantage of the situation. Not to mention others, just Li Xian alone. That was his plan. It's time to stop. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He shouted loudly, Tai clan's 4 elders, my companion killed one of your people, and you trapped her for so long. I killed 6 people from your Tai family, how long are you going to trap me? This was a pure provocation, causing the eyes of the Iron Clan's 4 elders to tremble. Little Beast King, don't be arrogant. You slaughtered my Tai clan's disciples and killed Elder Tyrant Xiao. Hunting down the Tai family's young master is an irreconcilable enemy of my Tai family. I swear on this. Even if I have to exhaust my entire lifespan and pay any price, I will capture you and imprison you in Demon Suppression Tower, suffering endless torture and punishment. The leader of the 4 Tai clan old-timers furiously shouted. Although he said so, he did not dare to act rashly. Little Beast King's battle strength made him extremely shocked. If Bai Ningbing was added, ha, very good. Since it is so, I will also view Tai clan as my mortal enemy. From now on, as long as it is a Tai clan disciple, I will kill 1 if I see 1, kill 2 if I see 2. Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly, flapping his wings and flying away. Under the disappointed gazes of many Gu masters with ulterior motives, he took the initiative to leave. Bai Ningbing also left. The result of this battle spread like lightning throughout the whole Sancha Mountain. Now what was Sancha Mountain doing? The appearance of 3 Kings' inheritance, the whole southern border, countless clans, righteous path and demonic path members all focused their attention on it. Soon, the battle report of Fang Yuan fighting 1 against 7 and killing Tai Baxiu spread throughout the whole southern border. Unavoidably, Fang Yuan's reputation rose. This child actually killed Tai Baxiu? Is this information reliable? In Yan Clan village, young master Yan Jun almost did not dare to believe his ears when he heard this news from his subordinate. What kind of person was Tai Baxiu? He had been famous for a long time, and was known as the present-age overlord. He had Earth Overlord Gu and had battle strength surpassing ordinary rank for peak stage. He was the cornerstone of the super clan Tai clan, an expert who could hold his own. But he was actually chased to death by a junior, little beast king Fangzheng, who only had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. This little beast king can actually jump ranks to challenge, and even kill Tai Baxiu. What kind of person is he? I have actually never heard of him. Yan Jun asked with a frown. The subordinate promptly reported. Young master, you inherited the immemorial phantom path inheritance, and went into closed cultivation for 5 years. It is normal that you do not know about Fangzheng. This person is only 25 years old. He is a rising star of the demonic path that has emerged in recent years. Little Beast King Fangzheng? These youngsters nowadays are really amazing. In the Yangtze River, the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. In the mountain forest, Feng Tianyu walked slowly as he recalled the news he had just heard, sighing with a trace of fervor. I heard Little Beast King could grasp flying techniques and grow so fast because he obtained benefits from the Three Kings' inheritance. Three Kings' inheritance? Feng Tianyu thought of this and wished he could immediately rush to Sancha Mountain. He was a famous refinement path Gu master in southern border. King Xian inheritance was suitable for him. Fangzheng actually fought 1 against 7 and killed 6 Tai clansmen, including Tai Baxiu. One of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, Elder Yi Hua, came out of the inheritance and felt incredulous when he heard the news. Tai Baxiu's battle strength was on par with his. If Fang Yuan could kill Tai Baxiu, wouldn't he also be able to kill Ziji? How could this be possible? But the cold and cruel truth spoke louder than any argument. When Yi Hua understood more details, he gradually came to a realization. So he has grasped the flying art and can use it in battle. No wonder he could fight 7 against 1 and kill Tai Baxiu. Grasping flying techniques and being able to be used in battle. To Gu masters, it was a qualitative leap in their battle strength. Humans were creatures that walked on land. They were born with no wings. Even the ancestor of human did not have the ability to fly. If one were to fly, this itself was a heaven-defying miracle. Once one could fly, the encirclement on the ground would be of no threat. The vast sky would become a stage for Gu masters, allowing the flying Gu masters to roam freely. They could attack and retreat. They could firmly grasp the initiative on the battlefield. Southern Border's famous flying Gu masters, Feiyu Wang Lan Meihi Hong Feiyu, they all made people wary. They were existences that felt extremely troublesome, and did not want to be enemies with. Yi Hua had a deep understanding of flying Gu masters, because there was a perfect example by his side. That was Wei Yang. Wei Yang was known as the White Light Swordsman. He moved like light, as fast as lightning. He was also a flying Gu master. He did not have enough aptitude and only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but he was one of the 5 important ministers of Shang clan, and was known as one of the 5 generals, on the same level as a rank 4 peak stage Gu master like Yi Hua. Once, Yi Hua felt that he was one of the 5 generals together with Wei Yang. It was an insult, thus he challenged him. The result? He was dejected. Wei Yang could come and go as he pleased. He could do nothing to him on the battlefield. In terms of flying speed, Wei Yang could be said to be number 1 in southern border. Even Little Beast King cannot compare. Recently, Wei Yang received clan leaders' help and advanced to rank 4. Yi Hua thought of this, and the pressure in his heart increased. Shang clan's 5 generals were not united. They had their own factions, and had always been competing with each other. Yi Hua had come to Sancha Mountain this time to make some contributions, and become a member of Shang clan, and obtain Shang clan's living treasure doors resources, advancing to rank 5 Gu master. Fangzheng has flying techniques and his battle strength rose sharply, but that Tai Baxiu was weak in long-range combat, and he had Tai Ruanan by his side, Thus he was killed by Little Beast King. In terms of true battle strength, Tai Basho is higher than Little Beast King. Unfortunately, I can no longer recruit Little Beast King. Ihua thought of this and felt very regretful. Although the battle strength Fang Yuan displayed was not as good as Ziji, Ihua could not do anything to him if he could fly. Forcing the Little Beast King was not going to work. On the contrary, it would ruin Ziji's reputation and make Fang Yuan Shang Clan's Purple Thorn VIP. Apart from this, there was also the most important thing, the Tai family. Little Beast King had deeply offended Tai clan this time. Tai clan's losses were huge. They had to deal with Little Beast King. There was no way to turn the situation around. And Fang Zheng had announced in public that he would slaughter Tai clan's disciples. His tone was extremely arrogant. If Ihua really recruited Little Beast King, it would be equivalent to offending Tai clan. Tai clan and Shang clan were both super clans, giants of the righteous path. At that time, Ihua would have to bear endless pressure from Tai clan and Shang clan's higher-ups. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the Three Kings' inheritance. Otherwise, how could he have grasped such an exquisite flying technique in the blink of an eye? Li Xian sat on the sofa, his eyes narrowed into slits, flickering with brilliant light. He knew Fang Yuan's information like the back of his hand. Fang Yuan suddenly grasped the flying technique. This was simply inconceivable. It broke common sense. Even if he trained diligently in Shang Clan City, it would not be impossible for him to not leak any information. And how many years has it been? How could he possess such a powerful flying ability? Could it be? At the side, Hu Mei was also pondering. Three Kings' inheritance. A thought flashed in his mind, causing Li Xian to blurt out. In an instant, the matter of Little Beast King relying on the token to enter the Three Kings' inheritance to earn a lot of money in Shang Clan City, and the matter of him purposely delaying rescuing by Ning Bing to enter the Three Kings' inheritance. And every time he came out to the inheritance, he would bring out so many gains. These matters converged in Li Xian's mind, forming a clear clue. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the Three Kings' inheritance. In the Three Kings' inheritance, the flow of time was different from the outside world. It was a land of Gu immortals. The reason he could grasp the flying technique was definitely due to the Three Kings' inheritance. It must be, Fang Zheng must have grasped the great secret of the Three Kings' inheritance. Hu Mei also came to a realization. Her thoughts of charming Fang Yuan and recruiting him to her side suddenly became even more intense. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He naturally grasped the secret of the Three Kings' inheritance. Li Xian and Hu Mei had a secret discussion, and by chance, they managed to deduce the truth. The problem now is, since we are in such a situation, how can we obtain even greater benefits? When Little Beast King matures, even Tai Basho will fall in his hands. He is not someone we can control. Li Xian clicked his tongue, his thoughts moving rapidly. We can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. People's hearts can be stirred, he. Hu Mei laughed charmingly. Chapter 370. Fang Yuan was originally only slightly famous on Shangliang Mountain. But after the battle with Tai Basho, his name spread throughout the southern border, becoming a well-known demonic path genius. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people. Among these people, some were experts who had been in close cultivation for many years, some were Gu masters who roamed the world. The attention of the righteous path, the greed of the demonic path. It could be said that Fang Yuan had truly entered their field of vision. Some people chose to temporarily retreat, such as Century Boy. Some like Li Xian, and Hu Mei secretly added fuel to the fire. There were also some whose battle intent was stimulated, directly declaring that they wanted to challenge him. At once, the winds and clouds surged, as countless waves swept towards Fang Yuan. Sancha Mountain. In a certain cave, Fang and Bai were sitting cross-legged. Fang Yuan placed his palms on Bai Ningbing's back, instilling primeval essence into her. In Bai Ningbing's aperture, essence gold primeval essence was like a waterfall, falling from the sky and rushing into the primeval sea, creating countless waves. On the primeval sea, the waves surged unceasingly, continuously washing the aperture walls. Fang Yuan was rank 4 middle stage, possessing bright gold primeval essence. Under the effect of Nine Eyes Liquor Worm, It was purified to essence gold primeval essence. Right now, through bone-flesh unity goo, it was injected into by Ningbing's aperture, helping her to nourish the aperture walls and increase her foundation. Several hours later, Fang Yuan retracted his palms, as Bai Ningbing slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was calm. She did not express any gratitude towards Fang Yuan's help, nor did she express any anger towards Fang Yuan's delay. She was extremely calm, as if the matter of her being trapped had never happened. But her inner feelings were extremely complex. All along, her cultivation was higher than Fang Yuan's. But at this moment, she had instead become the beneficiary of bone-flesh unity goo. Essence gold primeval essence was a huge help to her. After all, she was still at rank 4 initial stage. It seems that cultivating with Fang Yuan is not bad. This thought was immediately extinguished by Bai Ningbing. She stood up slowly and said in a cold tone, as if she was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Have you heard the recent rumors? Many people are saying that you hold the great secret of the Three Kings' inheritance. You didn't know how to fly, but you inherited the King of Confidence's legacy. Hee, you have to be careful. Right now, Tai family is furious. Tai family has publicly announced that you are a great enemy. The wanted list has already spread throughout the southern border. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the ground as he replied indifferently. Hee, who doesn't know about our friendship? If the Tai family touches me, you won't be able to escape either. Humph. You continue to cultivate in the first half of the night. I'll stand guard for you. In the second half of the night, come out and replace me. Bai Ningbing then walked out. The current situation was even more dangerous than when he first came to Sancha Mountain. Fang and Bai tried not to cultivate at the same time. In the depths of the cave, only Fang Yuan was left. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The Tai family's reaction was within his expectations. He killed a Tai family elder and chased after the Tai family young master. He had already touched Tai family's bottom line. Tai family was a super clan, the leader of the righteous path. How could they tolerate this? Their revenge would definitely be extremely fierce. Other than Tai family, there were other troubles. Shang clan, Wu clan and other righteous path gu masters, who may heir Li Xian, Century Boy and other demonic path gu masters. This was the price of becoming famous. At the same time that Fang Yuan became famous in one battle, he also pushed himself to the heart of the struggle, receiving the attention of countless people. From all directions, there were undercurrents that tried to probe him, or waves that wanted to drown him. They had already converged into a huge whirlpool. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan knew that he was facing a test. If he could struggle free from this whirlpool and resist the incoming waves, he would be able to truly stand firm and become a publicly recognized expert of the southern border. If he was swallowed by this whirlpool and crushed, there would be no need to mention anything else. Right now, Divine Thief Lu Xuanfeng has infiltrated Demon Suppression Tower several times and caused havoc in the Tai family. They are already in a terrible situation. I need to wait until they have the energy to deal with me. It is not a matter of a month or two. I can put it aside for now. There are rumors circulating outside that I hold the inheritance's great secret. It is likely that Li Xian and Hu Mei Er are behind this. I will deal with these two sooner or later. But Li Xian still has value at the moment. And Hu Mei Er has a rank 6 Gu immortal behind her. Do I need to scheme? Three Kings' inheritance is too big of a cake. I am destined to not be able to eat it all. I can only choose the essence. But if I can obtain the essence, like undefeated 100 battles Gu, this trip will not be in vain. My strength will rise greatly. It will be of great help to the upcoming battle of Yitian Mountain. Thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, spreading out as he thought of Central Continent. Looking at the days, the Hu immortal inheritance on Central Continent's Tianti Mountain should have opened already, right? This is a true Gu immortal inheritance. It is many times more precious than the Three Kings' inheritance. That Feng Kim Hong relied on this inheritance to become a Gu immortal, becoming a person whose name would shake the world in the future. At the same time, Central Continent, at the foot of Tianti Mountain, the elite disciples from Central Continent's 10 great sects gathered together. Among the crowd, the real Guyue Fangzheng let out a breath of turbid air. The large competition that had lasted for several months had finally ended. Several months ago, the 10 great sects had passed down orders to organize these elite disciples to compete in the large competition to determine the rankings. Central Continent's 10 great sects were the strongest inheritances. This generation of elite disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Even the weakest of people would have 1 or 2 trump cards. Because of Fairy Baixia, Guyue Fangjing's days were not good. In the large competition, many opponents had deep enmity towards Fangjing and dealt heavy blows. Fortunately, Fangjing had a deep foundation. He had the Ironbeak Flying Crane group, and also had Lord White Crane, who was inside the spirit incubating flea, to guide him in battle. He passed the rounds with difficulty and obtained a relatively high ranking. At this time, in the sky above Tianti Mountain, 10 formless Gu immortal divine senses were quietly conversing. This generation of elite disciples is only SOSO. But there is still a batch of outstanding juniors. Spirit Butterfly Valley's Xiao Qixing is not bad. If I remember correctly, he is Xiao Baihong's great-grandson? Myriad Dragon Doc's Xingji is also very outstanding. Dragon Lady is the best at teaching him. Not at all. Your granddaughter, Feng Kim Hong, has beaten all her peers. No one can match her brilliance. She is the truly outstanding one. I say, don't flatter each other. Let's work together and completely open Hu immortal inheritance. All right. Let's do it together. Rise. 10 formless forces surged out from the void, majestic and vast like a tsunami, like a mountain flood. The heaven and earth changed color. Winds blew and clouds surged. The 10 forces revolved around each other, then converged together and fiercely charged towards a certain place on Tianti Mountain. Without any sound, the terrifying formless forces suddenly vanished. In the platinum light, a vermilion-red gate slowly rose. The gate was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored signboard, shining brightly. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the resplendent multicolored light converged to form a staircase of light. The staircase extended from the gate, forming a rainbow bridge, landing right under the elite disciples' feet. According to the ranking of the competition, you can enter one by one. In the sky, an indistinct voice resounded, clearly entering the ears of the 10 sects disciples. This was the voice of a Gu immortal. The 10 sects disciples' faces were filled with awe, reverence, and fanaticism. Most of their gazes were focused on a young girl. She wore a phoenix coronet, had red phoenix eyes, long golden eyebrows, and a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance was dignified and graceful, and also incomparably beautiful. She was this time's 10 sect competition's first place, Feng Kim Hong. This girl was luxurious and glorious. Her skin was white as snow, and her gaze was like lightning, like a phoenix soaring in the sky, elegant and pure, looking down on the world. Compared to her, the other elite disciples around her seemed to have become ordinary sparrows. When Fangjing fought with her, he only lasted for 6 rounds before regrettably losing. Hearing the Gu immortal's voice, Feng Kim Hong let out a clear cry, turning into a ray of light and shooting up. The golden light turned into a phoenix, and when it crashed into the gate, the vermilion gate shook, tearing open a void and swallowing Feng Kim Hong inside. After Feng Kim Hong, it was Xiao Qixing, Xingji and others who entered Hu immortal inheritance one after another. After 20 to 30 people entered, it was finally Guyue Fangjing's turn. Fangjing walked up the rainbow staircase and entered the gate. He felt the world spinning, and the colors in front of him formed a whirlpool, dazzling like 100 flowers, as if he was in a dazzling tornado, drifting with the wind. A cute and tender little girl suddenly entered his sight. Are you also a fated person who wants to inherit Hu immortal inheritance? In a while you will see a mountain peak. Only the first person to ascend to the peak of the mountain can have me. You'll have to work harder. Those in front of you in line have already been claimed. First you are a lot. The little girl was dressed in gorgeous colorful clothes. Behind her, there was a snow-white fox tail sticking up mischievously. Her big eyes were round and filled with innocence. Who are you? Fangjing was shocked and suspicious. He could not understand why such a girl would appear in this Gu immortal land. So it's a silly boy. As the girl spoke, She mischievously stretched out her fair little finger and lightly tapped Fangjing's forehead. Then, just like how she suddenly appeared, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. With this, Fangjing's feather-like body suddenly regained its weightlessness, and he abruptly fell down. Ah! Fangjing screamed as he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. He wanted to activate his goo worms, but to his horror, his entire aperture was sealed by a formless force. He could not use the power of the goo. Chapter 371. Bam! With a muffled sound, dust flew up. Fangjing fell heavily to the ground, his face landing on the ground as he fell flat on his face. He fell from a high altitude, but it did not take long before he landed on the ground. He did not fall to his death. Fangjing lay on the ground, spitting out the grass and soil in his mouth, his whole body aching and suffocating. Where is this? He took a few breaths and stood up in a sorry state, looking at his surroundings. The surroundings were covered in green grass. Fangjing felt like he was in a grassland. The grass swayed along with the wind. Countless colorful flowers formed a carpet of flowers, extending to the horizon. In the distance, a tall and precipitous crystal mountain stood abruptly. The crystalline peak was translucent and pink, looking dreamy and illusory. Fangjing stood here, and could clearly see that there were already people climbing the mountain. Compared to the entire crystal mountain, these people were as tiny as ants. The first person to climb to the peak will obtain Hu immortal inheritance. Suddenly, Fangjing recalled the words of that mysterious girl. Who was that mysterious girl? Could he really obtain this Hu immortal inheritance by climbing the opposite mountain? Just as Fangjing was feeling uncertain, Master Tenchiru's anxious voice came from the depths of his mind. Stupid disciple, what are you hesitating for? Quickly climb this Dang Hun mountain. Master. Fangjing was surprised and joyful. Who is that girl? Also, why can't I use my goo worms? Quickly run over, and make the best use of your time. I will explain the reason to you. Listen carefully. Master Tenchiru hurriedly explained. This Hu immortal inheritance is no small matter. It is a complete goo immortal inheritance. There is only one inheritor who can obtain it. They can soar to the sky and have a high possibility of becoming an immortal in the future. As for the others, they will not obtain any benefits or gains. The girl you saw earlier is the Hu immortal inheritance. You can only be the first to climb to the peak and become her master. Only then can you obtain the goo immortal inheritance. Fangjing looked at the peak as he ran. He had lived in the southern border since he was young, and there were many mountains in the southern border. Naturally, he knew the principle of the mountain in sight runs to the death. Master, I'm still very far away from this crystal mountain. Those people were already climbing the mountain. The gap was too big. I can't even activate my movement goo. How can I win? Master Tenchiru snorted. Ignorant. This was Hu immortal's blessed land. This world was different from the rest. Although the fox immortal had already perished, but his will was still there. Your movement goo has already been restricted by Hu immortal's will. Of course you can't use it. The others were the same, unable to use any goo worms. If you want to reach the peak, you can only rely on your own physical strength to complete this test. Fangjing heard this and felt dejected. I can't use a movement goo, and there is such a huge gap. How am I supposed to catch up? Strangely, we entered the gatehouse one after another. Why is there such a huge gap between them? Master Tenchiru replied. This is a goo immortal blessed land. The flow of time is different. 1 day in the outside world is 5 days in here. When you guys entered the gatehouse one by one in the outside world, the time difference was very short. But once you entered here, the time difference suddenly increased. Otherwise, why would there be a competition to decide the ranking? Every ranking represents a certain advantage. The last one basically has no hope of winning. So that's it. Fangjing finally understood how important it was to obtain a ranking in the competition. But unfortunately he was not strong enough and his strength was inferior to others. The 10 great sects were the leaders of Central Continent. With hidden dragons and crouching tigers, their foundation was extremely deep. Even southern borders super clans could not compare. Among this generation's elite disciples, Fangjing, Fairy Baixia, Gu Ting, Wei Wushang and others could only be considered the second level. On the first level, There were Feng Kim Hong, Ing Shengji, Xiao Qixing and others. They all had Gu immortals supporting them. Their backgrounds were extremely deep. From the moment they started, they received meticulous nurturing. A vast amount of resources were supplied, never lacking. Occasionally, there were even Gu immortal-level existences who personally taught them and gave them instructions. In comparison, a person like Fangjing was just a country bumpkin. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, how could it compare to the support of Gu immortals? My ranking is not high, but there is nothing I can do about it. I have already used all my strength in the competition. Even the Ironbeak flying crane group was almost wiped out. Fangjing felt regret and helplessness. But as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Master, since Gu worms cannot be used here, how can you still talk to me? Master, you are truly amazing. You are truly amazing. Haha. Master Tenchiru could not help but laugh loudly. Stupid disciple. You finally realized this? But you overestimate me. I was only rank 5 when I was alive. And after death, my soul is residing in this spirit incubating flea. It is even less of a problem. The reason I can talk to you is because of my Crane Gate Supreme Elder, Lord He Fengyang. Fangjing, you must remember, in this world, only Gu immortals can deal with Gu immortals. Supreme Elder He Fengyang? Fangjing's heart was filled with shock. Crane Gate had many Gu immortals hidden. Among them, He Fengyang was one of them. To think that he was actually involved with him. Master Tenchiru spoke in a meaningful tone. Fangjing, Gu immortals' inheritance is not a small matter, it has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even if Gu immortals attack it, they will not have an advantage. The land spirit is pure and stubborn. It inherited the original owner's obsession. If they fight it, even if the land spirit cannot endure it, it will choose to self-destruct, causing the blessed land to collapse. The Gu immortals who attack it will also get injured in vain. Their losses will be disastrous, and all their efforts will be in vain. Thus they sent you these elite disciples. In this great competition, Spirit Affinity House produced a Feng Kim Hong. She is indeed amazing. This young girl can be said to be a genius among geniuses. Looking down on everyone, she is a dragon among men. Your foundation is insufficient. It is normal for you to lose to her. But our Crane Gate might not lose. You are our Crane Gate's hope of turning the tables. Me. Fangjing's eyes opened wide. He had not expected such a huge hope to be placed on him. He suddenly realized. This contest for Gu immortal inheritance seemed to be a competition between the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but it was actually a contest between the 10 great sections. He and the others were chess pieces, while the Gu immortals of the 10 sects were the chess players. They stayed behind the scenes, arranging the chess pieces and competing with each other. And he himself was ignorant, and was chosen by Crane Gate as their secret weapon. Master, aren't the sect's hopes on me too high? I can't even use my Gu worms now. How can I be the sole victor? Master Tenchiru laughed complacently. Fangjing, do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the famous Dang Hun Mountain in the legends of Renzu. Dang Hun Mountain. Fangjing cried out in shock. The legends of Renzu were widely spread in this world. Fangjing naturally knew of Dang Hun Mountain's great name. Master Tenchiru continued. All living beings in this world, as long as they enter the range of Dang Hun Mountain, their souls will be shaken. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the vibrations. Many living beings have weak souls, and their souls will scatter when they reach the waist of the mountain. Of course, this is a righteous path inheritance. It is not as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Dang Hun Mountain's power has already been suppressed by the land spirit, allowing you elite disciples to ascend to the peak. If someone cannot hold on, they will be transported out by the land spirit. It can be said that your life is not in danger. Master Tenchiru's tone became more solemn. Fangjing, what I am going to say next is of utmost importance. Listen carefully. You were exterminated at such a young age, and the culprit was your own brother. You are determined to take revenge and have a firm will. After experiencing such a huge change, your soul is far stronger than your peers. But compared to people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiao Qixing, there is still a gap. But don't be discouraged, He Fengyang's scheme is ingenious here. He secretly used a method to revive the spirit incubating flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you to the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Master Tenchuru was a rank 5 Gu master. His life experience was uncountable. At the same time, he had a long lifespan and abundant experience. His soul foundation naturally far surpassed people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiao Qi Xing. Although these geniuses were high-spirited and had limitless futures, compared to Master Tenchuru, their soul foundation was still lacking. Fangzheng was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance of winning. But isn't it unfair to cheat like this? What if other Gu immortals find out? What should I do? Master Tenchuru snorted and reprimanded. Silly kid, this is not cheating, it is ability and talent. With ability and talent, you will naturally obtain a Gu immortal's inheritance. This is fairness. Don't worry, you have Crane Gate behind you, and with Lord He Fengyang protecting you, other Gu immortals won't dare to touch you. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot enter the Blessed Land. Once they enter the Blessed Land, they will be attacked by the land spirit. Thus even if they discover something, they can only watch helplessly. Ha ha ha. The land spirit is so powerful? Even Gu immortals are not its match? Fangzheng was flabbergasted. One side attacks with all their might, while the other side is afraid of harming the innocent. Moreover, the land spirit and the Blessed Land are one. In the Blessed Land, the land spirit is an immortal god. Heaven and earth are under its control. Controlling the land spirit means controlling the Blessed Land. Master Tenchuru replied. Fangzheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh, I understand, that little girl I saw just now is the land spirit. Ha ha. Master Tenchuru laughed loudly. Disciple, you are not too stupid, you finally understood. That's right, that little girl is Hu immortal land spirit. Charge forward. Charge forward courageously. This Dang Hun Mountain is very hard to climb. It will take at least a year and a half. Just in case, I won't speak much and will only help you in secret. With my help, you have at least an 80% chance of obtaining Hu immortal's inheritance. As long as you obtain Hu immortal's inheritance, you will soar to the sky, from a beggar to a tycoon, becoming fat in one go. This is ascending to heaven in one step. I understand, Master. I will do my best, I won't disappoint you. Fangzheng's tiger eyes shone with a resolute and courageous light. Go, the whole Crane Gate is watching you. Master Tenchuru's words roused Fangzheng, igniting the hot blood in his body. Chapter 372. Several months later. Southern border, Sancha Mountain. In a spacious cave, a banquet was in full swing. Gu masters were toasting each other, the lights were bright, and the aroma of the dishes permeated the air. Come, 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 eat and drink, there's no need to be restrained. Century Boy sat at the main seat, looking around and calling out loudly. Century Boy wore a black robe, he looked like a young boy, but he was actually over 180 years old. In this world, under normal circumstances, a person's lifespan was only around 100 years. To increase one's lifespan, the best way was to find lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu was hard to find and extremely rare. Man was the spirit of all living beings, who would complain about having a long lifespan. Thus, many other methods were thought of. Century Boy was such an example. Although he did not find lifespan Gu, he had revert youth Gu, which could accumulate his life force and slowly release it, thus achieving the effect of prolonging his lifespan. However, the disadvantage of this was that his body and appearance would always be fixed at a young age. Century Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and at the same time, he had over 180 years of rich experience, and was worthy of being a senior in the demonic path. He was old and experienced, he liked to hold banquets and invite people from all walks of life. Sometimes he would give pointers to some people and impart some experiences. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic path Gu masters were guided by him and recognized him as a godfather. Over time, a group of godsons and goddaughters gathered around the Century Boy, forming a relatively large group of forces. Today's banquet included many of his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests, like Rock Lizard Li Chong and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shangclan Zihua. He is indeed strong, suppressing the other 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. On Sancha Mountain, there is currently no one who can contend against him. Gu Refinement Master Feng Tianyu is here. He promised to refine Gu for Yihua. I wonder what Gu he refined, but Yihua's battle strength must have increased greatly. During the banquet, the topic that everyone discussed the most was naturally the current situation on Sancha Mountain. Yihua came from Shang clan. He represented the righteous path. His strength had a huge influence. It caused all the demonic path Gu masters on Sancha Mountain to be suppressed. They could not even raise their heads during battles, feeling fearful. Although Yihua is powerful, he is only at rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Bashio was still alive, he would definitely be able to compete with him. And he wouldn't be in the limelight like he is now. When Tai Bashio was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but think of Feng Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yutsang again. This is the 4th strength path Gu master he killed this month. Someone said in a low voice. Yutsang was a righteous Gu master, and came from a small to medium-sized clan Yu clan. Ever since Feng Yuan killed Tai Bashio, his aura had grown stronger, and he had repeatedly caused trouble for others. Kill demonic path or righteous path Gu masters. His ferocious might was awe-inspiring, and his murderous name shook a region. Centenarian Boy's ears twitched. His senses were very sharp. He heard the name Little Beast King. His expression turned ugly. The sky tiger Shui Sanxi that Feng Yuan had killed was one of his goddaughters. He had originally spread the word that he was going to cause trouble for Feng Yuan. However, after Feng Yuan killed Tai Bashio, he immediately ceased all activities. They stopped talking about Feng Yuan. Little Beast King might be strong, but he also obtained the help of 3 kings' inheritance. He knows a lot of secrets regarding the inheritance. Thus, every time he enters the inheritance, his gains are much greater than ours. Li Xian, you transacted with him, so you know his situation very well. Is there such a thing? Rock Lizard Li Chang suddenly said loudly. Li Xian nodded. There is indeed such a thing. These few months, Little Beast King has sold some of the secrets of 3 kings' inheritance many times. 9 out of 10 of his intelligence reports were true, and all of them had been verified. For example, the first half of King Xian inheritance interferes with the hairy men's Gu refinement. There are also some experiences of King Quan inheritance. Little Beast King definitely has many important secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. His luck has arrived, he really struck it rich this time. Relying on 3 kings' inheritance, his battle strength is getting stronger and stronger. Right now he is one of the most popular candidates to inherit 3 kings' inheritance. Fiery Star Baotong said while drinking, his tone filled with envy and jealousy. Fang Zheng is getting stronger and stronger, he is also increasing his Gu worms. These few months he has been working together with Bai Ningbing. They are simply a pair of adulterous husband and wife. These two are colluding with each other. Who knows how many people have fallen victim to their treacherous schemes. Little Beast King's ambition is huge. Ever since he entered Sancha Mountain, he has been challenging strength path Gu masters everywhere. Recently, he even declared that he wants to become the #1 strength path person and restore the glory of the ancient strength path. Fortunately, I am not a strength path Gu master. Everyone discussed fervently. Feng Yuan only took the initiative to deal with strength path Gu masters. This caused strength path Gu masters to feel danger, while Gu masters of other paths watched from the sidelines with a gloating attitude. Feng Yuan might be arrogant, but he did not provoke public anger. Firstly, he had strong battle strength and could fly. He was not easy to deal with. Secondly, he leaked a lot of information about 3 kings' inheritance, causing many people to curry favor with him. Thirdly, he only dealt with strength path Gu masters, only one type of people. He did not blindly provoke all Gu masters. Lord 100 Years, you have to be careful. I remember, you are also a strength path Gu master, right? Fang Zheng, that barbarian, when he acts tyrannically he is really unreasonable, fierce and tyrannical. Rock Lizard Li Chang looked deeply at Century Boy, seemingly advising him with good intentions. Century Boy sighed inwardly. How could he have expected Feng Yuan to be so ferocious? Talented people appear in every generation. These days there are many talents. A few years ago, there was Mo Tian, and now there is Little Beast King. This world is getting harder and harder. It is not easy to be a godfather. Century Boy thought this in his heart, but his mouth was still unyielding. Humph! If heaven wants a person to die, it will first make him crazy. This Little Beast King is getting crazier and crazier. He is not far from death. He killed my goddaughter Shue Sansi. I will find him for revenge sooner or later. But there is no rush. After 3 kings' inheritance is over, I will slowly settle the score with him. The urgent matter now is still 3 kings' inheritance. Saying so, he turned to his godsons and goddaughters at the banquet. You also need to understand the principle of priority. 3 kings' inheritance is a once-in-100 years opportunity. It is an extremely rare opportunity. You need to grasp it as much as possible. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. The implication was that they should also avoid conflict with the Little Beast King. Godfather is right. Godfather's words are too reasonable. It is thought-provoking. That's right. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. This Little Beast King won't be able to jump around for long. He killed Tai Bashio and chased after Tai Clan's young master. Wait until he gets through Tai Clan's pursuit. I heard that Tai Clan's people have already secretly come to Sancha Mountain. Godfather, when I cultivate to rank 4, I will be able to deal with Little Beast King even without Godfather's help. Little Beast King won't be happy for long. Under my thunderclap goo, his corpse will be preserved. These goddaughters and godsons spoke one after another. Some expressed their loyalty, as if they were willing to go through fire and water for Century Boy. Some even flattered, saying that Century Boy disdained to deal with Feng Yuan. Some judged the situation and said that Feng Yuan's joy would not last long. Good, 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 you are all my good children. Godfather's guidance was not in vain. Century Boy laughed heartily. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Century Boy, Fangjing is here, come out. The noisy and lively banquet that had just been toasting each other suddenly became deathly silent. Little Beast King. Why did he come to find them? Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Especially Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters. They were dazed, not knowing what to do, not daring to make a sound. That's right, this is Little Beast King's voice. It seems he has indeed arrived. Li Xian held back his laughter and broke the silence. Rock Lizard Li Chong, Fiery Star Baotong and the others put down their wine cups, their expressions grave. Century Boy slammed his wine cup on the table and shouted towards the outside of the cave while gritting his teeth. I am here. What business does Little Beast King have? Outside the cave, Feng Yuan's voice immediately came. Century Boy, you set up a banquet and invited heroes from all over, but you did not even invite me? Are you looking down on me? Don't apologize, it is already too late. Since you are also a Strength Path Gu master, come out and compete with me. When the Century Boy heard this, he was shocked and angry at the same time. Feng Yuan's appearance made him apprehensive. Feng Yuan's arrogance made him furious. Feng Yuan's words made it seem like he was really going to apologize, making him angry. But Century Boy did not want to fight with Feng Yuan. He looked around and shouted angrily. Little Beast King, don't be too arrogant. You've come looking for trouble like this. You're too arrogant. You're simply looking down on all the heroes here today. I will tell you the truth, Lord Rock Lizard Li Chong, Fiery Star Baotong and the Demonic Path's sharp young master Li Xian are here. Are you courting death? Once he said this, everyone's expression changed. They cursed Century Boy in their hearts for being sinister, wanting to drag them all into the water. But Feng Yuan continued. Century Boy, you are a coward, but the people you invited are all heroes. Let me make it clear to you that I'm here to look for trouble. I am not looking for trouble with others, but I am specifically looking for trouble with you. I want to restore the glory of the ancient times and rebuild the glory of Strength Path. You little rascal who ruined the reputation of Strength Path, come and accept your death. Li Chong heard this and his solemn expression immediately eased up. Feng Yuan's intention of coming was only for Century Boy. This made his mind slightly relaxed. I didn't expect Little Beast to also know of my name. Wang De Baotong stroked his beard with a complacent expression. Li Xian chuckled and looked at the centenarian boy. He made up his mind to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn. Chapter 373. Fang Yuan scolded again, causing Century Boy's anger to burn even more fiercely as he thought. Little Beast King might be strong, but the reason he killed Tai Ba Xiu was because he had the advantage of flying. He is so young, he has not eaten as much as I have eaten salt. As long as I focus on defending and do not be greedy, there will not be any danger to my life. In public, Century Boy could only force himself to maintain his dignity. If he avoided the battle, the reputation he had painstakingly built up over the years would be lost. If I really cannot hold on, I will escape back to the cave. There are so many people in this banquet. Even Fang Zheng would not dare to come in. But what is annoying is that these people were saying such nice words earlier, but at the crucial moment, none of them can be relied on. Century Boy fiercely stared at his godsons and goddaughters, feeling angry and disappointed. Speaking of which, among these children he recognized, Shui Sanxi had the highest cultivation and was the most promising. But unfortunately she was killed by Fang Yuan. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant and tyrannical. Today, I will let you know that the older, the wiser. Century Boy walked out of the cave and looked at Fang Yuan, shouting furiously. His appearance was like a child, but his tone was old and full of vicissitudes. It was extremely strange. Less nonsense, take my move. Fang Yuan saw Century Boy and sneered. He took a step forward, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, creating a storm of blood as he pounced forward. All-out effort Gu. Instantly, Beast Phantom soared as Fang Yuan's strength rose sharply. Bam bam bam. Muffled sounds of punches and kicks colliding could be heard one after another. Outside the cave, the figures of two Strength Path Gu masters were entangled. Both were fighting in close combat, fiercely attacking and punching. After fighting for a while, the two were already 100 steps away. Wherever it went, rocks were sent flying, trees were toppled, and dust and leaves were sent flying all over the place. The Gu masters in the banquet had already rushed out of the cave, watching the battle from the side. Bitter strength Gu. Fang Yuan gave up on defense. The heavier his injuries, the stronger the strength he could display. Moo. Suddenly there was a bull's cry. Above his head, a huge green ox phantom rose. This green ox was huge, twice the size of an elephant. Its back bulged high, thick and solid, and was covered in moss. This was the Kunlun ox. It was an existence that could rival the Biao, Dracophant, Thunderboar and Rock Crocodile. Fang Yuan struck out with the Kunlun ox strength. This strike was powerful and heavy. Even the air exploded, bringing with it the whistling of wind and thunder. The centenarian boy was caught off guard, and was sent flying far away. His small body was like a ball as he crashed into a dozen tall trees. Only then did it stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. It was actually the Kunlun ox strength. The Little Beast King's strength had increased again. Century Boy, I killed your goddaughter Shui Sanxi. Haven't you always wanted revenge? Today I will give you this chance. Fang Yuan laughed mockingly and charged forward again. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant. Take this. Century Boy was so angry that his face turned red. His eyebrows were raised. He received Fang Yuan's attack and counterattacked. Century Boy was, after all, a demonic cultivator who had lived for close to 200 years. He had some skills and also had many hidden trump cards. When he truly erupted, Fang Yuan also felt the pressure, and was on the verge of being suppressed by Century Boy. Strength Chi Gu. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's shoulder shook as he exerted Strength Chi. The Thunderboar Phantom was attached to the Strength Chi and immediately turned into a solid body, charging towards Century Boy. Century Boy could only dodge for the time being. Fang Yuan followed behind the Thunderboar and launched a fierce attack. Century Boy's counterattack dissipated like a puff of smoke. Fang Yuan's battle experience was increasing, and he was becoming more adept at using this set of Gu worms. In the past, he could not use Strength Chi Gu while fighting in close combat. But now, after dozens of battles, he could already coordinate his battle tactics with the Beast Phantoms. Thunderboar was simple and fierce. When it charged, rocks and mountains crumbled when it encountered them. Rock Crocodile was unyielding. Its tail was like a steel whip and its mouth was like a saw, overflowing with a savage aura. Kunlun Bull was even more courageous. Its horns pointed in all directions, and its back was like a mountain rock. Once these three mutated beast phantoms were activated, Century Boy would be badly battered and flustered. The beast phantoms turning into solid form was a huge threat to Century Boy. But even if he destroyed the beast phantoms, he only destroyed a trace of strength chi. When Fang Yuan activated strength chi gu again, the beast phantoms would reappear, full of vigor and vitality. Fortunately, Little Beast King's three mutated beast phantoms can only be summoned by luck. His all-out effort gu is only rank 3 and cannot activate these mutated beast phantoms. Century Boy was firmly suppressed by Fang Yuan, but he rejoiced in his heart. Fang Yuan had raised the boar, crocodile and green bull phantoms to thunder boar, rock crocodile and kunlun bull respectively. This caused his overall battle strength to rise. However, there was also a disadvantage. His all-out effort gu was only rank 3, and could not activate these three rank 4 mutated beast phantoms as he wished. Unless Fang Yuan obtained undefeated 100 battles gu from King Xian inheritance, and raised all-out effort gu to rank 4. Godfather's situation is getting worse. Should we make a move? Are you courting death? The battle between these two is so intense, before we even join in, we will be turned into minced meat. Strong, truly too strong. Among us, only Flying Sky Tiger has the qualifications to join the battle. Unfortunately, she was killed by Fang Zheng long ago. Then are we just going to watch like this? What are you afraid of? Is Godfather so easy to deal with? He definitely has some other methods. Outside the cave, Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters looked at the intense battle in front of them, their hearts trembling and their limbs turning cold. Century Boy's body was small and his fighting style was crafty. He dodged all around and focused on attacking small areas, his fists and legs exploding out with explosive force. But Fang Yuan was bold and unrestrained. His legs were like spears, his arms were like huge rods and his legs were like huge rods. From time to time there would even be explosive sounds. The momentum was fierce and powerful. Century Boy was at a disadvantage. His space to maneuver was getting smaller and smaller. These months, Fang Yuan's gu worms had improved again. Not only did he raise the green bull phantom to kunlun bull phantom, at the same time, he also used essence iron bone gu. The hardness of his bones rose again, 2 to 3 times stronger than before. Besides these, he also used golden steel tendon gu, forging his tendons and tendons into the toughness of golden steel. Ancient bronze skin, essence iron bones, golden steel tendon. These three defenses linked together and reflected off each other, greatly increasing Fang Yuan's defense. Together with golden shield gu, it was enough to deal with the full strength of a rank 4 peak stage gu master. Century Boy became more shocked as he fought. This little beast king, how can he be so shrewd? I was suppressed by him from the start. How many times did I try? I can't even turn the situation around. Is he still a young man? How can such a person only be in his 20s? Century Boy recalled his appearance when he was in his 20s, and compared to Fang Yuan, he felt that he had wasted all these years. No, I have to retreat. This little beast king. I can't use common sense to estimate him. No wonder Tai Bashio died in his hands. Up until now, he has not used Bone Wings gu. Century Boy was suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point where he could barely breathe. After thinking for a while, he had the intention to retreat. His figure suddenly changed, and he ran towards the cave. Century Boy, are you afraid? Fang Yuan activated charging crash gu. He chased relentlessly. Century Boy, with me here, where are you going? Bai Ningbing suddenly jumped into the battlefield, blocking in front of Century Boy. You. Century Boy's attention was placed on Fang Yuan. How could he have expected Bai Ningbing to suddenly appear beside him and make a move? Caught off guard, he was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack and lost his footing. How could Fang Yuan let go of such a good opportunity? A series of fierce attacks. His luck was good. Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile and Kunlun Bull, these three beast phantoms. They fiercely attacked together. The tremendous power surged like the sea, instantly knocking out the Century Boy. Century Boy did not even have time to scream before his leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan and torn into two. Ah, Godfather, you died so tragically. Lord Century Boy. At once, under everyone's shocked cries, blood splattered, white bones could be seen, and organs fell to the ground one after another. Ha ha ha, what century boy, he is only SOSO. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Blood splattered all over his face. He stared at the people in front of him and shouted unhappily. What are you shouting for? Century boy fled in the face of danger. He is as cowardly as a mouse. He is simply a disgrace to the strength path. He deserved to die. Suddenly, his expression relaxed and he laughed. Everyone here is a reasonable person. No one helped this shameless person. Come, let's go in and drink. Li Xian, are you interested in the information regarding the inheritance of the three kings? I still have a deal to make with you. Everyone was shocked and worried, but also curious. They were shocked because Fang Yuan was like a demon god descending to the world. He killed another famous person. His strength was even more terrifying. They were worried because Fang Yuan killed people like they were grass. He just killed a person. He laughed loudly and talked wittily. He did not care about human lives at all. Anyone would feel pressured when interacting with such a person. They were curious because Fang Yuan knew the secret of the inheritance of the three kings, and now wanted to make a deal with Li Xian. Would he be able to obtain some information regarding the three kings' legacy from him? Everyone's thoughts were complicated. They hesitated for a moment. Fang Yuan walked with his head held high. He walked side by side with Bai Ningbing, and directly entered the cave. The people who were originally blocking the entrance subconsciously made way for the two of them. Fang Yuan walked into the banquet, and sat on the main seat with a flourish. This seat was originally occupied by Century Boy. Sit down, don't stand on ceremony. Whoever dares to leave is not giving me, Little Beast King face. Fang Yuan's fierce eyes swept around, his mouth uttering undisguised threats. Rock Lizard Li Chong, Fiery Fire Star Bao Tong, and the others were only rank 4 upper stage. They dared not say anything and could only sit down. In the ice-cold silence, everyone looked at each other, worried that Fang Yuan would suddenly kill people. They could only sit down. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. Since everyone is giving me face, I will sell it to everyone. Next, he casually mentioned a piece of information regarding the protection token of the Three Kings' inheritance. Chapter 374. So there's still such a chance of survival in the inheritance of the Three Kings. If I get the token, I'll definitely be able to do as I please and not have to retreat in advance. Bao Tong sighed. Li Chong took the initiative to raise his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Little beast, Wang Dao's words are really worth 1,000 gold. This cup of wine celebrates you for killing Century Boy, the scum of the strength path. Just now Li Chong was still conversing with Century Boy. Now that it was Fang Yuan, he immediately changed his words and labeled Century Boy as a scum. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Fang Yuan did not raise his cup. Instead, he looked at Century Boy's godchildren and waved his hand impatiently. Today, I've killed the culprit. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you guys live. If you don't want to stay, get lost. Get lost, get lost. You're an eyesore. With Century Boy's death, these godchildren were already anxious. When they heard this, they could not help but look at each other. What? Stay, do you want me to kill you? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people left pathetically, and the banquet was instantly half empty. However, a small portion of Centenary Boy's godchildren remained. Lord Fangzeng, you're my savior. One of the godsons suddenly knelt down and shouted with tears and snot mixed together. I was forced by that centenarian boy to acknowledge a thief as my father. Lord Little Beast King, you are mighty and domineering. You saved me from the water and fire. You are my savior. Little Beast, Wangda, your valiance has completely conquered my heart. Please let me stay and accompany you and serve you. A beautiful goddaughter pleaded delicately. Little Beast, Wangda, you saved me from disaster. I'll never forget your great kindness. Please let me call you Godfather. An old man in his 70s or 80s knelt on the ground and shouted emotionally. Whoosh. In an instant, everyone fell to their knees in front of Fang Yuan. With the death of Century Boy, the leader of this group of forces was gone, and they immediately fell apart. Most of them escaped, while others changed their ways and wanted to rely on Fang Yuan. Aha! Fang Yuan laughed out loud. What a pleasant speech. Not bad, not bad. Joy also appeared on the faces of the group of godchildren. But then, Fang Yuan stopped laughing and his face turned gloomy. He shouted in a low voice, "A bunch of flatterers. Killing was killing, and evil was evil. What was there to be grateful about? I have never disdained such hypocritical praise. I like to kill, I like to sin. Listen, how direct. How pure. All of you get lost as well. If you want revenge, hurry up and accumulate your strength. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me." The godchildren were astonished. Terrified, they were all stunned. Fang Yuan snorted through his nose. With a thought, the beast shadow pounced forward. One person was killed on the spot. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and screamed in unison. They fled out of the cave in a sorry state, pissing their pants in fear. The Gu masters who stayed behind had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan was temperamental and killed people at the slightest provocation, causing the people around him to feel pressured. Century Boy might be hateful, but compared to him, he was many times cuter. Only Bai Ningbing sat on the left side of Fang Yuan. Her blue eyes half closed and her expression as calm as ice. Li Chang had been holding his wine cup without putting it down. At this moment he forgot about the awkwardness and forced a smile. "Little beast Wang de people, we need to eliminate the roots when cutting weeds. If we let these people go, what if they become famous in the future? To be safe, it is better to kill them all. Little beast Wang de people, it doesn't matter if you can't remember all of them, I remember. Let me kill these people on your behalf as thanks for the information just now. It's fine, it's fine." Fang Yuan leaned back on the chair, smiling lightly. He naturally had his own plans for letting these people go, but he could not say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said, "I walk the demonic path and have never been afraid of offending people. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people take revenge, I will kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, I will kill 100 people. If the whole world takes revenge, I will kill the whole world. If my revenge is successful, it proves that I am not strong enough, did not work hard enough, and slacked off in my cultivation. I deserve to die." As Fang Yuan said this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked left and right like a ferocious tiger. No one dared to look him in the eye. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. This Fangjing's demonic nature is too strong. Not afraid of revenge, not afraid of death, putting life and death aside. Fangjing has gone crazy. His mentality is not normal at all. Being enemies with such a person is definitely a nightmare. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone, so he stopped before going too far. He smiled and said, "Let's drink." Everyone raised their wine cups, trembling with fear, as if they were accompanied by a man-eating tiger. Thinking of their own safety, the wine became tasteless. But following that, Fang Yuan talked about the inheritance of the 3 kings and exposed many secrets. Everyone's attention was completely attracted as they secretly listened to the secrets one by one. Many people were so excited that their breathing became heavy. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He actually took the initiative to expose this precious information. What is he trying to do? After an hour, the banquet ended. Fang Yuan killed Centenarian Boy, occupied his nest, and even hosted the banquet. And the others were still not satisfied. They all felt that this trip was worthwhile. When they walked out of the cave, they were even somewhat reluctant to leave. They wanted to hear more information from Fang Yuan's mouth. As for the original host of the banquet, that Centenarian Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground. Blood had already seeped into the ground, and the deathly white bones emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked past his corpse. No one cast a glance at this loser. This was the ending of a demonic path loser. Winner takes all, loser takes all. All demonic path Gu masters more or less had this kind of awareness. It was drizzling in the sky. Cold wind blew in the gloomy sky. The drizzle fell on the young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and even her whole body. Young Master Ruanan, the dead cannot come back to life. Please restrain your grief. The leader of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the young girl and consoled her with concern. But the young girl did not speak. Her eyes that were as bright as stars were now listless and empty, no longer having the resolute and sharp gaze of the past. Tai Ruanan dazedly looked at the tombstones in front of her. These tombstones were cut pieces of mountain rocks, carved with the names of the hibernators. Tai Mu, Tai Daoku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Aokai, Tai Bashio. Each of these names could draw out the deepest and most vivid memories in Tai Ruanan's heart. But the companions who had fought alongside her and moved forward together had already become the coldest corpses on the ground. Just like Tai Ruanan's heart, there was no longer any warmth. I harmed you all. I did not fulfill the responsibility of a leader. You all died, but I lived alone. I am a coward. All of this is like a nightmare, Father. I have lost face for you. Tai Ruanan fell into deep self-blame. And other than that, there was also regret and confusion. This proud child of heaven, after experiencing the pain of losing her father, worked hard to climb up, like a rising star of the righteous path, receiving the attention and blessings of countless people. But in a battle several months ago, Fang Yuan personally smashed this rising star to the bottom of the valley, turning her into a dark and gloomy corner, smashing on the ground and covered in cracks like a gray meteorite. Sa, the head of Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Xianji, sighed deeply as he looked at the thin and frail back of the young girl in the dark rain. But at this time, an old voice softly resounded behind him. It has already been several months. Is this child Ruanan still like this? Tai Xianji was horrified. Who was it, to be so close to him? But he did not sense it. At that moment, his hair stood on end. He turned around at lightning speed, subconsciously wanting to attack. However, a skinny hand gently rested on his shoulder, and at the same time a voice said, Xuanji, don't be impatient. Tai Xianji's body immediately stiffened. The boiling primeval sea in his aperture was enveloped by a powerful invisible force. It was as if a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall had suddenly pressed down. The head of Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianji, was unable to move at this moment. His whole body was restrained, like an insect trapped in amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with fear and despair, before turning into wild joy. Ah, it's you, old clan leader. Tai Xianji blurted out. At this moment, the bony old man standing in front of him was the previous clan leader of Tai Clan, Tai Mu Bai. I have already abdicated the position of clan leader. I am no longer an elder now, Xianji, you can call me Mu Bai. The old man gently waved his hand, smiling as he said, How can Junior dare to call old clan leader by his name? Tai Xianji bowed deeply, respectfully greeting the old man. Towards this old man, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with reverence and admiration. A name is only a code. The name Tai Mu Bai was originally used to address someone. There is nothing wrong with it. The old man's tone was indifferent. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianji wanted to speak, but the old man waved his hand, slowly walking up to Tai Ruanan. He stood in front of the tombstone, his back facing Tai Ruanan. Next, he stretched out his hand, caressing the surface of the tombstone, sighing softly. Tai clansmen are buried where they die. This is a rule that has been set since Tai Clan was founded. Do you know why? Tai Ruanan was still half kneeling on the ground, as if she did not hear anything, indifferent. Chapter 375. Tai Ruanan's gaze moved as she slowly raised her head, looking at this old man who she did not know, but gave her an incomparably intimate feeling. Our Tai Clan, since its establishment, has always been resolute and righteous, known throughout the world. 4 generations, Tai Clan has defended justice and attacked criminals. Countless people have shed their blood and sacrificed themselves like this. The Tai Clan men who died here today will not be the first batch, nor will they be the last. Do you understand? The old man continued. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but did not say anything. I feel gratified, because these people did not die in vain. But I also feel disappointed, because you have lived in vain. Tai Ruanan, do you know the criminals are still roaming free, still causing harm to the world? As for that little beast King Fangzheng. When Tai Mu Bai said this, he paused for a moment. He turned around and faced Tai Ruanan, asking, Do you want to uphold justice? Tai Ruanan looked at the old man in front of her, finally recognizing his identity. Tai Mu Bai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai clan's previous clan leader roamed southern border, dominating an area. During his time, he forged Tai clan like an iron bucket, suppressing Wu clan, Shang clan and other clans, becoming the leader of the righteous path, causing the demonic path to tremble in fear. Tai Ruanan's lifeless eyes shone with a spark. She squeezed out a word from her hoarse throat. Yes. Very good. The old man nodded, his gaze was calm and his tone was still indifferent. From today onwards, I will teach you Metal Path, the Gu path that our Tai clan Gu masters used to surpass southern border. 8 days later, Three Kings' inheritance opened again. Red, yellow and blue pillars of light shot out. They pierced through the clouds, visible for 1,000 li. But on Sancha Mountain there was silence. There was no sound at all. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, countless people were looking at the peak. There, an ordinary-looking skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him, Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yicheng and Wu Shintong all had ashen expressions. Just now this old man in front of them. He suppressed the 5 of them together. He had easily defeated them. Strong, he is too strong. Tai Mu Bai, the previous patriarch of the Tai clan. He's still alive. That's amazing. Was this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest were simply not enough. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I didn't expect the Tai family to send their old patriarch. Now whatever Shang clan or Wu clan, none of them will be Tai clan's match. This is an older generation Gu master expert. Little Beast King isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Back then, he roamed the southern border unhindered. Under his leadership, the Tai family was in the limelight. It has even surpassed the Wu clan, and is about to become the leader of the righteous path. He is one of the most powerful patriarchs in the history of the Tai clan. He was the glory of the Tai clan, the role model of the righteous path, and the symbol of justice. His battle achievements are dazzling, and even today they do not fade. After a short period of silence, there was a burst of violent noise on Sancha Mountain. There were praises, cheers, and cries of fear. Tai Mu Bai's appearance caused the situation of Sancha Mountain to completely change. Another 3 days later, there was news. It turned out that divine thief Lu Xuanfeng had caused a ruckus in the Tai clan, sneaking into the demon suppression tower several times, and alerting Tai Mu Bai, who was in closed-door cultivation. Tai Mu Bai personally made a move, and even though Lu Xuanfeng was a famous divine thief, and was also a rank 5 Gu master, he was heavily injured and barely managed to escape with his life. After Tai clan settled down, they focused their attention on Sancha Mountain. Tai Bashio's death made all the higher-ups of Tai clan furious. Just as they were about to send their generals to reinforce the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk. He came to Sancha Mountain, and used his peak strength to easily defeat both righteous and demonic experts. Even Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest had no choice but to concede defeat. From today onwards, all demonic Gu masters are not allowed to enter Three Kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai stood on the mountain peak. After defeating 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, he publicly announced he wanted to use his own strength to sweep away all the demonic Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The demonic Gu masters were all furious, but facing the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai, the strongest expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world, even if there were thousands of demonic Gu masters, they did not dare to resist. On that day, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian left the mountain with gloomy expressions. Behind them, Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the rest also left dejectedly. The heavenly Tao is vast, justice is glorious. Even if Three Kings' inheritance is a demonic inheritance, it can still contribute strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we work together and gather the sparks together, the light will blossom and cover the whole of Sancha Mountain. There will be no more darkness. Tai Mu Bai said sincerely and slowly took a step forward, entering Three Kings' inheritance. Intense cheers resounded on Sancha Mountain. The righteous path members were all joyful and celebrated. Their voices were like endless waves. This time, the opening of Three Kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mu Bai single-handedly changed the situation on San Cha Mountain, allying with the righteous path to expel the demonic path, causing the winds and clouds to change. His old body displayed the majestic and domineering aura of the former Tai clan leader. The demonic path members were all expelled, but they were unwilling to leave, so they could only surround San Cha Mountain and watch as the 3 light pillars became thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mu Bai set up a banquet and invited close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters. The open-air banquet covered a large area of the mountain. Gu masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs, and sat on the ground. Wine and food were fragrant, and laughter could be heard. Junior Ihua offers a toast to Senior. Ihua stood up, holding a wine cup with both hands and bowing deeply towards Tai Mu Bai, who was sitting on the main seat. Among the few great clans, Shang clan has always had many talented people. I heard Shang clan is now under Shang Yanfei's control? Shang Yanfei has been a genius since young. You are also not bad. Take a seat. Tai Mu Bai took a sip and said. With his seniority, Shang Yanfei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, even if Shang Yanfei was an astonishing genius, he was also inferior. Ihua could only nod and slowly sit down, heaving a long sigh in his heart. Tai Mu Bai's arrival. This already meant that his plan to dominate San Cha Mountain had failed. Facing this expert of the older generation, he, Ihua, could only look at his back and had no way of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, I represent E-clan to congratulate you for coming out of closed cultivation. E-clan's elder Ichong had a fiery temper, but right now in front of Tai Mu Bai, he behaved like an obedient grandson. Gu immortals were always elusive and elusive. To most people, a rank 4 Gu master was a lord who ruled over a region, and a rank 5 Gu master was an emperor who stood at the peak of the mortal world. Tai Mu Bai coming out of closed cultivation was like an emperor coming out for an inspection. The lords could only bow their backs and come to see him. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border righteous path. You are as majestic as ever. With just one sentence, you made close to 10,000 demonic scoundrels retreat helplessly. This junior is full of admiration for you. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Fangjing escaped very quickly. A few days before you came, he had already escaped from San Cha Mountain. On the other side, Wu Shintong said in a sinister tone. You are talking about Little Beast King, right? Tai Mu Bai smiled lightly, not getting angry. This little guy is very outstanding. I have heard of his deeds. Very amazing. Working alone, starting from scratch. Rising like lightning, becoming a rising star of the demonic path. He seems reckless and unreasonable, but he planned before taking action, an expert in scheming. Tai clan's few youths died in his hands. It was not unjust. Tai Mu Bai continued to speak. His words were shocking. As the victim, the Tai clan leader who had his dignity offended, actually praised his enemy in front of everyone. Rumor has it that the Tai family's patriarch has a fiery temper and hates evil. Why is it that after meeting him, he is different from the rumors, instead gentle and refined, not affected by flattery or humiliation? Wu Shintong was inwardly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tai Mu Bai's gaze. This gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life, deep and unfathomable, containing the wisdom of seeing through the mortal world. Wu Shintong felt his schemes being seen through by this gaze. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He could not speak anymore. Do you find it strange? Tai Mu Bai looked around, smiling as he spoke. I am the glory of Tai clan. Why would I publicly praise an enemy of Tai clan? He. Praising the enemy. This is called boosting the enemy's prestige and destroying your own morale. But how can the morale of a person with ambition be destroyed by a few words? Only by appreciating your enemy can you discover their strong points. Be wary of your own weaknesses, and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't be blinded by hatred. Your eyes are filled with wisdom. Tai Ruanan, who was standing behind Tai Mu Bai, shook when she heard this. She knew that most of Tai Mu Bai's words were directed at her. After Tai Mu Bai came out of the inheritance, he had been guiding her these days. He taught her metal path Gu worms, taught her how to use them, and also taught her the philosophy of life. Don't be blinded by hatred. Your eyes are filled with wisdom. Go and admire your enemy. Tai Ruanan pondered over these words, pondering in her heart. Ruanan, what do you think of Fangzheng? Tai Mubai suddenly asked. Yes. Tai Ruanan took a step forward, reporting. Although I am filled with hatred, I have to admit that Fangzheng is an outstanding person. He dares to take risks but also plans carefully before taking action. Although he is a strength path Gu master, he definitely has powerful and unusual investigative methods. This can be seen from him intercepting us. Tai Baxiao and I have chosen such a secretive route. Everyone else was kept in the dark, only Fang Yuan detected it and intercepted us. Lord Old Clan Leader, you came to Sancha Mountain secretly, no one knows, only Fangzheng left in advance. Little Beast King, although he is in the limelight, he hides himself deeply, he cannot be underestimated. Very good, your analysis is good. Tai Mubai nodded, showing admiration in his eyes. He continued. In this world, there is one thing more precious than life. That is glory. Since time immemorial, there was a Runzu crown prince, verdant great son, who gave up his life in pursuit of glory. Ruanan, this Fangzheng is your mission. Arrest him or kill him, and your shame will be washed away, becoming a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me Tai Clan's glory, but let me tell you, Tai Clan's glory is not mine alone. It is all of you, generations after generations of defending it. Tai Mubai said this, turning his gaze towards everyone, his voice becoming sonorous. Similarly, the glory of the righteous path is also defended by all of us. Come, drink this cup, let the glory of justice shine on the world, like the radiance of the sun. Let the darkness retreat, let the demonic path cease to exist. Let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters raised their cups, shouting in unison. Their voices were grand, spreading over 1,000 li, causing countless demonic cultivators' expressions to change. Damn it, this Tai Mubai. Even time cannot wash away Tai Clan's glory. Truly terrifying. Chapter 376. The Legends of Renzu. Chapter 2, Section 3. The sunlight of the immemorial era shone upon all living beings. Swish. The summer cicadas were noisy, the noise emitted the heat of life. And the dense green trees formed a large area of shade, swaying along with the wind. A large vat of wine was placed in front of verdant great sun, but he frowned, not having the desire to drink. Divine Travel Gu, O Divine Travel Gu, you have caused me trouble. Even though I have wine now, I do not dare to drink. I am afraid that after I get drunk, you will bring me to another dangerous place. Verdant Great Sun sighed in distress. The previous 2 times, Divine Travel Gu had brought him to ordinary abyss, and the other time, he had been brought into the frying pan of the hairy men. Fortunately, his luck was good, and he narrowly escaped death both times. Divine Travel Gu said. Human Crown Prince, I did not intentionally harm you. Actually, every time it was because you were drunk and used my strength. I am also innocent, moreover. I saved your life once, didn't I? Divine Travel Gu had indeed saved Verdant Great Sun from the tiger-striped bee once. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected. Sigh, let's not talk about the past. Now, because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become boring. Divine Travel Gu heard his words and felt ashamed. Since it is like this, I will teach you a method. First, go to the sky. In the azure sky of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that grows in the jade sky. Then, go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments. Next, at dawn, fly to the sky and use the glory of the morning sun to turn me into fixed immortal Travel Gu. After I become that Gu, I will no longer bring you around when you are drunk. Verdant Great Sun heard this and was overjoyed. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt the hope was slim. Gu, I am born with my feet on the ground. I am not as light as the clouds, nor do I have the wings of a bird. How can I fly to the azure sky and pluck the jade bamboo? And how can I collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments? It is even more impossible to fly to the morning sun. Divine Travel Gu said. That's right, humans cannot fly. But it doesn't matter, we can ask Wisdom Gu. Its intelligence is unfathomable, It will definitely have a way. Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom Goo had been friends for a long time. The reason why Verdant Great Sun drank wine was it was Wisdom Goo who taught him. But Wisdom Goo had taught him to drink so that he would not be bothered by it. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was looking for it, it promptly hid. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom Goo and was very depressed. But Divine Travel Goo continued. If we can't find Wisdom Goo, we can go and find Cognition Goo. It is the mother of Wisdom Goo. Verdant Great Sun found Cognition Goo. Looking for a way to fly. Cognition Goo said, "You were right to find me, because cognition has the wings of freedom. However, everyone's thinking is different. What kind of wings you can have will depend on you." Saying so, Cognition Goo let out a warm radiance, enlightening Verdant Great Sunday. In the radiance, on Verdant Great Sun's back, a pair of pure white and slender wings grew out. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, as white as snow. There was not a single stain on it, just like the wings of a white pigeon. Cognition Goo took a glance and said, This pair of wings of yours is called self. Everyone has their own thoughts. This pair of wings is very flexible and also very free. But you have to be careful. Don't be too exposed to sunlight. Otherwise the self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you have to remember my warning. The higher you fly, the harder you will fall. Cognition Goo said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone at the end. Verdant Great Sun obtained the cognition wings called self and was extremely happy, immediately flying towards the sky. He flew and flew, higher and higher. Humans were born without the ability to fly. Flying freely like a bird gave Verdant Great Sun a new and interesting feeling. He played freely in the sky and was extremely happy. At the same time, he also remembered Cognition Goo's warning, never being exposed to sunlight excessively. Whenever it was sunny, he would fly into the clouds and hide. Just like this, Verdant Great Sun kept flying upwards, finally reaching the extreme heaven, the end of the azure sky. Over there, jade bamboos grew out of nowhere, spreading their dark green leaves and branches. These jade bamboos had their roots submerged in the void, and the tips of the bamboos also pierced into the void. From the outside, there was only a section of bamboo trunk at the center. Verdant Great Sun casually took one section. This dark green bamboo trunk looked like it was made of jade. It was the size of a palm, empty in the middle, and was cool and moist. Verdant Great Sun obtained this section of jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued to fly upwards. The sky of the immemorial era was divided into 9 layers: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in the azure sky. A few days later, he flew to an even higher layer of the blue sky. At night, the blue sky was filled with dazzling starlight. The stars were playing and moving, scattering down countless stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea. The silver starlight river flowed in the entire blue sky. Verdant Great Sun flapped the wings of cognition, diving into the starry river to roam. He searched painstakingly in the boundless stardust. He did not want those 7-edged and 16-edged stardust. He only wanted the 8-edged stardust. These stardust were like diamonds, sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless. He searched for a long time, and finally found one. On the second day, when the sun had just risen from the east, he flew towards the rising sun. The rising sun was like a bright red lantern, emitting warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary, it was the light of glory, able to shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant Great Sun held the jade bamboo in his left hand, and the 8-edged diamond stardust in his right hand, flying towards the rising sun while summoning Divine Travel Goo. Under the illumination of the light of glory, Divine Travel Goo swallowed the stardust and entered the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun, I need time to spin my cocoon and transform into a butterfly, finally becoming fixed immortal Travel Goo. During this period of time, you have to keep flying towards the sun. Don't break the radiance of glory. But you have to be even more careful. Cognition Goo had once said, pay attention to the pair of wings on your back. Once I transform into a butterfly, quickly fly to the clouds. Remember this, remember this. Divine Travel Goo reminded. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. Oh Goo, don't worry. I even went through ordinary abyss. I was able to survive in the hairy men's territory. I obtained reputation goo and even broke through vanity. Even the sunlight of glory cannot do anything to me. Then I can rest assured. Divine Travel Goo's voice gradually weakened. The bright sunlight gradually condensed into threads, forming a cocoon of light, wrapping Divine Travel Goo and the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun flapped his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process, the cocoon of light also became heavier and thicker. After a while, the cocoon of light suddenly broke, and a fluttering green butterfly flew out. I finally succeeded. From today onwards, I am no longer Divine Travel Goo, but Fixed Immortal Travel Goo, ha ha ha. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo flew around Verdant Great Sun, happily dancing when it suddenly cried out. Ah, not good. Verdant Great Sun, look at your wings. Under the illumination of the sunlight, Verdant Great Sun's wings had already expanded to 3 times their original size. Don't make a fuss, I noticed it long ago. What does it matter? The bigger the wings, the stronger they are. I can fly higher and faster. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. Quickly hide in the clouds, don't fly anymore. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo worriedly said. No worries, no worries. Verdant Great Sun did not care. The wings on his back grew larger and larger, eventually becoming larger than his entire body. Verdant Great Sun's flying speed also became faster and faster. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He flew towards a higher altitude. Stop flying, stop flying. If you fall down, I can't help you. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was very worried. What does it matter? How can I fall down? Look at my wings, they are so strong, so powerful. Verdant Great Sun had just retorted, when the wings on his back expanded to the limit, exploding. Losing his wings, Verdant Great Sun immediately fell down. Eventually, he smashed on the ground, his body shattering into pieces. Renzu's eldest son died just like that. Southern border, Huatan Mountain. On a reddish-brown mountain rock, there was a jar of wine. Relying on the heat of Huatan Mountain, the wine was maintained at a certain temperature. Under the sunlight, Feng Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, sighing comfortably. This cotton yeast wine is most suitable to be drunk warm. At the side, Bai Ningbing was also sitting, but she did not touch the wine in front of her, instead looking towards the direction of Sancha Mountain. There, a 3-colored light pillar soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens. You can actually drink wine? Several months have already passed. 3 Kings' inheritance has already opened twice. Tai Mu Bai controlled Sancha Mountain and chased away all the demonic Goo masters. These few months, we have been hiding on Huatan Mountain. Are we just going to watch? Bai Ningbing said unhappily. She was not afraid of death. She only wanted to pursue the most exciting life. Maybe it was the stimulation from being trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, or maybe it was because Feng Yuan's strength had already surpassed her. These days, she had been bitterly cultivating, not caring that her aptitude was getting higher and higher. In my opinion, we can also enter 3 Kings' inheritance. As long as we find the right opportunity, we can move when Tai Mu Bai and the rest enter the inheritance. With our strength, no one on Sancha Mountain can stop us. Bai Ningbing's words were very radical, but Feng Yuan was calm and unruffled, waving his hand leisurely. No rush, no rush. Tai Mu Bai is known as Tai Clan's glory. He is the previous clan leader, with rank 5 peak stage cultivation. He is such a high and mighty person. Compared to him, we are just the rats under his feet. Let him fly higher and higher. Finishing, he raised his wine cup and faced the direction of Sancha Mountain. He faintly smiled and muttered. Come, Senior Tai Mu Bai, Junior offers you a cup of wine. Chapter 377. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. A tall crystal mountain stood in the center of the blessed land. It was called Dang Hun Mountain. It was pink in color, giving off a dreamy color. At this moment, the elite disciples of the 10 sects were like ants, trying their best to climb the mountain. Near the middle of the mountain, Fangzheng was sweating profusely, his face was pale, his fingers tightly gripped the cliff as he panted heavily. As long as any living being was near Dang Hun Mountain, their souls would suffer the pain of being shaken. The higher Fangzheng climbed, the more dizzy he felt. His soul felt like it was being blown by a strong wind, He felt like he was about to fall. Ayaya, you can't hold on anymore? Then give up. Look at how far behind others you are. How can you win? Why don't you just give up? You have no hope anyway. Who Immortal Land Spirit pouted, suddenly appearing beside Fangzheng. Who Immortal Land Spirit was like a little girl. Her skin was white as snow, but also had a pink tint. A pair of large, black, and shiny eyes exuded an innocent radiance. What was most eye-catching was behind her, but there was a snow-white fox tail. It was furry and very cute, making people want to play with it. At this moment, Who Immortal Land Spirit was sitting in the void, looking at Fangzheng as she joked. Fangzheng was not surprised. He had climbed from the foot of the mountain to his current height. Who Immortal Land Spirit had appeared a few times. Every time she came to watch the show, she was very mischievous. Fangzheng had already found the secret to deal with her. That was to ignore her. As expected, Who Immortal Land Spirit saw Fangzheng not speaking and felt bored. Her mouth pouted even more. You stupid kid, so boring. Don't become my master, otherwise my life will be too boring. Hee hee, other people are more fun. Saying so, she suddenly disappeared, going to find other elite disciples to play with. After Who Immortal Land Spirit left, in Fangzheng's aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled slightly. Master Tenchuru's voice was heard. Fangzheng, persevere. Now is not the time for me to show up. You have to reach at least halfway up the mountain for us to have a chance of winning. Persevere. Persevere. The power of the soul could be excavated. You still have a lot of untapped potential. He heard his master's encouragement. Fangzheng's slackened gaze regained its firmness. He replied in his heart, Master, don't worry, I will persevere. I just want to rest and catch my breath. He paused for a moment. Fangzheng asked again, Master, I've always had a question. What exactly is a land spirit? Just now that Who Immortal Land Spirit was beside me, do you think if I catch her, I won't have to climb the mountain anymore? Master Tenchuru was startled and quickly reprimanded. You're really ignorant and fearless, kid. He even dared to have designs on the land spirit. Do you know how a land spirit is formed? That is a spirit body formed from the remnant will and soul fragments of a gu immortal after death, combined with the power of the blessed land. What, the land spirit was a gu immortal when it was alive? Fangzheng was shocked. That's right. The Who Immortal Land Spirit you saw just now. She transformed from the previous Who Immortal after her death. But she no longer has any memories of her life, only her final obsession is left. Don't look at her harmless appearance. In this Who Immortal blessed land, she can freely manipulate the power of heaven and earth. She can directly contend against gu immortals. She can casually imprison any gu worm from rank 1 to rank 5. Only rank 6 immortal gu. Only then can she move freely in the blessed land. Fangzheng, you are too daring. Climb the mountain obediently. Don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Master Tenchuru lectured. Yes, Master. I won't dare to do it again. Fangzheng nodded, admitting his mistake in his heart. After lecturing Fangzheng, Master Tenchuru's tone softened as he consoled and encouraged him. So do you understand now? As long as you can become the owner of the blessed land, you can obtain the loyalty of the land spirit. As long as it is in the blessed land, the land spirit is an existence comparable to a gu immortal. Fangzheng was stupefied. What kind of powerful assistance was this? It was like obtaining the assistance of a gu immortal. Master Tenchuru continued. However, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land in the end. The true essence of Who Immortal inheritance lies in this vast blessed land. Fangzheng, your level is still too low. There are too many things you don't know. Wait until you inherit this blessed land. You will slowly understand how much help a blessed land can provide to a gu master. You are really lucky, finding a blessed land with a spirit and obtaining the help of the sect. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, the benefits would be greatly reduced. Fangzheng could not help but be curious. Master, what will happen to a blessed land without a spirit? Master Tenchuru replied. A blessed land without a spirit is destined to perish. It is like a sleeping divine dragon. Everyone can suck its blood and eat its flesh. Until it dies, it will not awaken. Fangzheng, when you become the owner of the blessed land, you will have to hand over all the resources in the blessed land to the sect. Crane Gate nurtured you, you will have to repay the sect. The stronger the sect, the more protection it will give you. Do you understand this logic? Yes, I understand. It was Crane Gate who took me in. Without Crane Gate's help, I would not have any hope of fighting for the inheritance. I would not even have the chance to take revenge on my brother. If possible, not only will I repay the sect, I will also help Master revive. Fang Zheng nodded, his gaze clear. He had always been filled with reverence and gratitude towards Crane Gate. Master Tenshuru was stunned, before laughing dryly. Stupid disciple. How can a dead person be revived so easily? It is good that you have this intention. The glory of the righteous path shrouded Sancha Mountain. Under Tai Mubai's influence, Three Kings' inheritance became a playground for righteous path people to explore. All demonic Gu masters were chased away, unable to take a step into Sancha Mountain. Tai Mubai is too overbearing, directly sealing off the area and not letting any of us enter. He is a grand senior expert, yet he is so greedy. After eating the meat, he did not even leave any soup for us. Most importantly, Three Kings' inheritance is opening for a shorter time. The three light pillars are also getting weaker. It seems it is like Little Beast King said a month ago, this Gu immortal blessed land is declining, and will be destroyed soon. The demonic Gu masters were getting more and more anxious and furious. A once-in-100 years opportunity was right in front of them, but they were excluded. They could see it but could not eat it. The courageous will die from starvation. Brothers, let's charge up. No matter how powerful that Tai Mubai is, can he slaughter all of us? Someone shouted, standing up and encouraging everyone. We can take the chance when Tai Mubai enters the inheritance and charge up the mountain. That way we will face much less resistance. Someone suggested. This method is flawed. When we come out of the inheritance, Tai Mubai might also come out. Moreover, who knows which corner of Sancha Mountain he will appear in? We will be surrounded and killed by the righteous path. Someone immediately retorted. So what? Riches come from danger. How can we get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? If we don't want to take risks, we can take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Just as the demonic path people were shouting and cursing, they suddenly heard the screams of 100 ghosts. The clear blue sky turned into rolling dark clouds. An ear-piercing voice came from the pitch-black clouds. Gagaga. Tai Mubai, since you came out of closed cultivation, why didn't you greet your old friend, The dark clouds moved, forming a huge human face with a hooked nose and deep eye sockets. Looking at Sancha Mountain. Such laughter, such might. It is our demonic path's Lord Wu Gui. I remember now. Lord Wu Gui is also rank 5 peak stage, an expert of the older generation. He is Tai Mubai's old enemy. What's so great about the righteous path? We demonic path also have experts. Go, Senior Wu Gui. At once the demonic path people cheered. Everyone's eyes shined, some shouted. Some screamed. The dark clouds moved forward, quickly enveloping Sancha Mountain with a huge momentum, like a huge army. At once, even the sunlight was covered, and Sancha Mountain was shrouded in darkness. The righteous path Gu masters were all anxious. He actually has such might. This is old demon Wu Gui, to think he is still alive. Old demon Wu Gui, he is already hundreds of years old. Back then when he was breaking through to rank 6 realm, he was unintentionally disrupted by the inexperienced Lord Tai Mubai. Thus he held a grudge and slaughtered Tai tribesmen many times to take revenge. Wu Gui, where have you been hiding all these years at the foot of the mountain? Today, you want to taste defeat again? At the peak of the mountain, golden light shone. Within the golden light, Tai Mubai stood proudly with his hands behind his back, looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, speaking with a plain tone. Over 10 years ago, I let you win by a stroke, but now you are really acting arrogant. Little scoundrel. Today I will make you die without a grave. The dark clouds boiled like boiling water, suddenly forming a large hand that grabbed at Tai Mubai. This hand was extremely huge, even larger than a small mountain. Its aura was awe-inspiring, as if it could capture the stars and grab the moon. The dark cloud hand seemed slow but was actually fast, grabbing at Tai Mubai. Corrosive smoke quickly rose, and the giant hand covered the entire mountain, causing all the trees and rocks it touched to melt. Still the same old tricks. Tai Mu Bai snorted coldly, stomping his feet as he turned into a sharp golden light, directly breaking through the dark cloud hand and charging towards the sky. The golden light shone like a meteor, like lightning, as it crashed into the dark clouds in the sky. Almost at the next moment, thunderous explosions erupted one after another. The dark clouds rumbled, and golden lightning flickered from time to time. Two rank 5 peak stage Gu masters fought inside the dark clouds, and although the situation could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel the strength of the two from the aftershocks of the battle. Wu Gui, when I just started my career, you were already a famous expert. At that time, if I met you, I would definitely take a detour. But 50 years later, I was able to escape from your hands with my life. 80 years later, you could not do anything to me. Over 100 years later, you were defeated by me. Now more than 10 years have passed, and today, you will have to hand your life to me. Tai Mu Bai's loud voice came from the dark clouds. Huff huff huff. Tai Mu Bai, you are too arrogant. You are lucky to be born in Tai clan. Relying on the clan, it is easy for you to talk. If I had your resources, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Wu Gui's voice was hoarse, his breathing unstable. Evidently, in the intense battle just now, Tai Mu Bai had the upper hand. But do you think I don't have a backup plan? Ha ha ha. Wu Gui panted for a while, before suddenly laughing wildly. Following his maniacal laughter, a third rank 5 peak stage aura suddenly rose. Tai Mu Bai, did you miss me after all these years? A sinister voice rang out for 1,000 miles. Chapter 378. On Sancha Mountain, the wind and clouds were constantly changing. After Tai Mu Bai suppressed Sancha Mountain for half a year, he finally attracted the archenemy of the demonic path. But Wu Gui, who was also rank 5 peak stage, was not Tai Mu Bai's match. What happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Kuemo, who was also at the peak of rank 5, suddenly appeared, changing the battle situation into two demonic path rank 5s attacking Tai Mu Bai. The righteous faction scolded the demonic faction for being despicable and shameless, while the demonic faction people all rushed to Sancha Mountain, all of them cheering. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared fervently at the sky. Battles between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were rarely seen, and what was even rarer now was that there were 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters competing. Tai Mu Bai had the ability to suppress Wu Gui, but to fight 1 against 2, it was beyond his abilities. But Wu Gui and Ku Mo were both demonic Gu masters. Although they worked together, they still had to guard against each other. Thus, the 3 of them fell into a stalemate. Dark clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. Suddenly, golden light blossomed, and a 4-clawed golden dragon tore through the dark clouds, stirring up the wind and rain. The dragon's roar echoed for 500 kilometers. A mere rank 4 golden dragon Gu, and you dare to bring it out? Kuemo let out a disdainful roar. Watch me tear you apart with 1 claw. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out. The golden dragon let out a miserable cry and fell from the sky. Just as the golden dragon was about to die, a golden whirlwind suddenly blew over. The 4-clawed golden dragon was enveloped by the whirlwind, and its heavy injuries were instantly healed. It raised its head and roared, rising into the air once again. This is the rank 4 metal wind Gu. Its healing effect is extremely strong, comparable to a rank 5 Gu. Li Xian, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the golden whirlwind. Don't even think about it. Wu Gui suddenly gave a strange cry. This strange cry was extremely ear-piercing, like the cawing of a crow. When the righteous and devil Dao practitioners heard it, they felt dizzy and nauseous. Along with the strange cry, a jet-black halo shot down and struck the 4-clawed golden dragon's body. The 4-clawed golden dragon couldn't hold on any longer. There was an explosion. In an instant, a dazzling fiery light burst forth like a miniature sun. Everyone watching the battle had their eyes tightly shut. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to burst people's eardrums. A strong wind pressure followed. It swept in all directions. Countless trees and rocks were blown down. Many Gu masters were instantly buried alive. A violent gale rose against the sky, even dispersing the dark clouds that covered the sky. It took a while for the spectators to recover. They retreated in fear while looking up. In the sky, 3 figures confronted each other. Tai Mu Bai was wearing a golden chainmail. It was a rank 4 golden coat gu with outstanding defense. His entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. It was the rank 4 golden aurora gu. It could allow a gu master to fly. Wu Gui was standing on a black cloud. The corners of its mouth protruded forward violently, forming a black beak. As for Ku Mo, he slowly shook the pair of bone wings on his back, and his entire body was covered in a layer of bone armor. At the same time, his elbows, knees, shoulders, and other parts of his body grew sharp bone spikes of different colors. At first glance, it was like a ferocious and colorful human-shaped hedgehog. The confrontation only lasted for a few short breaths. The 3 attacked at the same time, as fast as lightning. In the sky, a golden aurora pierced through the void, as sharp as a sword. A black light sword, moving and stopping at times, it was strange and crafty. A multicolored ribbon charged forward. It was the bravest and bravest. The naked eye could not clearly see the battle situation of these 3 people. Most people could only hear continuous explosions that continued to ravage their eardrums. Suddenly, a golden light like a blade sliced through a certain part of the mountain. Immediately, the mountain rocks shattered into powder, and a ravine that was 20 feet wide and over 100 feet long appeared. The gu masters that were unlucky enough to be standing nearby were all chopped into mincemeat. All of a sudden, the caw of a crow exploded like a thunderclap. Hundreds of unlucky gu masters had their heads explode. From time to time, bone spikes rained down from the sky like rain. Many gu masters could not dodge in time, and were pierced by the bone spikes, nailing them to the ground and losing their lives. The battle had reached its climax, and the 3 sides could no longer restrain themselves. A battle between rank 5 peak stage gu masters. Even if it is just the aftermath of the battle, we cannot endure it. Too terrifying, let's leave quickly. If we continue to watch, we might have to pay with our lives. Everyone was trembling in fear as they escaped from Sancha Mountain. Even Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the others did not dare to stay here. On Sancha Mountain, only Yihua, Kongri Tian, Longqing Tian, Yichong and Wu Shintong, these rank 4 peak stage gu masters were still here. Even so, their expressions were grave, their concentration was extremely concentrated. Their nerves were like taut bowstrings, ready to escape at the slightest sign of trouble. Soon, these rank 4 peak stage gu masters could not stay any longer, because the 3 rank 5 peak stage gu masters started to use their rank 5 gu worms. Tai Mu Bai's golden duck gu shot everywhere. Be it rocks, plants, flowers, birds, fish or beasts, once they were hit, they turned into golden statues, their life force extinguished. Ku Mo's soft bone gu, within a radius of 50 li, all bones turned soft, until they turned into bone paste. And Wu Gui's crow 7 gu, black chi spread, once contaminated, all gu worms below rank 6 would be sealed to varying degrees. In this world, the higher the rank of the gu worm, the stronger it was, and the rarer it was. Rare rank 4 gu were already hard to buy. Rank 5 gu were almost never circulated in the market. As for rank 6 immortal gu, each of them was unique. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan reached rank 6 gu immortal realm, he could only refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. To most gu masters, rank 5 gu worms were extremely rare and in short supply. In a battle between rank 5 gu masters, the most important thing was the strength of their rank 5 gu. This is the power of a rank 5 gu. So terrifying, rank 4 defensive gu are unable to resist it, not to mention rank 3 gu. At a corner far away, Bai Ningbing was concentrating her attention on the Sancha Mountain battlefield, her blue eyes shining with a solemn light. This was not the first time she had seen a battle between rank 5 gu masters. Back on Qingmao Mountain, she had already seen it once. But this time, the 3 rank 5 gu masters' battle strength was clearly higher than Master Tenchiru's. And the first generation Guyue was much stronger. This was because the first generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru were old, and had used all kinds of methods to prolong their lifespans, barely surviving as rank 5 gu masters. The first generation Guyue had been sleeping in the blood coffin all year round, Turning himself into a zombie, he was already neither human nor ghost. And Master Tenchiru was not much better. He came from Central State, and in Southern Border his battle strength would be suppressed to a certain extent. The 3 rank 5 Gu Masters Bai Ningbing was witnessing now were all at their peak condition. However, they were all at their peak condition. The fierce battle between the 3 sides naturally brought a stronger impact to her soul. If I were to face such rank 5 Gu Masters, I would not even be able to last 1 round against them. I wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing had been watching the battle for a long time, her hands subconsciously clenched, deeply aware of the difference in strength between her and Tai Mu Bai and the others. Rank 5 peak stage Gu Masters were at the peak of the mortal world. They were like emperors among Gu Masters. Especially after using rank 5 Gu Masters, they could display their true battle strength. They could collapse mountains and break rivers. Their power was so great that people could not help but feel they were hard to resist. This is the show you were waiting for? Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze and looked at Feng Yuan, who was standing beside her, as she said with some realization. Tai Mu Bai is fighting 1 against 2, but he is too weak. It looked like after this battle, the situation on Sancha Mountain would undergo an earth-shattering change. The demonic path will suppress the righteous path. You have been waiting for this opportunity for months, right? Feng Yuan looked on quietly. He shook his head with an indifferent expression. Rank 5 Gu worms are already very rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters do not even have a single rank 5 Gu, and can only use rank 4 Gu. Thus, a rank 5 Gu master's battle strength depends on what rank 5 Gu they have, and how many they have. Demonic Gu masters have always lacked resources, and can only rely on luck and opportunities. Kuemo and Wu Gui will only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms. But Tai Mu Bai is different. He has the backing of Tai Clan, and will have at least 3 rank 5 Gu worms. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Then you mean Tai Mu Bai can win this battle? Feng Yuan, however, shook his head. Gu worms are a Gu master's trump card. Once they are exposed, they will be countered. Tai Mu Bai will not easily expose all his trump cards. This battle, from the start, has no victor, and there is no loser. Bai Ningbing was an extremely intelligent person. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, she immediately understood. No matter how intense this battle was, it was only a probing battle. Why did Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and Kuemo come? Was it purely because of their grudges? This was impossible. To people like them, their biggest goal was to break away from the mortal world and advance to rank 6 Gu immortal realm, thus achieving immortality. These 3 were at the peak, people who looked down on mortals. They had rich experiences, and were no longer impulsive towards grudges and grudges. Each of their actions had their own deep meaning. The 3 of them could have fought at any place, but they chose Sancha Mountain. Thus Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and Kumo's deep meaning is clear. That is the 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with the light of contemplation. The 3 kings are all rank 5 Gu masters, the rank 5 Gu worms left behind in the inheritance. Each of them has a huge boost to their strength. With the treasures in front of them, how could they risk their lives to fight? Unless the battle strength of both sides is extremely unbalanced, and the difference is huge. But now, it seems that is not the case. Thus this battle can only be a draw. The originally confusing battle situation suddenly became incomparably clear. Bai Ningbing subconsciously glanced at Feng Yuan. When everyone's hearts and minds were shaken by the battle of the rank 5 Gu masters, he was still so calm, as if he was a bystander, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. But was it really nothing to do with him? Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. No one understood Feng Yuan's desire for the 3 kings' inheritance better than her. But even with this desire, he could restrain his impulse. Chapter 379. Half a month later. Sancha Mountain. On a certain mountain peak, a group of gray-white mountain apes, numbering close to 1,000, were chirping as they surrounded Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan breathed in deeply, and suddenly waved her hand, throwing out a large amount of golden needle goo. Golden needle goo was not a natural goo. It was a goo refined by Tai Clan's goo masters. Every golden needle goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a golden needle as long as an index finger. The golden needle goo shot into the ape group. Some of these apes were unable to move, some died from the poison, and some went berserk, attacking their companions. Tai Ruanan threw out golden needles again and again. The mountain ape army was in chaos, suffering heavy losses. They screamed miserably as they ran for their lives. Soon the noisy battlefield calmed down. A large number of mountain apes were lying on the ground, some were dead, while others were on their last breaths. Tai Ruanan slowly walked towards them, and threw out golden needle goo again. But this time, these golden needle goo had healing effects, shooting into the bodies of the mountain apes and turning into lumps of golden light, moving around their injuries, allowing many mountain apes to regain their mobility. Golden needle goo itself was not special, but when used with poison goo, it could form poisonous needles. When used with zombie goo, it could make enemies unable to move. When used with chaos divine goo, it could make enemies unable to differentiate between friend and foe, causing them to fall into chaos. If used with vitality goo, it could even have healing effects. Tai Ruanan only spent 7 to 8 days to familiarize herself with these 4 battle tactics. In actual combat, she single-handedly defeated a group of nearly 1,000 mountain apes. Ruanan, this child has outstanding aptitude. His comprehension is high, and more importantly, his personality is firm and resolute. He is indeed a pillar of the Tai family. Tai Mubai watched from not far away. Tai Mubai watched from not far away, without any expression on his face. To this old Tai clan leader, he had seen the rise of countless geniuses in his life, and also witnessed the fall of countless geniuses. He knew very well that a harsh living environment would always give birth to many people with extraordinary talents. But talent was only one aspect. What was rare was the nature of a genius. If a genius could endure hardships, he would be able to endure hardships. If they could endure loneliness, they could have great achievements in the future. A genius with a flawed nature could only be a shooting star. Dazzling for a moment. Why did Tai Mubai teach Tai Ruanan? Firstly, Tai Ruanan and Tai Shuelung's bloodline was related to him. Secondly, Tai Ruanan had been through many hardships, and her personality had been polished like a rock, without a trace of impulsiveness. Only steadiness and perseverance remained. Tai Ruanan was like an unpolished jade. With just a bit of polishing, it released a dazzling radiance. Old tribe leader. Tai Ruanan climbed up the mountain and came to Tai Mubai's side, cupping her fists in greeting. The young girl was full of admiration and respect for the old man in front of her. Half a month ago, this old man Tai Mubai had fought against 2 rank 5 demonic path experts. He first used the rank 5 touch gold goo. He easily dealt with the 2 demons. Next he used the rank 5 golden soup goo. This caused the 2 powerful enemies to retreat in the face of difficulties. Their fighting spirits weakened, and in the end they both gave up. Tai Mubai's strength was like a bucket of cold water, splashing the demonic goo masters' hearts. Their arrogance, which had just soared up, instantly weakened. The result of this battle was that the righteous and demonic paths would compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. But those with discerning eyes could see that Tai Mubai was at ease, and had not used his full strength. Not bad. To be able to grasp these battle tactics in such a short time, very good. Tai Mubai lightly praised, before waving his hand. Swoosh. A large number of golden needle goo flew out. But different from Tai Ruanan's golden needle goo, Tai Mubai's golden needle goo were extremely small, like raindrops being pulled into thin threads. When they flew in the air, they were like a lump of golden fog. The golden fog moved with the wind, blowing past a mountain rock. The entire boulder was emitting sparse sounds, as if thousands of silkworms were eating mulberry leaves. Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, immediately recognizing the power of this transformation. Wherever the golden fog passed, the mountain rock was penetrated and filled with countless tiny holes. The trees beside the mountain rock were also pierced, their vitality extinguished in an instant. If a person was hit by this goo, their entire body would be pierced by tens of thousands of tiny golden needles, and their organs would be destroyed. This was a terrifying killer move. Tai Mubai waved his hand again, and 3 golden needle goo flew out. However, these 3 golden needles changed again, becoming thicker and longer. A normal golden needle goo was only the length of a finger, but these 3 golden needles were the length of a palm. The 3 golden needle goo flew to a mountain ape's head, piercing down like lightning. One pierced straight into the mountain ape's head. The other two pierced into the mountain ape's left and right temples, most of them entering the mountain ape's brain, leaving only a small portion outside. This mountain ape was healed by Tai Ruanan, and just as it was about to escape, it was struck by the golden needle. The mountain ape let out a miserable howl, and suddenly jumped a few times, kneeling at Tai Mubai's feet. His ape eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with incomparable panic, fear, and anger. However, the strange thing was that its body was not under its control. It knelt respectfully and did not move at all. It was quiet, not a single sound could be heard from it. Tai Ruanan had never expected such a strange scene, and was dumbfounded. Tai Mubai laughed, looking at the mountain ape under his feet, lightly saying, "Golden needle goo combined with fog goo can form a golden fog. This golden fog looks weak and ethereal, but its attack is extremely strong, especially good at breaking a goo master's defense. When I was 28, I roamed the southern border, and used this move to dominate the Luchuan River region." Tai Mubai paused before continuing. "Golden needle goo combined with puppet control goo can control a living being's body. When I was 42, I cultivated to rank 4 peak stage, and ended my close cultivation, starting to test the world. When I arrived at Taimu Mountain, I was attacked by over 50 goo masters from the demonic path. Using this move, I caused 38 of them to betray me, and finally killed them all, getting rid of a scourge for the people." Tai Ruanan was fascinated as she listened. When she was young, she had followed her father, traveling all over the world. But she had also heard of this old clan leader's heroic deeds. The old clan leader had a great aptitude, and when he first started cultivating, he became the #1 rising star of Tai clan. And he did not disappoint, reaching rank 4 peak stage before he was 50. He ended his close cultivation, and tested the sword in the southern border, crossing mountains and rivers, rampaging all the way, making a name for himself. After returning to Tai clan, he became the clan leader, leading Tai clan and painstakingly developing. At once, Tai clan's fame was strong, causing Wu clan and Shang clan to lose their luster. His life was filled with glory and radiance. He had countless battle achievements, whether it was fighting alone, rampaging in the southern border, or leading a group of heroes to eradicate evil. He won more than he lost. Especially his unyielding style. He dared to fight and was extremely domineering, causing many enemies to tremble in fear when he was in power. Even righteous path members would feel stifled when they heard Tai Mubai's name. Now, as Tai Ruanan listened to the old clan leader's calm recollection, she could not help but feel emotional. She couldn't help but recall the scenes in her mind. In the past, a young hero, handsome and elegant, wearing a green robe, rampaging in the mountains and rivers, killing strong enemies with one hand, no one could stop him, becoming the center of attention. However, time was merciless, eventually turning that youth into an old man. But Tai Mubai was still Tai Mubai. No matter how old he was, it could not cover up his glorious deeds. These battle achievements were the dazzling halo that shrouded him. Even the dust of history could not cover up his brilliance. "Lord Old Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Golden Needle Goo is in my hands, it will not tarnish your reputation," Tai Ruanan said firmly. But the old man nodded in relief, patting Tai Ruanan's shoulder. "Child, you have a firm and unyielding character. Our Tai clan's blood flows in you. You have the responsibilities of a Tai clan daughter. This is good. I imparted my life's knowledge to you, hoping that you will be able to carry Tai clan's banner in the future. That little beast King Fangzheng is a test for you. Do you have confidence?" "I have confidence and I have a plan. Don't worry, old clan leader. Fangzheng has already fallen to the demonic path. I will definitely take his head." Tai Ruanan's gaze was firm. "Very good. You are not arrogant in victory, and do not give up in defeat. You can walk out from the setback, and gain strength from the tribulation. This is something many youngsters cannot do. As long as you maintain it, you will definitely be Tai clan's glory in the future. Next, I will impart the principles of these 2 transformations, my insights, experiences, and the other transformations that are derived from them to you." Like this, one taught diligently, while the other learned with all her might. Over an hour later, Tai Mubai finished imparting. "All right, if there is anything you don't understand, You can ask me. Tai Ruanen had excellent comprehension, and had already memorized everything that was imparted. But after thinking about it, she still asked. These days, I found that the opening time of Three Kings' inheritance is getting shorter and shorter, and the number of Gu masters entering each time is also decreasing. The three light pillars are no longer as thick and bright as they used to be. Right now, many people are saying that the Blessed Land is on the brink of destruction. Is this true? Tai Mubai nodded. It is true. There are some things that you cannot come into contact with now. Everything is balanced. There is yang if there is yin. There is fire if there is water. There is calamity if there is fortune. He turned his gaze towards the peak of Sancha Mountain, and sighed. Every blessed land will have an earthly calamity every 10 years. Every 100 years, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This blessed land originated from a mysterious ancient Gu immortal, and was later inherited by the Three Kings, and transformed into an inheritance ground. This blessed land is already old, and its end is near. If there was a land spirit, it could last for some time, but unfortunately, there is not even a land spirit. Chapter 380. To think that even a blessed land would be destroyed. Hearing this secret, Tai Ruanan sighed softly. How can there be an indestructible existence in this world? The heavenly Tao circulates, and everything in the world competes. In the vast universe, we mortals are like a handful of sand and stones at the bottom of the ocean, tiny to the extreme. Only by advancing to a Gu immortal can one be considered to have transcended mortality and have a foundation, turning into sand and stone into an island, able to resist the waves of the sea. Tai Mubai's tone was filled with emotions. The blessed land is about to be destroyed. Wouldn't the people in the blessed land be in danger? Tai Ruanan asked. Not bad. Tai Mubai nodded his head. The moment the blessed land disappears, the winds of assimilation will blow, merging with the heavens and earth. Everything in the blessed land will return to the most basic yuan qi of the world. This wind has great power. It can sweep away all dust. Even Gu immortals are wary of it. Even immortal Gu can be destroyed. There's such a strong wind? Tai Ruanan exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Tai Mubai waved his hand. It's fine. I have already entered the blessed land many times, and my understanding of it has deepened. I have always been observing and comprehending it. The blessed land was indeed weakening, but there was still some time before it was destroyed. During this period of time, the heavenly power in the blessed land will become weaker, and the restrictions on us Gu masters will also gradually decrease. Slowly, we can use 1 or 2 Gu worms, then 3 or 4, 5 or 6. At the final stage, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, forming a tunnel that we can enter and exit at will. Tai Mubai gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and filled with wisdom, as if he could already see the future. The final stage will be the final battle of the Three Kings' inheritance. The suppression from the blessed land was almost gone. Everyone could display their full strength, plundering and fighting to their heart's content. At that time, Sancha Mountain would not only have 3 rank 5 Gu masters. That is the true gathering of wind and clouds, the rise of dragons and snakes. Tai Ruanan had an epiphany and was enlightened. She finally understood why Tai Mubai did not fight to the death with those 2 demonic Gu masters. This was because their future enemies would be far more than just these 2. If he used his full strength too early, others would take advantage of him instead. The closer to the end of the Three Kings' inheritance, the more generous the rewards the Gu master would obtain. The experts who truly understood the blessed land were already preparing for the final battle. Zhongzhou State, Tianti Mountain, Hu immortal blessed land. Finally, we're halfway up the mountain. Fangjing panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. His limbs were sore and numb. He was almost completely exhausted. Climbing to such a height with his own strength had already squeezed out all the potential of his soul. As the mountain breeze blew, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. It made Fangjing feel like he was about to fall. His vision was spinning, and his soul was squeezed to the limit. He even lost the ability to think. In a daze, he heard the voice of the spirit incubating Flea. Good, very good. My good disciple, it really wasn't easy for you to persevere to this step. You've succeeded. The rest is up to me. After saying this, Fangzheng felt an invisible strength pass into the deepest part of his soul. That feeling of falling to the ground immediately disappeared. It was like a child who had just learned how to walk. Suddenly she was supported by the adults. Everything in his field of vision became clear. The dizziness that had been troubling Fangzheng for a long time was gone. It was also disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Fangzheng took a few deep breaths. He felt great. It was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, and suddenly drank sweet spring water. It was like a person who worked all year round without rest, and slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Everything was good and he felt refreshed. Good disciple, hurry up and climb up. Master Tenchiru urged. Yes, master. Fangzheng's tiger eyes shone with dazzling light. He looked up. Feng Kim Hong and the rest were still far ahead, but their speed was getting slower. Fangzheng had an unprecedented sense of confidence. I can do it. With master's support, I can definitely defeat these prodigies, and become the sole inheritor of Hu immortal inheritance. Fangzheng, you need to do your best. After encouraging himself, Fangzheng started to climb. His movements were fast and steady, and his speed of ascension was very fast. It was simply an explosive move. This performance immediately attracted the attention of many people. When Hu immortal blessed land opened, it had always been connected to the outside world. Thus, the Tengu immortals hiding outside the blessed land immediately discovered Fangzheng's abnormality. This child had already reached his limit, and was about to be eliminated. How did he suddenly become so vigorous? Strange, this speed is even faster than Feng Kim Hong and the rest. This junior is from Crane Gate. So that's it. The Tengu immortals communicated with their wills, and soon, someone discovered Fangzheng's trump card. Yifengyang, you are really willing to spend so much. Spirit incubating fleas are not rare, but to protect the fleas, you used one's own Wei Gu, right? Yifengyang was one of Crane Gate's supreme elders, and possessed a rank 6, one's own Wei Gu. It was already widely known. One's own Wei Gu could allow other Gu worms to be used normally in the blessed land. It was an expendable Gu, and could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would vanish into thin air. Yifengyang, you really have a good method. To think you had such a hidden move. You flatter me. Among this generation's newcomers, Myriad Dragon Dock has Ing Shengji, Spirit Affinity House has Feng Kim Hong, and Spirit Butterfly Valley has Xiao Qi Xing. Our Crane Gate cannot compete with them, so we had to use this method. Yifengyang's words were humble and low-key. The other Gu immortals could only chuckle. They naturally had rank 6 Gu worms, but they did not have one's own Wei Gu, and could not provide such an effective and huge help. Rank 6 Gu worms were immortal Gu. They were unique. At the same time, in the vast world, there would only be one immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were rarer than rank 5 Gu. Many rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have one immortal Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he became a Gu immortal in 500 years. To refine the first rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, he spent a lot of time and effort. The moment he succeeded, he was besieged by the righteous path. Their main goal was to snatch this immortal Gu. The 10 Gu immortals at the scene. Because of their sex, they had some savings. But they only had 1 or 2 immortal Gu on hand. Yifengyang had one's own Wei Gu. That meant other Gu immortals definitely did not have it. The subtle thing was, Yifengyang's actions did not cross the bottom line, and did not break the rules of the game that the 10 sects had agreed on. Thus, the other Gu immortals could only watch, and could not forcefully interfere. Unfortunately, my immortal Gu specialize in offense. If I use it, it would be attacking Hu immortal inheritance. That would not be good. Although I have a defensive immortal Gu that can protect the soul, the disciples do not have immortal essence to use. Otherwise, Hu immortal inheritance would belong to the sect. The situation has not been decided yet. This disciple of Crane Gate, with the help of the spirit incubating flea, he has a huge advantage. But he has fallen behind by a lot. We will have to wait and see what the result will be. Yifengyang used one's own Wei Gu 80 years ago. This is the second time. That is to say, the one's own Wei Gu in his hands. I can only use it one last time. He paid such a huge price just to gain an advantage in the competition for the inheritance. The other Gu immortals pondered for a while. before choosing to restrain themselves and continue to observe. On Sancha Mountain, 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The opening of 3 Kings' inheritance once again attracted all the Gu masters in southern border. Just like Tai Mu Bai had guessed. On Sancha Mountain, dragons and snakes began to gather, and the wind and clouds surged. Did you hear? Just yesterday, Li Fail came to Sancha Mountain. Ah, you mean stable as a mountain Li Fail? Soon, another famous expert arrived on Sancha Mountain. Li Fail's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, an earth path Gu master, known as stable as a mountain, and specialized in defense. He was originally Li clan's rising star, receiving the clan's great nurturing. But this person had an intense obsession towards the pursuit of strength. Obsession was obsession. To pursue the greatest strength, he killed people to refine Gu, and was not accepted by the righteous path, thus he turned to the demonic path. Li Fail was only a catalyst. In the following month, many famous Gu masters arrived on Sancha Mountain. There was the enslavement path Gu master Zhang Sansan, who killed a rank 4 Gu master at rank 3 peak stage, and was now rank 4 middle stage, known as a beast enslavement master. There was the righteous path expert Tao Zi, who had the famous rank 5 healing Gu of southern border, Spirit Peach Gu. There was also Yun Luo Tian, Yun clan's young clan leader, a wind path Gu master. He reached rank 3 peak stage at 23 years old, and was only a step away from rank 4 peak stage at 35 years old. More and more famous Gu masters, like sharks smelling blood, stepped onto Sancha Mountain to compete for the 3 Kings' inheritance, wanting a share of the loot. These Gu masters had at least rank 3 upper stage cultivation, and some had even reached rank 4 realm. A month later, the 4th rank 5 Gu master arrived on Sancha Mountain. Wang Xiao. He was the lord of Wu Mountain, a demonic path Gu master, a rank 5 poison cultivator, a true overlord of an area. 2 months later, Wu clan's Wu Lanshan arrived. As the number 1 clan of the righteous path, Wu clan had always dominated southern border. The Wu Lanshan who was sent here was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader. The moment she ascended the mountain, she fought with Wang Xiao. Although this battle had also ended in a draw, the battle strength she had displayed had already surpassed Ku Mo and Wu Gue. Another 8 days later, the famous demonic path Chou Jiu appeared at the foot of Sancha Mountain, causing a commotion as well. Chou Jiu also had rank 5 cultivation, but his battle strength was weak. He was proficient in healing, and was the famous killer ghost doctor. Together with Dr. Su Shou, 9-fingered wandering doctor, and divine Dr. Sheng Shou, they were known as the 4 great doctors of southern border. He had an eccentric personality, and had a rule: anyone who wanted him to heal had to kill someone for him. If he saved a life, he had to kill a life. Thus he was called Killer Ghost Doctor. Walking by the river for a long time, one's shoes would get wet sooner or later. Gu masters lived in this cruel world. Injuries and illnesses were unavoidable, and they had to seek help from doctors. The 4 great doctors were both in the righteous and demonic paths. The moment Killer Ghost Doctor ascended Sancha Mountain, he received a cordial invitation from Tai Mu Bai, and the two chatted happily during the banquet. Time passed quickly. The 3 Kings' inheritance opened and closed and opened again. On this day, the 3 Kings' inheritance opened again. At the foot of Sancha Mountain, 2 figures walked over. Soon, someone recognized the two and shouted in shock. It's the black and white twin demons, they are here again. Chapter 381. At the peak of Sancha Mountain, red, blue and yellow pillars of light stood in front of everyone. Compared to before, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these 3 pillars of light had become many times dimmer. At the same time, their size had shrunk to less than half of their original size. This Gu immortal blessed land that had existed since the olden antiquity era was already nearing its end. After being remodeled by the 3 Kings, it was slowly becoming unbearable as countless Gu masters explored and plundered it. It was like a sinking ship. Half of it had already been submerged by the seawater. Only the flagpole and some of the upper deck were still exposed to the air. Old tribe leader Tai, please go ahead. After seriously observing for a while, Wu Lanshan respectfully cupped her fists towards Tai Mu Bai. Although there were many rank 5 Gu masters here, in terms of battle strength, Tai Mu Bai was still the strongest. In this Sancha mountain, he was undoubtedly the #1 rank 5 Gu master. Even in the entire southern border, he was a top-tier existence among rank 5 Gu masters. Tai Mu Bai's status was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Even opponents like Ku Mo and Wu Gui had to admit this point. Tai Mu Bai looked at the 3 pillars of light and nodded. Then I will go first. His every movement attracted everyone's gazes. The thousands of Gu masters near the inheritance entrance were all focused on him. Tai Mu Bai slowly walked forward, entering King Xian inheritance. Wu Gui and Ku Mo looked at each other. Since Tai Mu Bai had chosen King Xian's legacy, then the two of them had to avoid encountering him. Rank 5 Gu masters would try their best to avoid unnecessary competition. The final battle was the stage where they could display their true strength. After Tai Mu Bai, Wu Lanshan, Wang Xiao and the rest also made their choices and entered the inheritance. Next was the rank 4 peak stage Gu masters led by Yihua. One by one they entered. On Sancha Mountain, righteous and demonic Gu masters gathered. The enemies who used to fight each other behaved in an orderly manner in front of huge benefits. However, right at this moment, the originally quiet peak suddenly became restless. First, it was the Gu masters in the outer circle who were discussing. Next, the Gu masters in the inner circle also looked over. It's the black and white twin demons, they are finally back. Someone saw the cause of the commotion. Someone said in surprise. They are the black and white twin demons? The 2 rising stars of the demonic path? This was the first time many people saw Fong and Bai, and they couldn't help but size them up. These 2 youngsters are not simple at all. One was besieged by the 4 elders of the Tai clan, and managed to persevere for several months without being defeated. The other one is even more powerful. He fought 1 against 7 and even killed Tai Bashio. Someone introduced. Fong and Bai had wreaked havoc on Sancha Mountain. It left a deep impression on everyone. Now that many people thought about it, it was still vivid in their minds. Tai Bashio. I have fought with him before. Fong Jing was actually able to kill him. And at such a young age he is indeed not simple. Someone nodded, his expression becoming serious. In my opinion, the so-called overlord of the age is just a facade. Making a junior famous. Truly a disgrace to our generation. Some Gu masters scoffed. So what if the black-white double ghosts are here? Times were different now. On Sancha Mountain, there were 6 rank 5 Gu masters. The 2 of them were merely rank 4 Gu masters. They won't be able to cause any big waves. That's right, especially since Fong Jing killed a Tai clansman. Tai Mu Bai will not let him off. But he has guts to actually dare to come here. Isn't this taking advantage of the fact that Tai Mu Bai has already entered the inheritance? That's why he dares to come here. Everyone discussed softly, looking at Fong and Bai with all kinds of gazes. Some were curious, some were judging, some were solemn, some were frivolous. There were also many people who did not look at them but looked at another person. This person was standing among the rank 4 Gu masters. Dressed in tight clothes, her beautiful eyes were like stars, and her brows were tightly furrowed. It was Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan was a rank 4 Gu master. She naturally had to follow this wave of rank 4 Gu masters and enter the inheritance. Although Tai Mu Bai was the #1 person on Sancha Mountain, he still had to follow the rules and set an example. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command the Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. This was the code of conduct of a righteous path leader. Fong Zheng, it's you. Tai Ruanan walked out of the crowd, closely staring at Fong Yuan with an agitated expression. Seeing Fong Yuan, this great enemy whose hands were stained with the blood of Tai clansmen, the young girl's heart was filled with hatred and anger, wishing she could immediately kill him. Her fists fiercely clenched, then slowly loosened. Loosened and tightened, tightened and loosened again. Such repeated small movements showed the struggle in her heart. Finally, Tai Ruanan loosened her fists and fiercely breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, her eyes regaining clarity. Little Beast King, don't worry, old clan leader will attack you. Your life is mine, sooner or later. I will kill you as a sacrifice to the souls of my Tai clansmen. Just you wait. Saying so, the young girl turned around and left, stepping into the light pillar and disappearing. Is Tai Ruanan afraid? She actually left without fighting. It seems Little Beast King's might is still there, causing this Tai clan young master to not dare to fight. I feel this girl is very smart. The Three Kings' inheritance is right in front of us. This is a rare opportunity. She should quickly grab it. What is the benefit of fighting and killing? Feng Yuan, however, frowned slightly. Tai Ruonan's performance had surprised him. Being able to control her anger, it was truly rare. Many famous people might not be able to do this. Tai Ruonan, I cannot let you grow any further. It was rare for Feng Yuan to feel threatened by someone of the same generation. Tai Mubai did not purposely conceal the fact that he was teaching Tai Ruonan. It was already widely known. Feng Yuan was naturally aware of this. Tai Ruonan had talent, she had talent, and her temperament was even more firm. Adding on the clan's nurturing, she was simply a swallow that soared to the sky. One day she would fly to the clouds, becoming a phoenix or a green bird. Restraining the killing intent in his heart, Feng Yuan walked towards the inheritance. Most of the rank for Gu masters consciously gave way. Wait. Suddenly, a righteous Gu master walked forward and blocked Feng Yuan by. This righteous Gu master wore a snow-white robe. His sleeves were wide and fluttering in the wind. His face was also very handsome. It was no one else. It was the young patriarch of the Yin family, Yun Luotian. Little Beast King, I heard that you killed Tai Bashio. Yun Luotian stood in front of Feng Yuan and swept a glance at Feng Yuan before sizing up by Ningbing. Do you know? He pointed at Feng Yuan, saying arrogantly, you won with an unfair advantage, using a flying Gu to kill a righteous path member, but you found a loophole. The atmosphere at the scene became very heavy. Yun Luotian's words were very blunt. Furthermore, Feng Yuan was an arrogant person. If things continued like this, it was obvious that a war would break out. Many Gu masters retreated slightly, distancing themselves from these two people. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie. Looking at Yun Luotian, he nodded and suddenly smiled. I indeed found a loophole and killed Tai Bashio. Sorry about that. Yun Luotian was stunned. He did not expect this little beast king to answer like this. Why was his behavior different from the information? These years of close cultivation. He had been cultivating flying techniques. His flying ability was not inferior to the famous flying experts of Southern Border. Right now he wanted to fight with Feng Yuan to increase his reputation. But Feng Yuan was so polite, he could not continue to make things difficult for him. Demonic path members could be extremely vicious. He was a righteous path member, and was also the young patriarch of Yun clan. His every action had to be paid attention to. After all, he represented the image of Yun clan. Yun Luotian was slightly dazed. But soon after he calmed his mind. We let young master Tai Ruonan leave first because we admire old patriarch Tai Mubai's reputation. Since you know you found a loophole, why don't you leave first? There are still many heroes here, it's not your turn yet. Yun Luotian waved his sleeves at Feng Yuan, speaking in a plain tone. Although he was secretly flattering the people around him, the atmosphere became even more tense. Everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Just as everyone was on guard, Feng Yuan took a step back with a smile. Sir is right, I was rude. You guys go first. Yun Luotian laughed, waving his sleeves and turning around with a leisurely attitude. After dozens of steps, he stepped into the light pillar. Although he did not fight with Feng Yuan, he felt his gains were greater. Not long later, there would be rumors of him challenging Little Beast King, scaring this rising star of the demonic path into retreating. At that time, his reputation would soar, and Yun clan's reputation in the righteous path would also rise. After Yun Luotian entered the inheritance, Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing chose King Bao's inheritance. Seeing the two disappear, the remaining rank 4 Gu masters started to whisper to each other. Is this still Little Beast King? He has become so gentle and refined? Did he take the wrong medicine, or did I see wrongly? This world is changing too quickly. Little Beast King is terrified, what a coward. If it were me, I would have already rolled up my sleeves and fought. Sigh, the opponent is Yun Luotian after all. Although Yun clan cannot compare to super clans, it is still a first-rate clan. After a moment of dizziness, after calming down, Feng Yuan sized up his surroundings. A gray-white sky and light red land stretched to the limits of his vision. On the land, There were pieces of volcanic rocks, emitting steam or gray smoke. Another heavenly demon has descended. Comrades, quickly gather together. As long as we are united, we can defeat the Demon King. Quick, our Red Egg village can only rely on ourselves to protect it. Suddenly, the lids of the volcanic rocks were opened, and small people walked out of them. These small people were only the size of babies. They were pink and tender, looking very cute. The most eye-catching thing was, in the center of each of their chests, there was a red cute round egg. These were eggmen. Like hairy men, they were variant humans. Feng Yuan took one look, and knew that these were red eggmen among eggmen. The eggs on the bodies of red eggmen were all red. They built houses out of large volcanic rocks and lived in them. Right now, Feng Yuan could only use one exploding egg goo. And King Bao Inheritance's intention was to let Feng Yuan use exploding egg goo to eliminate these red eggmen. That way he would be able to enter the next round. But facing the attacking red eggmen, Feng Yuan did not move. He allowed the attacks to land on him. These attacks accumulated and soon, Feng Yuan was heavily injured. Feng Yuan could not breathe properly, his body was bathed in blood. The intense aura of death had already enveloped him. At this moment, even if he used exploding egg goo, it would not change the situation. Putting himself in a desperate situation, Feng Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 382. A group of short red eggmen surrounded Feng Yuan and kept attacking. Ha! Is this heavenly demon an idiot? Why isn't he moving? If only heavenly demons were this stupid. Don't let your guard down. Heavenly demons are extremely cunning, quickly kill him. Seeing that Feng Yuan was about to be killed, the red eggmen cheered in victory. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended and engulfed Feng Yuan. Surrounded, Feng Yuan, who was on the verge of death, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a group of extremely shocked red eggmen. When Feng Yuan woke up from the hazy darkness, the scene in front of him had changed greatly. It was a dark blue hall. The main hall was extremely simple and unadorned, and it was built with huge square copper bricks. Many of the bricks were covered with moss, showing the signs of time. Feng Yuan was lying in the middle of the hall. The copper brick floor on his back was cold. I've healed your injuries. A giant tortoise slowly opened its wrinkled eyelids and stared at Feng Yuan, who was at its feet. Feng Yuan slowly crawled up from the ground, first touched his body. Sure enough, his injuries were all healed. Then he looked around the hall, his expression calm. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant turtle in front of him. This giant turtle was as big as a house. Its dark green shell was thick and hard. Its forelimbs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers hanging down from its head. Feng Yuan looked at this giant turtle. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, his smile became wider, and finally turned into laughter. Ha! His laughter reverberated in the hall. He had taken the initiative to seek death, which was equivalent to abandoning the spring-autumn cicada. Relying only on his guesses and the information from his previous life, the risk was naturally great. It could be said that a single misstep would cause eternal regret. But the people of the demonic path had always been courageous, and were best at staking everything on one throw. Now that Feng Yuan had successfully reached the main hall, all the risks were worth it. After laughing heartily for a while, Feng Yuan stopped and said to the giant tortoise, "Earth Spirit Bagui, you have finally awakened from your slumber. You know me?" The giant tortoise's balanced voice wavered. There was a trace of doubt in his old eyes. "That's right. I know you, and I also know the secret of this paradise." Feng Yuan nodded and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path, Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals protect the blessed land. He fought against the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, but in the end he perished in a calamity. After his death, his will combined with the heavenly power of the blessed land and formed the earth spirit. It's you, Bagui. As long as I complete his dying wish, I will become the new master of this blessed land. Am I right? Feng Yuan went straight to the point, and was very frank and direct. Land spirit. Even though it was a Gu Immortal, it was no longer a human, it was a pure obsession. Using a term from Earth, it was an intelligent program. As long as he reached the land spirit standard, he would be able to obtain its recognition and become the master of the blessed land. Therefore, Feng Yuan had directly said it. There would be no conspiracy between them. The giant tortoise nodded slowly. Yes. This obsession before death was the test of the blessed land. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the specific content of this test is to refine the second aperture gu, right? Feng Yuan asked. In ancient times, strength path flourished. 8 out of 10 gu masters cultivated the strength path. This blessed land's original owner was also a strength path gu immortal. He had developed the recipe of second aperture gu. But at the last moment, he lost his life in the heavenly tribulation. After he died, this obsession turned into a land spirit. In other words, the giant tortoise in front of Feng Yuan. In order to fulfill this obsession, the giant tortoise had been painstakingly waiting. Unfortunately, as time passed, there was still no fated person who met the criteria. This fated person had to be a strength path gu master, possess beast phantoms, and be strong to a certain extent. Secondly, this strength path gu master had to be on the verge of death to obtain this opportunity. This was because the blessed land's original owner had a lot of unwillingness and resentment before his death. He did not want others to obtain his wealth so easily. But he also wanted to refine the second aperture gu. Thus he requested that this fated person be like him and experience death. Only those who were in the same predicament as him had the qualifications to obtain everything he had. However, as time passed, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations continued. The land spirit giant tortoise could not wait for a strength path gu that met the criteria. To save immortal essence, it could only helplessly choose to hibernate. The originally vast and boundless blessed land was worn down by the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The entire space was already less than 1% of its original size. One heavenly tribulation caused the blessed land to be riddled with holes. Thus, a loophole was created, and the blessed land formed a secret passage to the outside world. 3 wandering children came here and relied on the blessed land's resources to cultivate. These were the famous 3 kings of the demonic path. After the 3 kings took their revenge, they returned to the blessed land to live in seclusion. As time passed, they became more familiar with the blessed land, and were only a step away from rank 6. But in the end, the 3 did not break through. Before dying, they modified this place and turned it into the 3 kings' inheritance. The 3 kings were refinement path, fire path and enslavement path. None of them walked the strength path. The moment the modification started, the land spirit was awakened. It watched quietly and did not stop them. It wanted to use this inheritance to attract a strength path gu master that met the requirements. When the 3 kings' inheritance opened, countless gu masters entered the blessed land, greatly increasing the immortal essence expenditure. When the blessed land faced the crisis of destruction, the giant tortoise also woke up from its slumber. After waking up, the first thing the land spirit did was to find the fated person. There were many strength path gu masters in the entire blessed land, but none could reach the land spirit's standard. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was the mainstream. But now, with the changes of the times, strength path was already on the verge of being eliminated. Gu masters who had true achievements in the strength path were even rarer. Hearing Feng Yuan mention the second aperture gu, land spirit Bagui was stunned. You know a lot. Although it was curious, it did not pursue the matter. To it had already found the fated person. Its next goal was to refine the second aperture gu. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the second aperture gu, because the second aperture gu was not a mortal gu, but a rank 6 immortal gu. But Feng Yuan was mentally prepared and asked, second aperture gu rank 6. Rank 5 mortal, rank 6 immortal. To refine an immortal gu, there is a basic requirement, that is immortal essence. The immortal essence in the blessed land. How much is left? The tortoise turned its body and looked towards the depths of the hall. The floor tiles suddenly split open, and a large bronze cauldron slowly rose up. Finally, the floor tiles closed, and the bronze cauldron was left in the hall. This cauldron, it had 3 legs and 2 handles, and contained immortal essence. This immortal essence was like green water, sparkling and translucent, emitting a rusty smell. There was very little immortal essence, Only a shallow layer was left at the bottom of the cauldron. And as time passed, it was still slowly decreasing bit by bit. This was because the blessed land opened, and countless goo masters were exploring it, entering and exiting, expending immortal essence. However, this is already much better than the situation in my previous life. As long as I plan carefully. Feng Yuan looked at this layer of immortal essence, his thoughts flashed like lightning. Previous life. 3 kings' inheritance opened, and the land spirit waited bitterly. But there was no fated person. At the middle to late stage, the land spirit finally found a qualified strength path goo master who was on the verge of death. This lucky person came from the demonic path, and survived a great calamity, gaining a blessing in disguise. However, he had no understanding of goo refinement, and died in the process of goo refinement. At the later stage, goo masters had a deep understanding of 3 kings' inheritance, and knew how to advance and retreat. They had more or less life-saving tokens that could allow them to escape at any time. At the final moment, the blessed land was extremely weak, and goo masters could use their own goo worms to fight and engage in a bloody battle. With a bloody battle, there would naturally be casualties. The land spirit finally found a chance, and selected several strength path goo masters. But by then it was already too late. Immortal essence was severely insufficient, and the land spirit itself was extremely weak. It could not accomplish anything. Eventually, the blessed land continued to collapse, and the goo masters found this hall. They came here, fought with the land spirit, and crashed into the strength path goo master who was refining goo. Only then did everyone know that Sancha Mountain's blessed land had such a huge secret. But by then, the immortal essence was expended, and the land spirit was already dead. The goo refinement naturally ended in failure. And the legendary second aperture goo had not even appeared in the world, and regretfully became extinct. Second aperture goo. It can allow a goo master to have a second aperture. Even an idiot knows the value of this goo. I have a great aptitude now, and one aperture has 90% primeval essence. If I can have a second aperture, I will have 180% primeval essence. At the same time, I will have double the recovery speed, and can even nurture a second set of goo worms. My battle strength will definitely soar, and it can be said to be an unprecedented record. Once I succeed, I will definitely be the #1 person among the same rank. Feng Yuan was inwardly excited. But refining this immortal goo was extremely difficult. It was not an easy task. Even Tai Mu Bai was dumbfounded by this. But to Feng Yuan, it was a different situation. Firstly, he was a rank 6 goo immortal in his previous life, using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He also successfully refined Spring-Autumn Cicada, and had precious experience in refining immortal goo. Secondly, ever since 3 Kings' inheritance opened, he had been making arrangements. He challenged strength path goo masters everywhere, and eliminated competitors. Shui Sanxi, Century Boy and others were all chosen by the land spirit in his previous life. But now, they all died in Feng Yuan's hands. Finally, he had the land spirit's help. In his previous life, when the land spirit met the first lucky child, it was already very weak. Towards the end it was extremely weak, and was actually killed by a group of mortals. But now was different. Feng Yuan sought death, and came early. He definitely received great help from the land spirit. Back then, that goo immortal had already made ample preparations to refine the goo. With this foundation, I have at least 50% confidence in refining the goo. Chapter 383. Soon, Feng Yuan calmed down. The second aperture goo was only a hope. To realize it, it required planning and hard work. Refining second aperture goo, regardless of success or failure, will consume most of the immortal essence. Without celestial core power, I won't be able to defend against the upcoming earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. In other words, even if I become the blessed land's master, this blessed land can no longer be saved. I have to give it up. So the second aperture goo is my greatest gain from this trip. However, the entire matter was not as simple as it seemed. Right now, Feng Yuan was facing a very complicated situation. When refining second aperture goo, the remaining immortal essence would rapidly decrease, the blessed land would weaken greatly, and the land spirit's help would also decrease. At the same time, he had to consider the Gu masters in the Blessed Land. If they found this hall, they would attack together like in his previous life and destroy the Gu refinement operation. Feng Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and after thinking for a while he took the initiative to request, "Land Spirit, tell me the second aperture Gu's refinement recipe." The Earth Spirit, Bagui, nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "Then listen carefully. The following is the complete content of the secret recipe. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron, jade bones into petals, ice muscles into stems, and the heart of the flower was a golden relic. The dazzling sparks converged into a plain of ice and snow. Below it was the yang cloud that raised the fire like a pill. Above it was the yin cloud that dropped the sand like gold. In the middle of the sky, the shadows of beasts were added until lightning and thunder struck. The power of the beasts was born in the placenta, and it could gather people's acupoints. Wild grass was flourishing, and blood qi was like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. His divine armament was limitless, and he roamed the wilderness. The third watch, the third watch, the third watch, the ninth watch. 9 was the extreme. Mission accomplished. The secret recipe was rich in content, and had close to 10,000 words. The more Feng Yuan listened, the more solemn his expression became. Refining this second aperture Gu required over 1,000 steps. The early stage involved over 100 kinds of materials. The middle stage used large amounts of rank 4 and rank 5 Gu worms. It was even more difficult. He actually needed to use another rank 6 immortal Gu. Not good. The difficulty of refining second aperture Gu is too high. It's much higher than I estimated. The information from my previous life only talked about the first half of the secret recipe, and it was mixed with a lot of misunderstandings from the people involved. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He originally had 50% confidence. After listening to the secret recipe, only about 30% remained. You don't have to worry too much. In this hall, there are already large amounts of materials and Gu worms specially prepared for refining the second aperture Gu. As the land spirit spoke, the entire hall was suffused with a dark green light. Amidst the brilliant radiance, the engravings on the surface of the hall protruded out of the bricks and materialized. This surprised Feng Yuan. This is clearly a storage method. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Zai. Many of the ancient methods have been destroyed in the river of light and yin. There were all kinds of materials dazzling him. There were at least 5,000 Gu worms, ranging from rank 1 to rank 5. Among them, there were more than 600 rank 4 Gu and more than 80 rank 5 Gu. Rank 5 Gu worms were extremely rare in the outside world, but in this hall, there were nearly 100 of them. And the expensive rank 4 Gu worms in the market seem to have become commonplace goods in this place. So much quality. There are also many Gu that I have never seen before. If I get these strength path Gu worms, my battle strength will definitely rise by 10 times. There are also more than 10 yellow gold relic Gu and 8 purple crystal relic Gu. If I use them, my cultivation will reach rank 5 peak stage in an instant. Feng Yuan looked at these rank 4 and 5 Gu worms, and wanted to give up on refining the second aperture Gu and directly swallow these Gu worms. But this impulse was quickly dispelled by him. With the land spirit guarding him, these Gu could only be used to refine the second aperture Gu. He could not use them for himself. Moreover, if the second aperture Gu was refined successfully, it would be of great help to him in the future, and would even be greatly beneficial to Feng Yuan when he reached rank 6. The second aperture Gu was a long-term investment. Especially after reaching rank 6, the profits would soar to the skies. There is still an extremely crucial Gu worm, Bagui said as he opened his eyes and mobilized the hall with all his strength. The green light in the hall rose to an oppressive level. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron also started to be consumed bit by bit. Feng Yuan squinted his eyes and saw that there was an immortal Gu trapped in this green light. It was like a round precious jade. The entire body of the jade was orange-yellow, and there was a lump of purple smoke in the middle of the treasure cloud. This smoke was constantly changing. Sometimes it turned into a flying horse, sometimes it turned into an immortal crane, sometimes it turned into a flying nimbus cloud, and sometimes it turned into a white thunderbolt. Along with its appearance, a strong aroma of wine filled the entire hall. Fang Yuan took a few breaths and felt a wave of intoxication. His eyes were hazy and his head was dizzy. He quickly held his breath. This is the rank 6 Immortal Gu Divine Travel. The land spirit introduced. Divine Travel Gu. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. His gaze did not move as he stared at this Gu. Divine Travel Gu was very mysterious and also very legendary. It was first seen in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of the Gu path. It sounded like a story at first reading, but it actually had a deep meaning. It recorded ancient secrets and contained all kinds of Gu. Some Gu were directly described, like Wisdom Gu, Strength Gu, and so on. But some Gu were subtly pointed out. The description was very vague. It required the reader to dig deeper and research. In The Legends of Renzu, Divine Travel Gu first appeared beside Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun drank the 4 types of top-quality wine in the world. The alcohol in his stomach condensed into Divine Travel Gu. Divine Travel Gu could bring a person to roam the world. There was no place they could not go. Verdant Great Sun suffered a lot from Divine Travel Gu. He was brought to many dangerous situations by Divine Travel Gu and narrowly escaped death several times. Although Divine Travel Gu is one of the 4 great movement Gu, it is very effective, but its flaw is too big. Who would dare to use it? Even Verdant Great Sun had to refine Divine Travel Gu into fixed Immortal Travel Gu in the end. No wonder the original owner of this blessed land wanted to turn this Gu into second aperture Gu. This fixed Immortal Travel Gu was also one of the 4 great movement Immortal Gu. It could bring a person to the place they wanted to go, no matter where they were. It could bring people to the place they wanted to go, regardless of the ends of the earth. But the premise was, one must have a concrete impression of this place in one's mind. If there was a huge change in this location, he would use fixed Immortal Travel Gu. They would also fail. Fang Yuan thought about it and understood this strength path Gu Immortal of the olden antiquity era. Divine Travel Gu. Although it was a rank 6 Gu, every time it was used, there was a huge risk. Although it was rank 6, its practical value was very low. Thus, Verdant Great Sun turned it into fixed Immortal Travel Gu. And this ancient strength path Gu master wanted to use it to refine the second aperture Gu. Land Spirit Tyrant Tortoise General Divine Travel Gu. When do you plan to start the refinement process? There's no hurry. Let me study this secret recipe first. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes and began to meditate. Man is the most intelligent of all creatures. Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. After a Gu master's cultivation reaches a high level, that is, when a Gu master uses a Gu, it is not purely treating the Gu worm as a tool. Instead, it was a way to understand the world. Gu worms are the carriers of the laws of the Great Tao. Gu refinement was not just a random guess, it was based on the understanding of the laws. A recipe was not only about Gu refinement, but also the researcher's understanding of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan could learn from this recipe. He could learn a lot of the exploration and understanding of this blessed land's original owner, the ancient strength path Gu master. Comparing it with himself, deepening his understanding of the Great Tao, it was definitely a great benefit. Gu masters are born with only one aperture. To have a second aperture, this is truly going against heaven. No wonder Divine Travel Gu is needed. After a long while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, having a deep understanding of the entire Gu refinement process. Land Spirit, start the Gu refinement, he said. Okay. Land Spirit immediately agreed, and brought 2 materials and a Gu worm to Fang Yuan. The first material was green marsh rotten soil, collected from 1,000 feet underground in a poisonous swamp. It was extremely poisonous. Even if Fang Yuan touched it, within a few breaths, his entire arm would be rotted by the poison. The second material was a handful of blood-red powder. It had a huge origin. It was the blood of 8 types of immemorial desolate beasts, mixed together, solidified and ground into powder. But that Gu worm was common. Fang Yuan had come into contact with it at Qingmao Mountain. It was a earth treasury flower Gu. Earth treasury flower was a storage Gu. The flower wine monk planted it in a cave, storing several Gu worms, which were eventually obtained by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, with the land spirit's help, mixed the green marsh rotten soil and 8 desolate blood powder together. After mixing into a uniform soil, he tried to plant the earth treasury flower goo. Once the earth treasury flower goo entered it, it would wither and die. Whether it was the poison in the green marsh rotten soil, or the ferocious blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder, it was hard for the earth treasury flower to endure. However, Feng Yuan had already expected this situation, and was not discouraged. The land spirit took out another earth treasury flower goo, and he planted it. That strength path goo immortal from the olden antiquity era had already predicted the possibility of failure in every step, thus he had ample backup. After several failures, Feng Yuan finally succeeded in planting the earth treasury flower goo. The poison in the green marsh rotten soil, and the blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder formed a subtle balance, thus causing the earth treasury flower goo to mutate. This was the first step of the recipe: rotten soil blood powder and earth treasury flower. Next was jade bone into petals, ice mussels into stems, golden relic in flower heart. This required the use of jade bone goo, ice mussels goo and yellow gold relic goo. It required the goo master's proficient goo refinement skills. The third step, dazzling starfire, gather ice and snow to form plains, was easily misunderstood as starfire goo and snowfield goo. If so, it would result in insufficient firepower. Actually, these two phrases had to be understood together. The true answer was to use starfire prairie goo and gather together with snowfield goo. Only then could balance be achieved. Feng Yuan followed the prescribed order, and implemented them one by one. At the fourth step, below is yang cloud raising fire like a pill. Above is yin cloud falling sand like gold. This was a test of his multitasking ability. Feng Yuan first used yang cloud goo, then used pill fire goo. Next he used yin cloud goo, then used golden sand goo. Yin and yang clouds, one above and one below, mixed with the smoke from the previous steps. Orange-yellow spheres of Dan fire rose from the yang clouds one by one. Golden sand fell from the yin cloud like a hazy drizzle. Yin above and yang below, reverse balance. This is the crucial point. Go white elephant phantom. Feng Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he activated all-out effort goo. A white elephant phantom appeared above his head. The white elephant phantom crashed into the yin and yang clouds. The yin and yang clouds suffered the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. With a soft explosion, the white elephant phantom turned into a ball of white light, spinning in the air. Again, black python phantom. Feng Yuan pointed, sacrificing another beast phantom. The black python entered and quickly turned into a black light, coiling around the white light as the two continued to tangle. Stone tortoise phantom, steed phantom. 2 beast phantoms flew out from Feng Yuan's body. The 4 beast phantoms tangled with each other, forming a colorful whirlpool, but it was still a step away from success. Strange. Why haven't they fused yet? Feng Yuan felt strange. He had encountered his first obstacle. The colorful whirlpool became smaller and smaller under the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. The various auras could not fuse. Seeing that he was about to fail, Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, don't tell me. He started to control the 4 beast phantoms. White elephant phantom, simple and honest. Black python phantom, cold in entanglement. Stone tortoise phantom, thick like a mountain. Steed phantom, galloping like flying. These 4 beast phantoms were just tangling with each other before. Now, under Feng Yuan's control, they displayed their charm and true meaning. Rumble. A thunderous explosion occurred, and a change occurred. The yin and yang clouds moved, the yin cloud sank and the yang cloud rose. The two joined into one. The clouds surged and mixed endlessly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled continuously. So it was like this. No wonder it requires a strength path goo master. Just having the beast phantoms is not enough. The goo master needs to experience the true meaning of their respective beast phantoms before they can start fusing. Feng Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, understanding inwardly. Crack crack. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sounds were like war drums, becoming more and more concentrated. Finally, they reached their limit and connected into one. Bam bam bam. Amidst the continuous explosions, the clouds completely fused into one, and suddenly exploded. A strong gust of wind blew, and the clouds and smoke dispersed. Only one goo was left in the air. This goo was rank 5 and was shaped like a disc. Its surface was rough like the embryo of weeds. Disc zhong inside, there was a fierce beast with a horse head, elephant tusks, tortoise body and snake tail. This is the beast's strength placenta goo. Fang Yuan's mind relaxed when he saw this goo, and immediately fell asleep. He had spent 5 days and 5 nights on this goo refinement. During this period he did not sleep or rest, multitasking. His mind was exhausted to the extreme. This sleep lasted for an entire day and night. Fang Yuan woke up. He rubbed the beast's strength placenta goo, recalling the recipe. Below it is the yang cloud that raises fire like a pill. Above it is the yin cloud that drops sand like gold. Adding beast phantoms in the middle until lightning flashes, and the beast's strength placenta is born, gathering the apertures. Next is gathering the apertures. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the land spirit, Ba Gue, it is time. Ba Gue was straightforward. All right, I can teleport you to any place in the blessed land. Saying so, a large map appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes, along with all kinds of images, showing the blessed land's scenery. Goo masters, hairy men, dogs and beasts, everything was clear. This is the place. Fang Yuan searched and pointed at a place. At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Mu Bai. It's you. Tai Mu Bai was searching for the inheritance. Seeing Fang Yuan suddenly appear, he was slightly shocked. But he quickly calmed down and was about to say something. But Fang Yuan was in a rush. He waved his hand and luckily summoned a rock crocodile phantom. Slap. Tai Mu Bai's head exploded like a watermelon after being whipped by the rock crocodile's tail. He was dead. Chapter 384. After killing Tai Mu Bai, Fang Yuan immediately went to his headless corpse and grabbed his arm, sending his consciousness into his aperture. The aperture's walls were transparent like crystals. The vast primeval essence sea was surging with waves. Rank 5 Goo Masters possessed purple crystal primeval essence. Primary stage was light purple true essence, middle stage was bright purple true essence, high stage was deep purple true essence, and peak stage was crystal purple true essence. Tai Mu Bai was a rank 5 peak stage Goo Master. His primeval essence was sparkling and translucent, as if a crystal had melted into liquid. Within its deep beauty was incomparable strength. The gap between rank 5 peak stage and rank 4 upper stage was huge. Such a huge quintessential essence, C was at least 98%. Even 100 Fang Yuans couldn't compare to it. In the purple crystal primeval sea, there were still goo worms flying around. A small golden hand danced in the air above the sea like a streak of golden light. This was Tai Mu Bai's vital goo. The rank 5 goo worm he had used when fighting Kuemo and Wu Gue on Sancha Mountain. Touch gold goo. The dot gold goo was extremely powerful. Any living being that was hit by it would turn into pure gold and lose their life. Even Kuemo and Wu Gue didn't dare to face them head-on. Even rank 4 peak stage experts like Yihua and Kong Ri Tian did not dare to continue watching. They took the initiative to retreat. This was Tai Mu Bai's strongest long-range attack. If Fang Yuan were to fight from afar, the beast phantoms that relied on his strength would turn into golden statues the moment they were hit by the golden light. Fang Yuan could no longer retrieve it. Besides the click gold goo, there was also a golden undercurrent flowing at the bottom of the purple crystal sea. This undercurrent was like water melted by gold, flowing freely at the bottom of the sea. This was the golden soup goo, similarly a rank 5 goo. Once activated, its defense was extremely strong and could resolve the Goo Master's worries. What was even better was, it was liquid and could change its shape at will. Even if they were scattered, they could gather again like water, making them extremely difficult to deal with. If Tai Mu Bai activated Gold Soup Goo, even if Fang Yuan used his full strength, he would not be able to break this defense. In the Amethyst Sea, there was another eyeball. It looked small and inconspicuous, but from time to time, it would release a dazzling golden light. It was even more dazzling than the stars. This was Vajra's Furious Gaze Goo. It was also rank 5, but it was not used for scouting. It was an offensive goo. After the Goo Master activates it, the formless gaze would have the ability to attack, like a giant pestle striking one's heart. Once their eyes met, he could directly attack his opponent's soul. This goo was hidden by Tai Mu Bai. Even when he fought Kumo and Wu Gui, he did not use it. Once it was used, it would be a direct contest of souls between the two Gu masters. Victory and defeat would be decided immediately. It was a trump card. Tai Mu Bai had used many Gu worms to strengthen his soul foundation. As for Fang Yuan, he walked with strength. It didn't benefit his soul at all. If Tai Mu Bai used the Vajra Furious Gaze Gu, he only needed to exchange a glance with Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan's soul would probably scatter. To use this Vajra Glare Gu, he also had to work with the golden eyes. Using an ordinary eye would cause one to go blind if one were to recklessly use it. He could only use the two golden eye Gu to remove his eyes. Only by transforming it into golden eyes could he safely use the Vajra Furious Gaze Gu. Obviously, since Tai Mu Bai had the Vajra Furious Gaze Gu, his eyes were naturally golden eyes. Just like how Fang Yuan had transformed his skin into bronze skin, and his bones into essence iron bones. Other than these 3 rank 5 Gu, Tai Mu Bai's body also had 4 rank 4 Gu worms. Golden Dragon Gu, Golden Wind Refreshing Gu, Golden Coat Gu, Golden Aurora Gu. All of them were extraordinary, and were the best of the Metal Path Gu worms. These Gu worms were all taken out by Fang Yuan. After confirming there were no other Gu worms on Tai Mu Bai's body, Fang Yuan took out the Beast Strength Placenta Gu, and activated it on Tai Mu Bai's abdomen. Tai Mu Bai had lost his life, and his aperture was slowly shrinking. Now that the Beast Strength Placenta Gu sucked, the aperture was pulled out of Tai Mu Bai's body, falling into the placenta, and was devoured by the fierce beast at the center. After devouring the aperture, the coarse Beast Strength Placenta Gu suddenly became shiny and glossy. Originally, it was like an embryo made from yellow mud, with large pores on the surface. But now, it had also changed, becoming dense and thick, like a brick. This Beast Strength Placenta Gu was an idea of the Blessed Land's original owner, and was used like this. Continuously absorbing a Gu master's aperture, and slowly accumulating it, a qualitative change would occur. To refine the second aperture Gu, the aperture was naturally the main material. The Beast Strength Placenta Gu refined was used to devour other people's apertures, slaughtering all living beings to help oneself. This action was already on the demonic path. It could be imagined that the ancient Strength Path Gu immortals were not good people. If others used this Beast Strength Placenta Gu, they might feel a mental burden. But when Fang Yuan used it, he had a clear conscience, without any uneasiness. In his previous life, to refine the spring-autumn cicada, he had slaughtered thousands of li, blood flowed like a river, and caused endless bloodshed. Who knew how many people he had killed? So what if he killed a few Gu masters now? Good. This Beast Strength Placenta Gu, after absorbing Tai Mu Bai's aperture, has already raised the second aperture Gu's aptitude to 40%. Not bad. This is the accumulation of quantity. In exchange for a breakthrough in quality, it contains the truth of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. To transcend mortality and become an immortal Gu, how can there be no price? Back then when I refined the spring-autumn cicada and slaughtered millions, it was also because of this. The better the number of apertures I devour, the better the aptitude of the second aperture Gu will be. Next, I still need to kill Gu masters, go on a killing spree, and use their apertures to raise my Beast Strength Placenta Gu. Ha. Fang Yuan carefully inspected the Beast Strength Placenta Gu, and was overjoyed, raising his head and laughing loudly. Why did he slaughter the Tai clan group? It was to infuriate Tai clan, and attract a rank 5 Gu master. The arrival of a rank 5 Gu master would destroy the balance, and cause a chain reaction, attracting even more rank 5 Gu masters. These rank 5 Gu masters, rank 4 Gu masters, they are all my prey. Help me refine the second aperture Gu. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. All the arrangements, years of painstaking planning, all the risks he took, were starting to materialize now. This was so carefree, so comfortable. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and demonic fire surged in his eyes. In terms of true battle strength, the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai was 100 times stronger than Fang Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the click gold Gu. Once Fang Yuan was hit, he would die. There was no way to survive. Even if Tai Mu Bai only used rank 4 Gu, His rank 5 peak stage crystal purple primeval essence was not something Feng Yuan's mere yellow gold primeval essence could compare to. But in the Three Kings' inheritance, Gu masters were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to use their Gu worms, and at the same time, their defenses were reduced to nothing, becoming extremely weak. But Feng Yuan was different. He had the land spirit's help. What was the land spirit? It was the owner of the blessed land. With its support, Feng Yuan could be considered in the Three Kings' inheritance. He could also use his own Gu worms. Antai Mu Bai had rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and a powerful set of Gu worms, but he could not use them. In front of Feng Yuan, he was a live target, a meat chicken, peeling off all his defenses. He was as weak as a baby. He could not use a single metal path Gu worm. He could not even self-detonate. He had painstakingly accumulated this set of Gu worms for his entire life, but now it was all for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai, and kept his Gu worms into his aperture. The rank 6 spring-autumn cicada's pressure could at most suppress rank 4 Gu worms. Originally, Feng Yuan could not suppress these 3 rank 5 Gu, but the environment here was special. The Gu worms were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to move. Under Feng Yuan's primeval essence refinement, they obediently submitted, changing owners. Good. You took out a rank 5 peak stage aperture. This way, the second aperture Gu's aptitude has risen to 40%. But take note, in order to transport you, I expended a lot of immortal essence. I used a lot of immortal essence to support you. The land spirit's voice suddenly sounded. It warned Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan stopped laughing, his expression turning solemn. I expected this. He sneered, his eyes shining brightly, and his tone was filled with the aura of a strategist. He continued. Ba Gui, you have been asleep for too long. The blessed land has already been modified by the Three Kings. You have lost too much control. Even if you are the spirit of the blessed land and can restore these modifications, you will need to use a large amount of immortal essence, and there is not much immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. If we split the primeval essence at the bottom of the cauldron into 16 portions, then the expenditure earlier would be half of it. Ba Gui was dazed for a moment before transmitting. You are right, that is indeed the case. You actually calculated the expenditure of immortal essence so accurately. Your performance has made me look at you in a different light. Feng Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life. He knew the usage of immortal essence like the back of his hand. Making accurate calculations was as easy as flipping his palm. I have estimated, out of the 16 portions of immortal essence, at least 8 should be used to refine the second aperture Gu. Out of the remaining 8, 4 will be used to support the Three Kings' inheritance. To kill Gu masters, at least 3 portions will be needed. If there is less than 1 portion left, I will keep it as a backup to deal with sudden situations. But Ba Gui said, Young man, you are wrong this time. Refining immortal Gu requires at least 10 portions of primeval essence. But to support the Three Kings' inheritance, you only need 2 portions. When you kill enough, I will close the entire blessed land. No, I am not wrong. Feng Yuan shook his head. Refining the second aperture Gu, although it consumes immortal essence, we can use Yuan stone to replace some of the steps. This way, we can save 2 portions of immortal essence. Moreover, you cannot close the inheritance now, you have to keep the entrance open. Why? Land Spirit asked. Feng Yuan answered. Because once you close the inheritance, the matter of me killing rank 5 Gu masters will be exposed. At that time, such a change will attract even stronger enemies. Even if you close the blessed land, you cannot expel the Gu masters left in the inheritance. Because the Three Kings are modifying the blessed land, you will need to expend a lot of immortal essence to expel them. Immortal essence is already insufficient. Every portion is important. It is a necessity for the Gu refinement. At the later stages of the Gu refinement, the immortal essence will dwindle. The blessed land will be on the verge of collapsing and full of loopholes. It is useless to close the blessed land. Your strength will also weaken. The hall will definitely be discovered. At that time we will be besieged by Gu masters. The Gu refinement is likely to fail. After a moment of silence, the land spirit transmitted. You are right. However, Your method also has its drawbacks and flaws. If you use Yuan stone to replace immortal essence, you will need at least 30 million Yuan stone. Do you have so many Yuan stone on you? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. I only have 1,000,000 Yuan stone on me. Of course it is not enough. But don't worry, there are other Gu masters. Especially rank 4 and 5 Gu masters. They are definitely rich. After killing them, would we still need to worry about Yuan stone? Chapter 385. The battle between the hounds was over. Steel Armor Dog Group's defense is really strong. Rank 5 Demonic Path Great Gu Master Ku Emo looked at the hundreds of steel armor dogs around him, feeling gratified. The iron armor dog's entire body was covered in thick and dark leather armor, as if it was made of iron. They were the dogs with the most outstanding defense in the first 50 rounds of King Quan Inheritance. Just a moment ago, the skeleton demon commanded the dogs and won a great victory. His battle results were even more fruitful. He used Dog Enslavement Gu to recruit a Blue-Eye Dog King as his subordinate. This Blue-Eye Dog King was not only a 100-beast king, it also had a wild Gu worm that countered the Een dogs. My last failure was because I met a Een dog. Ordinary dogs cannot kill this intangible body, but with the Blue-Eye Dog King, the Een dogs have nothing to fear. This was only the 18th round of King Quan Inheritance, but Kuemo already had a Dog King and large numbers of steel armor dogs. He was a rank 5 Gu master after all. His actions were extraordinary. At the same time, his luck was really good. King Quan Inheritance was like this. It required luck the most among the 3 kings' inheritances. With good luck and deep accumulation, it was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger, making it easier to pass the rounds in the middle and later stages. I failed last time and only got to the 68th round. I am too embarrassed to tell others about this result. Today my luck changed for the better, with such a good start. But I cannot be careless. Tai Mu Bai chose King Xian Inheritance this time. I heard he got to the 80th round last time. Thinking of Tai Mu Bai, Kumo's heart became heavy. He knew he was not Tai Mu Bai's match in a one-on-one fight. Thus, when he chose to enter the inheritance, he avoided Tai Mu Bai and chose King Quan Inheritance. In fact, among the 3 kings' inheritances, King Xian Inheritance's early stages were the easiest. Gu masters could use words to disturb hairy men. This would allow them to win without a fight. As for this trick, it was naturally spread by Feng Yuan. Ku Emo thought for a while, before calming his emotions and making use of his time to continue. But at this time, space broke in front of him, and an unfamiliar young man appeared. Who is it? Ku Emo was shocked. He had challenged the 3 kings' inheritance many times. He had a deep understanding of the 3 kings' inheritance. But the scene in front of him had really happened, and he was shocked beyond belief. It was Feng Yuan. When he heard Kumo's shout, he laughed. Who is it? The one who wants your life. With that said, he activated the Golden Dragon Gu. The Golden Dragon suddenly appeared. Growl. Its whiskers fluttered in the wind. Its eyes were wide open, and its 4 claws were ferocious and terrifying. When Kuemo saw this, he was so scared that he almost *T himself. He roared in disbelief. How is this possible? You can actually use Gu worms? How is this possible? At the moment of life and death, he shuddered and quickly activated his Gu worms. But there was no response. Roar. The golden dragon pounced over and swiped with its claw. Almost his entire upper body was crushed. The dignified Kuemo, an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation, a veteran great master of the demonic path, had died just like that. When he died, he didn't even have time to use his life-saving token. Of course, under the control of the land spirit, even if he used the badge, it would be useless. The Golden Dragon Gu's attacks are indeed domineering, but its style is crude and hard to control. Feng Yuan savored it. He had only wanted to crush Kumo's head, but in the end, Kumo's upper body was crushed as well, causing his heart to jump. Thankfully, his aperture was near his belly button and was not damaged. Feng Yuan stepped forward, his consciousness entering his aperture and searching for Gu worms. Kuemo had 8 Gu worms, but there was only one rank 5 Gu, called Softbone Gu. It was extremely sinister. This Gu could soften the bones of all living beings within a range of 50 li. Even if Fang Yuan turned all his bones into essence iron bones, he would be restrained and would turn into mud sooner or later. By then, Fang Yuan would have no way to retaliate. Without the support of his bones, he would be like a pile of mud, lying on the ground. His organs would be squeezed together, his blood vessels and muscles would be in a mess. Without needing anyone to make a move, he would die in no time. As for the other 7 gu, they were all rank 4. These gu were related to bone path. There was no lack of high-quality ones. Unfortunately, I do not have a deep understanding of bone path. I can at most make a temporary appearance. If I truly inherit this set of gu, the battle strength I can display will not even be half of Kumo's. I should keep it for now. Fang Yuan thought. At Kumo's level, the gu set he created would definitely suit his personality and fighting style. It would represent his understanding of bone path, battle, and gu masters. Fang Yuan was most proficient in blood path. In his previous life, he had benefited from the Blood Sea inheritance. He relied on blood path to establish his career. His understanding of blood path was extremely deep. If Kumo was a blood path gu master, the situation would be different. After taking all of Kumo's gu worms, Fang Yuan activated Beast Strength Placenta gu and devoured his aperture. Beast Strength Placenta gu was nourished and improved again. Its surface was like a brick, but now it had a layer of glossy luster. The surface became smooth like a rough ceramic. The pitiful Kumo was a formidable character. He was a lone cultivator and had to fight alone. He grasped many fortuitous encounters in his life. Adding on his hard work, he went through many difficulties to reach this step. But in the end he died, and all his hard work was absorbed by Fang Yuan. A great rank 5 gu master fell from his peak, becoming a stepping stone for Fang Yuan. It is a pity dog enslavement gu cannot be recycled. Otherwise these dogs could be used by me. Fang Yuan looked at the dog group regretfully, before vanishing. A fierce battle was going on. Wu Gui commanded the Chrysanthema Makita dogs, fighting with a large group of lightning symbol dogs. Chrysanthema Makita dogs were extremely united. The more they had, the greater their battle strength. But Wu Gui's luck was not good. He only had 40 or so Chrysanthema Makita dogs. He sent these dogs to the front line, concentrating on controlling them. The Chrysanthema Makita dogs were facing 5 times their number of lightning symbol dogs. They were all injured, but did not die. Mutual protection and exquisite coordination showed Wu Gui's great talent in beast enslavement. Many years ago, Wu Gui was an enslavement path gu master. Later he lacked resources. He could only change paths. Swoosh! Fang Yuan appeared, standing behind Wu Gui. Wu Gui was controlling the Chrysanthema Makita dogs with all his might, but did not sense Fang Yuan's arrival. If it was in the past, if he could use investigative gu, the moment Fang Yuan appeared he would kill him. But in this gu immortal blessed land he was immortal, and could only use dog enslavement gu and other gu. Even if his body was modified, it was weakened to nothing. Of course, this was also because Wu Gui was concentrating on controlling the dogs to fight. Fang Yuan did not waste any words. He waved his hand, and a bone spear flew out. Puchi! With a soft sound, the bone spear was like a spear. It directly pierced Wu Gui's heart, and the sharp tip of the bone spear stabbed into the ground. Wu Gui's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Suffering such a fatal attack made him extremely shocked and confused. Who killed me? He mumbled, as blood flowed out of his mouth. He slowly turned his head, trying to see the killer's face. But in the end, he lost all signs of life halfway. Wu Gui's whole body suddenly collapsed. Like a pile of mud, he hung on the bone spear. This great demonic expert, who was even more experienced than Tai Mu Bai, who had been famous for over 200 years, died just like that. When he died, his eyes were wide open, trying to see the killer who killed him. But this extremely simple wish was not fulfilled. The great Wu Gui died with everlasting regret. His death. The Chrysanthema Makita dogs that lost their master's control were immediately drowned by the lightning symbol dogs. The lightning symbol dogs roared. They pounced towards Fang Yuan. Howl! Fang Yuan waved his hand, and the golden dragon appeared again, slaughtering these lightning symbol dogs that did not know life from death. Fang Yuan quickly went to Wu Gui's corpse, and did the same thing. He first took his gu worms, and then used beast strength placenta goo to devour his aperture. Wu Gui had a rank 5 goo in his hands. It was oval like a black rain flower stone. But there were 7 white lines on the surface, and it had a strange and sinister style. It was the Crow 7 goo. Once this goo was activated, it would emit black smoke. Any goo worm below rank 6 would be contaminated by this black smoke, and would be sealed to varying degrees, and their power would be greatly reduced. As for the other goo worms, there were 8 or 9, all rank 4. But they involved many paths, and were rather messy, unlike Kumo's and Tai Mu Bai's goo worms. Wu Gui's goo worms, although can form an exquisite combination, are not a set. The reason why he could rampage in southern border is mainly because of the Crow 7 goo. There was no doubt that the Crow 7 goo was an extremely useful rank 5 goo. Fang Yuan obtained the Crow 7 goo, and was extremely happy. He placed the Crow 7 goo into his aperture, but the other rank 4 goo could only be kept in his pocket. His aperture was filled with many goo worms. Among them, there were 5 rank 5 goo worms, and there was no lack of rank 4 goo worms. Thus the pressure on the aperture was huge. Of course, the most important thing was the spring-autumn cicada. This rank 6 goo was gradually recovering, and was exerting great pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture. The flow of time in the Blessed Land is 3 times that of the outside world, and it can speed up the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. I need to hurry and refine the second aperture goo as soon as possible. With the second aperture, I can greatly reduce the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada. To Fang Yuan, the situation was extremely urgent. He not only had to refine the second aperture goo, he also had to guard against the huge internal threat of the spring-autumn cicada. At the same time, in the later stages of the goo refinement, the Blessed Land would be full of loopholes, and it would be connected to the outside world, and could be attacked by many goo masters. At that time, the land spirit would be extremely weak, and could not be relied on, and that would be the most dangerous moment for Fang Yuan. The refinement of the second aperture goo gets more difficult as it goes on. Especially that last step, I need to use divine travel goo. And I need to concentrate with all my concentration, or my own safety will be in great danger. The lesson of Wu Gui's blood was just now, and Fang Yuan had to be on guard. But his situation was different from Wu Gui's. I still have a chess piece, and that is by Ningbing. She has used the poison vow goo, and can be trusted. It seems that at the final moment, I still need to rely on her to protect me. Thinking so, Fang Yuan suddenly disappeared, and appeared in front of Bai Ningbing. Chapter 386. Bai Ningbing saw Fang Yuan appear out of nowhere, and stared in shock. By now, goo masters had a very thorough understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was beside Fang Yuan, and had a deeper understanding of Three Kings' inheritance than others. But because of this deep understanding, Bai Ningbing was even more shocked. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance seemed simple, but it had a shocking meaning. Bai Ningbing, do you still remember our agreement? I wonder if you still need Yanggu now? Fang Yuan did not talk about how he appeared, and instead stared at Bai Ningbing with his hands behind his back, his eyes eerie and unfathomable. You already know the answer. Bai Ningbing snorted, her blue eyes squinting. She knew Fang Yuan would not speak without thinking. He definitely had a reason. It seems you need my help? Just say it. Don't hide anything, otherwise I will not help. Fang Yuan laughed, not moved. Back then in Shang Clan City, you and I made a vow. If one is in danger, the other must help. I will tell you the truth, not long later. I will be attacked by goo masters. I need you to protect me while I refine goo. Attacked by goo masters? There are so many goo masters who want to kill you. I am not surprised. But you want to refine goo. What goo? Fang Yuan was very straightforward this time, and directly told her the whole matter. This was a huge matter. He needed Bai Ningbing's full cooperation. This matter could not be concealed. Bai Ningbing was not so easy to fool. If there was a misunderstanding because of the concealment, and the refinement failed, it would be a huge loss. What? This goo immortal Blessed Land's land spirit is still alive? You want to refine an immortal goo? You're too bold. You're courting your own death. Wait a minute. What did you say? You killed Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, and Kuemo? Fang Yuan made it short, and with just a few sentences, there was too much information, giving Bai Ningbing a huge impact on her soul. She felt like she was listening to a story. Fang Yuan didn't try to argue with him. Instead, he took out his spoils of war. These goo worms. Bai Ningbing looked at the goo worms Fang Yuan took out and was dumbfounded, completely losing her composure. These goo worms were genuine. This is the best proof. Did you really kill Tai Mu Bai and the others? Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan, her shock evident on her face. What kind of person was Tai Mu Bai? He was the previous clan leader of the southern borders super clan, the Tai clan. He was a proud son of the heavens. He was born with outstanding talent, and his temperament was even more unwavering and unyielding. His life's achievements were glorious. He was also talented and had researched many metal path goo worm tactics, causing countless enemies to tremble in fear. When he was young, he moved unhindered throughout the world, and his name spread throughout the southern border. When he was middle-aged, he controlled the Tai family with an iron fist. Everyone was fearful. When he was old, he was an emperor of a region. His prestige spread far and wide, and no one dared to defy him. He was revered as the glory of the Tai family, the glory of the righteous path. When he announced that he would go into seclusion and abdicate, whether it was the demonic path or the righteous path, many people sighed in relief. Now, when he came out of seclusion, all the clans were shaken. Even Shang Yanfei. Standing in front of him, he still had to bow. That Wu clan rank 5 Gu master Wu Lanshan, who was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader, had to lower her proud head when facing Tai Mu Bai. But this Tai Mu Bai died in Fang Yuan's hands. Not only him, Wu Gui and Ku Mo, 2 rank 5 Gu masters, also died in Fang Yuan's hands. What's more, not only did they die, even their goo worms were taken away by Fang Yuan. These 3 rank 5 goo masters died in such a sullen manner. Even Bai Ningbing, who was an outsider, felt depressed over the deaths of Tai Mu Bai and the others. Alright, it's about time. Next, I will teleport you to King Quan Inheritance. Follow my instructions and charge through the rounds. I need dog beasts as helpers, the more the better. Fang Yuan said hurriedly. I didn't say I would help you. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry if this succeeds, I will give you the Yonggu. Besides this, there are other benefits. After we leave Sancha Mountain, you can go wherever you want. I won't stop you from going our separate ways, and I welcome you to travel together. But regardless of whether you agree or not, I will refine the goo. Bai Ningbing was speechless. You, this shameless scoundrel, you dare to use the poison oath to threaten me? If Fang Yuan died from being surrounded while refining the goo, according to the poison oath, Bai Ningbing would die as well. That is to say, Bai Ningbing had to protect Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. His tone was calm and even had a trace of gentleness. This is not a threat, this is cooperation, Ningbing. Think about it. Since Qingmao Mountain, we have cooperated seamlessly, no danger could stop us, and countless enemies have fallen at our feet. This time will not be an exception. Didn't you want the Yonggu? If you get it, you can regain your male body. Don't tell me you are reluctant to part with your female identity? Hearing Fang Yuan call her Ningbing, Bai Ningbing felt goosebumps all over her body. When she heard Fang Yuan's last sentence, even though she knew Fang Yuan was trying to provoke her, she could not help but fly into a rage and shouted, "Shut up." Then it's settled. Fang Yuan laughed and waved his hand, stuffing a dog enslavement goo into Bai Ningbing's hands before disappearing. The scene in front of Bai Ningbing also changed. She was teleported to the first round of King Quan Inheritance by the land spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Wu Lanshan. Wu Lanshan jumped in fright at the sudden appearance of a person. But she was after all a famous person. A grand rank 5 great goo master. She quickly calmed down. Little Beast King, it's you. You seem to be able to enter and leave this place as you wish? Wu Lanshan took a step back, her eyes shining brightly. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He flicked his finger and shot out a bone spike. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through Wu Lanshan's heart like lightning. Wu Lanshan's beautiful face seemed to be frozen in time. She looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. You can actually use goo. After saying this, Her aura dissipated. She lost her life. Another rank 5 Gu master died. But Fang Yuan did not obtain her rank 5 Gu worms. The moment Wu Lanshan died, a profound light burst out from her body, wrapping around her 3 rank 5 Gu worms and leaving through space. Fang Yuan was no exception. He knew that Wu clan had a rank 6 immortal Gu called 100 without loss Gu. It had a mystical power and specialized in retrieving precious Gu worms. Although this blessed land could suppress all transformations of rank 1 to 5 Gu worms, it could not restrict immortal Gu. In fact, no blessed land could restrict the power of immortal Gu. Fang Yuan obtained the remaining rank 4 Gu. It was not a small gain. Next, he took out Beast Strength Placenta Gu and devoured Wu Lanshan's aperture. This was the 4th rank 5 Gu master's aperture. The Beast Strength Placenta Gu was nourished. It was like an exquisite porcelain, giving off a smooth and delicate feeling. Fang Yuan used his mind to sense it, and found that his aptitude had risen to 75%. The higher the aptitude, the harder it was to raise it. Back then, when he devoured Tai Mu Bai's aperture, his aptitude rose by 40%. But later, when Fang Yuan devoured Wu Gui, Ku Mo and Wu Lanshan's apertures, it only rose by 35%. Of course, this is related to the Gu Master's foundation. There are 5 rank 5 Gu Masters on Sancha Mountain. But only Tai Mu Bai, Ku Mo and Wu Gui are rank 5 peak stage. Among them, Tai Mu Bai has Tai clan's abundant resources. His foundation is the deepest. The others, Wu Lanshan and Wang Xiao, are rank 5 upper stage. Chojiu is only rank 5 initial stage. After killing these people, my aptitude might not rise by another 10%. But don't worry, there are many Gu masters. Even Yi Hua and Kong Ritian will die. The corpse hound's body is purple, its skin is slightly rotten, its back is hunched and its fangs are protruding. If you use the Yin dog to restrain it, you will definitely succeed. Choose the left path. The reward for that round is 3 tasks at once Gu. It will be extremely helpful to you. Next, you will encounter a heavy Tai Dog King. It is heavily injured, but it is even more ferocious. No matter how many dogs you sacrifice, you must capture it alive and use it for your own use. This Dog King is the only heavy Tai Dog King in the first 20 rounds. At the 22nd round, there will be a large number of wandering heavy Tai dogs. You can use it to subdue them without spending a single soldier. Every time Bai Ningbing passed a stage, there would be a voice beside her, guiding her on the right path. This voice naturally belonged to the land spirit. Immortal essence was scarce. After the land spirit moved Bai Ningbing to King Quan inheritance, it was not willing to waste immortal essence on her. Bai Ningbing could only pass 1 round at a time. However, although the land spirit's control over the blessed land had fallen to rock bottom, it could clearly see through the arrangements of 3 kings' inheritance. These words of guidance to Bai Ningbing almost did not consume any immortal essence, but to Bai Ningbing, it was a huge help. It was like a bright lamp, illuminating the dark path in front of Bai Ningbing. In every round, Bai Ningbing made the best choice, and her strength continued to expand like a rolling snowball. Next, you will encounter a Gu Master as your enemy. But don't worry, he has just experienced a huge battle. There are not many dogs left. You can eliminate him effortlessly. At that time, I will imprison him, and after you kill him, take away his Gu worms. It will greatly strengthen your Gu worms. The land spirit guided. Bai Ningbing nodded, slowly walking out of the fog. It's you. Her enemy saw her, and was somewhat shocked. Bai Ningbing was also stunned. This was none other than the Yin Clan young clan leader, who had made things difficult for her and Fang Yuan when they first entered the inheritance. Yin Luotian. Yin Luotian arrogantly snorted. You are Bai Ningbing, right? You are unlucky to have met me. You have less than half of my dogs. Halfway through his words he paused. His eyes were wide open, and a strange caw-caw sound came from his throat, like a rooster being strangled. From the fog behind Bai Ningbing, a large number of dogs walked out one after another. Chapter 387. Impossible. How can you have so many dog beasts? Yin Luotian shouted, pointing at Bai Ningbing as his body trembled, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Bai Ningbing had so many dog beasts around her, it was beyond Yin Luotian's imagination. How many rounds are there now? Even a rank 5 Gu master cannot have such a huge group. Yin Luotian shouted, venting his fear. You must have found some loophole and cheated. You cheated, you despicable and shameless person. Yin Luotian lost his composure. He no longer had the demeanor of a young tribe leader. Bai Ningbing sighed. Yin Luotian was right, he hit the nail on the head. That's right, she cheated. It was the blessed land's land spirit who helped her. Under the land spirit's guidance, she explored King Quan inheritance easily. It was like she was taking a stroll in the wild. It was extremely smooth. It was a stark contrast to the difficulty she had to face when exploring King Quan inheritance alone. The feeling of cheating is truly amazing. If this is called despicable and shameless, then I am willing to be even more despicable and shameless, he he he. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart as she waved her hand. Woof woof woof, countless hounds, upon receiving her order, began to move like a tide. In Yin Luotian's vision, he saw the dog beasts pouncing towards him with an imposing aura. He gritted his teeth. Bai Ningbing, don't be smug. Once I get out, I will expose you to the public. You know such a huge secret, everyone will be interested. Especially those rank 5 Gu masters. Ha ha ha, you are finished. Saying so, he took out the token and used it. But the token did not move. Yin Luotian was stunned for a moment before continuing to use it. What is going on? Why is it not working? I clearly used it the last time. I could have been transported out immediately. His gaze flickered as a bad feeling surged in his heart. He was bewildered and uncertain. He took out another brand new token. He was Yin Tribe's young leader. He had 2 life-saving tokens. But this time there was still no movement. The token had completely lost its effect. Yin Luotian's eyes widened as he stared at the token in his hand, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Bai Ningbing's army of hounds had already surrounded him and started massacring his hounds. How could this be? Hurry up and teleport me out. Yin Luotian's breathing quickened. He frantically used the token, but to no avail. He screamed, his handsome face twisted in fear. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like an enraged bull. It's you. It was you, wasn't it? It must be you. You can actually nullify the command medallion. Haha, good technique. However, you have to consider this carefully. I am the young master of the Yin family. If you kill me, you'll be offending the Yin family. The entire Yin family won't let you off. Yin Luotian reacted and shouted at Bai Ningbing. His pride as the young master of the Yin family supported him. This caused him to not kneel and beg for mercy. Instead, his tone became even more unyielding. But this kind of stubbornness, to Bai Ningbing, was useless. I'm not even afraid of the Tai clan. Why should I be afraid of your insignificant Yin family? What a joke. Bai Ningbing sneered. At this moment, Yin Luotian was all alone. The dog beasts in his hands were not worth mentioning. They had all been slaughtered. Bai Ningbing's heart moved. The dog beast closest to him let out a howl. It pounced on Yin Luotian. Yin Luotian struggled with all his might, but his strength could not compare to the strong dog beast. His throat was bitten by the dog beast. Large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound. The rest of the dog beasts were squatting on the ground, watching. I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Yin Luotian cursed before his death, his tone filled with hatred and anger. Bai Ningbing shook her head in disdain, walking forward and keeping all of Yin Luotian's Gu worms. This Yin Luotian walked cloud path. All of his rank 4 Gu worms were of high quality, and the enslavement path Gu he obtained from the King Quan inheritance greatly strengthened Bai Ningbing's Gu worms. Meanwhile, Yin Luotian's corpse was teleported to Feng Yuan by the land spirit. Feng Yuan was stepping on Wang Xiao, interrogating him for information on Wu Mountain. Wang Xiao was the lord of Wu Mountain, a rank 5 upper stage Gu master, a true local tyrant. He was also an expert who had been famous for a long time. If this was in the outside world, even 80 Feng Yuan would not be Wang Xiao's match. But here, Feng Yuan defeated him easily. The whole process was as easy as flipping his hand. Wang Xiao was extremely furious. He was being stepped on by Feng Yuan. His face was in contact with the soil. For a grand rank 5 Gu master, the lord of Wu Mountain, this was a huge humiliation. You want to know the way to Wu Mountain? Haha, don't be delusional. If you want to kill me, then kill me. After you kill me, you will never know the correct path again. Wang Xiao laughed coldly as he struggled, resisting with all his might. But Fang Yuan could use strength path goo worms. Wang Xiao could not match him in terms of strength. After struggling for a while, he was panting from exhaustion, while Fang Yuan's foot on his face was still as steady as a rock. Among the 100,000 great mountains of the southern border, Mount Wu was one of the most famous mountains. This mountain was illusory, hidden in fog. In the fog, there were many small paths. But there is only one right path. Wang Xiao knew this path. He would enter Mount Wu and take all the resources of Mount Wu for his own use. Famous mountains like Qingmao Mountain and Wu Mountain had at least 3 to 4 spirit springs. Other than that, there were large numbers of wild beasts and wild goo. All kinds of resources were enough to support 3 to 4 mid-sized clans. But in Wu Mountain, all the resources were monopolized by Wang Xiao. Wu Mountain is a naturally dangerous place. It is easy to defend. No matter how many righteous path goo masters there are, they cannot attack it. Wang Xiao used this place to be free and unfettered, becoming a tyrant. If I can obtain it, I can use it as a base, and I will not have to worry about resources after rank 5. Fang Yuan thought. Wu Mountain was Wang Xiao's fortuitous encounter. Fang Yuan coveted it very much. But Wang Xiao did not speak. He knew that once he spoke he would die without a doubt. Not speaking would give him a chance of survival. Bam! Right at this time, with a soft sound, Yin Luo Tian's corpse was transported over by the land spirit. Fang Yuan kicked Wang Xiao away and walked to the corpse, taking out the beast strength placenta goo, and devouring the aperture. It's him? That Yin clan's young master. Wang Xiao recognized Yin Luo Tian's identity, and saw the process of Fang Yuan using the beast strength placenta goo. His heart turned cold. Fang Yuan was clearly refining goo by killing people. This goo can actually devour apertures. This is not good. My aperture is more valuable than Yin Luo Tian. This beast strength placenta goo had already become smooth and delicate, like an exquisite ceramic. But in Wang Zhao's eyes, it was demonic and extremely dangerous. Seeing Fang Yuan walking over, Wang Xiao shouted anxiously. Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise to tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Vaogu on me. The killing intent in Fang Yuan's eyes intensified. Although he had the Eat One's Words Goo's recipe and could break the poison oath, he was pressed for time now. Where would he find the time to refine this Eat One's Words Goo? When he killed these goo masters, his immortal essence was rapidly expended, and the blessed land's weakening accelerated. The more time passed, the weaker the land spirit, and the less immortal essence he had left to refine second aperture goo. At the same time, the blessed land's time flow was 3 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada also became more threatening. Fang Yuan had killed so many people, he had expended nearly 2 portions of immortal essence. More than half of his previous estimate had been used up. The blessed land's weakening had accelerated. Some people must have sensed something amiss. Fang Yuan's greatest advantage was that he had the initiative. If he delayed, he would be at a disadvantage. Compared to second aperture goo, Wu Mountain's benefits were huge, but it was not irreplaceable. Speak, which path is Wu Mountain's path? Fang Yuan stomped on Wang Zhao's right wrist, directly crushing it as he asked in a stern voice. Let me go and I will speak. Wang Xiao screamed in pain. Stubborn. Fang Yuan stomped down again, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Wang Zhao's left kneecap was completely crushed. Wang Zhao's whole body was trembling from the pain. He was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and stared at Fang Yuan, but did not utter a word. Fang Yuan was silent. He knew that it was useless to force a confession. Wang Xiao was an ambitious and ruthless person. He had a malicious and ruthless nature. He never showed mercy to his enemies, and was also very strict with himself. He personally designed the ice water bed. When a person laid on this bed, as long as they slept for 6 hours, the entire bed would sink into the ice water below. Wang Xiao slept on such a bed, and only rested for 6 hours every day. He encouraged himself, restrained himself, and worked extremely hard. Other than eating, sleeping, and taking a dump, he used the rest of his time to cultivate. His aptitude was not very good. It could not be compared to Bai Ningbing and Taimu Bai. But with such hard work, he climbed up step by step and became a famous demonic expert in southern border. No one dared to underestimate him. In Fang Yuan's memories, Wang Xiao joined Yitian Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely ferocious and even wanted to take the position of the leader of the demonic group. After offending such a person, Fang Yuan felt pressure in his heart. Killing Wang Xiao would weaken the demonic path's strength in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. But Wang Xiao could not be left alive. He could only be killed. I need to refine Gu soon. I don't want to be attacked by all of you. Fang Yuan sighed and killed Wang Xiao. After that, Fang Yuan was extremely familiar with the process of snatching Gu and swallowing apertures. After swallowing Yin Luo Tian and Wang Zhao's apertures, the beast's strength placenta Gu's aptitude rose to 83%. As for the immortal essence expenditure, it had also reached 2 portions. It was extremely tight. Not good. The immortal essence expenditure is extremely high. It is slightly higher than expected. This blessed land is too old. It originated from the olden antiquity era. It is already a miracle that it can survive until now. Chapter 388. Young man, the immortal essence expenditure is a little off. Stop here. The land spirit also sensed this error and gave its suggestion. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, resolutely rejecting. No, 83% is not my plan. My plan is 90%. Most things in this world do not go your way. How can everything go your way? Young man, you are already blinded by benefits. Your head is starting to heat up. The land spirit said calmly. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart. Without the land spirit's help, he could not use immortal essence. The land spirit was already starting to retreat. Fang Yuan had to convince it again. Bagui. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing his tone. It is no big deal that the immortal essence expenditure exceeds by a little. In my plan, I still have some spare immortal essence. In Fang Yuan's plan, he had divided the immortal essence into 16 portions. 8 would be used to refine Gu, while 4 would be used to support the 3 kings' inheritance. A little more than 3 portions would be used to kill Gu masters. The remaining less than 1 portion would be used as a backup to deal with sudden situations. Fang Yuan had a meticulous mind and had planned for this for a long time. How could he not have backup plans? But the land spirit was not convinced. Although it was formed from obsession, it had intelligence and could think. Young man, your calculation is wrong. Have you considered the possibility of failure in the Gu refinement process? It is impossible for you to not fail. Once you fail, you will waste immortal essence. 8 portions of primeval essence is already insufficient to refine Gu. The remaining less than 1 portion of immortal essence can be used as a waste, allowing you to try many times. Now that you have used this portion, if you fail a little more, the second aperture Gu will definitely not succeed. The land spirit retorted. Fang Yuan was secretly anxious. He had not passed the test yet. He was not the owner of the blessed land. He could not directly command the land spirit. If the land spirit did not cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Right now, there was still a rank 5 Gu master in the blessed land. Many rank 4 experts. These would be his life and death enemies when he refines Gu in the near future. Fang Yuan was killing these people now to get rid of his enemies and protect himself. However, there was too little immortal essence left in the blessed land. Fang Yuan had to rack his brains and plan carefully. At the same time, he would have to face the land spirit's strict inspection. Young man, don't risk it. If you insist on going your own way, I won't cooperate with you. I'll even revoke your right to take the test and leave the opportunity to someone else. The land spirit's tone was firm. Hearing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh deeply. Land spirits were very stubborn. Under such circumstances, the earth spirits were very stubborn. It was almost impossible to convince the land spirit. The others can be spared, but the remaining rank 5 Gu master must die. He is one of the 4 great doctors of the southern border. His influence is very strong. We must get rid of him to be safe. Fang Yuan tried his best to argue. For the safety of the Gu refinement, you have already arranged for that girl. Combined with the hound beast, they should be able to fend off some of the attacks. At that time, I will also protect you with my life. The most important thing is the success of your Gu refinement. The land spirit rejected Feng Yuan's suggestion. Feng Yuan's face darkened. The remaining rank 5 Gu Master Chojio, known as Killer Ghost Doctor, although his battle strength was not high, his influence was huge. In his previous life's memories, he went to Etion Mountain and joined the demonic faction, catching up from behind. He directly sat on the third seat. With a wave of his arm, countless demonic Gu Masters gathered. Under his treatment, the demonic faction's casualties decreased sharply and their morale rose, giving the righteous faction a huge headache. Only when Shang Yanfei invited Dr. Su Shou from Shang Clan City and cooperated with divine Dr. Sheng Shou could they suppress Chojio's limelight. The Battle of Etion Mountain. Let the world know of Chojio's power. Killer Ghost Doctor was also publicly recognized as the head of the 4 great doctors. After Etion Mountain was conquered by the righteous faction, Chojio was captured, and Wu Clan leader felt pity for his talent. He wanted to recruit him, but Chojio refused, cursing Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou, exposing an old grudge, and was finally killed by the furious Shang Yanfei. But rank 5 Gu Masters were all geniuses. They could not be underestimated. These Gu Masters were able to stand out from the masses. In such a cruel environment, the survival of the fittest, ascending to the peak of the mortal world, they were all heroes. Thinking of a person like Chojio attacking at the final juncture of the Gu refinement, Feng Yuan could not eat or sleep in peace. Although my cultivation has risen to rank 4 upper stage, and my cultivation speed is astonishing, but on such a huge stage I am still too weak. I cannot compare to these rank 5 Gu Masters. If I had my rank 6 cultivation, no matter how many rank 5 Gu Masters there are, I would kill them all like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. You still want to kill? Impossible, I won't allow it. Immortal essence cannot be wasted here. I need to save most of it for the Gu refinement. The land spirit heard Feng Yuan's request, but firmly rejected. Demonic Gu Masters are like this. They like to take risks. Sigh, young man. Don't be too radical. In this world, why is the righteous path prosperous, always suppressing the demonic path? That is because the demonic path is too radical and greedy, putting themselves in a desperate situation. But the righteous path seeks stability, fighting steadily and not moving. Bagui, you are wrong. It is not easy for the demonic path to survive, if they are not radical. If they do not use every opportunity to grab the greatest benefits, if they do not take risks, how can they cultivate? How can they compete with the righteous path? The greed, selfishness, radicalism and risk-taking of risks of the demonic path are the survival rules of the demonic path. As long as the benefits are huge, so what if they walk on a tightrope? One wrong step and the whole game will be lost, turning the impossible into the possible. This is the brilliance of the demonic path. The life of the demonic path is like wine. It has a strong fragrance. Feng Yuan loudly retorted. The land spirit heard such words and sighed. Young man, your demonic nature is too deep. If you do not repent now, you will definitely walk towards destruction. You can survive the sins committed by heaven, but you cannot survive the sins committed by yourself. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Baga, you are too ignorant. What is a sin? A sin cannot be survived. That is only the beautiful but helpless wish of the weak. They spread it widely, hoping that everyone follows it, that way they can protect themselves. And I want to be a devil who has committed sins, but is still able to get away with it. I want to dominate the world, slaughter all living beings and enjoy everything. Not only do I want to slaughter Gu Masters, I also want to refine the second aperture Gu and become the biggest winner. Bagui, feel it, what is this? Saying so, Feng Yuan activated Spring Autumn Cicada and for the first time, released its aura. The land spirit was shocked. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just a mortal. How can you possess such an immortal Gu? To convince the land spirit, Feng Yuan took the gamble. He exposed the existence of Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 Gu, but the second aperture Gu was also an immortal Gu. Such benefits were enough for Feng Yuan to take the risk. Why can't mortals possess immortal goo? To tell you the truth, spring-autumn cicada was refined by me. Feng Yuan said again. I understand. So you are a goo immortal, using spring-autumn cicada to rebirth and come to the past to change history. The land spirit exclaimed. Oh, Bagu. You seem to know some information about spring-autumn cicada. Tell me about it. Feng Yuan quickly asked for guidance. Since the immemorial era, goo masters have had two paths, space path and time path. Space and time are the foundation of heaven and earth. Among them, space represents up, down, left, and right. Time represents since ancient times until now. Take my blessed land for example. At its peak, space had 9,000 mu of land. Time flows 6 times faster in time. The land spirit said. How big was 9,000 mu? On Earth, it was half of North Korea's territory. As for the 6 times faster time, it was according to the river of time. At its peak, the time in the blessed land was 6 times faster than the outside world. 1 day in the blessed land was 6 days in the outside world. Of course. But now the blessed land had weakened. Not only had a large portion of its land been consumed, the time flow was also only 3 times faster. In this world, there were many different blessed lands, each with a different surface area and a different flow of time. The land spirit continued. Spring-autumn cicada is one of the time path goo worms. Back then it had a famous owner, that was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He used this to contend against the immortal court and break the chains of fate. He brought good news to the people of the future, and from then on, the people had control over their own fate. Red Lotus Demon Venerable? The most mysterious demon venerable in history? Feng Yuan was shocked. In the goo path, rank 9 was venerable. Demon venerables were rank 9 demonic goo masters, and immortal venerables were rank 9 righteous goo masters. In the long history, demon venerables and immortal venerables could be counted on one's fingers. They represented supreme legends. In every great era, only one appeared. There had never been a situation where 2 venerables existed at the same time. Thus, venerables represented true invincibility in the world. And among these rank 9 venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious, and had the fewest records. Even Feng Yuan only knew of such an important person. Now this was the first time he had heard of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The land spirit said slowly. This world is extremely vast. It is divided into 5 regions. North, south, east, west, and center. They are connected but also independent of each other. There is also a river of time. It originates from the past, flows through the present, and leads to the future. This is the space and time of the great world. If history is said to be a still image, then the river of time is a thin line. Countless images are strung together on this line. You can use the spring-autumn cicada to break out of the painting, following the thin line and moving upstream, pouring your will and memories into a scene of the past. When this scene changes, the following scenes will also change accordingly. So that's it. The land spirit's words gave Feng Yuan a lot of benefits. He had used the spring-autumn cicada twice, and each time he had a special experience. It made Feng Yuan's understanding of the spring-autumn cicada and the river of time become clearer. The land spirit's words even reminded Feng Yuan, causing him to have an extraordinary understanding. To think that you are a future goo immortal, and have even refined the spring-autumn cicada. In this blessed land, you are indeed the best person to refine the goo. Alright, since you are so confident, then we will do as you say. Who else do you want to kill this time? The land spirit relaxed. Originally, it thought that Feng Yuan was immortal, and would definitely waste a lot of immortal essence when refining the goo. But now, it recognized Feng Yuan's identity as a goo immortal, and the amount of immortal essence he would waste was greatly reduced. Thus it accepted Feng Yuan's suggestion. Feng Yuan smiled and promised. Land spirit, you are right to believe in me. I will not disappoint you. The goo refinement will definitely succeed. In the future, I still need to rely on this second aperture goo to ascend to goo immortal realm again. The land spirit also smiled. It had a sense of recognition towards Feng Yuan. That's right, you are a goo immortal. You understand the value of the second aperture goo better than mortals. When you become a goo immortal, The second aperture goo will give you unparalleled benefits. Chapter 389. To think that this Three Kings inheritance was a trap, the real winner is you, little beast king. Killer ghost Dr. Chojio laid on the ground, staring at Feng Yuan with wide open eyes as he exclaimed. This article comes from, after Feng Yuan convinced the land spirit, he rushed to Chojio and knocked him down in a few moves. Chojio was ugly, his hair was messy like withered straw, his forehead was protruding, his eyes were one big and one small, his cheekbones were high, his nose bridge was flat and his nose hair was protruding out of his nasal cavity. He had a mouthful of yellow teeth that were exposed. But his gaze was shrewd and bright, with a scheming look that normal people could not have. Little Beast King, I know you are an amazing talent. You are just a vagrant child, but you can grow to this stage. I am full of admiration. Compared to you, I am only a few years older. When I was young, I did not have your achievements. A person like you is a dragon among men. Sooner or later you will ascend to the heavens and roam the world. I have no intention of being enemies with you. If possible, I want to use the information of the Door of Life and Death to buy my life. Feng Yuan had killed 4 rank 5 Gu masters earlier. Some were shocked, some were angry and some were afraid, but Chojio was calm. When he understood his situation, he immediately lowered his stance and flattered Feng Yuan. He laid on the ground, not moving, as if he had given up resisting. But at this time, the land spirit suddenly transmitted. Quickly kill him, he is using the token and goo worms crazily. I am trying my best to suppress them. They are all increasing the consumption of immortal essence. But Feng Yuan was stunned, almost thinking he had heard wrongly. Door of Life and Death? This Door of Life and Death was not a small matter. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It was an ancient forbidden land. It was similar to the River of Time, an ordinary abyss. After Verdant Great Sun died, Renzu rushed to the Door of Life and Death to save him. In the legends, the Door of Life and Death contained the mysteries of life and death. As long as people understood it, they could control life and death. Chojio actually knows the location of the Door of Life and Death. Feng Yuan was shocked, his expression turning cold as he warned. Chojio, if you activate your goo worms again, I will kill you. Chojio's expression changed and his pupils constricted. He slowly sat up and looked at Feng Yuan. You can actually sense that I am using a goo worm. His eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. You can use goo worms, but there is no reaction when I try my best to activate them. Sigh, looks like there's only one possibility. The land spirit isn't dead yet, and has already been subdued by you. So this was a blessed land. There was such a secret. What a pity, back then, the 3 kings were the first to enter, but they did not truly control this blessed land. Now you've obtained it. However, this blessed land was already on the verge of destruction. No amount of help could save it. The land spirit must be extremely old, otherwise these goo masters would have been banished long ago. Why did you have to personally eliminate us? Although Feng Yuan didn't control the blessed land, after he revealed his identity, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't care about him at all. In order to assist him in goo refinement, the land spirit listened to Feng Yuan's orders to a certain extent. Chojio was over 100 years old, and he was experienced and astute. His guess was actually 80 to 90% accurate. Since you have control of the blessed land, I won't do this pointless work. As long as you spare my life, the things you obtain will exceed your expectations. Chojio said. He really stopped his actions. Feng Yuan smiled noncommittally. Let's talk about the Door of Life and Death. You know the location of the Door of Life and Death. The Door of Life and Death is a top-secret forbidden land that is not inferior to the River of Time. The space is boundless and it radiates to the north, south, east and west regions. Legends say that there are many unique natural goo worms inside, like life goo, death goo and so on. Chojio nodded. I know the location of the Door of Life and Death. Not only that, I had once explored it several times, capturing the life goo and death goo inside, finally refining the life goo and life goo. I placed this goo in the Door of Life and Death, and every time someone dies because of me, it will absorb the death energy and turn it into life force. It is because of this life force that my healing methods are so outstanding. This is the secret behind why I became one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. Killer Ghost Doctor revealed his secret to increase his persuasiveness. Oh. So that's it. This was the first time Fang Yuan had heard of such a secret. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was not omniscient. In that case, tell me, maybe I can spare your life. Fang Yuan promised. Choujio shook his head. The secret of the door of life and death is too important. Back then, I swore in front of the Si Vao Gu that I could not reveal it to outsiders. Once I say it, I will turn into ashes and die. However, if you join the Shadow Sect, you will be one of us, and I can tell you. Si Vao Gu? Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan frowned. Si Vao Gu was a rank 6 immortal Gu. It was very famous in the olden antiquity era, on par with the Mountain Pledge Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu and Si Vao Gu had similar effects to the Poison Vao Gu. But the Poison Vao Gu was a consumable, while these two immortal Gu could be used repeatedly. Si Vao Gu, Fang Yuan had heard of it and had some understanding. But Shadow Sect was unfamiliar to Fang Yuan. From the name, it sounded like a Gu cultivation sect. This meant that Choujio, who was always alone, had a hidden force behind him? Fang Yuan felt some fear. The situation was out of his expectations. It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to kill Choujio now, but he knew nothing about the Shadow Sect. This made him feel a sense of insecurity. That's right, my sect is the Shadow Sect. The founder of the Shadow Sect was a rank 8 Gu immortal of the immemorial era. He was the one who found the door of life and death and moved it into the Blessed Land. Since then, many Gu immortals have appeared in the Shadow Sect. If you join the Shadow Sect, there will be countless benefits. Next, Choujio talked about a whole bunch of benefits. His tongue was like a glib one. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Fang Yuan's expression struggled for a while, but he suddenly made up his mind. Hehe, Choujio, you have a good plan. As long as I join the Shadow Sect, not only will your life not be in danger, I will even recognize you as my senior brother. This kind of immemorial sect pays attention to seniority the most. If I join, I will definitely have to make an oath and have all kinds of restrictions. In the end, I will even have to contribute my gains on Sancha Mountain. In the name of contributing to the sect, is that right? Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan sneered, shaking his head. Let's not talk about the possibility of you lying, even if it is true, so what? It is already a miracle that a sect with inheritances from the immemorial era can survive until now. You said that there were many Gu immortals in the past, but these Gu immortals should have all died. Otherwise, Shadow Sect has long been a force in southern border. Why are you still fighting alone all the time? Choujio's expression turned pale. He could not help but size up Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan was young, but had such deep schemes. Facing the temptation, his heart was as calm as ice. How was this a young man? He was simply a 100-year-old monster. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, continuing. I am a person who likes to keep benefits to myself. Don't talk to me about mutual benefits. Even if you make a sea oath, it is not impossible to remove it. Sea Oath Gu, Mountain Pledge Gu, they both have obvious flaws. When making an oath, one needs to face either a sea or a tall mountain. As long as the corresponding sea or mountain is destroyed, the oath will lose its effect. Choujio's heart shook. Fang Yuan was knowledgeable and knew a lot. He did not seem like a newcomer at all. This kind of person was the hardest to fool. Choujio tried his best to calm his mind. It is useless. The sea I made the oath is inside the Shadow Sect Blessed Land. If you want to destroy that sea, you need to know where the Blessed Land is first. But if I want to say the location, I need to destroy that sea. This is a dead end. Fang Yuan snorted, his eyes surging with killing intent. Since it is a dead end, forget it. You can die now. Choujio sighed towards the sky. You want to attack? Then do it. He did not move, but in his heart he was very sure. The door of life and death was a legendary place. Who would not care about life and death? Little Beast King would definitely not reject such a temptation. He was only doing this to scare Choujio. But Fang Yuan shot out the bone spike without hesitation. This bone spike pierced towards Choujio's heart. In an instant, a huge sense of danger filled Choujio's body and mind. What? He really wants to kill me? Choujio was shocked. He quickly dodged. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through his chest. It brushed past his heart and pierced through 5 inches of his back before stopping. You. Chojiu pointed at Feng Yuan, his trembling voice filled with fear, shock and doubt. Little Beast King, you lunatic. If I didn't dodge just now, I would have really died. That is the door of life and death. The door of life and death. Back then, Renzu had to spend a lot of effort to find it. This is a supreme sacred land, the center of life and death. As long as you occupy it and comprehend it, you will be able to live forever. Feng Yuan looked at him coldly, saying plainly, "But didn't you say earlier that you can't reveal this secret? Then what use do I have for you? You can join our shadow sect." Chojiu was sweating profusely, not sure if it was because of pain or fear. Feng Yuan snorted, raising his hand and preparing to kill. Chojiu quickly waved his hand, shouting, Wait, don't act recklessly. Other than this method, there are other ways. We can use the poison vow goo. We can make a poison vow and trust each other." "I don't need your trust," Feng Yuan said coldly. "Then use the slavery goo. I will recognize you as my master, so don't kill me. You are a rank 5 goo master, so you need to use the rank 5 slavery goo. This goo is extremely rare, far surpassing others of the same rank. Where do you want me to find it? Moreover, even if you use these goo, can you tell me the location of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land?" Feng Yuan asked. Chojiu's expression froze. Feng Yuan observed Chojiu's expression and immediately knew that he was not lying. Feng Yuan did not really want to kill him, it was just a probe. Chojiu suggested the poison vow goo and slavery goo one after another, clearly panicking, but he did not dare to say the location of the Blessed Land. It seems he really made a sea vow. Chojiu really wanted to lie and make up a random location. But as long as he did not die from the vow, it would prove that he was lying. If he said the real location, the vow would take his life. Taking a step back, even if he really said it, he would have no value, and Feng Yuan would not let him go. In this situation, Chojiu had no way out. After realizing this, he smiled bitterly. To think that I, Chojiu, would die here today. It is your honor to die in my hands. Feng Yuan's expression was plain. Chojiu seriously sized up Feng Yuan, nodding in agreement. Not bad, with your talent and temperament. As long as your luck is not bad, you will definitely become a demonic overlord who brings disaster to a region. If you want to kill me, it is useless no matter how much I beg. It is not bad to die in your hands, much more glorious than dying in the hands of those thieves. Actually, I have a way to let you know the location of the door of life and death. Chojiu said this. A cunning light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 390. Oh, what method? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. This started a long time ago. Chojiu heaved a long sigh. His face was filled with memories, hatred, grief, love and other complicated emotions. I don't have the time to listen to your long story. Feng Yuan interrupted him heartlessly. Chojiu choked and said, Then I'll make it short. My surname is Zeng and my nickname is Anyo. I was a mountain farmer who was picking herbs. One day, I fell off a cliff and it was a blessing in disguise. I came to the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. Through the land spirit's guidance and test, I was lucky enough to become a disciple of the Shadow Sect. There were only 2 people left in the Shadow Sect. Other than me, there was also a senior sister. Senior sister's surname is Chunjiu and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She was raised by the land spirit since young, and had never left the blessed land. She was even more innocent. I was born ugly and was ostracized and ridiculed since young. But senior sister was always kind and gentle to me. We interacted day and night, and gradually developed feelings for each other. We swore an oath in front of the blessed land sea to protect each other, and never abandon each other. We cultivated together and entered the door of life and death to capture life goo and death goo together. That was the happiest time of my life. I thought I could live like this until I grew old. Until an earthly calamity happened. The land spirit was injured, and went into hibernation. There was a hole in the blessed land and a thief snuck in. This thief was heavily injured at that time. If I had known what would happen next, I would have tortured him to death at that time. But I didn't do that and woke him up. He said his surname was Shang and he had blood-red hair. He was very eloquent, and he used flowery words to deceive senior sister while he was recuperating. He was indeed slightly better looking than me. He used his pretty face to gain senior sister's favor. Senior sister was innocent and ignorant. The more she talked to him, the happier she was. In the end, she took the initiative to take care of him. We quarreled many times because of this. After that thief recovered, I wanted to chase him out and continue living like a celestial couple with senior sister. But who would have thought that senior sister would have a change of heart? She went against the oath we swore, injured me, and defected with that thief. I hate it. She hated herself for being soft-hearted and causing a disaster. She hated her Shiji Chinjio for falling in love with someone else. And she hated that despicable and shameless scoundrel for snatching her love away. After recovering from my injuries, I left the blessed land and roamed the southern border to find the whereabouts of this adulterous couple. But who would have thought that this scoundrel would have such a high position and become Shang clan leader? Saying so, Chojio paused and looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was expressionless. He had the memories of his previous life and knew many secrets. Halfway through, she knew who Chojio was talking about. Chojio saw that Feng Yuan was unmoved and laughed bitterly. It seems like you have already guessed their identities. Indeed, that scoundrel was the current Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. My senior sister Chinjio is the current Dr. Su Shou. Shang clan is a super clan while I am alone. These few years, I have been roaming the southern border. His painstaking planning was to deal with this adulterous couple. It was a pity. What a pity. I will die here today. I will not be able to fulfill this wish. Feng Yuan listened in silence and suddenly laughed. He looked down at Chojio, who was sitting on the ground, his eyes shining brightly. Killer Ghost Doctor, you have a good plan. According to what you said, the Shadow Sect only has you and Chinjio now. If you die, I will have to get information about the Door of Life and Death from Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou. This matter concerns the Shadow Sect's blessed land. How can they be honest? When we fight, no matter who wins or loses, it will be beneficial to you. Ha ha ha, little beast king, you are a very frank and direct person. A person who only knows how to scheme will never be able to show his face in public. But you are meticulous in your thinking and domineering in your actions. You are truly a formidable character. You are right, this is what I plan to do. This is a blatant scheme, and you have already seen through it. Then, do you still want to inquire about the Shadow Sect's blessed land from them? Killer Ghost Doctor laughed. Feng Yuan stared at this rank 5 Gu master, sighing after a while. Of course. The Door of Life and Death was an immemorial forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. In such a place, unique Gu worms thrived and thrived. Spring-autumn cicada lived in the River of Time. The Door of Life and Death naturally had similar immortal Gu. With such huge benefits, Feng Yuan could not help but be moved. Thus, even though he knew this was Chojio's scheme, he still had to go in. Chojio laughed heartily, tears appearing in his eyes. Little Beast King, although you are a rising star, I admire you. I am looking forward to the battle between you and that adulterous couple in the future. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see it. Our Shadow Sect's teachings have a different view on life and death. We met in life, you are the cause of death. We were able to meet in the vast sea of people and die in your hands. This is an extraordinary fate. Maybe you really have fate with the Shadow Sect's blessed land, and the Door of Life and Death. I might as well give this fortuitous encounter to you. I hope you can grasp it. Saying so, Chojio's expression calmed down. His eyes were deep as if he had great wisdom that could see through life and death in the mortal world. It doesn't matter if I die, who can avoid death in this world? Longevity is attainable, but eternal life is hopeless. Even those immortal venerables and demon venerables, didn't they turn to ashes in the end? Little Beast King, I can die by myself. There is no need for you to do anything. Saying so, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Blood spurted out, life flowed away. The Ghost Doctor of a generation, the future leader of the 4 great doctors, died just like that. To think that killing this Ghost Doctor would give me such important information. Shadow Sect's blessed land, Door of Life and Death. If I am the ruler, it will be the foundation of my hegemony. It seems that my rebirth plan will need to be modified again. Any Gu master that could cultivate to rank 5 would have to go through many layers of competition before they could stand out. None of them were simple characters. They all had their own unique fortuitous encounters, advantages, trump cards or secrets. At this point, the rank 5 Gu masters in the Blessed Land were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Kuemo, Wu Lanshan, Chojio. These 5 had distinct personalities. They all had deep foundations and great strength. If they really fought one-on-one, the current Fang Yuan would be easily suppressed by any one of them. He was not their match. So Dr. Su Shou's real name is Chunjiu, and Killer Ghost Doctor's name is Chojio. It seems hatred was born from love. No wonder in my previous life, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, he took the initiative to climb the mountain and threw himself into that whirlpool. He challenged Shang Yanfei and fought with Dr. Su Shou. After being captured, he exposed the matter and was killed by Shang Yanfei. Fang Yuan did not want to comment on this enmity between the three. Did he sympathize with Chojio? But Dr. Su Shou's choice was completely understandable. Despising the poor and loving the rich, disliking the ugly and loving the beautiful. This was common in the world. Shang Yanfei was a famous handsome man in southern border. Compared to him, Chojio couldn't be compared. Compared to Chojio, they were like heaven and earth. The reason why Dr. Su Shou fell in love with Chojio was because of her innocence. Chojio was the first man she met. After meeting Shang Yanfei, her horizons were broadened, and she had a comparison. Moreover, Chunjiu. She had an extreme pursuit for beauty in her nature. Whenever a patient came to seek treatment, she would want to size up their appearance. If they were ugly, she would not treat them. If they were average-looking, it depended on her mood at the time and the patient's consultation fee. If they were handsome and beautiful, she would treat them on the spot without saying a word. And she did not charge any fees. When someone rebuked her for this, she would still argue. You ugly people, being born in front of me is simply staining the beauty of life. You might as well just die and end all troubles. As for those beautiful things, we naturally have to protect and preserve them by all means possible. These words were said in Shang Clan City at that time. It caused a huge commotion. In the end, Shang Yanfei personally came out to settle this matter. Dr. Su Shou's status in Shang Clan City. She was unique. Back in Shang Clan City, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou together, her attitude towards Fang and Bai was very different. She was indifferent towards Fang Yuan, but very gentle and intimate towards Bai Ningbing. But come to think of it, the 4 great doctors all have their own quirks. Let's not talk about Killer Ghost Doctor and Dr. Su Shou. That 9-fingered wandering doctor likes to disguise as a sloppy old beggar. His whereabouts are uncertain. And divine Dr. Sheng Shou, as a man likes men. Fang Yuan let his thoughts wander as he took out all of Killer Ghost Doctor's goo worms. Chojio had many goo worms. Most of them were healing goo. Other than that, there were movement goo. He did not have a rank 5 healing goo, but had a rank 5 movement goo called warp goo. Warp goo, its appearance was very abstract, like a fried dough twist. The dark golden worm's body twisted and turned. Its head and body were intertwined. Its eyes and wings were all misplaced, as if it was molded by the creator at will. However, its appearance was a perfect match for the appearance of its original owner. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while before keeping these goo worms. Next, he used beast strength placenta goo to devour Chojio's aperture. Looking at Chojio's corpse, he laughed lightly. Chojio, oh Chojio, you are really crafty. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would have been deceived by you. Although Chojio was dead, there was still the possibility of him reviving. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the middle phase of the Battle of Etian Mountain, his throat was slit and he was assassinated. But not long after, he revived, causing both the righteous and devil paths to be extremely shocked. As it turned out, he had once used a legacy life goo. Legacy life goo was a rank 5 consumable goo. As long as the goo master's corpse was preserved properly, it would only take a while for the corpse to recover and the goo master to revive. Although he was in the Blessed Land, the legacy life goo's law power was suppressed by heaven and earth, temporarily unable to take effect. But as long as the Blessed Land collapses and the suppression weakens, the legacy life goo's power would be activated again, allowing him to revive. Earlier, Chojio had praised Fang Yuan, and even put on an act of being carefree in the face of death, to leave a good impression on Fang Yuan, so that after his death, he would not be whipped by Fang Yuan. Truthfully speaking, Fang Yuan did not have the habit of whipping corpses. But today, for you, I can make an exception. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, as he attacked mercilessly, quickly turning Chou Jiu's corpse into meat paste. He hesitated for a while, but was still not at ease, so he set fire to the meat paste and burned it to ashes. With a wave of his palm wind, the ashes fluttered in all directions. Chou Jiu, if you can revive like this, then you have the ability. Ahaha. Chapter 391. This is the 48th round. Wu Shintong silently calculated. He came from the Wu clan, which was the #1 clan in the southern border. They had a deep foundation, and were an overlord of the righteous path. And he was an enslavement path Gu master that Wu clan heavily nurtured. His attainment in enslavement path was extraordinary. Wu Shintong's name sounded domineering, but in reality, he was as thin as a stick and his face was waxy yellow, like a sickly scholar. In fact, he originally had a broad back and a slim waist, and a fit body. In one battle, he was poisoned by Long Qingtian's jade sky venom. He sought out miracle doctor Sheng Shou for treatment. Divine doctor's sacred hands touched his chest. His eyes lit up as he sighed. You're late. The poison has already penetrated deep into your bone marrow. I can preserve your life and cultivation, but the poison is deeply rooted and difficult to remove. From now on, you have to come here for treatment every once in a while. I'll help you get rid of the toxins regularly. It was because of the jade sky parasite that Wu Shintong became thinner day by day, becoming like this. I wonder which Gu master will be my opponent next? Wu Shintong walked in the fog with a deep gaze. Just now, out of the 3 choices, he had chosen the path in front of him. In King Quan's inheritance, the further one progressed, the more choices one would have. But most Gu masters would choose a dog group to play it safe. He would only choose to fight with others if he had no other choice. No matter how large the pack of dogs was, they were still animals. But with a Gu master's command, even the weakest dog group would pose a threat. However, Wu Shintong did the exact opposite. As long as he could fight with others, he would not choose any other path. In terms of enslavement path attainments, I am first rate in southern border. In this 3 Forks mountain, I am almost #1. Only 2 opponents can threaten me. One was Wu Gue. He was a rank 5 Gu master, and was once an enslavement path Gu master. But the enslavement path consumed a lot of resources. He had no choice but to change paths halfway. The other one was Zhang Sansan. He is a true enslavement path Gu master, but his cultivation level is lower than mine. Martial god art had a huge advantage in enslavement path. In terms of qualifications, Zhang Sansan was still his junior. And in this King Quan's inheritance, even if he fought Wu Gue head-on, he wouldn't be able to win. He was not afraid at all. With such great strength, of course, he had to attack his opponents first and eliminate as many competitors as possible. In the end, he was left alone to monopolize King Quan's inheritance. This was Wu Shintong's shrewd plan. If I count it, my next opponent will be the most powerful one. He should be the 23rd person I've hit. Humph, it's your bad luck to run into me. Wu Shintong snorted in his heart and stopped. Beside him, the dogs surrounded him in an orderly manner. He stared at the other side of the mist. In the fog, a group of dogs with rotting skin and purple bodies walked out one after another. Oh, corpse-eating dogs. Wu Shintong chuckled. He knew. This kind of dog beast was very useful in the early stages. This was because this type of dog beast could devour corpses to speed up the recovery of injuries. But as the battle progressed, the corpse-eating dogs grew weaker and weaker. Because of this dog, their speed was not as fast as the lightning symbol dog. Their defense was not as good as the armored dog, and their unity was not as good as the chrysanthema Makita dog. Only those enslavement path Gu masters would be crazily infatuated with these useless corpse-eating dogs. Different professions are worlds apart. He was not an enslavement path Gu master, and did not have decades of experience. How could he know the profundity of enslavement path? Wu Shintong thought of those Gu masters and laughed in disdain. But at the next moment he frowned slightly. In the fog ahead, more and more corpse-eating dogs appeared. There are quite a lot of them. It seems that for this victory, I will have to pay a small price. Wu Shintong thought. However, immediately after, large numbers of corpse-eating dogs appeared, as well as different dog beasts. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There are quite a lot of them. It seems this person has some attainment in enslavement path. Wu Shentong nodded lightly. The other party is a combination of corpse-eating dogs and Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Although there are many of them, their formation is very weak. Later, I only need to use a few dog kings to charge, and cause the dog group to scatter. If we fight them head-on, we will be able to scatter them and win. The other party has hedgedogs. Wu Shentong saw hedgedogs appearing in the fog again. These dogs were covered in spikes. Attacking them was the same as harming themselves. If steel armor dogs with strong defense were hard bones, then hedgedogs were thorny bones. To kill hedgedogs, one had to be prepared for their throats to be pierced. They actually have so many hedgedogs. It seems this person's luck is quite good, to be able to recruit such a large group. Why don't I have such luck? Wu Shentong sighed, immediately adjusting his battle strategy. The other party has hedgedogs. Later, I will use steel armor dogs as the vanguard and send lightning symbol dogs on both sides. Once we engage, the steel armor dogs will slowly advance and attack from both sides, while the lightning symbol dogs will surround them. Victory will be assured. However, after the hedgedogs, large numbers of lightning symbol dogs appeared in the fog. Wu Shentong's expression turned grim. The appearance of the lightning symbol dogs meant that his earlier battle strategy could no longer work. Because the other party had fast lightning symbol dogs, they could also surround them. Even the number of lightning symbol dogs is so huge. The more lightning symbol dogs appeared in his vision, the uglier Wu Shentong's expression became. In his opinion, the fact that the other party could own so many dogs could no longer be explained by good luck. Evidently, the other party was a Gu master proficient in enslavement path. He was already a threat to him. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang Sansan? No matter what, this is going to be a tough battle. I can only adjust my battle strategy according to the situation. But thankfully, I still have a trump card. Thinking of this, Wu Shentong calmed down. He glanced at the center of his group. There was a group of about 120 dogs. These dogs were huge, twice the size of ordinary dogs. They had sharp claws, their backs were thick and strong, and their noses were like that of a lion. These were heavy Thai dogs. In terms of defense, heavy Thai dogs were comparable to steel armor dogs. In terms of unity, they were comparable to Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. In this King Quan inheritance, among the 100 types of dogs, only a few can become the main force. Heavy Thai dogs are one of them. Lightning symbol dogs, Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, steel armor dogs, these dogs. They are quite extreme. Their advantages and disadvantages are obvious. They are hard to rely on. Only dogs like heavy Thai dogs can be relied on. The more they have, the stronger their battle strength. Wu Shentong looked at his heavy Thai dogs, feeling very satisfied. This was something that he had painstakingly accumulated with great difficulty. He did not use them in normal battles, and kept them hidden. It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. I have to use the heavy Thai dogs. I believe that when I move out, the other party will definitely be very shocked. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Wu Shentong's lips curled up, full of smiles. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. On the other side of the mist, heavy Thai dogs also appeared. The other party also has heavy Thai dogs? That's right, the other party is an enslavement path expert. Of course he knows how outstanding the heavy Thai dogs are, so he accumulated them. More and more heavy Thai dogs walked out of the mist. Wu Shentong squinted his eyes, his brows knitted together. So many. Why does the other party have so many heavy Thai dogs? The heavy Thai dogs that he had always relied on as his trump card. The other party also had them. Naturally it gave Wu Shentong mental pressure. Suddenly, Wu Shentong's pupils shrunk as he stared at the mist. He saw a majestic dog king. Heavy Thai dog king. The opponent actually has a heavy Thai dog king. Wu Shentong saw this scene. When Wu Shentong saw this, his heart sank. With the dog king, the dog group's battle strength would increase by several times. More importantly, Wu Shentong did not have a heavy Thai dog king to fight against. Then his trump card. He would be pressured by the other party's dog king, causing his battle strength to decrease. As time passed, his trump card lost its effect. Tough battle. This will be an unprecedented tough battle. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang Sansan? It must be one of them. Wu Gui is more likely. Wu Shentong had already lost his confidence in the battle. The other party's army is stronger than mine. I will lose more than win this battle. If I can win this battle, it will be a narrow victory. My losses will be disastrous. I will not be able to continue. Wu Shentong was already feeling regret. But very quickly, his feelings were no longer as simple as regret. His eyes became bigger and bigger. His mouth also subconsciously opened. His eyeballs were popping out, as if someone was punching him from behind. And the expression on his face changed from surprise to shock, then from shock to fear. In the fog, not only did the heavy Thai dogs continue to surge out in large numbers, there were also green Hua dogs, smoke song dogs, light dogs, and star hounds. Green Hua dog covered in green scales, handsome and extraordinary. Smoke song dog, emitting smoke from its nose and mouth, arrogant and untamed. Light dog, covered in white fur, bright and gentle. Star hound, tall and slender, proud and outstanding. How is this possible? Wu Shentong shouted. Green Hua, Smoke Song, Light Hung, Star Hung, Heavy Tai, they each have their own merits. They are also known as the 5 great mountain dogs. They can form a vast army formation. How did he gather so many dog beasts? What made Wu Shentong even more in disbelief was that not only did the other party have a large number of 5 great mountain dogs, they even had a dog king among them. Who is he? How can he have so many dog beasts? Unbelievable. Is this an illusion? The dog beasts were still surging out in large numbers. Wu Shentong's spirit was greatly impacted. His battle strength, compared to the other party, was like a baby under a giant's foot. They could not be compared at all. Wu Shentong no longer had any battle intent. There was no chance of winning this battle. The other party only needed to wave his hand, and the dog groups would attack. No matter how good his commanding skills were, it would all be useless. The difference in military strength between the two sides could no longer be made up for with skills. Who is he? Did a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master come to Sancha Mountain? Impossible. Even if he is a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, how can he have such a large dog group? I must see who the other party is. Wu Shentong tightly held the safety token as he stared at the fog. From the fog, a person's figure gradually appeared. He is finally showing his true face? Wu Shentong's forehead was covered in sweat as he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Swoosh. At this time, with a soft sound, Feng Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? Wu Shentong sensed the abnormality, but did not have time to turn around. Feng Yuan placed his hand on his head and squeezed. Bam! His head was crushed. He was also dead. On the other side of the fog, Bai Ningbing slowly walked out. How many more rounds are left? She looked at Feng Yuan and yawned with a drowsy expression. Chapter 392. Others had to rack their brains and scheme to pass the rounds. Like Wu Shentong and Wu Gui, they also had to plan and choose carefully. But for Bai Ningbing, because of the land spirit's help, she only needed to move forward. The pitiful Wu Shentong, a grand rank 4 peak stage Gu master, did not even get to see Bai Ningbing. As for Feng Yuan's appearance, Bai Ningbing was not surprised at all, because of the land spirit's reminder. In fact, this was a cooperation between two people. Feng Yuan needed Wu Shentong's aperture, while Bai Ningbing needed his enslavement path Gu worms, as well as these dog groups that Wu Shentong had accumulated. With Wu Shentong's death, his dog group was naturally taken in by Bai Ningbing, causing the huge dog group to increase by another 10%. Seeing this vast dog group, Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Your dog group has already taken shape. In this King Quan inheritance, it has already formed a crushing momentum. It is not difficult to get to the last round. Remember, in the last few rounds, there is a large group of lion mastiffs. These lion mastiffs are mutated beasts. Their battle strength is even higher than the 5 great hounds. They were King Quan's trump card back then. Besides them, there are 2 dog kings, ancient mutated beasts that are even stronger than ordinary mutated beasts. Back then, the left and right arms of King Quan were comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. You must subdue them all. Bai Ningbing nodded. bidding farewell to Fang Yuan and continuing to pass the rounds. It seems you are indeed a person from the future, using spring-autumn cicada to return to the past. You really know the Three Kings' inheritance like the back of your hand. The land spirit transmitted, praising. I have to remind you, the immortal essence you have is almost used up. It is only enough for you to kill 2 more people. Who do you plan to kill next? Fang Yuan nodded, saying without hesitation. Of course, Zhang Sansan. Beast Placenta Gu already had 89% aptitude, shining like jade. Compared to its previous mud-like state, it was completely different. After killing 2 more rank 4, it would definitely reach 90% aptitude. The second aperture's aptitude cannot be higher than a Gu Master's first aperture. Fang Yuan's first aperture was 90% a grade. Therefore, the current limit of the second aperture was a grade 90%. Even if it accumulated to 99% and was used on Fang Yuan's body, it was only 90%. The remaining 9 points would all be wasted. Of course, if Fang Yuan improved his first aperture's aptitude in the future, his second aperture would also have more room to improve. Zhang Sansan was only a rank 4 upper stage Gu Master. He was a level lower than Yihua and Kong Ritian. But in Fang Yuan's opinion, however, he was the most threatening opponent, because he was an enslavement path Gu Master on Sancha Mountain, second only to Wu Shintong and Wu Gui. Fang Yuan had his own plans. Bai Ningbing is not an enslavement path cultivator after all. She is a complete newbie in commanding dogs. In the future, when she commanded so many dogs, she would definitely be flustered. It would be commendable if she didn't make any mistakes. But fortunately, I don't need her to command the dogs to run and attack. I just need her to form a military formation, guard the hall, and wait for the next move. This way, it could make up for Bai Ningbing's lack of commanding ability. But the military formation was extremely inflexible. It would be terrible if they met Gu Master experts proficient in enslavement path. For example, Wu Shintong and Wu Gui only needed to command a small group of dogs. With a few charges, they would be able to probe out the entire situation. With a few troops, they would be able to cause chaos in the military formation and create a loophole in the defense. During the crucial period of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan would need to focus all his attention on the Gu refinement. The land spirit would also be extremely weak and could only rely on the dogs to defend. Thus, Fang Yuan naturally had to first eliminate the few most threatening enslavement path Gu Masters. After a while, Fang Yuan killed Zhang Sansan very smoothly. Even the likes of Wu Gui and Wu Shintong. They were all killed by Fang Yuan, so Zhang Sansan naturally could not escape his demonic claws. But after his death, he gave Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. From Zhang Sansan's aperture, Fang Yuan actually obtained a rank 5 slavery Gu. Slavery Gu, from rank 1 to rank 5. Once this Gu was planted, it could control the Gu Master. Rank 5 slavery Gu could control a rank 5 Gu Master for its own use. It was extremely rare and precious. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, Guyue clan's 4th generation clan leader fought with the Flower Wine Monk. After losing, he begged for mercy, saying he was willing to plant the slavery Gu and listen to the Flower Wine Monk's orders. Finally, the Flower Wine Monk was deceived by these words, and due to his carelessness, he was counterattacked by the 4th generation clan leader, dying regretfully on Qingmao Mountain. Famous Gu Masters really cannot be underestimated. This Zhang Sansan is an enslavement path Gu Master. It is not strange for him to have a slavery Gu. The reason why he did not use it was because he wanted to wait for a good opportunity to get a rank 5 expert. After all, it is a rank 5 slavery Gu. If he used it on a rank 4 Gu Master, it would be a loss. Fang Yuan thought for a while, and guessed Zhang Sansan's thoughts. Looking at the beast placenta Gu, its aptitude was close to 90%. He only needed to kill one more person. Of course, the immortal essence he had was used up, so Fang Yuan could only kill one more person. With this slavery Gu, I can control one more person. Sigh, if I knew Zhang Sansan had such a Gu, I would have killed him first and used the slavery Gu to subdue a rank 5 Gu Master. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he could use this Gu to subdue Taimu Bai, it would be very beneficial to his Gu refinement. Even if it was not Taimu Bai, Wu Gui Kuemo, Wulanshan and Chojiu were all very good targets. But now these Gu masters were dead, and Fang Yuan could only subdue a rank 4 expert at most, but he used a rank 5 Gu. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was definitely a waste. But even though the rank 5 slavery Gu was extremely rare, Fang Yuan still had to use it. He took a huge risk in refining the second aperture Gu, and with a second rank 4 Gu master by his side, it was undoubtedly safer. But in the Blessed Land there were so many rank 4 Gu masters who should Fang Yuan subdue. Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Longqing Tian, Yichong, as well as Li Fei Lu, Tao Zi, Feng Tianyu, Yanjun Li Xian Hu Mei Er, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Ruanan and the others. Some were strong, some were crafty, some were sinister, some were brave, some were good at attacking, some were good at movement, some were good at healing, some were rich, some had wide connections. Every choice would have consequences in the future. Lightning flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, and after thinking for a long time he made his choice. It will be him. Land Spirit, teleport me over. Fang Yuan made his decision without any hesitation. After 5 minutes, Feng Tianyu knelt at Fang Yuan's feet, saying with heartfelt admiration, "Subordinate Feng Tianyu greets Master." Feng Tianyu, you refined a rank 5 Gu at rank 3 realm. Although this rank 5 Gu only existed for half a day before dying, you became famous for a while because of it. Now things remain the same, but people have changed, your clan has declined, you are no longer that glorious young clan leader. Fang Yuan looked down at Feng Tianyu, speaking plainly. Feng Tianyu kowtowed. Subordinate can acknowledge Lord as master. It is subordinate's honor and fortune. It is good that you can understand this point. Next, follow my instructions and continue to pass the rounds. In King Xian inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu, bring it to me. Fang Yuan instructed. Yes. Subordinate will do my best to share master's burden. Feng Tianyu quickly said. Under the enslavement Gu's effect, he became Fang Yuan's loyal servant. Fang Yuan was at ease with Feng Tianyu. Not only was he a famous and talented refinement path master in southern border, he was also the biggest beneficiary of King Xian inheritance in his previous life. In Fang Yuan's memories, he was the one who obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu. Now Fang Yuan had been reborn. Not only did he want undefeated 100 battles Gu, he also wanted to recruit its original owner. Right now, Feng Tianyu has the land spirit's guidance. It is not a problem for him to pass King Xian inheritance. This way, I have already obtained 2 of the 3 kings' inheritances. But this was not Fang Yuan's main goal. The reason why he chose Feng Tianyu was because of his talent in refinement path. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining the second aperture Gu after all. With such a refinement path master assisting him, it would be a huge help to him. It would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's Gu refinement. After taking in Feng Tianyu, Fang Yuan began to consider killing the last person. Who? The first person Fang Yuan thought of was not the strongest Yihua, nor the most influential Hu Mei Er and Tao Zi, but Tai Ruanan. Like Tai Mubai, Fang Yuan also thought highly of Tai Ruanan's future. Such a genius had been tempered by hardship. If she matured, she would be a huge threat. She would be even more terrifying than Yihua and the rest. But the problem was in the current situation. The threat that Tai Ruanan brought to Fang Yuan was far lower than Yihua and Kong Ri Tian. Regarding the matter of refining second aperture Gu, Fang Yuan killing Yihua was definitely more helpful than killing Tai Ruanan. Should he choose to be safe and kill Yihua, or plan for the long term and eliminate Tai Ruanan first? Fang Yuan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the land spirit. Not good, something unexpected has happened. What is it? Fang Yuan was shocked. The land spirit's tone was suppressed, concealing a trace of panic. A rank 4 Gu master has found a weak area in the Blessed Land. That place was once heavily damaged by the earthly calamity. The heavenly suppression is at its weakest, and can already allow a Gu master to use a Gu worm. Right now he is using a rank 5 Gu to poison the heaven and earth. In just 7 minutes, he will be able to connect to the outside world, and create a hole in the Blessed Land. The land spirit said. Fang Yuan immediately felt the severity of the matter. In his previous life he was a rank 6 Gu immortal, and had once possessed a blessed land, He naturally knew the severity of this matter. If there was a hole in the blessed land that could connect to the outside world, the immortal essence expenditure would increase exponentially. If it was not repaired in time, the hole would become bigger and bigger, eventually causing the winds of assimilation. Once the winds of assimilation blew, the blessed land would be destroyed. I have taken the initiative to cut off and abandon most of the holes in the blessed land. There were only 3 places that were crucial and couldn't be given up. To think that this person's luck is so good, he actually found one of them and even noticed it. Take a look at the exact situation. The land spirit sighed. A scene appeared in front of Feng Yuan's eyes. The Gu master in the scene wore a navy blue robe. His face was thin and his gaze was gloomy. It was none other than Long Qing Tian. Right now he was activating his only rank 5 poison Gu Jade Sky. The ground and sky around him were all dyed green. It had once dyed the sky blue. Jade Sky Gu, Long Qing Tian's core trump card. A Gu worm that existed since the immemorial era. It was basically extinct now. Long Qing Tian relied on this Gu to roam the southern border and poison many people to death. He was infamous. Chapter 393. To think that my luck is so good. To be able to find such a weak area. Long Qing Tian's gaze flickered, showing obvious excitement. Although there were only 100 stages in the 3 Kings' inheritance, there were countless choices in each stage. It was like a giant tree with lush branches that reached the sky. Being able to reach this place was even rarer than 1 in 10,000. He was extremely lucky. The suppression of heaven and earth here is very weak. It actually forced me to use a Gu. Haha, I will first use Jade Sky Gu to poison this blessed land. This way, I can connect to the outside world and form a passage. Once the passage is formed, I will be able to activate Gu worms in the vicinity. I will no longer need to follow the rules of 3 Kings. Next, I will use this as a base to radiate and reap huge benefits. Who is it? Long Qing Tian sensed something and turned around, seeing a person appearing far away. Little Beast King Fangzheng? Long Qing Tian squinted, sensing Feng Yuan's intentions. Feng Yuan did not reply. He waved his hand and a bone spike flew out like lightning. Long Qing Tian snorted, quickly activating his defensive Gu worm. His surroundings were filled with green Jade Sky Gu poison. It had already invaded a large area. Feng Yuan did not have detoxification methods. He did not dare to touch the Gu poison. He could only engage in long-range combat. Right now, Feng Yuan only had mutated beast phantoms left, but he did not have the rank for all-out effort Gu. Thus, he could not use it casually. But fortunately, he had killed so many Gu master experts and obtained many Gu worms, he could use them in long-range combat. After a few rounds, Long Qing Tian was defeated by Feng Yuan. Long Qing Tian could only activate 1 Gu worm at a time. But Feng Yuan had the land spirit's help. He could use them at will. The difference in battle strength between the two was huge. Although he won, Feng Yuan's expression was unsightly. Long Qing Tian's corpse. It was a pale green color. It was obviously corroded by the Jade Sky Gu poison. This famous expert of the demonic path, before dying, gave a sinister smile towards Feng Yuan, brazenly using the Jade Sky Gu to poison himself to death. Feng Yuan did not kill Long Qing Tian. Knowing that he was in a hopeless situation, he committed suicide. As expected of a demon, Feng Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The Jade Sky Gu was a rare poison of the Great Gu and was already extinct. In the present southern border, perhaps only the 4 great physicians would be able to treat him. If Feng Yuan wanted to take the Gu and swallow it, he would have to come into contact with the Gu poison. If one was poisoned by the Jade Sky Gu, in less than 2 hours, their entire body would turn into a green light and dissipate. Very few Gu masters were poisoned by the Jade Sky Gu. Those who could survive. The Wu clan's Wu Shentong was already considered an extremely lucky case. Even if Feng Yuan risked being poisoned, he might not be able to obtain the Gu worm. The suppression here was weak. Long Qing Tian could detonate his Gu worms one by one. The risks and benefits were so disproportionate that Feng Yuan naturally wouldn't take the risk. But in this way, the last portion of the celestial essence budget was spent on Long Qing Tian. The aptitude of Beast Placenta Gu. I can only stop at 89%. Feng Yuan was filled with regret. In the end, after so much effort, he still didn't reach the 90% that he expected. I am still too weak. Such a scheming matter. I can only do my best and leave the rest to heaven. Long Qingtian's sudden incident caught Feng Yuan off guard. Feng Yuan was a human after all, not a god. He couldn't predict this change. Although he had his previous life's memories, he tried to recall them clearly. But such details, as long as the person involved didn't say it, who would know? Moreover, since his rebirth he had changed many things. Whether Long Qingtian's incident was something that happened in his previous life, it was hard to say. Forget about the beast placenta goo. What's worse is that this world is already poisoned by the jade sky goo. Sooner or later the poison will take effect. By then, this world will rot and turn into a green light, forming a huge hole. Feng Yuan looked at this world. The green color was getting darker and spreading outwards. Such a hole would accelerate the decline of the blessed land. This also meant that the land spirit would be weakened. If it were a younger blessed land, as long as I have enough immortal essence, even if I can't cure the poison, I can get rid of this mutated area and make up for the hole. But this blessed land is too old, it lacks immortal essence. Once this hole forms, it will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Sigh, I don't have much time left to refine goo, I need to hurry. At this point, Feng Yuan's merciless massacre finally came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued to refine goo, racing against time. Time passed day by day. The pressure from spring-autumn cicada increased day by day. Feng Yuan slept for an hour on average every day, crazily squeezing out his potential. Under his desperate efforts, although there were many inevitable failures in the goo refinement process, the overall progress was quite fast. The land spirit praised him repeatedly. While Feng Yuan was moving towards success, his younger brother was also in high spirits. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. At the center of Hu immortal blessed land, on Danghun Mountain, Fengzheng climbed up with great effort, surpassing one figure after another. During this period of time, he had become the center of attention, attracting many people's attention. It's him, that crane gates Fengzheng. He surpassed another person. Someone was envious. Fengzheng. Looking at Fengzheng's climbing figure, Fairy Bai Xia had a complex gaze. This kid is indeed strange. Looking at this trend, I'm afraid he will be the first to reach the top. Wei Wuxiang, who had enmity towards Fengzheng, had to admit that Fengzheng had a high chance of winning. Fengzheng used both his hands and feet to climb. He breathed heavily, and with the help of Master Tenshuru, he surpassed one elite after another of the 10 sections. Eventually, only 3 people were left above him: Xiao Qixing, Ying Shengji, and Feng Qimhong. This kid has finally caught up to the first echelon. It was not in vain that I used my own Wei Gu. He Fengyang had been paying attention, and seeing this situation, he let out a sigh of relief. If there are no accidents, the winner will be one of these 4. A Gu Immortal transmitted. Crane Gate speed is quite fast, hee, but who will emerge victorious is hard to say until the final moment. Indeed, Crane Gate is only 4th currently. There is a clear gap between him and the top 3. Now let's see if he can catch up and surpass them in a limited time. The Gu Immortals conversed. The entire inheritance contest had finally entered the final stage at this moment. In the hall, a lump of profound light of all colors, the size of a water vat, floated in the air and spun madly. Feng Yuan controlled the profound light. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly spoke. Take 3 ounces of willow stone yellow. Immediately, the sculpture in the hall broke away from the bronze bricks and turned into a solid form. It was willow stone yellow. This was an ancient stone material that was rarely seen in the current era. After being taken by the land spirit, it split into 3 ounces and flew into the dazzling profound light. Feng Yuan's concentration was concentrated, not daring to be careless. When the profound light suddenly turned yellow, he spoke again. Take 30 snowball goo. 30 snowball goo flew into the yellow light lump. The water vat-sized light lump was still yellow, but its size continued to shrink. In the end, it condensed into a dot, forming an earthen yellow stone that was completely unremarkable. Feng Yuan carefully received this stone, and let out a long sigh of relief. This goo refinement lasted for 2 days and 1 night, and finally came to an end. He was extremely tired, immediately lying on the ground and falling into a deep sleep, wishing he could sleep for 7 days and 7 nights straight. But in less than an hour, he was woken up by the land spirit on time. This stone could not exist for long. In another 15 minutes, it would evaporate and dissipate. By then, all of Feng Yuan's previous efforts would be wasted. He would have to start from scratch again. Gu refinement is difficult. It requires a strength path Gu master, and also a refinement path expert. Even for me, with my previous life's memories and foundation, it is very difficult. I almost failed several times. It was extremely dangerous. No wonder no one could refine the second aperture Gu in my previous life. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly, patting his cheeks to wake himself up. After resting for an hour, he felt much better, but his head was still dizzy. This was because he had used up too much mental energy. He was too tired. The second aperture Gu was rank 6. Refining an immortal Gu was naturally not simple. Feng Yuan did not need to look in the mirror to know his current appearance, with messy hair, pale face, dark eye bags, and extremely haggard. Land spirit, how much immortal essence do I have left? He asked. 5 portions of immortal essence left. The land spirit immediately answered, its voice revealing a trace of weakness. Right now, 18 days had passed since Feng Yuan killed Longqing Tian. The speed at which the blessed land was weakening made Feng Yuan inwardly shocked. In order to support the opening of 3 kings' inheritance, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. This abnormality had already caused an uproar in the outside world. During this period of time, even more Gu masters came to explore the blessed land. Among them were many famous experts. Only 5 portions of immortal essence left, but the Gu refinement is only 2/3 done. Land spirit, what date is it today? Feng Yuan's expression was solemn as he asked. According to the calendar you mentioned, it is already the 19th day of the 10th month. The 19th day of the 10th month, according to my plan, the final step of refining the second aperture Gu will be in 5 days. The 24th day of the 10th month? This day in history, isn't it the day that Feng Kim Hong wins and inherits Hu immortal blessed land? Feng Yuan suddenly thought of Feng Kim Hong. This girl had outstanding talent and a deep background. After inheriting Hu immortal blessed land, her status soared to the sky. In the future, using this to cultivate to become a Gu immortal, her prestige would spread far and wide, and her aura would shine brightly. In his previous life, Feng Yuan escaped southern border and came to central continent, becoming a Gu immortal and establishing the Bloodwing demon sect. This girl was his archenemy. After hundreds of battles, Feng Yuan allied with several demonic path Gu immortals and attacked Hu immortal blessed land together, paying a bloody price before they managed to kill her. Currently, my influence has not spread to central continent. Feng Kim Hong obtained Hu immortal blessed land. His benefits are as great as the heavens. Even the second aperture Gu cannot compare to him. Feng Yuan sighed. His previous life's archenemy wanted to soar to the sky, but he was unable to stop him. Feng Yuan still did not know that his own brother was still alive, and was currently fighting intensely with Feng Kim Hong and the rest. Chapter 394. October 20th. In the hall, light red light flickered and shone on the surroundings. More than half of the sculptures on the bronze bricks had already disappeared. Feng Yuan's face was pale and haggard. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at every change in the light lump. Everything was silent. October 21st. The land spirit sent bad news. A rank 5 expert had entered the Gu Master Blessed Land. Feng Yuan looked at the image and immediately recognized this person. So it is Xiao Tribe's Xiao Mang. He has rank 5 extreme light Gu and is a light path expert. In my previous life, his figure could be seen on Sancha Mountain. He finally came. The land spirit breathed in. Extreme light Gu? This means this Xiao Mang can activate the light of glory of the immemorial era. This is a huge threat to us. The land spirit was extremely worried. There were 9 heavens in the immemorial era: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. The sunlight of the immemorial era was extraordinary. It was the light of glory. It could pierce through the 9 heavens and spread warmth to all living beings. But now the 7 heavens were no longer red, orange, yellow, green, azure. blue and purple. Only white heaven and black heaven remained. The sunlight no longer had the glory of the immemorial era. It was extremely weak and could only pierce through white heaven. Once the rank 5 extreme light goo was activated, it could burst out with the light of the blazing sun of the immemorial era. This light had no offensive power, but it could pass through all barriers and shine to the ends of the world. That is to say, this blessed land could not block the light of the immemorial era. Feng Yuan sneered. Bagui, relax. His extreme light goo was obtained from robbing a tomb. It is only a damaged goo. Every month, it can only be activated 3 times. After 3 times, it will self-destruct. The land spirit heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm getting weaker and weaker these days. At the final juncture, you still have to rely on yourself. I like to rely on myself. Feng Yuan replied and did not speak anymore, continuing to refine goo. October 22nd. GUH. Oh no, I failed again. Feng Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He clenched his teeth and supported himself with his hands on the ground. He felt the world spinning around him. His eyes were seeing stars and his ears were buzzing. His chest was so stuffy that he felt like vomiting. After a long while, this terrible feeling was slightly alleviated. Feng Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly sat down. If the goo refinement fails, there will be a backlash. I've already failed this step 3 times. It's not that my skills aren't good. I've done my best, but this step requires luck. I'm betting on that 1 in 10 chance of success. Sigh. There's no more time. Feng Yuan's face was pale. He endured the pain of the backlash and began the 4th round of sprinting. At this moment, there were less than 4 portions of celestial core power left in the copper cauldron. October 23rd. Feng Yuan stopped and looked at the goo worm in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. This goo was a beetle with a big belly and a pointed head and tail. It did not have any legs or tentacles. Its shape was blurry like a rough carving. It was lifeless like a gray stone. The land spirit, however, said happily, "Young man, I didn't misjudge you. You've refined this fake goo. You're only 1 step away from turning fake into real goo and refining the real second aperture goo." That's right, I'm only 1 step away. Feng Yuan's tone was complicated. It was relaxed but also heavy. Refining this second aperture goo was like climbing a mountain. There were thousands of steps and countless failures. Feng Yuan almost did not sleep or rest, but he finally reached this step. His previous efforts were not in vain. Thus he was relaxed. But this last step was the most crucial. It was a qualitative change and required the use of the immortal goo divine travel goo. Although Feng Yuan had refined spring-autumn cicada, he had never used an immortal goo to refine an immortal goo. Thus, this last step was also the one he had the least confidence in. Thus his mood was heavy. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless. Travel the wilderness. Add 3 watch periods. 3 watch periods. 3 watch periods are 9. 9 is the extreme. The refinement is complete. This last step, I need to use lifespan goo, divine travel goo and 2/3 watch goo. Feng Yuan pondered in his heart. He could understand the previous steps and could even modify them. But at this point, he only understood 30% of the true meaning. Land spirit. What changes are there in the blessed land? Feng Yuan asked. 2 groups of people have arrived. Dozens of rank 3 goo masters, each led by a rank 4 goo master. They are very imposing. The land spirit showed the scene to Feng Yuan. So it is Che tribe and Zhua tribe. TSK, the 2 tribe leaders and most of the elders have come. Feng Yuan took a look and recognized the situation. The whole of Sancha Mountain was located between Zhua tribe's Cold Tremor Mountain and Che tribe's Fei Lai Mountain. These 2 tribes had been expanding and had been competing in Sancha Mountain in recent years, having the intention to invade. But the eruption of the 3 kings' inheritance completely messed up the plans of these 2 tribes. The whole of southern border had 100,000 famed mountains and countless nameless mountains. There were also ferocious beasts and wild goo worms everywhere. The environment was dangerous and difficult to travel. Other forces could only send their elites here. But these 2 tribes were in a favorable position and had been restraining themselves. Now that they sensed the abnormality of the inheritance, they finally sent a large group here. To Feng Yuan, this was bad news. At the final juncture, everyone would definitely attack the center of the blessed land, which was this main hall. These Che tribe and Zhou tribe people were Feng Yuan's enemies. Other than them, there will also be Li Xian, Hu Mei Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and other experts. At the final juncture, I will need to refine Gu and can only rely on land spirit, by Ningbing and Feng Tianyu to defend against the enemies. The situation is dangerous, but it's only external. The final step, I need to use 2/3 watch Gu consecutively, which will cause my body's time to flow 9 times faster. To spring-autumn cicada, it is a great tonic. At that time, the pressure will rise sharply and my aperture will be in danger. This is the internal cause. With internal and external pressure, danger lurks everywhere. But I can only grit my teeth and persevere. I have already worked so hard, and am just one step away from reaching the peak. If I don't take a gamble, I won't be satisfied. If I succeed, I will have a second aperture. With further nurturing, when I reach rank 6, I won't be too far behind Feng Kim Hong. In Feng Yuan's rebirth plan, Qingmao Mountain was only the starting point, Shang Clan City was only a platform, and second aperture Gu was only a stepping stone. But it was because of these accumulations that he could charge towards a higher level. Next, there will be many fortuitous encounters. Without a certain level of cultivation and strength, one would not have the qualifications to participate. All living beings, survival of the fittest, I can't give in to these fortuitous encounters, and I have to seize every second. This is truly worthy of my rebirth body. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh and began to rest, preparing for the final day. October 24th. Feng Yuan woke up from his slumber and slowly opened his eyes. I haven't slept so well for so many days. The great battle is coming up. He stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, 2 people were already standing under the guidance of the land spirit. Master. Feng Tianyu saw Feng Yuan, and immediately knelt on the ground, offering a Gu worm. This Gu looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles Gu. This subordinate did not disappoint you. I have already passed 100 rounds and obtained King Xian's inheritance, subduing these hairy men. Feng Tianyu said. Beside him stood hundreds of hairy men. Each of them had thick hair, and were standing silently. Good. Feng Yuan nodded, lightly praising. He was not surprised. These hairy men had a nature. They liked to follow people who were better at Gu refinement than themselves. Feng Tianyu had passed 100 rounds. It was not strange for him to have these followers. Feng Yuan walked towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at the grand bronze hall, her gaze revealing a trace of understanding. It seems that this is the Blessed Land's central area. Saying so, her gaze moved towards Feng Yuan. Humph, you better remember your promise. Feng Yuan smiled. Don't worry. He looked behind Bai Ningbing. There were close to 100,000 dog beasts. Some were entrenched on the ground. Some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Bai Ningbing's control was too weak. If it were Zhang San, Wu Gui, or Wu Shintong, they would be able to make these dog beasts line up tightly and remain motionless like an army. But Bai Ningbing was forced to do something beyond her abilities. She did not have any enslavement path training. It was not easy for her to do this. In fact, Bai Ningbing's mind was in a daze. Her movements were erratic. She had a feeling that her soul was heavy and her body was like a marionette. It was truly difficult for her to control so many dog beasts at once. Now listen to my arrangements and set up the defenses. No matter what the enemy is, do not attack. Remember this, remember this. Feng Yuan instructed. Since it is your arrangement, success or failure has nothing to do with me. Bai Ningbing said coldly. Regardless of success or failure, I will give you the Yanggu. Feng Yuan guaranteed with a smile. You better keep your word. 2 light pillars disappeared. This means that King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were taken away. Early in the morning on Sancha Mountain, the Gu masters were incomparably shocked. There was a commotion. The opening of the inheritance this time is very strange. It has lasted until today, causing the blessed land to deteriorate rapidly. Someone was already suspicious. But compared to this, more people were concerned about the inheritance's whereabouts. Just which two lucky fellows have inherited the legacy? I think King Xian's inheritance should be obtained by Lord Tai Mu Bai. Ever since he entered, he has not come out. King Quan's inheritance should be Wu Gui. No, it should be my tribe's Lord Wu Shintong. The way I see it, my demonic path's beast enslavement master Zhang San also has a chance of winning. After everyone argued for a while, someone finally found something strange. Strange, the few rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance have not come out. What is going on? King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were both obtained, but why haven't the others come out? They are trapped in the blessed land. This blessed land is close to collapse. Not long later, the entrance will open and we can enter and exit at will. A loud voice resounded. It is Lord Xiaomang. Immediately, a righteous Gu master recognized the speaker. This Xiaomang came to Sancha Mountain, but did not enter the inheritance. What is he trying to do? The demonic Gu masters muttered in their hearts. Xiaomang's arrival suppressed the demonic path's arrogance. Successfully attracting everyone's attention, Xiaomang laughed arrogantly. Next, I will use extreme light Gu to open the entrance of the blessed land for all of you. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes opened wide in anger as he activated his primeval essence and raised his fist. Extreme light Gu, Providence Gu, Empty Fist Gu, Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. 3 Gu activated together, and the whole sky turned dark. Everyone watched in shock as a fist made of light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and suddenly disappeared, striking somewhere in the darkness. Extreme Light Gu did not have any attack power, but when combined with the other 2 Gu, it formed an incomparably powerful attack. Rumble. Chapter 395. At the peak of Sancha Mountain, there was only one light pillar left. However, a grayish-black plane appeared in front of everyone like an illusion. It was like it was separated by a layer of gauze, like a dream. How could there be a plane on the mountain peak? This was caused by Xiaomang punching a hole in the blessed land. For a moment, Sancha Mountain was silent. Some Gu masters were dazed, some were shocked, some looked at each other, but no one moved. Xiaomang snorted in his heart and secretly signaled to someone in the crowd with his eyes. A Gu master immediately ran out from the crowd. Lord Xiaomang is invincible, forcefully punching a hole in the blessed land. This way, we are no longer restricted by the 3 kings' inheritance, and can all enter. After shouting this, he jumped out of the crowd, and with a few leaps, he passed through the hole and entered the blessed land. He activated his Gu worms in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3, near this hole, the restriction of heaven and earth was weak, allowing him to activate 3 Gu worms. This scene immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Countless people woke up from their stupor, breathing heavily. Being able to use Gu worms meant they had the ability to protect themselves. This also meant the risk of entering the blessed land was greatly reduced. But the performance was not over yet. This Gu master suddenly ran back and jumped out of the blessed land, successfully returning to Sancha Mountain. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and cupped his fists toward Xiaomang. Thank you, Lord, for making an exception. Xiaomang chuckled. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. I only feel that everyone should have the right to compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. It is too much for a limited few people to hog it all. But how much you can snatch will depend on yourselves. Lord Xiaomang's benevolence is unparalleled. Lord Xiaomang is such a good person. His elder brother is Xiao Shan, great hero Xiao. Truly a dragon and tiger brother. Among the rank 5 Gu masters on Sancha Mountain, only Lord Xiaomang can think for us weaklings. He is truly a role model of the righteous path, so benevolent. Everyone cheered unceasingly. Fawning words entered Xiaomang's ears like a tide. The crowd surged as large numbers of Gu masters rushed into the blessed land. A bunch of idiots. Xiaomang said with a warm smile on his face, but in his heart, he was sneering. Compared to Tai Mu Bai and Wu Gui, the time I came to Sancha Mountain is still too late. The inheritances of King Quan and King Xian had all been taken by someone else. Only the inheritance of King Bao was left. Damn it. I have long wanted to plead with my father and the other elders, But these people only cared about Xiao Shan's illness. Isn't it better for him to die? That way, I can become the young clan leader. Alas, I coaxed and pestered before getting permission to come to San Cha Mountain. But it's already too late. How can I compare to the accumulation of those people from before? Only by destroying the blessed land and creating a loophole will I be able to benefit from it. For this blessed land, the more people that enter, the heavier the burden. The suppression of heaven and earth is getting weaker and weaker. So what if you guys obtain the inheritance? I can use my goo worms to snatch it. The inheritances of King Bao, King Quan, and King Xian are all mine. Even if I can't get it, none of you can. Alright, that's about it. Feng Yuan looked at the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This bronze hall was located on a hill. The hill was not a dangerous peak, but a gentle slope that extended to the surroundings. Such a terrain was not easy to defend, but thankfully, there were many dog beasts, and with their numbers, they could slightly make up for it. In the past 2 hours, Feng Yuan had been arranging the formation for Bai Ningbing, as well as instructing her on how to deal with any situation that arises. Bam! Right at this time, the whole heaven and earth shook, and the bronze hall shook, causing dust to fall. Not good, that Xiao Meng used extreme light goo and pierced a hole in the blessed land, forming a passage. Large numbers of goo masters are rushing in, killing each other and fighting for the treasures. The scene is in chaos. The land spirit transmitted. Feng Yuan chuckled, but did not panic. In his previous life's memories, there was such a scene. Xiao Meng's arrival meant that this had happened. Chaos is good. Xiao Meng wants to obtain victory in the chaos, but I also want this chaotic situation to help me stall for time. Feng Yuan's black eyes shined with eerie light. Among these people there is a rank 5 goo master. This young man is amazing. He actually blocked my senses earlier. Only when he attacked did I discover something amiss. The land spirit suddenly said. Feng Yuan frowned. This situation was out of his expectations. Who is it? An image appeared in front of him, showing a young man with waist-length black hair, and a pair of deep purple pupils. A pair of thick black eyebrows. The tip of his eyebrows were raised high, branching into a few branches, like a wild flame burning. His demonic aura was awe-inspiring, with a domineering aura that could destroy heaven and earth, like an evil dragon descending into the world. Mo Wutian. Feng Yuan's gaze concentrated, recognizing him. This person was a demonic genius, inheriting an ancient inheritance, and was a soul path goo master. Be it fame or strength, Feng Yuan could not compare to him. In his memories, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Mo Wutian had killed several rank 5 righteous goo masters. His reputation was infamous, and his demonic flame soared to the sky. In the end, the demonic side was defeated, and Mo Wutian broke out of the encirclement, leaving with no one able to stop him. In my previous life, Mo Wutian did not come to Sancha Mountain. It seems the influence of my rebirth has already reached this level of people? Just as Feng Yuan was in deep thought, Mo Wutian seemed to sense someone was watching him. He turned his head and looked at Feng Yuan. So that's the direction. He muttered softly as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Not good. He seems to have sensed something, and is charging towards the hall. The land spirit warned. Feng Yuan's eyes squinted. Mo Wutian was actually targeting him with intense hostility. What was his motive, and what did he discover? The chaos will only last for a while. Tai Mu Bai and the others have not appeared yet. It will arouse the suspicions of others. There is not much time left. I need to refine the goo now. Land spirit, raise your fog. Feng Tianyu, follow me into the hall, and assist me in refining the goo. Time was pressing. Feng Yuan shouted and led Feng Tianyu into the bronze hall. As for the hairy men that the latter brought, they were left outside to guard the hall, forming the final line of defense. Looking at Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu's departing figures, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light. The fog started to rise and spread rapidly, soon covering the hall and all the dogs on the mound. The bronze hall was vast and majestic. Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu's footsteps echoed, making this place even more quiet and spacious. Right now, the bronze bricks in the hall were already empty. Most of the materials and goo worms had been used up during the goo refinement. Only a few carvings were left. Feng Yuan walked to the bronze cauldron and sat down with Feng Tianyu. This is the final step, the truly crucial moment. He breathed in deeply, his eyes clear like water. Feng Tianyu's breathing was rough, showing his excitement. To a refinement path Gu master, being able to refine immortal Gu was the most desired thing in their life. Let's begin. Feng Yuan took out the fake second aperture Gu and threw it into the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire. Only a thin layer of immortal essence was left at the bottom. It was being consumed rapidly and started to burn. The burning green smoke rose up like smoke, wrapping around the fake Gu in the second aperture. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron and was transformed by the green smoke into a yellow light that filled the air. Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu focused their minds and tried to harmonize the green smoke and the yellow light. After an unknown period of time, the green smoke turned into green grass that grew in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers that fell down and adorned the grass. It is time. Feng Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. This step was indispensable. Only after this step could the refined second aperture Gu belong to Feng Yuan. Otherwise, it would be an ownerless object and would fly away once it was refined. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green smoke and yellow light immediately let out a sizzling sound, turning into a red cloud that resembled a raging sea of blood. The blood surged, but it only formed into a ball that floated in the air and did not spread. The cloud continued to transform. The sea of blood gradually calmed down and condensed into a field. A large field of scarlet rice, scarlet like blood, grew on the field. Feng Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, quickly using Gu worms to heal his injuries. Even so, he had lost a lot of blood and his face was pale. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless. Roam the wilderness. At the third watch is 9. 9 is the extreme, the refinement is complete. He had already memorized the recipe by heart, but he still recalled it now. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Next, it is lifespan Gu. Bugge. Feng Yuan shouted. The land spirit was already on standby. Hearing Feng Yuan's call, it quickly took out 2 lifespan Gu. These lifespan Gu were one big and one small, like ginseng roots and old tree roots. Touching it, it felt rough and ancient. The small one was a 300 years lifespan Gu, like a green snake coiling in a circle. It could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 300 years without any side effects. The big one was like a horned dragon flying in the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. It could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 500 years without any side effects. The value of these 2 Gu was self-evident. Feng Tianyu saw this and his eyes shone, his body trembling. Feng Yuan first threw the 300 years lifespan Gu into the cloud. The cloud swallowed the lifespan Gu and immediately surged like boiling water. At this moment, the cloud seemed to have turned into a green-scaled snake, slithering and trying to escape from Feng Yuan's control. Feng Yuan jumped in shock. He was caught unprepared and almost let the green snake escape. When he reacted, it seemed that the green snake had already mostly escaped from his hand. Only its tail was left. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open and red. He poured all his attention into the cloud without holding back, using all his strength to firmly hold on to it, not letting it escape. Chapter 396. Time became unbearable at this moment. As the minutes and seconds passed, the cloud in the air gradually stabilized. Feng Yuan finally had the spare energy to curse the original owner of the blessed land. Such an important obstacle, there was actually no annotation in the recipe. If not for his concentration and reaction time, as well as Feng Tianyu's help, he could barely stabilize the situation and turn the tables. Otherwise, he would have failed completely. As time gradually passed, a mystical aura spread out from the place. The cloud completely digested the 300 years lifespan Gu and calmed down, turning back into the scene of the blood field and red rice. But now, the red rice had turned into a green color, like rice growing in spring, densely packed. It was the scene of 300 years as spring, described in the recipe. That mysterious Gu immortal must have only researched the recipe, but did not use it to this step, otherwise, Why would he not make any annotations? Feng Yuan came back to his senses, thinking, next I need to use the 500 years lifespan goo. But there is no rush. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling the land spirit. Ba Gui, show me the scene of that poisonous land. Immediately, a smoke image appeared in the air, showing the scene. Long Qingtian's corpse, quietly lying on the ground. The surrounding sky and ground were dyed a deep green color. It was Long Qingtian's jade sky goo poison. This goo originated from the immemorial era. Its poison was extremely strong. Even Feng Yuan did not dare to touch it. Coincidentally, at this time, 2 goo masters appeared in the scene, both with rank 3 cultivation. This place is strange. Why is it so green? Look, that corpse, it's Long Qingtian. They rushed here, and unexpectedly found Long Qingtian's corpse. Long Qingtian is rank 4 peak stage, a famous demon. He was actually killed. Let's go take a look. There might be something good on his corpse. The two were excited, running towards Long Qingtian's corpse. Blinded by greed, they did not realize their bodies were dyed in green light. Courting death. Feng Yuan sneered. Sure enough, the two of them did not even manage to take 10 steps before they died from the poison, turning into green light and disappearing into the horizon. The poison of the blue sky poisonous insect has accumulated deeply. This area is going to be ruined. The hole formed is even bigger than the one created by Xiao Mang. Time was of the essence, and every second was precious. Feng Yuan was also extremely anxious, but he still chose to restrain himself. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, there was a loud boom. The blessed land shook and the main hall trembled. The second loophole was formed. The land spirit let out a long sigh. The speed at which the blessed land was collapsing was too fast. It had doubled again. Continue refining goo. Feng Yuan took out the 500-year lifespan goo and threw it into the cloud. The clouds began to boil again, trying to break free from Feng Yuan's control. But this time, Feng Yuan was mentally prepared. He wasn't caught off guard like last time, so he was able to firmly control the situation. However, he soon felt that his strength was not enough. This time, the change in the clouds and mist gave him a feeling. Not only was it slippery, but it also carried a kind of brute force. It was like a green snake had turned into a dragon, trying to break free from Feng Yuan's control. Feng Tianyu quickly helped. The two's minds worked together to suppress the clouds' change. The clouds boiled several times, almost breaking free, but were eventually suppressed. After the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the clouds became clear again. It turned into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. This was the scene of 500 years' autumn. Fortunately, he waited until the poison took effect before refining the goo. Otherwise, the second loophole would have formed and the hall would have shaken, interfering with the goo refinement, and it would not have been so smooth. Feng Yuan waited for a while. The clouds were ready, and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk until it formed a new goo. It fell down. Feng Yuan held it in his hand. This goo was like a peanut shell, shining with a golden color. The markings on its surface were scarlet blood traces. The fake second aperture goo could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. But this new goo could already exist for 40 years. At this step, the true second aperture goo had already formed an embryo, and was growing in the peanut shell. But if it was left to develop, not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years might not be enough to become the real thing. Only by using a huge external force, to get rid of the fake and retain the real, turning the fake into the real, could it achieve a qualitative change, transcend the mortal, and become an immortal. And this external force was none other than the rank 6 divine travel goo. Next, I need to use the immortal goo to refine the immortal goo. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his breathing, and began the most important step in the entire goo refinement process. At this moment outside, shouts of battle shook the sky. This dog is mine. As long as you obediently hand over the goo worm, I will spare your life. Kill all these eggmen. These mutants actually occupied a spirit spring. What a waste of resources. All kinds of looting and fighting. Goo masters were in a frenzy, and the number of casualties continued to rise. Strange. Why have we not seen Lord Tai Mu Bai after so long? Our Wu clan's Lord Wu Shintong, where did he go? Wu clan's Gu masters, Tai clan's Gu masters, and others all sense something amiss. Search, continue searching. The suppression of heaven and earth is already very weak. It is enough to mobilize most of the Gu worms. The situation is in chaos now. There is killing everywhere, and blood is flowing like rivers. We need to find our clan's experts to suppress this situation. Where have we not explored yet? Only the deepest part of the blessed land. There is a thick fog there. Just as these people turned their attention to the bronze hall, Mo Wu Tian had already arrived at the periphery of the fog alone. There is indeed the aura of an immortal Gu, a pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet also wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupils, the fog became faintly discernible, and a vast number of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. His brows slightly furrowed. The enemy's defense was tight. He alone could not break through this defense. He needed to borrow strength. His brows relaxed as Mo Wu Tian turned around and left. His body moved like lightning, traversing hundreds of li in the sky. Before long, he landed in front of Hu Mei Er. Hu Mei Er's face turned pale from fright, but when she saw Mo Wu Tian, she smiled brightly. Young Master Wu Tian, you are here too. This Three Kings inheritance has little meat but more wolves. I am afraid you will be disappointed. You have already cultivated to rank 5. Hu Mei Er looked at the man in front of her, unable to conceal her shock. She swallowed her saliva, trying to digest this shock as she forced a smile. This is great. You have rank 5 battle strength. You are suitable to take this riches. These green eggmen are numerous. They have already built a castle. I have not been able to take them down. There is a green egg empress inside. As long as I capture it alive, I will be able to make a fortune in the future. Mo Wu Tian glanced at the castle, laughing lightly. Back then, King Bao Wang Badan had 8 eggman empresses, and countless eggmen were produced daily. King Xian Wang Xiaoya's inheritance has the secret reporting Gu and undefeated 100 battles Gu. Beside Dog King Wang Er, there are 2 dog emperors, Ing Ming and Ba Huang. These are the essence of 3 kings' inheritance, but they are not worthy of my attention. Hu Mei Er's smile froze. To think that young Master Wu Tian knows so much about 3 kings' inheritance. Since they are not worthy of your attention, why don't you give them to me? Women are truly short-sighted. Mo Wu Tian laughed, staring at Hu Mei Er's eyes. I will tell you now, this blessed land spirit is not dead. There is a Gu immortal's inheritance in the deepest part. What? Hu Mei Er was shocked. But there is dense fog there. There are close to 100,000 dog groups. To charge into the central area sacred hall, just the 2 of us are not enough. Mo Wu Tian smiled deeply. Hu Mei Er was an astute woman. She immediately understood Mo Wu Tian's intention. Her eyes shined as she laughed. He, isn't it easy to get people? Hu Mei Er was a decisive person. She immediately abandoned the Green Egg Empress and roped in other demonic path Gu masters with Mo Wu Tian. Using Hu Mei Er's network, Mo Wu Tian's cultivation and reputation, they quickly gathered large numbers of demonic path Gu masters. Adding on the news of the Gu immortal's inheritance, demonic path merchant Li Xian, fiery star Bao Tong, rock lizard Li Chong and other experts also gathered. When Mo Wu Tian returned to the fog, he was no longer alone, but a demonic path army of thousands. They are finally here. Bai Ningbing, who was sitting on the hill, slowly stood up. The fog could obstruct everyone's vision. But because of the land spirit's support, Bai Ningbing's vision was clear. She naturally saw this demonic path alliance army. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while before saying, Li Chong, bring 300 people to attack the front. After a few dozen steps, you will be obstructed by the metal shield dogs. Fight and retreat, move to the left. There will be Chrysanthemum Akita dogs pincer attack. Defeat them and charge towards the southeast. Hu Mei Er, send 500 people to attack the left. Along the way, you will encounter lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse-eating dogs. Don't worry about the losses, charge towards the north. Bao Tong, take the right path, lead 800 people. From the northwest direction, there will be battle cries, directly charge in. There will be no dogs obstructing you within 500 steps. If you encounter lightning symbol dog groups, charge with all your might. If you can't reach them in 3 minutes, retreat. Li Xian, send 400 people as backup, ready to be deployed at any time. If I do not give any orders, you will lead the retreating army. What about you, Mo Wutian? Li Xian's gaze flickered as he asked. Of course I will stay in the center. Why are you worried? Mo Wutian was expressionless, his purple pupils staring at Li Xian. Li Xian immediately felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, running up his spine. This Mo Wutian. How did he become so terrifying? His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, killing intent surged in his chest. It seems the ancient inheritance he obtained is no small matter, otherwise, how could he have such progress? I had thought Little Beast King could compete with him. Only now do I know he is the true #1 genius of the demonic path. He is truly terrifying. Li Xian's heart turned cold, he could only accept the order. Chapter 397. They're here. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Her expression became nervous as she quickly mobilized the dog group. The originally still dog pack formation began to move like a giant millstone. As for these Gu masters who charged in, they had all turned into green beans and yellow beans. In just a moment, they were ground into bean dregs. Most of them died. The rest saw that the situation was bad and quickly retreated. The Demonic Path Alliance army suffered a huge loss. Over 1,000 people were sent in, but only a few hundred returned in defeat. Young Master Wu Tian, did you see clearly? Li Chang was the first to speak. I followed your instructions and charged in. In the first wave we met the Iron Shield dogs. We fought and retreated, moving to the left, but were attacked by the Lightning Symbol dogs and Chrysanthema Makita dogs. There were too many of them, we could not kill them all. After fighting for a while, we could only retreat. Bao Tong's temper became even more violent. I led 800 people, but I did not hear any battle cries from the northwest direction. Instead, I heard people fighting in the southeast direction. I led my army to attack, but was immediately attacked by lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs and corpse-eating dogs. Hu Mei-er's expression was also unsightly. Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But after charging for 800 steps, we did not encounter any dog groups. Just as we were feeling suspicious, we suddenly saw dog groups surrounding us from all directions. Thankfully, I turned around and counterattacked, otherwise, I would have lost my life there. Li Xian was expressionless, standing at the side. His group was prepared to protect the scattered Gu masters and face the pursuing dog groups. But while there were scattered soldiers, none of the dogs chased after them, causing him to stand there for a long time. Mo Wu Tian's expression was grim. After a while he spoke. I can see the exact situation more clearly than you. This dog group has someone commanding them. It is not a dead formation but a living one. That is why you all returned in defeat. Everyone was shocked. There is someone commanding them? Who could it be? Mo Wu Tian shook his head. The fog is too thick. I can only vaguely see and cannot see clearly. There is definitely a mastermind behind this. Only human intelligence can make such a brilliant reaction. But don't worry, I have a deep understanding of the enslavement path. You only need to attack like this to break the encirclement and obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Their faces were stained with blood. They looked at each other for a while. Because of Mo Wu Tian's rank 5 strength and the temptation of the immortal treasure, they reluctantly nodded. But this time they still returned in failure. In fact, the losses were even more severe than the last time. The mastermind has great attainments in the enslavement path. I underestimated him. Mo Wu Tian frowned deeply. Just now his plan was thorough, and the 4 sides cooperated ingeniously, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly, as if seeing through his plan in an instant. The mobilization of troops was neither too fast nor too slow. The 4 paths were destroyed one after another. His movements vaguely had the demeanor of a master. Mo Wu Tian, you have to give me an explanation. We fought with our lives on the line and lost so many people. Not even a strand of immortal treasure could be seen. Is it fun for you to stand there and watch? You are a rank 5 Gu master now, you should do your part. Bao Tong shouted angrily as he covered his injuries. Oh, you want an explanation? Then I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Mo Wu Tian laughed sinisterly, his purple eyes suddenly lighting up. You. Bao Tong was caught off guard. He stared at Mo Wu Tian with all his might, unable to move. After a while, he fell to the ground with a thud. Dead. The demonic path Gu masters gasped. Fiery Star Bao Tong, a famous rank 4 fire path Gu master. Mo Wu Tian didn't even move, he just stared and killed him. You want an explanation? I will give you one. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If not, you can tell me. Mo Wu Tian looked at Bao Tong's corpse, listening attentively. You are not speaking, it seems you are satisfied. Mo Wu Tian laughed, looking around. He, Bao Tong is satisfied, are you guys satisfied? Do you want me to give you an explanation? The surroundings were deathly silent. Mo Wu Tian killed people while talking. Bao Tong was rank 4 upper stage, but he could not even block one move, dying instantly. The demonic path Gu masters were shocked and afraid. They started to regret being blinded by greed. Why did they follow Mo Wu Tian? Now that they were on the pirate ship, they wanted to leave? Too late. Hu Mei Er and the rest lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Wu Tian's eyes. Mo Wu Tian's method of killing made them tremble in fear. They had thought that Mo Wu Tian had just advanced to rank 5, his battle strength might not be rank 5, but to think that Mo Wu Tian's battle strength was beyond imagination, comparable to Wu Gue and the rest. How old was he? The number 1 genius of the demonic path, truly deserving of his title. After successfully killing and establishing his might, Mo Wu Tian laughed evilly. Bao Tong's Gu are still here, you guys can split them. Consider it my compensation. Once he said this, the Gu master's eyes brightened. Li Xian was the first to react. With a whoosh, he pounced on Bao Tong's corpse like a rabbit, taking his Gu worms. Almost at the next moment, Hu Mei Er and Li Chang also reacted, pouncing on him. The others could only stare, not daring to fight. The 3 of them took all of Bao Tong's wealth, gaining a lot. The resentment in their hearts dissipated, turning into reverence towards Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian could use his gaze to kill. This was not strange, it was a visual killer move. This killer move directly competed with the soul. The loser's soul would dissipate, not even having the chance to self-detonate their Gu worms. Mo Wu Tian was a soul path Gu master. The strength of his soul was unrivaled. If he could deal with Bao Tong like this, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with them? Cough, cough. Li Xian coughed, asking. Since there are dog beasts guarding this place, then this must be the central control hall. There is a high chance that the Gu immortal's wealth is hidden there. But how are we going to kill our way in? He was astute. After obtaining the most benefits from Bao Tong, he immediately expressed his support for Mo Wu Tian. Speaking of the Gu immortal's inheritance, Hu Mei Er and Li Chang's attention was also drawn to this topic. Mo Wu Tian looked at the people around him. They were all injured. Their faces were haggard. They were frightened and had low morale. He sighed and said, "What a motley crew." It seemed like he could only gather more people before he could break through. Spread the news, be it righteous path or demonic path Gu masters. Just say that Tai Mu Bai and the rest have already entered the hall. The Gu masters who obtained King Quan's inheritance are blocking us outside. They want to take all the benefits for themselves. This. Hu Mei Er hesitated. Mo Wu Tian sneered. Time is pressing. Once the blessed land collapses, we will have nothing. Without anyone else, do you think we have the strength to charge in? Young master is right, Hu Mei Er quickly said. They finally stopped. On the slope, Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief but soon frowned again. The methods that Feng Yuan gave her had already been used up by more than half. If they attacked a few more times, Bai Ningbing would be out of ideas. Ha ha ha, my strategy of obtaining victory in the chaos was indeed correct. Explode this wall. I can obtain King Bao Wangba Dan's inheritance. Xiao Meng laughed loudly. Right now he was alone in a hidden cave. In front of him, there was a thick and huge stone door. As long as he could explode it, he could obtain King Bao's final inheritance. Boom boom boom. Light blossomed. Explosions rang out continuously. After a long while, Xiao Meng stopped his attacks while gasping for breath, looking at the stone door with hatred. The stone door was unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Light path excels in speed and purification, but its destructive power cannot compare to fire path. This stone door is sturdy. King Bao clearly wants the fated person to use fire goo to break it open. But I do not have these goo worms. Xiao Meng gritted his teeth. He felt indignant. Right at this time, a goo master came to report. Get out, who let you in? King Bao's inheritance. I want to open it alone. What did you say? Xiao Meng scolded loudly. Suddenly hearing his subordinate's report, he grabbed the person's collar and brought him up. You said there is a goo immortal inheritance. Hidden in the fog, being attacked by everyone. Yes. This news has already spread, countless goo masters have gathered. How could I dare to deceive second young master? The subordinate quickly said. Don't call me second young master. I hate this title. Xiao Meng scolded, looking at the stone door reluctantly, but his gaze changed from hesitation to determination. Wang Badan was only a rank 5 goo master. Although he was called King Bao, he was only at the same rank as Xiao Meng. How could his inheritance compare to a goo immortal's inheritance? Let's go. Xiao Meng dragged his subordinate and walked out quickly. There are more and more people. On the hill, Bai Ningbing frowned deeply. There were already over 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people, although their cultivations were uneven, with some being rank 1 and 2, were still goo masters. Their combined strength was enough to form a flood that could engulf everything. And even though he had close to 100,000 dog beasts, he was only one person. Outside the hill, countless gazes looked forward with fervent gazes. They were all attracted here by the immortal treasure. There was a commotion in the surroundings, but Mo Wu Tian smiled without speaking. His goal was achieved. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. This was the human heart. The righteous path has gathered people again, and charged into the fog. Hu Mei Er looked not far away, full of worry. Young Master Wu Tian, almost all the demonic path goo masters are here. Shouldn't you gather them and form a group? We can't let the righteous path snatch the immortal treasure. No rush, no rush. The fog is thick, the dog formation is as firm as an iron wall. What can their charge amount to? Mo Wu Tian snickered coldly but did not move. The demonic path was not like the righteous path. The righteous path was united and easy to ally with, while the demonic path goo masters were used to roaming alone. Although he, Mo Wu Tian, had rank 5 cultivation, he was still young, and this was his first time acting as the leader. He could not convince the others. Kong Ri Tian and Li Fei Le, these demonic path veterans, would not easily listen to him. Only by making them realize the necessity and benefits of working together could he take advantage of the situation and get twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, in the hall, the goo refinement had reached a crucial moment. After brewing for a long time, the golden peanut shell and divine travel goo collided. Rumble! Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu's vision darkened, as thunderous roars resounded in their ears. Unlimited divine opportunity, roam the wilderness. Open for me. Feng Yuan screamed, using all his concentration to activate divine travel goo. Divine travel goo was an immortal goo. How could a mortal like him activate it so easily? Fortunately, he had the land spirit's secret help. As immortal essence gushed out, divine travel goo turned into a speck of light and entered the golden peanut shell. Chapter 398. Xiao Meng looked at the fog in front of him, his gaze deep. He relied on his rank 5 cultivation to obtain the authority of the righteous path's commander. He had organized several attacks, but they were all defeated and returned in low spirits. In the fog, there were countless dogs and beasts, causing every wave of goo masters that charged in to suffer heavy losses. Even if the losses are heavy, they cannot stop my footsteps. Immortal treasure. This is an immortal treasure. Xiao Meng's eyes shone with brilliance as he shouted in his heart. Let's continue and organize the next wave of attacks. Xiao Meng shouted, but there were few who responded this time. The lesson of blood was right in front of them. Even though the benefits were huge, these righteous goo masters could not help but hesitate. After all, they only had one life. A bunch of cowards. Xiao Meng saw everyone hesitating and cursed in his heart. To him, time was of the essence. Other than this immortal treasure, he still had King Bao's inheritance waiting for him to open. If there is an enslavement path Gu Master commanding the beast group as cannon fodder, then the Gu Master casualties will decrease sharply, and we can definitely regroup. Xiao Meng suddenly thought of this. At this moment, the importance of enslavement path Gu Masters became obvious. Where did Wu Clan's Wu Shintong go? With Wu Shintong's help, we can definitely break through the fog and reach the central control hall. Xiao Meng asked. But the answer he got made him extremely disappointed. Wu Shintong was nowhere to be seen. Even Wu Clan's clansmen were looking for him. Xiao Meng looked at the demonic formation and his heart shook. Not just Wu Shintong. Even the demonic paths Wu Gui and Zhang Sansan have not appeared. Don't tell me the one controlling the dog beasts in the fog is one of them? Xiao Meng guessed in his heart as he looked at the general direction of the sacred hall. But the fog in front of him blocked his vision, making him even more irritated. Damn this fog, so annoying. Too bad Wanli Xiongfeng is not here. Otherwise, my clan's divine wind would have dispersed the fog long ago. One clan's Gu Master sighed. If our clan's old clan leader appeared, would we be afraid of mere dogs? Tai clan's 4 old-timers snorted. Lord Xiao Meng, there is no progress in the situation. There are still demonic Gu Masters watching us from the side. What should we do next? The Righteous Path's famous healing Gu Master Tao Zi walked over and asked Xiao Meng. These demonic bastards. Xiao Meng glanced at the Diabolism camp in the distance and became even more annoyed. Looks like I have to make a move. He snorted coldly, and his eyes shone brightly. All of you step back. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. Suddenly, there was an empty space around Xiao Meng, highlighting his existence. Xiao Meng stood still. Slowly closing his eyes, he poured his consciousness into his aperture and slowly circulated his purple crystal primeval essence. The waves on the surface of the quintessential sea grew larger and larger. After brewing for a while, Xiao Meng suddenly opened his eyes. The primeval sea had already turned into a tsunami, and a large amount of primeval essence poured into the 3 Gu worms. Extreme Light Gu, Self-Will Gu, Bright Spear Gu, Killing Move, Glory of My Spear. Xiao Meng's body began to emit dazzling white light. The light was dense and rapidly expanded to the size of a hill. Xiao Meng was bathed in the light, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. He slowly pointed his finger in the direction of the thick fog. Instantly, the incandescent light around him was drawn in. It fiercely shot out. All the snow-white sunlight shot out the moment it shot out. It formed a light spear that was 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. And beside Xiao Meng, there was not a single drop of light left. 60% of the purple crystal primeval essence in his aperture was consumed in an instant. The light spear had a majestic aura, directly piercing through the thick fog and landing on the hill with lightning speed. Boom! A ferocious explosion suddenly occurred. An intense light burst forth, causing everyone to close their eyes and subconsciously take a step back. Even Mo Wu Tian had to squint his eyes into a slit. The explosion caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. After the white light, there was a shockwave. The shockwave transformed into a gale that radiated in all directions. It whistled as it swept over, causing many people to sway unsteadily. Puff puff. In the hall, Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu, who were refining gu, were disrupted and both spurted out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ningbing's face was pale, her ears filled with the sound of the explosion. This is the battle strength of a rank 5 gu master? Fortunately, such a killer move did not hit me. If it had landed on me, my defensive gu would not even last a breath of time. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel shocked. A rank 5 gu master's killer move was not something the current her could block. The whiteness in her eyes gradually faded. Where the huge light spear landed, thousands of dog beasts were completely vaporized. What was originally a gentle slope of the hill was now a huge pit. Bai Ningbing took in a breath of cold air. Such power, if it was shot a few more times, the whole dog formation would be destroyed. She felt even more uncertain, but fortunately, Feng Yuan had told her what to do if she was hit by such a powerful move. Under Bai Ningbing's command, large numbers of dog beasts rushed to the pit, and the gap in the defense was gradually filled up. Hiss! So many dog beasts. Bai Ningbing's mood was grave. The righteous and demonic goo masters also drew in a breath of cold air. Earlier, when the fog was thick, they could not see it. But now, the fog had been dispersed by the white light, and everyone's vision was clear. Over 90,000 dog beasts, densely packed, lined up on the hill, forming an iron bucket defense. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum akita dogs, hedge dogs, iron shield dogs, een dogs. Someone counted. Each dog group had at least 5,000. So many dog kings. Someone exclaimed. No matter how many dog beasts there were, they could not conceal the dog king's ferocity. Other than a few chrysanthemum akita dogs. These dog kings were all lying down, like flames in the darkness, extremely obvious. These dog beasts and dog kings are not much of a threat, but there are heavy tie, green flower, smoke song, light hung and star hung. These 5 great mountain dog groups. The goo masters with keen eyes were pale. The outer defense was formed by lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum akita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts. The inner defense was formed by the 5 great mountain dog formation. And at the entrance of the bronze hall, there was the final layer of defense, formed by hundreds of hairy men. The entire formation was tight, but it was not rigid. All parts were connected to each other. It really is an iron formation. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils shined. The more he observed, the more troublesome it was. Even more people's gazes moved towards the bronze hall. The hall was simple and grand. The patterns and structure were emitting a dense ancient aura. That is the bronze hall, the place where the immortal treasure is sealed. As long as we get past the dog group, we can reach the hall. Immortal treasure, immortal treasure. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering wealth is there. Everyone's gazes gradually became heated. The target was right in front of them. It stimulated their greed. It is time. It's time. Mo Wu Tian looked around, his sharp senses sensing the change in the atmosphere. Greed was like a fire, burning in everyone's hearts. However, the huge pack of dogs deterred them, and everyone understood that it was impossible to succeed on their own. This was the basis of cooperation. Lord Xiaomang, let's talk about cooperation. Mo Wu Tian moved like a phantom. Taking a few steps, he stood out from the crowd and arrived in front of Xiaomang. Xiaomang snorted. When he saw this dense dog group, he thought of cooperation. But he was afraid of Mo Wu Tian's rejection, and worried about himself, a righteous path rank 5. But he took the initiative to talk about cooperation with the demonic path. It would be used against him, and people would gossip about him. Now that Mo Wu Tian took the initiative to look for him, it was exactly what Xiaomang wanted. Humph! Xiaomang snorted. His attitude was neither cold nor warm. He looked at Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian immediately understood Xiaomang's meaning. He was extremely disdainful of such hypocrisy, but he said. Then after a moment, we will attack from the front and back. Xiaomang nodded slightly. He turned around, no longer looking at him. Mo Wu Tian sneered. He turned around and said to everyone. I took the initiative to look for him and provoke Xiaomang. I want to spar with him. Next, we will split into 2 and attack together. Let's see if it is the righteous path or us demonic path that will attack the bronze hall first. Xiaomang announced. Demonic path scoundrels are greedy and despicable. They actually wanted to cooperate with me, but I rejected them. How can I team up with such despicable people? After a moment, they will attack. We will take the chance and let them share our pressure. Ha! Young Master Wu Tian is domineering. Defeat these righteous path hypocrites. The demonic path goo masters were mobilized, shouting. Lord Xiaomang is wise. Let those demonic scoundrels attract the firepower for you. The righteous path goo masters were roused. Kill. After a moment, the attack began. The righteous path and demonic path were far away from each other, attacking from 2 different directions. Bai Ningbing hid somewhere, using the shared vision of the land spirit to observe the whole battlefield. 10,000 dogs barked and howled, brandishing their sharp claws as they charged forward. At once, blood flowed and broken limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of goo worms appeared. Ice and fire flew together. Lightning flashed. The ground rumbled and green vines grew. Kill. Yi Chong took the lead, brave and fearless. His body was covered in blue fish scales. The wind blew his disheveled, fiery red hair. Beside him, there was a light blue whirlpool. Together with the black fins on his back, he was like a vicious shark in the sea. Even a pack of ordinary dogs couldn't stop them. The immortal treasure. If I can snatch one or two and make a contribution, I will be able to change my surname to Shang when I return to the clan. Ihua's gaze was resolute. He turned into a god of fire, charging with even more power than Yi Chong. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Kong Ri Tian laughed heartily, turning into a rain of flowers. Li Xian sneered. While no one was paying attention, he used a rank 5 goo worm to conceal his body and sneak up. Let's work together. I will heal him, no need to worry. Tao Zi shouted, and a large number of goo masters immediately gathered. The crowd surged in the heated battlefield. Yan Jun was walking calmly. His steps were neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll. A majestic dog king pounced at him, but Yan Jun's expression was calm as he suddenly turned into a phantom. The dog king pounced, but only passed through the phantom. The phantom shook and returned to Yan Jun's original body, and the dog king behind him was engaged in an intense battle with the goo masters behind him. Chapter 399. Kill Charge. Damn it, why are there so many dogs? Shouts, screams, curses and barks of the dogs merged into one, shaking heaven and earth. This article originated from, in less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, corpses were everywhere. By Ning Bing hid in the dark, using all her strength to mobilize the dog group, relying on the land spirit's help, she gradually stabilized the situation. Lightning symbol dogs, Chrysanthema Makita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts were already dead. The goo masters charged halfway, but encountered the 5 great mountain dog formation, causing their heads to bleed. Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hung and Star Hung. These 5 great dog breeds were even stronger, forming a circular formation. It was very reliable. Like a great dam, it blocked the flood of goo masters. At this stage, be it the righteous path or demonic path, they suffered heavy casualties. Brother, persevere. Meng Tu grabbed Jiao Huang's arm. The latter was heavily injured, blood was flowing out. Jiao Huang borrowed Meng Tu's strength, barely managing to charge with the group. At this moment he could not retreat. He could not stop to rest. Once he left the group, the dog group would engulf him. Brother, we suffered a huge loss this time. We had accepted Shang Clan's mission to take Fang Yuan's head. But to think we encountered this immortal treasure, sigh, we were blinded by greed, falling into this desperate situation. Jiao Huang sighed. These two had rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. They had successfully assassinated the rank 4 goo master Xiaofu Lu. They wanted to rely on Shang Clan. Thus they were prepared to deal with Fang Yuan secretly. But along the way, they did not find a good opportunity. After entering the blessed land, they encountered the immortal treasure. They followed and almost died. In this chaotic battle, only rank 5 experts could move unhindered. Rank 4 peak stage, they had to fight. Rank 4 upper stage, they had to gather and move. Those rank 1 and 2 goo masters participated in the charge. They suffered the most casualties. Rank 3 goo masters also had to rely on luck to survive. But even so, the goo masters continued to charge. The illusory immortal treasure. It ignited the most fanatical flame in their hearts. They forgot themselves as they charged forward. All of them were fantasizing about obtaining the immortal treasury and soaring into the sky, becoming people above all. Only a small number of people died. His gaze cleared up, and he began to feel regret. Unfortunately, it was too late. These people have all gone mad. They have been lured by the immortal treasury and have already forgotten about life and death. Tai Ruonan slowed down her charge and looked around. The battlefield was shocking. The 4 Tai family elders surrounded Tai Ruonan, keeping her safe. In this old man's opinion, I'm afraid that Imo Wu Tian also contributed to this. The leader of the Tai family's 4 elders suddenly said in a low voice. You mean? Tai Ruonan's eyes flashed. In the distance, Imo Wu Tian walked through the crowd with his head held high, laughing maniacally. The purple pupils flashed with a dazzling light. He was a soul path goo master. He secretly used goo worms to influence everyone, making them even more passionate. People of the Devil Dao. Everyone has the right to punish him. Tai Ruonan snorted coldly as killing intent surged in her chest. Young master. Mo Wu Tian is a rank 5 expert after all. It is not easy to fight him. There is a need to prioritize matters. Our target is not him. One of the Tai clan elders advised. Tai Ruonan pursed her lips tightly and nodded heavily, her gaze firm as steel. That's right, the most important thing now is little beast King Fong Yuan. Ha ha ha. To think that the person controlling the beasts behind the scenes is only SOSO. Mo Wu Tian laughed maniacally. The wind in the battlefield was blowing, causing his black hair to flutter and his demonic flames to spread. Righteous and demonic Gu masters charged together. The progress was better than he had expected. Bai Ningbing was a newbie after all. She had seen Fong Yuan's formation earlier and adapted according to Fong Yuan's instructions. Now that the situation was complicated, she had to deal with many things at once. And in the eyes of someone like Mo Wu Tian, she would naturally be exposed. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils flashed with eerie light. As he charged forward, he was multitasking. From time to time, he controlled Gu worms to defeat the dog groups, and from time to time, he influenced the people's hearts and created a fanatical atmosphere, while activating his Gu worms to investigate. Enslavement Path Gu masters had strong offense. They could fight enemies several times their size by themselves. But the great Tao of nature was balanced. Enslavement Path also had a clear flaw. Other than the huge consumption of resources, their individual battle strength was weak, and they could be easily killed. Mo Wu Tian had been searching for Bai Ningbing's location. As long as he killed Bai Ningbing, the dog group formation would collapse, and most of it would collapse on its own. Found her. Mo Wu Tian's gaze suddenly concentrated, finding Bai Ningbing's hiding place. Hehehe, hand over your life. He laughed and waved his sleeves, turning into a ball of purple demonic fog. The demonic fog's speed was astonishing. It traversed the battlefield, and in a few breaths of time, it was only 1,000 steps away from Bai Ningbing. Not good. Bai Ningbing's heart sank when she saw the movement. Mo Wu Tian was a rank 5 Gu master, while Bai Ningbing was only rank 4. She was already hard to fight, not to mention now that he had to control the dog group. But thankfully, I have a trump card. Bai Ningbing was shocked but did not panic. She willed. Go bite him, Ba Huang. A dog emperor that was the size of a hill heard the command and jumped, flying over 100 feet, crashing in front of Mo Wu Tian. Woof! Ba Huang roared. It was like a bolt of lightning, suppressing the entire battlefield into silence. Next, the dog group went into a frenzy, their morale rose, and the Gu master's casualties increased. What a good dog emperor. Its whole body was covered in glossy yellow fur, its body was majestic, its head was like a lion, and the mane on its neck was thick, dazzling like the sun. This was the emperor of beasts. It could not be underestimated. With all its wild Gu, it could fight against a rank 5 Gu master. Damn it! Mo Wu Tian cursed, but was blocked by Ba Huang. Bai Ningbing was about to let out a sigh of relief, but at this time, a dazzling platinum light shot out from the battlefield, instantly arriving. Demonic Path Jr., watch me. The white light turned into a human. It was the rank 5 Righteous Path expert Xiao Mang. Ing Ming. Bai Ningbing endured the pressure and called out in his heart, sending out a second dog emperor. This second dog emperor was only the size of an ordinary dog beast. Its snow-white fur had bright patterns, like pink cherry blossoms. Facing Xiao Mang's intense pressure, the wild Gu on the dog emperor Ing Ming's body was also activated, causing clouds to form on Ing Ming's 4 legs as it flew up. A mere wild dog. It is actually a dog emperor. Xiao Mang sneered, attacking and defending at lightning speed. But he quickly retracted his underestimation and calmly faced the battle. Bai Ningbing's expression was gloomy. Although the 2 rank 5 experts were blocked, this situation was only temporary. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence surpassed beasts in the end. Eventually, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang would get to know the dog emperor's background, and with ease, they could even turn around. They would directly kill her, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked around the battlefield. The others were still fighting in the center. There was no threat for now. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, turning her gaze back to the bronze hall. There is not much time left. Her blue eyes squinted, emitting a cold radiance. Inside the bronze hall, Feng Yuan breathed roughly. He was breathing roughly. And Feng Tianyu. He had already fallen to the side, unconscious. Feng Yuan's 7 orifices were bleeding, but he did not care. A pair of burning eyes stared in front of him. A goo, emitting a brilliant light, floated in the air. It did not have a specific shape. Sometimes it was like a colorful cloud. Sometimes it was like a whirlpool of light. Success. Feng Yuan was filled with joy. He had already successfully refined divine travel goo. Now he was only one step away from obtaining the second aperture goo. You succeeded, you really succeeded. The land spirit appeared beside Feng Yuan. It was very weak, but its eyes were shining, filled with the joy of success. You are indeed a future goo immortal. Being able to refine divine travel goo, amazing. Entrusting it to you is indeed the right choice. Now the most difficult hurdle is finally over. This is the clouds parting to see the clear sky. Next, I will use third watch goo. Success will follow naturally. There is no more difficulty. The land spirit sighed, full of emotions. After thousands of years of hard work, I have finally succeeded today. The recipe is indeed feasible. I am really happy, really excited. But it is a pity. I will not be able to see the second aperture goo. Saying so, the land spirit Ba Gui's body gradually faded, becoming more and more faint, until it completely disappeared in the air. It was dead. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had already been used up. Only a thin trace was left. The blessed land had mostly collapsed. Its destruction was close at hand. The old and weak Ba Gui assisted Feng Yuan in refining goo, and also helped by Ning Bing defend the formation, but it could not resist such pressure, completely dying in this world. But compared to his previous life, dying in despair under everyone's attacks, it was much happier in this life. It could be said to have died a worthy death. Ba Gui's death meant that the immortal essence could not be used. But Feng Yuan was not nervous. For the next step, large amounts of yuan stone could be used as a substitute. Even if Ba Gui was still here, the trace of immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had to support the blessed land's operation. It could not be used to refine goo. The difficulty of refining the immortal goo this time is even higher than spring-autumn cicada. Just now, when the hall shook, I almost failed. If I failed, my mortal body would definitely die from the backlash. I would not even have time to activate spring-autumn cicada. Moreover, this most crucial step consumes a lot of mental energy. A mortal would not be able to do it. Fortunately, for safety's sake, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded. In his previous life, when Feng Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada, he was already a goo immortal. This time, he had no hope of refining the immortal goo with the qualifications of immortal. But firstly, the mysterious goo immortal had racked his brains and spent his entire life researching this recipe. It was indeed the essence. Secondly, the recipe used the immortal goo divine travel, greatly reducing the difficulty of transcending mortality. Thirdly, it was not Feng Yuan's own strength. He had to rely on the land spirit and refinement master Feng Tianyu's help. Because of all these factors, Feng Yuan was able to complete the most dangerous and difficult step. Next is to use third watch goo. This is much simpler. Right, I wonder what the situation outside is like. Feng Yuan calmed down and retracted his mind. Only then did he hear the battle cries outside the hall. Feng Yuan, be careful. A hole has been broken in the dog formation. There is a rank 4 goo master charging towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ningbing sent a warning. Feng Yuan's expression sank as he slowly stood up. Chapter 400. Now that the land spirit was dead, Feng Yuan could no longer check the situation outside the hall. But he had his previous life's memories. He did not need to check to make some guesses. Right now, there are only 2 rank 5 goo masters left in the blessed land, Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian. They should be blocked by the 2 dog emperors. There are many rank 4 goo masters, but there is only one who could reach here at this time. That is Yen tribe's young tribe leader Yen Jun. This child inherited the ancient phantom path inheritance. He is most proficient in dodging attacks. It's not difficult for him to break through the hound beast formation. Feng Yuan thought in his heart, and the truth was as such. Phantom path had once flourished in the olden antiquity era. The The concept was to be free and unfettered, avoiding danger and becoming invincible. As long as one could avoid all attacks, they would be a form of invincibility. In his previous life's memories, Phantom Path Yinjun also shone on Etion Mountain, challenging demonic Path Gu masters, and causing the demonic path to be in a terrible situation. Only when Mo Wu Tian appeared did he leave with heavy injuries. This blessed land's defense is not strong. The central area is so important, but only a bronze hall was built. Although it can be used for storage, its defense is weak. It looks good but is useless. If it was like Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Dang Hun Mountain's defense, it would be like a heavenly moat. Even Gu Immortals would have a headache. Even my former Blessed Land, which was made into a blood sea, is much better than this broken hall. Feng Yuan felt hatred in his heart. He walked to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. Get up, Feng Yuan said coldly. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions. If not for him sharing most of the pressure, Feng Yuan would not have reached this stage. Amos master. He woke up, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy like weeds, and his face was pale. He trembled as he bowed towards Feng Yuan. Go out of the hall and block a rank 4 Phantom Path Gu master, even if you have to sacrifice your life, Feng Yuan ordered coldly. Yes, subordinate, will do my best. Feng Tianyu bit his lips and immediately left. His primeval essence was almost used up, his battle strength was insufficient. Moreover, as a refinement pathmaster, he was not good at fighting. This trip could be said to be certain death. But now, Feng Yuan had to carry out the last step. She didn't have any other power at hand, so she could only use him as a counter. The most important thing now is the second aperture Gu. Sacrificing a Gu refinement master is nothing. Feng Yuan sat down cross-legged again, looking at the ever-changing radiance in the sky. At this stage, the second aperture Gu was already more than half completed. It was between real and fake, between tangible and intangible. It couldn't be moved, and it could only exist for 6 hours. 6 hours later, if the finishing touches were not carried out, the radiance would dissipate, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. There's no turning back. As long as I complete the final step, I can obtain the second aperture Gu. But Feng Yuan subconsciously rubbed his lower abdomen, his gaze solemn. In the blessed land, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada healed very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on the aperture. At this moment, even though Feng Yuan's aperture was at rank 4 upper stage, it was unable to bear the burden. There were signs of cracks appearing on the aperture walls. Next, he still needed to use 2 third watch Gu, stacking them together. That would be 9 times the speed of time. At that time, would the aperture be able to withstand it? Feng Yuan wasn't a reckless person. Before refining the Gu, he had already calculated it meticulously. This gamble he had a high chance of winning. As long as he had the second aperture, and left the blessed land in time, he could gain a few more months of breathing time. By then he would have a backup plan. Third watch Gu go. He calmed his mind, concentrating his mind and starting the finishing touches. Under the effect of third watch Gu, that lump of radiance immediately accelerated. The radiance was dazzling, and it even gave off an indescribable mystical feeling. Divine Travel Gu expands space. Third watch Gu condenses time. This is the operation of the laws of the 2 paths of the universe, as expected of the Gu path that has been passed down since the immemorial era. True knowledge comes from practice. Feng Yuan had some comprehension. As time passed, the effect of the first third watch Gu was nearing its end. The radiance faintly solidified, showing signs of completion. The battle cries outside the hall became louder and louder, but be it Mo Wu Tian, Xiao Meng or Yin Jun, none of them charged in. Good, next I will use the second third watch Gu. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Feng Yuan couldn't help but become excited. But right at this time, Bai Ningbing transmitted. Feng Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruonen has broken through the defensive line, and is heading towards you. Feng Yuan's expression changed. Right now he was fully concentrated and could not leave. How could he face the enemy? Feng Tianyu was also sent out. He had no defense around him at all. What to do? Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming in to protect me? I can't move now. If I die, you will also die under the poison Vao Gu. Fang Yuan transmitted angrily. He was helpless, he could only send Bai Ningbing over. Without Bai Ningbing's control, the dog groups outside would be like dragons without a leader, causing chaos. Not long later, the group of experts would charge in. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered, without any ability to retaliate. If no one was protecting him, he would be easily killed by Tai Ruanan. Fortunately, the Gu refinement was already at its final stage. Only the second third watch Gu was left. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on time. As long as he used every second he had and finished the refinement, with the rank 4 and 5 movement Gu he had, he would be able to break out of the encirclement and escape. As for Bai Ningbing? She was suitable to stay behind to block the enemy. She could be considered to be utilized to the extreme. As for how she would end up, it was not something Fang Yuan could consider now. Bam! The sacred hall's door was pushed open. Tai Ruanan walked in, and seeing the scene in the hall, she was dazed at first, before reacting with surprise and joy. Little Beast King, today is the day of your death. Before she finished speaking, she pounced. She waved her hand, and countless golden needles shot out. Bai Ningbing! The aura of death was so dense that it assaulted his senses. Fang Yuan had no choice but to transmit his voice again. Swoosh! Cold wind blew. Frost spread and condensed into an ice wall, blocking all the golden needles. At the next moment, Bai Ningbing also appeared at the entrance of the hall. But her condition was clearly not good. Her body was bathed in blood and full of injuries. One of the most serious injuries. On her back, from her shoulder to her abdomen, it was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her clothes were stained with green leaves. Her silver-white hair was also burnt, and her entire left arm was black and purple. It was evident that she was poisoned. Quickly stop her. Fang Yuan growled. I only need this bit of time. If you have the mood to talk nonsense, you might as well hurry up and refine the Gu. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, scolding angrily. She caught up in a few steps and started fighting with Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan sneered. Her golden needles shot out like lightning. Her attacks were extremely fierce. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and persevered. She was heavily injured. Her battle strength was less than a tenth of her original strength, and soon fell into a dangerous situation. After a few rounds of fighting, Bai Ningbing's injuries were severe. The intense pain caused her leg to sprain and her body to sway. Tai Ruanan sharply grasped the opportunity. She suddenly attacked viciously. Bai Ningbing suffered another heavy injury, falling to the ground. I will kill you first. Tai Ruanan's forehead flashed. The imprint on her forehead turned solid. It formed into a golden flying dagger that shot out. Swoosh! The golden flying dagger pierced through the air, missing Bai Ningbing's neck by a few millimeters, stabbing into the bronze floor. Bai Ningbing rolled in time, dodging the fatal attack. She shouted. How much longer do you need? Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Just a bit more. Even if you die, you have to hold on. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ningbing's curses were interrupted by Tai Ruanan's attack. Tai Ruanan's attacks came wave after wave. Bai Ningbing was forced to retreat. She could only dodge. Struggling on the line between life and death, the situation was extremely dangerous. After a few rounds, Bai Ningbing breathed roughly. I can't hold on anymore. Fang Yuan, I am going to self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was shocked. Nonsense. Bai Ningbing scolded. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Bai Ningbing returning to the northern dark ice soul physique was inevitable. But he did not expect it to be so fast. According to his deductions, even if he had 3 times the time in the blessed land, it would still take several months. Fang Yuan was at the critical juncture of Gu refinement. He could not think too much. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely powerful. Even a rank 5 Gu master would have to avoid it. Once Bai Ningbing self-detonated, it would greatly affect the entire battle. Try to hold on, unless absolutely necessary. Fang Yuan shouted. He was refining Gu with his back facing the door. He could not observe the fight between Tai Ruanan and Tai Ruanan. but the response he got was a deep sigh from Bai Ningbing. Dash, it's too late. The next moment, Fang Yuan felt cold air permeating the hall, the temperature plummeting. Crack crack, the sound of ice condensing could be heard continuously. What goo is this? Tai Ruanan's exclamation was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air. Her whole body had already turned into ice crystals, just like when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind howled. The glacier gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it heavily crashed towards Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan's expression was fierce as she quickly retreated. But the hall's door had already been frozen. She was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in the ice layer. Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? Tai Ruanan exclaimed, suddenly reacting. But it was too late. She was sealed in the ice layer like an insect in amber. The ice layer did not stop, instead spreading towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing! Fang Yuan shouted anxiously, but Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost become one with the frost, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan was so anxious that his head was hurting. The ice had already reached his body. He could only activate Yanggu. Yanggu flew out and landed on Bai Ningbing's body. Immediately, the yang energy turned cold, and a whirlpool of primeval qi formed. After so many years, the scene on Qingmao Mountain had once again replayed itself. The ice stopped spreading, but this distraction almost caused the gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly focused his attention, no longer caring about what was behind him. Under his hard work, the rainbow light finally condensed, forming the second aperture gu. Immortal gu. I finally succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was bursting with joy. All his hard work, all the risks, he had obtained the most satisfying result. Swoosh. Right at this time, a sharp ice blade pierced through Fang Yuan's heart, piercing through his back and exposing his chest. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He looked back with difficulty. Bai Ningbing? You. Chapter 401. At this moment, the bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. The rank 6 second aperture gu was floating in the air in front of him. The immortal gu refinement was a success, but Fang Yuan's attention was not on this immortal gu at all. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Bai Ningbing behind him, his gaze revealing deep suspicion. Bai Ningbing, who had returned to his male body, held the handle of his ice blade, expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruanan slowly walked over, staring at Fang Yuan, her expression seeming both sad and happy. Fang Yuan, you never thought this day would come, right? Fang Yuan pretended not to hear her, only looking at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked down at Fang Yuan, returning to being a man. His body was taller. He wore a snow-white gown, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his blue eyes deep and cold. He was like a glacier, cold and aloof. You never thought of it, right? Fang Yuan, in the end, you lost to me. Looking at Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing lightly smiled. Ever since I revived on Qingmao Mountain, I have been thinking about how to return to my male body. In the days I spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you. I could only become your chess piece and be manipulated by you. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I admit, you are the most terrifying one. Oh Fang Yuan, you are a natural schemer, ruthless and ruthless. You can be said to be a peerless hero. But I, Bai Ningbing, am not an ordinary person. How can I become someone else's subordinate? The more you control me, squeeze me, use me, I am constantly thinking of how to escape, turn the tables and counterattack. But the Yanggu is in your hands. With just a thought, you can make it self-detonate. Thus, I held back from taking action, racking my brains to think of a countermeasure. Finally, one day, I had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. Actually making you hand over your gu worms on your own. I had already succeeded once on Qingmao Mountain. Hee, that's right, that is to reenact the situation on Qingmao Mountain. When I self-detonate again, it will be time for you to use Yanggu. Because of this, I began to secretly plot. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face gradually spread. If I want to self-detonate, of course it will not be a true self-detonation. There is still the possibility of you not using the Yanggu. So I chose Ice Crystal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. In Shangclan City, Bai Ningbing chose the ice path. Among them there were 3 Transformation Gu, Frost Demon Gu, Snow Woman Gu, and Ice Crystal Gu. Wei Yang had once strongly suggested to Bai Ningbing to choose Snow Woman Gu. Snow Woman Gu was suitable for female Gu masters. As for Ice Crystal Gu, it was suitable for males. Bai Ningbing was a woman, but she chose Ice Crystal Gu. Wei Yang felt that it was a pity. You thought of it. Bai Ningbing laughed. That's right, I did not choose the Ice Crystal Gu in a fit of pique. It was the Snow Woman Gu's transformation into a snow woman. The image was obvious and could not be concealed. But after turning into ice crystals, with the help of the Ice Explosion Gu, it could create a majestic scene, extremely similar to the self-detonation of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Look, didn't I deceive you earlier? If I was not distracted during the Gu refinement, I would have sensed something fishy. How could you have succeeded so easily? Fang Yuan scoffed. Bai Ningbing, however, showed a serious expression, nodding. That's right. You are meticulous and observant. After I thought of this method, I felt it was not appropriate. There was a high chance of failure. Moreover, there was a turning point at that time. I even wanted to give up on this plan. The turning point Bai Ningbing was talking about was none other than the poison vow Gu. I was thinking, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. If I can use the poison vow to achieve my goal, so what if I am used for a period of time? Bai Ningbing's gaze was like smoke, recalling. But the following development made me realize that the poison vow Gu is not reliable. The poison vow between you and Shang Yizi, even though it was broken ingeniously, I still felt that you were too fearless. I've actually secretly investigated the contract with the Bai clan, but the rumor still leaked out afterwards, which makes me feel that something is wrong. I've learned one thing from you. Prepare for the best and prepare for the worst. Thus, I had to consider this situation. If the poison vow Gu does not restrict you, how should I deal with it? I know. If that is the case, then I am already in a desperate situation. I am restricted by the poison vow. But you are not. I am a pawn for you to use, without any ability to retaliate. With my own strength, I cannot escape this predicament, but in Shangclan City, there is someone who can help me. Speaking of this person, I have to thank you for introducing me, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing showed a mocking smile. He thought of the first time he met Dr. Su Shou. At that time, it was at Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. To thank Fang and Bai for escorting Shang Xinci back to the clan, Shang Yanfei summoned Dr. Su Shou to restore Fang Yuan's appearance. To make Bai Ningbing give up, Fang Yuan purposely asked her to come along. When Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou with her true appearance, the latter's attitude immediately changed, becoming extremely gentle and kind. Dr. Su Shou was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. She had a strange habit. She was obsessed with good looks. She liked handsome men and beautiful women. As long as they had good looks, she would treat them for free. If they were ugly, she would loathe them. No matter how high the reward was, she would not treat them. Bai Ningbing asked about the yin-yang rotation Gu, and Dr. Su Shou's reply made her understand the importance of the yang Gu in Fang Yuan's hands. But at the same time, Bai Ningbing became acquainted with Dr. Su Shou. Before leaving, Dr. Su Shou solemnly promised him that no matter what difficulties he faced, he could come and find her. Cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ice blade had pierced through his heart, but with the support of his healing Gu, he was barely able to survive. But the coldness of the ice blade caused his blood flow to slow down. The intense coldness caused numbness to spread throughout his body. But in his heart, these injuries were already minor details. This person you are talking about, could it be Dr. Su Shou? He, as expected of Fang Yuan, you guessed correctly. Bai Ningbing praised. This slut. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely but had new suspicions. But you only met once, didn't you? No, wait. There was a second time. Fong Yuan was halfway through his words when he suddenly recalled something. In Shangclan City, Bai Ningbing and Dr. Su Shou had met for the second time. At that time, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu fought. They were only one move apart, but regrettably lost, suffering heavy injuries and even losing her vital goo. She went to Dr. Su Shou's place to receive treatment and recuperate. Don't tell me. Fong Yuan suddenly thought of something. His gaze was like lightning, piercing towards Bai Ningbing, as if this was the first time he saw this cold and handsome young man. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly, her blue eyes were eerie. It seems you have guessed it. That's right, I lost the battle with Yen Tu on purpose. A vital goo is nothing, but in exchange for a chance to not arouse your suspicions, isn't it worth it? At that time, I decided to take a gamble. Bai Ningbing went to Dr. Su Shou's place, and based on his intuition he took a risk. He confessed the rough truth to Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou sympathized with his predicament, and decided to help him escape from Fong Yuan's demonic claws. Bai Ningbing asked her if there was a way to get rid of the poison vow in this world. Dr. Su Shou answered that she could not get rid of the poison vow, but there was a way to get rid of the restriction of the poison vow. She recalled. Once when she was young and ignorant, she was deceived by a junior brother, and used the poison vow goo, making a love vow that she would never betray him. Later, to get rid of the poison vow, she used this method. Bai Ningbing asked. What method is it? Dr. Su Shou's gaze was solemn as she said. Putting oneself in a desperate situation to be reborn. Once the poison vow goo activates, it would cause the oath taker to die. Dr. Su Shou was a healing goo master. Her method was to purposely let the poison vow activate, and when the goo master dies, the poison vow would be removed, and the goo master would be reborn. This method is equivalent to forcefully dismantling the poison. Most healing goo masters cannot do it even if they think of it. I only managed to do it because of my special inheritance. Even so, there is a 1 in 3 chance of failure. Once you fail, you will die. You need to think carefully. Dr. Su Shou warned. Bai Ningbing immediately decided to use this method. With Dr. Su Shou's help, he was lucky enough to get rid of the poison vow goo's restriction. Without the poison vow goo's restriction, Bai Ningbing secretly contacted Tai Clan, and Tai Ruanan found out the truth. The one in front of her was Fong Yuan, and not Fong Zheng. At the same time, she also understood what happened on Qingmao Mountain. To deal with Fong Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan started a secret collaboration. We had once set up a trap, using iron cabinet goo and chi turn goo to set up the place, and a good show of self-detonation would happen there. But you did not come to rescue us. I could only bring my subordinates and rush to Sancha Mountain, and make my next move. Tai Ruanan said. Back then, Bai Ningbing was trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan for many days. On the surface it was because Bai Ningbing killed a Tai Clan goo master in the inheritance, so Tai Clan took revenge. But in truth, it was a plot against Fong Yuan. What happened next was that Fong Yuan fought 1 against 7, slaughtering the Tai Clan group, and finally, Tai Mubai appeared. Tai Ruanan received Tai Mubai's teachings, and while cultivating, she patiently waited for Bai Ningbing's news. This was also one of the reasons why even though she hated Fong Yuan, she did not take the initiative to search for him. But afterwards, Fong Yuan shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and after entering the 3 kings' inheritance, he firmly controlled the entire situation. Tai Mubai's death made Bai Ningbing choose to remain silent, and hide even deeper. He used Fong Yuan's trust to command the dog group. With the land spirit's death, he could no longer look down on the battlefield, and the pressure on the battlefield rose again. But at the same time, without the land spirit's surveillance, Bai Ningbing felt relaxed. He was still worried and probed Fong Yuan, purposely sending Yan Jun in. As he expected, Fong Tianyu was lured out, which proved that the land spirit was dead. Bai Ningbing was secretly happy, and once again sent Tai Ruanan and the 4 old-timers in. The reason why Tai Ruanan was the first to enter the hall was also because of this. Fong Yuan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Right now, our Tai Clan enslavement master Tai Baichi is controlling the dog group, and everyone is helpless. Outside the hall, the 4 old-timers are using iron cabinet goo and chi turn goo to seal the space, and no one can sneak in. Only surrender. That is your only way out. Tai Ruonan walked over, holding the second aperture gu as she announced his fate. Chapter 402. There are countless heroes in this world. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan raised his head and heaved a long sigh. High-speed update. Bai Ningbing, what a Bai Ningbing. Hee, I underestimated you and fell into your hands. You won beautifully, your plan was also very precise. I was careless and focused on the immortal gu. Allowing you to have your way, it was my mistake. You flatter me. I was able to scheme against you this time because of the right timing, location, and people. If I were you, refining the immortal gu while scheming against everyone, I would not have done as well as you. Bai Ningbing replied seriously. But at this point, the winner takes all. I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. You did not kill me because you wanted to obtain the immortal gu and know its effect, as well as the recipe of the immortal gu in my mind. Now that the land spirit was dead, the blessed land was about to collapse, there were loopholes everywhere. And without the suppression of the heavenly force, gu masters could freely use their gu worms. That was to say, with just a thought from Fang Yuan, all the gu worms would self-detonate. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruonan and the rest could not stop him in time. Tai Ruonan, Tai Mu Bai and the rest died in my hands. You can only redeem yourself by taking this immortal gu back, otherwise, you will lose your young master position. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tai Ruonan was expressionless, replying calmly. That's right. Immortal gu are unique and extremely important. If I take it back, it will be a great merit. I can even receive the nurturing and rewards of the clan's gu immortals. And the recipe of the immortal gu refinement, only you know it. If I can offer it up, I will immediately become Tai clan's young clan leader. In the future, when I ascend to the clan leader position, I will follow Lord Tai Mu Bai's example and promote justice and justice. After all these matters, I have already thought it through. To uphold justice, I cannot do it without strong personal strength and influence. That is the only way. Only then can I repay Lord Tai Mu Bai's kindness in nurturing me, and let him rest in peace in the afterlife. At this point, Tai Ruonan thought of the Tai clansman who had died in Fang Yuan's hands and her eyes turned red. There was hatred and anger, but also the excitement of revenge. She took a deep breath and stared at Fang Yuan. As for you, Guyue Fang Yuan, I won't kill you. You were able to refine an immortal gu with a mere mortal body. Such talent in gu refinement is truly impressive. As long as you surrender, I'll send you into the Tai clan's demon-subduing pagoda. In the future, you will repent and start anew. Once you leave the tower, serve the Tai clan and contribute to the righteous path. This is the best way to make up for your sins. Demon-suppressing pagoda. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. You make it sound really nice. You want immortal gu? Sure, let's make a deal. Fang Yuan explained the details of the deal. He quietly listened to the movements outside the hall. He was stalling for time. The current situation seemed hopeless, but there was still a chance of victory. Fang Yuan was exhausted because of the gu refinement. He did not have enough primeval essence in his aperture. The rank 4 all-out effort gu was not refined, and many beast phantoms were consumed during the refinement. He could not use brute force. Fang Yuan was not in his best condition. Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruonan came prepared, and there were also the 4 old-timers of Tai clan outside. There was also Tai Baiqi who controlled the dog group. Spring-autumn cicada was a good method to turn the situation around, but there was a huge risk of death. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not want to use it. The true chance to turn the situation around lies with the experts outside the hall. Just the dog group and the 4 old-timers cannot block them all the time. As long as they attack, the situation will change. Fate was truly fickle. Not long ago, Fang Yuan was still using all sorts of methods to block the experts, but now he could not wait for the experts to charge into the hall. Damn Tai clan, you are the mastermind. The old patriarch of the Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai, personally came. What attracted him here? We should have thought of it. Even if Tai clan is a super clan, don't think of monopolizing it. Everyone has a share of the immortal treasure. On the intense battlefield, everyone was in a frenzy. Looking at the direction of the bronze hall, Many goo masters were spewing fire from anger. A purple light barrier covered the whole bronze hall. Tai clan's 4 old-timers each occupied 4 directions, guarding it tightly. Meanwhile, Tai Baichi was standing at the entrance of the hall, commanding the dog group from above. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, and a third eye on his forehead shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path goo master, an elder of Tai clan, and was once Tai Mu Bai's capable subordinate. After receiving Tai Mu Bai's summon, he broke out of his closed-door cultivation and came to Sancha Mountain. Right now, Tai Baichi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. Under his command, the dog group's battle strength was several times higher than before. Tai Baichi did not care about his losses and blocked all the experts. This old fool is really troublesome. Mo Wu Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he breathed roughly. In front of him, Dog Emperor Ba Huang was already bathed in blood, and was in a worse state than Mo Wu Tian. But soon, the healing goo on its body activated, and under the milky white light, Ba Huang's injuries recovered rapidly. Mo Wu Tian was about to follow up with another attack, when a large group of green Hua dogs charged from the side. This again. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kill these reinforcements first. Using this chance, Ba Huang regained its breath, and its injuries recovered greatly, becoming fierce again. Compared to the situation whereby Ningbing could not take care of the dog emperor, Tai Baichi was more at ease. He controlled the entire battlefield, controlling the situation, fully displaying the strong side of the enslavement path. On the other side, Xiao Meng was also heavily taken care of by Tai Baichi. This won't do. The immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai clan. Xiao Meng was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ba Ming was blocking in front of him, preventing him from entering the hall. Bastard, you forced me. Xiao Meng roared in anger, flying into the sky. A huge hole had already appeared in the sky, tens of mu in size. Outside the hole was the sky of the outside world. Clouds were lingering, and the sky was clear. Xiao Meng flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light goo. Large amounts of sunlight gathered in his palms. The light gathered into a huge ball, and compared to it, Xiao Meng was like an ant carrying a rice bowl. Rank 5, extreme light goo. The glory of the immemorial era gathered into the ball of light. Immediately, a qualitative change occurred, and the whole ball of light was dyed with the glory of the immemorial era. Rank 5, river under the sun goo. The ball of light exploded, turning into water of light. Each drop was like a fragment of the sun, extremely dazzling. Killer move, torrential light river. The river of light surged, waves surging, pouring into the blessed land from the hole. The light was resplendent, and the waves were like raging waves. The hill was illuminated in white, and countless people squinted their eyes, resisting this intense light. Not good. Tai Baichi tried to block it, but the river of light had already formed, and was majestic. It could only weaken a portion. The majestic river of light was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the purple light barrier. The light barrier only lasted for a moment before shattering. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan who were supporting the light barrier spurted out blood, and were extremely exhausted. The river of light broke through the light barrier, but was weakened by more than half. But it did not stop, crashing on the bronze hall. A huge hole was immediately created in the hall, and the waterfall of light poured down, facing Fang, Bai and Tai. Facing Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk. She subconsciously tried to dodge. Fang Yuan, who had been waiting for a good opportunity, quickly reacted, and activated his primeval essence. Warp Goo. He activated this rank 5 movement goo. This goo was his spoils of war from killing killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Swoosh. Fang Yuan disappeared on the spot with the immortal goo. The river of light crashed on the floor. A huge pit was formed, with a diameter of 10 meters. Tai and Baichi dodged in time, and stood at the edge of the pit, looking very calm. He escaped after all. It seems he used warp goo. I think this goo came from killer ghost doctor. Tai Ruanan analyzed calmly. Are we letting him escape like this? Bai Ningbing looked at Tai Ruanan. Did you forget the fixed star goo? Don't worry, even if he escapes to the ends of the world, Tai clan's 4 old-timers can capture him. Let him go out now, and expend some of his primeval essence and energy. That will save us the trouble of having to fight. Tai Ruonan smiled. Her tone had the demeanor of a great general. After going through so many hardships, she had truly matured a lot. Guh. An intense pain assaulted him, and Feng Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy. A feeling of disgust almost made him fall down on the spot, as if his organs were in chaos. Warp goo was a space path goo. It could tear through space and move the goo master's body. It had a strong effect, but it also had a strong side effect. Goo masters who frequently used warp goo would have their muscles tangled, blood would flow in reverse, and bones would be dislocated. In terms of appearance, the goo master would become uglier and uglier, and no matter how proper their appearance was, they would become crooked. To use warp goo, one would need to use other goo worms to modify their body. But at this moment, Feng Yuan could not care so much. Second aperture goo, I'll leave it to you for now. I will return this debt to you 100-fold. Feng Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings, and found that he had been teleported outside the hall, but was still close to the bronze hall. Large numbers of dog beasts pounced at him, and he decisively chose to retreat. Although second aperture goo was taken by Tai Ruonan, the control was still in Feng Yuan's hands. He had refined second aperture goo single-handedly, and now with just a thought, this immortal goo would self-detonate. However, Feng Yuan would not do such a foolish thing unless he had no other choice. This battle has just begun. By Ningbing Tai Ruonan, just you wait. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly. To use second aperture goo, immortal essence was needed, or a vast amount of yuan stones could be used instead. As for Feng Yuan, he was even more unable to store this immortal goo in his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's pressure was already huge. If he stored another immortal goo, Feng Yuan's aperture would explode. If the immortal goo was not stored in the aperture, its aura would leak out and be sensed by everyone. If Feng Yuan snatched the immortal goo and ran out, he would immediately become everyone's target, facing the encirclement of 2 rank 5s, over 10 rank 4s, and countless rank 3 and rank 2 goo masters. Tai Ruonan obtained the immortal goo. She will definitely become everyone's main target. I'll let you fight while I watch from the sidelines and become the fisherman who benefits in the end. Feng Yuan decided to retreat and recover his battle strength before finding a chance to strike. However, things did not go according to his wishes. Many sharp-eyed goo masters discovered Feng Yuan's movements and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's Little Beast King. He seems to have come out from the bronze hall. Quick, stop him. He must have obtained a portion of the immortal treasure." The voices attracted even more people's attention. The goo masters near Feng Yuan immediately turned around and attacked Feng Yuan. But the first to attack was a small group of heavy Tai dogs. Chapter 403. Damn it! Feng Yuan cursed, waving his hand and sending out a golden dragon. Unspecified currency website. Unspecified currency. The golden dragon whizzed past, crushing these heavy Tai hounds into meat paste and opening a path. "Little Beast King, where are you going? Hand over the immortal treasure." Ichong arrived in front of Feng Yuan, waves surging towards him. Bone wings goo. Feng Yuan flapped his wings, dodging the waves and flying towards the sky. "Little Beast King, you should stay." Ihua waved his hand. The firebird flew towards Feng Yuan. Golden aurora goo. Feng Yuan's body was covered in a layer of golden light. His speed rose rapidly, and after getting rid of the firebird, he retreated. This huge commotion attracted Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang's attention. Xiao Mang sent out a giant hand of light, the size of an elephant, flying rapidly and grabbing at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan turned around and dodged. But at this time, he heard a gentle voice calling out to him. This voice was like the whisper of a lover, or the longing call of a loved one. Those who did not know could not help but be captivated and distracted. Mo Wu Tian's tender emotion goo. Feng Yuan was shocked and quickly struggled free, but his movement was still sluggish as the giant hand of light grabbed at him again. Oh no! It was too late to dodge now. Feng Yuan could only use his goo worm to attack instead of defend. Bam! With a loud sound, the giant hand of light was destroyed, while Feng Yuan fell towards the ground like a broken kite, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The sound of wind whistling in his ears woke up the unconscious Feng Yuan. Realizing he was falling, he quickly activated his goo worm and shouted. Tai Ruanan obtained the peerless immortal goo and is refining it. Mo Wutian and Xiao Meng's attention was immediately diverted. Immortal goo. The crowd was in an uproar, falling into an incomparable frenzy. Tai Baiqi's pressure rose sharply. Feng Yuan obtained a breather and immediately activated Wu Gui's movement goo. Large patches of dark clouds rose. He hid in the dark clouds and continued to retreat. But at this moment, suddenly, four chains extended from the void. They were as nimble as snakes and as fast as lightning, binding Feng Yuan's limbs. Then, the chains quickly wrapped around him tightly. It spread rapidly, binding Feng Yuan and dragging him into the void. In the next moment, Feng Yuan reappeared in the bronze hall. The four elders of the Tai family occupied the four cardinal directions surrounding him. They squatted on the ground. He straightened his right palm and held his right wrist with his left hand, activating the goo worm together. A long black iron chain extended from each of their palms. Tai clan's four elders' killer move, limitless search and lock. At the same time, Central Continent, Heaven Ladder Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain. The fight for the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final stage. Fangzheng, you can do it. Victory is just around the corner. Master Tenshira's voice rang out. It echoed in Fangzheng's heart. Compared to before, his voice was filled with extreme fatigue and weakness. Yes, only one opponent is left. Fangzheng gritted his teeth. His whole body was covered in sweat. His body was on the verge of collapsing, but he showed a resolute will. Me. The great Xiao Qixing was actually surpassed by an unknown nobody? Xiao Qixing's eyes were wide open as he watched Fangzheng climb and surpass him. Sigh, to think the final outcome would be like this. Ing Xingji heaved a long sigh and suddenly let go, falling down from the mountain. He was the furthest from the peak, and after seeing Fangzheng's performance, he knew he had no chance of winning, so he directly admitted defeat. Hu Immortal Land Spirit naturally would not sit and watch him fall to his death. She lightly snapped her fingers and teleported Ing Shengji to the outside world. Climb, continue to climb. Fangzheng's hands and feet were already torn, dripping with blood. The closer he got to the peak, the more intense the tremors his soul received. Fangzheng could not think of anything else. Only the scene of the peak was left in his eyes. He had already squeezed out all his potential. He was extremely exhausted. This was exertion that surpassed the limits of his body. This kid. Feng Qimhong could not help but be moved. Fangzheng was clearly exhausted, but there seemed to be an endless strength supporting him. Peek peek. Fangzheng gritted his teeth. There was only this one thought in his heart. He climbed up step by step, gradually surpassing Feng Qimhong, officially taking the lead. Right now he was only 10 feet away from the peak. Even the adorable Hu Immortal Land Spirit stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down fixedly at the birth of its new master. Outside the Blessed Land, the Gu Immortals who had been paying attention had already started to sigh. Congratulations, He Fengyang, your crane gate won slightly this time. If only I still had that rank 6 exquisite small shift Gu. Or star shuttle Gu, fixed immortal travel Gu, or self-movement Gu. The result of this battle would have been different. The Gu Immortals had different attitudes, some congratulated calmly, some felt regret. I was lucky. He Fengyang spoke modestly, but his voice could not conceal his joy. But right at this time, a Gu Immortal sneered. He Fengyang, I will have to disappoint you. This Hu Immortal inheritance is destined to belong to my spirit affinity house. The moment he said that, a change occurred in the Blessed Land. Feng Qimhong gave a delicate shout. A pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely gorgeous. All kinds of radiance continuously flowed about, dazzling and resplendent. With a light flap, the golden phoenix radiance slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal Gu Dream Wings. Dream Wings was a very special immortal Gu. It did not exist in the real world. It could only be found in dreams. What activated it was not immortal essence, but the Gu Master's spirit and soul. Feng Qimhong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating Dream Wings now would cause severe damage to her soul. At best she would lose her memories. At worst she would become demented. But the prideful her had never failed since she was born. She could not allow Fangjing to become the sole victor in front of her. Even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I must obtain victory. Under Fangjing's shocked gaze, not far away, Feng Kim Hong slowly flew up, easily surpassing him and regaining her lead. Dream wings suddenly retracted. Feng Jin Huang climbed on the edge of the cliff, panting heavily. The dizziness that came from her soul was so strong that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal goo, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Fangjing stared with wide eyes. He was in a daze. Right now Feng Kim Hong was so close to the peak. In fact, her hands were already at the edge of the cliff. She was only a small step away. I want to win. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes, they were bright like amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, had a jade-like halo. She was like a young phoenix, spreading its beautiful wings for the first time in the world. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the Gu immortals were dazed. She bit her lips, placing her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Then, she used all her remaining strength to drag her heavy body up. Finally, she almost rolled up the mountain peak. She succeeded. The sole victor of this battle, the new owner of Hu immortal blessed land. Southern border, Sancha Mountain, Bronze Hall. Fang Yuan's hands were tied by chains. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Tai Ruonen stood in front of Fang Yuan, laughing heartily. By Ningbing sighed. It is useless, Fang Yuan. I have already secretly planted a fixed star Gu in your left arm. With this Gu's location, limitless search and lock can break through space and capture you. There is no use even if you escape to the ends of the world. You have already lost this round. Accept your fate. What? Fang Yuan looked down, only to see a Gu in his left arm. This Gu was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, sparkling and translucent. Right now it was shining with starlight, shining on Fang Yuan's left arm, turning it into a translucent eerie blue color. By Ningbing! Fang Yuan shouted furiously. He struggled crazily, causing the chains to collide and clatter. In his previous life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers had used this killer move to capture Kong Ri Tian. To think that in this life, this move would be used on Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing was trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Fang Yuan did not go to help because he was wary of this limitless search and lock. Once Fang Yuan was located by limitless search and lock, no matter where he escaped to, the chains would stretch out from the void to capture him. But without fixed star Gu, limitless search and lock would be like a headless fly, nothing to worry about. This fixed star Gu was personally given to me by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, and I have trained it for a long time. Do you know when I planted it in you? It was when you instilled yellow gold primeval essence into me and washed my aperture, right? No one knows, right? Bai Ningbing's eyes were filled with a cold smile. This move was like taking drastic measures, completely shattering Fang Yuan's hopes of counterattacking. Fixed star Gu good Bai Ningbing, you are the best. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, gritting his teeth. Tai Ruonen slowly persuaded. Fang Yuan, you have been hit by limitless search and lock. Right now, the Gu worms in your body have been sealed. You cannot even use a trace of primeval essence. You have no hope left. Of course, you can still use your thoughts to make your Gu worms self-detonate. But I advise you not to make such a choice. You are a smart person. You should know which choice is beneficial to you, right? Fang Yuan lowered his head, becoming silent. Earlier he had activated his Gu worms, but limitless search and lock was not an undeserved reputation. It was a killer move that combined space path and restriction path. Even the rank 5 teleportation Gu was sealed, and could not be used. Everything is over, Fang Yuan. Demon Suppression Tower will be your final resting place. You can spend the rest of your life there. Bai Ningbing sighed, seeing that his great enemy was finally captured. He had a complex feeling, like joy and sorrow. Chapter 404. Fang Yuan slowly raised his head, and looked at the sky through the hole in the bronze palace. A huge hole had formed in the sky of the blessed land, connecting to the outside world. From Feng Yuan's angle, he could see the southern border's sun. The sun was setting. It was almost dusk. 4:45 in the afternoon. At this hour, Feng Kim Hong should have just inherited Hu Immortal Blessed Land, right? Feng Yuan thought. In his previous life, he teamed up with demonic Path Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and occupy Dang Hun Mountain. In the end, he paid a huge price to kill Feng Kim Hong and narrowly escaped death. After Feng Kim Hong's death, the Righteous Path mourned and wrote a biography of Feng Kim Hong. According to the biography, Feng Kim Hong had 3 fortuitous encounters in his life. His first fortuitous encounter was when he was 3 years old. He obtained the immortal Gu Dream Wings in his sleep. The second opportunity was the Hu Immortal Legacy. He had successfully reached the summit at 5:15 in the afternoon. Feng Kim Hong has the immortal Gu Dream Wings. Hu Immortal inheritance is definitely hers. If he didn't fall too far behind her, he would need to have a second aperture. What a pity. In the end, you failed on the verge of success. He sighed in his heart, but his unfocused gaze gradually focused again. He still had a chance to turn the tables. He had not completely lost yet, because he still had the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 Gu, but it could not seal rank 6 Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan raised his eyes and took one last look at Bai Ningbing and the rest. There was nothing much to say. This time, if he succeeded, there was still hope. If he failed, then there was no point in talking about it. Why is he so calm? Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the rest felt that something was amiss. Bang! Feng Yuan blew himself up. In an instant, the spring and autumn cicada shone with green and orange light, and a mysterious aura spread out. All of Feng Yuan's Gu worms, all of his primeval essence, all of his flesh and soul, they all self-destructed. Every time he used the spring and autumn cicada, it was a huge gamble. Feng Yuan was in a desperate situation, and he was determined to bet everything he had. Everything from the explosion was poured into the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada turned into a speck of light, carrying the last bit of Feng Yuan's will, shattering the void and arriving at the most famous forbidden land of this world, the River of Time. The Gu Master World was surrounded by 5 regions: Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, and Central Continent. Another River of Time ran through the past, present, and future. It was you. Space and time are the foundation of the world. Hua hua hua. The waters of the River of Time surged. The tides rose and fell, the waves surging. Every single drop of the water of time was pale white, but there were billions of droplets of it. Every single time they collided, tangled, and spun, they would erupt with the most dazzling and resplendent flowing lights. In this desolate and colorful river, the spring and autumn cicada was like a wandering child that had returned home. It flapped its wings and carried Feng Yuan's consciousness against the current. For Feng Yuan, this was the 3rd time he had used the spring and autumn cicada. The first time he entered the River of Time, he had no experience at all. The second time he had no choice but to self-destruct. The time was too short. This time he was mentally prepared. He finally experienced the feeling of going against the current. This feeling was so mystical and wonderful. Countless lights and shadows. It was like a movie being played in reverse, appearing in his consciousness. It was like a breath of time, or like it had roamed for countless years. The dangerous huge waves crashed over again and again. The spring and autumn cicada soon lost its vitality. The energy from its self-destruction was used up. It struggled for a while, before diving into one of the water droplets and vanishing. Feng Yuan blinked. The scene in front of him had already changed. Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise you, I will tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Vao Gu on me. A familiar begging voice could be heard. Feng Yuan followed the voice and looked down, seeing Wang Xiao who was below his feet. He stared blankly for a moment, and then his heart thumped wildly. His expression changed, revealing an unconcealable ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I succeeded again, I won the bet, I have been reborn again. Feng Yuan raised his arms and shouted, laughing towards the sky. Wang Xiao. Feng Yuan's sudden performance made him shocked and suspicious. What rebirth? What succeeded again? Could it be that this fellow was mentally unstable? But come to think of it, there are many crazy demonic goo masters. Damn it, I actually met such a lunatic. Wang Xiao, who was being stepped on by Feng Yuan on the ground, thought of this as he begged even louder. Aha! Feng Yuan's laughter did not stop. This feeling of escaping from a hopeless situation and starting all over again was too amazing, too wonderful. He first checked his aperture. In the center of the aperture, the vital goo spring and autumn cicada was weakened again. Its originally glossy and shiny appearance was now like a withered autumn leaf. Feng Yuan willed, and spring and autumn cicada gradually concealed itself, falling into a deep slumber, once again absorbing the power of time to recover. This way, the internal threat of spring and autumn cicada is temporarily resolved. Feng Yuan's laughter became louder, his eyes shining with brilliance. He assessed his surroundings again. This was clearly still in the blessed land. Wang Xiao was being stepped on, and there was a corpse beside him. It was Yin Clan's young clan leader, Yin Luotian. He was killed by Ningbing, and his corpse was transported here by the land spirit by expending immortal essence. Thinking of Ningbing, Feng Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, unable to continue. It was this guy who plotted for a long time and suddenly betrayed him, causing him to fail on the verge of success, even though he successfully refined second aperture goo, falling into a desperate situation. If not for spring and autumn cicada, if not for his good luck this time, Feng Yuan would have been completely screwed. Be it death or being imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, there would be no chance to turn things around. The demonic path was like this. It was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. Falling to the bottom of the mountain valley, there was no way to turn things around. I was too careless, thinking of Feng Kim Hong and refining the immortal goo, but neglected the true demon hiding beside me. This by Ningbing's acting was too realistic, plotting for many years, purposely acting to numb me before suddenly erupting. Heh, I am only a mortal after all. I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. Feng Yuan was improving. He was growing boldly and vigorously, and so was Bai Ningbing. This was the cruelty of reality, and also the beauty of fate. In this world everyone was a main character, and everyone was also a supporting character. Everyone has their own advantages. Bai Ningbing has the northern dark ice soul physique. Tai Ruanan has the backing of Tai clan. Feng Kim Hong found an immortal goo in his dream at 3 years old, while I struggled everywhere. After cultivating for hundreds of years, I refined spring and autumn cicada. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan suddenly became excited. He smiled brightly and recited. Looking at the myriad mountains red. Layers of forests dyed red. A clear river, 100 barges vying for the current. Eagles soar in the sky, fishes swim in the shallow waters. All living creatures vie for freedom in the cold sky. Vast and sorrowful, I asked the boundless earth, who will rise and fall. If heaven had feelings, it would also grow old. The great Tao is merciless and fair. Every existence has a chance to ascend. It depends on how one grasps it, how one fights for it. In this world, no one is born to be a supporting character. No one. They will be eternal main characters. All living beings compete, survival of the fittest. Precisely because of the competition between the heroes of the world, the clash of strength, the contest of trump cards. That is why history is so profound and exciting, and why the world is so rich and wonderful. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's chest relaxed. The bitterness, hatred, fear, joy, all turned into smoke and dispersed. His heart was clear. The determination of a demon caused his eyes to shine brightly. He started to think calmly. So I have been reborn to this point. According to the development of my previous life, I interrogated Wang Xiao about the correct path to Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even in death. I had no choice but to kill him, and use beast strength placenta goo to devour his and Yin Luotian's aperture. Feng Yuan was silent. His expression was solemn as he recalled what was going to happen next. After that, I spent a lot of effort and said spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. I also killed killer ghost Dr. Chojio, Wu Shintong and Zhang Sansan. And from Zhang Sansan's body, I unexpectedly obtained a slavery goo. Just as I was about to continue killing, something unexpected happened, and I had to save the situation. I killed Long Qing Tian, but because of the Jade Sky Goo poison, I did not gain anything. After that, I refined Goo, defended the hall, and Bai Ningbing betrayed me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, recalling his previous life at lightning speed. His eyes squinted into a slit, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The situation is critical. Standing at the height of rebirth, he could see the situation clearly. His negligence in his previous life became his vigilance in this life. Firstly, Bai Ningbing already knew the general situation of the immortal Goo refinement. She was secretly conspiring with Tai Ruanan, and Tai Clan was already prepared. Maybe that Tai Baichi was already hiding in Sancha Mountain, waiting to appear at the crucial moment. The enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. This is not good. Secondly, during the last few days of the Goo refinement, Xiao Meng would arrive. There was also the unexpected Mo Wu Tian, who had reached rank 5 cultivation, and would also participate. In his previous life, Fang Yuan killed several demons, causing the demonic path to be without a leader. Once Mo Wu Tian arrived, with his rank 5 cultivation, he easily gathered the strength of the demonic path Goo masters. It could be said that because of him, the speed at which the experts besieged the hall was greatly increased. The enemy was strong while he was weak. The situation was even worse. Finally, there was the most serious point. Fang Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life, he was kept in the dark, but in this life he already knew. Bai Ningbing had secretly planted the fixed star Goo in him, in his left forearm. Once the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan activated Limitless Search Lock, he would have nowhere to hide. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would be captured by the void chains. Now that I think about it, the reason why Tai Clan did not act earlier was because I killed Tai Mu Bai. The situation had changed beyond their expectations. Secondly, they wanted to be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, coveting the fruits of victory. The 3 points showed their cautiousness. Although Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 Goo worms, it also had methods to restrain it. What if they captured me, but did not find the Yang Goo? Thus, they kept this as their final trump card. Fixed star Goo was silently planted. Fang Yuan was like a turtle trapped in a jar. He could not escape no matter what. It was as good as being thrown into prison. Chapter 405. Fixed star Goo is like a noose around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. To get rid of fixed star Goo, Bai Ningbing would have to retrieve it personally. Or, I can chop off my left forearm. Fang Yuan had a strong impulse. Fixed star Goo was hidden in Fang Yuan's left forearm. If Fang Yuan gave up on his left arm, the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan would only be able to grab Fang Yuan's severed limb. But this way, Fang Yuan would lose his left arm. In the future, he would have to heal it and regrow it, creating something out of nothing. It would take a lot of effort. Not to mention the trouble in healing it. Once he cut off his left arm, it would be like alerting the enemy. Tai Clan and Bai Ningbing would immediately understand that Fang Yuan had sensed something, and would most likely attack. This way, Tai Clan and Bai Ningbing would be added to the battle formation. To Fang Yuan, this situation was no doubt worse than his previous life. I cannot alert the enemy. I was lucky to be reborn. Compared to my previous life, my only advantage is that I know the development of the situation. If I beat them at their own game, I can use Tai Clan and Bai Ningbing for the time being. Once I cut off my arm, not only would Tai Bai and the rest be pushed to the opposite side, the situation would also change and deviate from my previous life's development. My advantage of rebirth would be lost. But if he did not cut off his arm, how could he get out of this desperate situation and launch a counterattack? Fang Yuan thought carefully. All sorts of people, events, and factors flashed through his mind. Wang Xiao, Choujiu Wu Shintong, Zhang Sansan, Long Qing Tian, Xiao Meng, Tai Runan, Bai Ningbing, Mo Wu Tian, Yin Jun, Feng Tianyu, Enslavement Goo, Jade Sky Goo Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hall, Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Goo, Second Aperture Goo, Undefeated 100 Battles Goo. Countless choices would give rise to countless possibilities. Countless possibilities would influence each other. Fang Yuan's mind moved rapidly. All sorts of inspiration collided like flint in the darkness. What could he do to protect himself and also protect the greatest benefits? He racked his brains. In just a short period of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait! Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. Perhaps if I take a step back, I'll be able to see the world? Should I be more far-sighted? An unimaginable thought formed in his mind. No, the risk is even greater if I do that. He shook his head and muttered to himself as he rejected this idea. But this idea. However, it was like an old tree that had taken root and could not be shaken off. If I succeed in doing this, then my gains will be even greater. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. But in the next moment he subconsciously shook his head. If there is a slight mistake in the calculation of this method, it will be useless. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, worse than falling into Tai Ruanan's hands. After all, the spring and autumn cicada has already been used once, and there is no possibility of it being reused in a short period of time. As he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze gradually deepened. Suddenly he chuckled and said, "Since when have I, a great demon overlord of my generation, been so timid and overcautious? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should be brave enough to take action. As long as there were monstrous benefits, you should disregard your own safety. Riches are sought in danger. What stable victory slowly accumulating? I want to reach heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. If I fail, I will die without a burial ground. If I succeed, I will be like a dragon rising to heaven. It will be even more beneficial to my future plans. Ha, life is a blur. It is just a huge gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash. Let's talk about it. If you want the path to Wu Mountain, we can talk about it slowly." Wang Xiao, who was at his feet, begged for mercy. Fang Yuan laughed wildly at times, kept silent at times, frowned at times and laughed heartily at times, scaring Wang Xiao, the lord of Wu Mountain, a great rank 5 Gu master, a formidable demon. In his heart, he had already thought of Fang Yuan as a lunatic, a mentally unstable person. The demonic path was extreme. Without the support of a clan, cultivation was extremely difficult, and they often struggled on the line between life and death, giving them great mental pressure. Thus, it was not uncommon to have a mental disorder among demonic Gu masters. Especially when Fang Yuan talked to himself at times, and even recited poems at times, it deepened Wang Xiao's worry. Against normal people, Wang Xiao had many methods. But against a lunatic, even Gu immortals had no confidence. "Oh, you intend to tell me the path to Wu Mountain?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking down at Wang Xiao. "Of course, but you have to let me live." Wang Xiao saw that Fang Yuan finally had a reaction, and immediately shouted anxiously. "Umph." Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp, he stomped on the ground, and with a crack, Wang Xiao's head was smashed into pieces. Wang Xiao was a formidable person, sinister and ruthless, cold and emotionless. If he wanted to tell him the path to Wu Mountain, he would have to use Zhang Sansan's rank 5 slavery Gu. But in Fang Yuan's new plan, Wang Xiao had already been abandoned. There was no need to talk to him, he could just kill him. The pitiful Wang Xiao, the great lord of Wu Mountain, died in Fang Yuan's hands again. After killing Wang Xiao, Fang Yuan took his Gu worm and used Beast Strength Placenta Gu to devour his and Yin Luo Tian's apertures. This way, Beast Strength Placenta Gu's aptitude is already at 83%. In terms of immortal essence, the expenditure increased by a bit, reaching more than 2 portions. "Ba Gui, are you trying to persuade me to stop?" Fang Yuan asked. "Land Spirit." How do you know what I am thinking?" "Of course I know." Fang Yuan snorted, and released Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura. "Ba Gui, sense it, what is this?" Land Spirit was shocked again. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just a mortal. How can you have such an immortal Gu? In his previous life, Fang Yuan argued with the land spirit for a long time, and finally found that the land spirit could not be persuaded. He could only take a gamble and reveal his trump card, finally convincing the land spirit. Now Fang Yuan immediately revealed Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura, going straight to the point. "Ba Gui, I will not hide it from you. I am a future Gu immortal. I have been reborn through spring-autumn cicada. What? Land spirit was speechless. This news was too shocking. It could not accept it for the time being. Feng Yuan had an arrogant expression. I have returned to the past, I know everything. Ba Gui, I am your future master. I succeeded in refining second aperture gu in my previous life. Feng Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In his previous life, he could already convince the land spirit. And now, he had the foresight and the practical experience of refining the second aperture gu as proof. The land spirit was quickly convinced again. Young man, are you really my future master? From your words, it seems like you have really refined second aperture gu. Whether you are lying to me or not, I am very happy. Because this means that the success rate of second aperture gu has increased by 30%. Land spirit said joyfully. Enough nonsense, Ba Gui. I have been reborn. I know the situation now is full of danger. First, I want to kill someone. After a while, Long Qing Tian died in Feng Yuan's hands. In his previous life, it was this Long Qing Tian who found a weak area. Using Jade Sky Gu, he poisoned heaven and earth, forming a hole and causing great damage to the Blessed Land, at the same time causing great disturbance to Feng Yuan. Now once Feng Yuan was reborn, he immediately made his move. Before Long Qing Tian entered that weak area, he used the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, killing him effortlessly. Young man, I believe you more and more now. You killed a danger while it was still in its infancy. Sigh, the three kings modified the blessed land. My control over this domain is not high, but you could actually detect this danger in advance, and also have the spring-autumn cicada. You really came from the future. Land spirit sighed. Feng Yuan sighed. Land spirit was already old and weak, like an old man with one foot in the grave. It could not compare to the young land spirit. For example, the fixed star gu in his left forearm, it did not sense it at all. Feng Yuan did not waste time talking to the land spirit. He quickly took Long Qing Tian's gu worm and devoured his aperture. In his previous life, because of the Jade Sky Gu, Feng Yuan killed Long Qing Tian, but could not take his spoils of war. Now that he killed him in advance, Long Qing Tian could not use the Jade Sky Gu. Thus Feng Yuan had no qualms. After plundering Long Qing Tian, Feng Yuan had a lot of gains. Other than the aperture, his biggest loot was the Jade Sky Gu. This gu was like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade. Rank 5 Jade Sky Gu, it originated from the immemorial era, and was extremely rare now. Its poison was extremely strong. There was no way to counter it. If one was careless, they would die from the poison, turning into green light and dissipating. This gu had great use. Feng Yuan stored it carefully. Ba Gui, quickly transport me here. At the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared in front of the demonic gu master, the beast tamer master Zhang Sansan. Before Zhang Sansan could react, he was attacked by Feng Yuan and died a violent death. Feng Yuan killed people and snatched gu. It was a walk in the park. He also devoured the aperture, raising the beast placenta gu's aptitude. Zhang Sansan was only a rank 4 gu master, but he had a rank 5 slavery gu. Feng Yuan's greatest motive for killing him was this gu. With another flash, Feng Yuan appeared in front of killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Little beast king. How did you? Chojio saw Feng Yuan and was shocked, his expression extremely shaken. Feng Yuan's expression was calm as he flew out the rank 5 slavery gu. The slavery gu exploded into a ball of yellow light, landing on Chojio's body. Chojio was shocked. Damn. Rank 5 slavery gu. You can kill me but not humiliate me. You are dreaming if you want to enslave me. He did not know that in his previous life, he was still begging Feng Yuan to use the slavery gu. With the land spirit's suppression, Chojio could not activate the gu, and could only let the slavery gu be planted. But it was not so easy to control a rank 5 gu master. It was a contest of souls. Chojio resisted with all his might, but Feng Yuan's soul shook. They were in a deadlock, like a contest of strength. Chojio laughed coldly, his forehead full of sweat. Little beast king, you are too naive. To an enslavement path gu master, the deeper the soul foundation, the better. Controlling wild beasts is not easy, not to mention controlling a human. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You want to cross ranks to control me, you are dreaming, hee hee. Ah! Choujio suddenly let out a miserable scream. His complacent laughter was interrupted by Fang Yuan's slap. With this disturbance, he was distracted from the contest of souls, and the yellow light gradually fused into his body. As long as he fused completely, Choujio would become Fang Yuan's most loyal slave. Chapter 406. Choujio was overwhelmed with shock, quickly concentrating, and using all his strength to activate his soul. He held his breath and meditated, holding on to this yellow shadow. This yellow shadow was supported by Fang Yuan's soul power. But he was young. His soul foundation could not compare to the 100-year-old monster Choujio. Enslaving Choujio was not an easy task. But how could Fang Yuan not expect this? He had his own methods. Slap slap slap, bam bam bam. Stop, you dare to hit me. If you kick my face again, I will fight you. Fuck, you are still kicking. I will fight you to the death. Stop fighting, stop fighting. No, don't. Fang Yuan beat Choujio until he rolled around. Choujio could not use goo worms, but Fang Yuan could use strength path goo worms. Comparing strength, Choujio was not Fang Yuan's match. Soon Choujio was beaten black and blue. He was distracted many times, causing the shadow to fuse into his body. Hold on, once it fuses completely, I will become his slave, never to rise again. Choujio curled his body into a ball, letting Fang Yuan punch and kick him. An intense sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a trace of the yellow shadow shrouded his forehead, unable to fuse. Fang Yuan sneered, suddenly saying, Xingyanyo, don't you want revenge? Chenjiu abandoned you, and is living well with Shang Yin Fei. You, how did you know? Choujio's guard fell, and the shadow completely entered his body. Choujio's expression instantly changed, kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Subordinate greets master. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Success. This rank 5 slavery goo. Of course he had to enslave a rank 5 goo master to fully utilize its value. Until now, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng had yet to arrive. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo and Wu Lanshan were all killed by Fang Yuan. The remaining choices were Wu Mountain Lord Wang Xiao and Killer Ghost Dr. Choujio. But how could Mount Wu be compared to the Gate of Life and Death? The Gate of Life and Death was a forbidden land comparable to the River of Time. Enslaving Choujio was equivalent to grasping the clues to the Gate of Life and Death. Furthermore, Choujio was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even covered the righteous path, definitely much higher than Mo Wu Tian. The only imperfection was, enslaving Choujio would place a certain burden on Fang Yuan's soul. It would greatly affect his immortal goo refinement. Choujio, back then, did you and Dr. Su Shou use the poison vow goo? Swearing to love each other forever? Never leaving? Fang Yuan looked at Killer Ghost Doctor and asked a question. There is indeed such a thing. But master, how did you know? Choujio, whose face was bruised and swollen, knelt on the ground and confessed. Since you have already used the poison vow goo, do you know Dr. Su Shou? How can I escape the restriction of the poison vow? Fang Yuan squinted. Poison vow goo is the replacement of mountain pledge goo. Chenjiu does not have the ability to remove it. For that pretty boy Shang Yin Fei, she took a huge risk and let the poison vow act up and kill herself. Without a host, the power of the poison vow would naturally disappear. Then, she would use healing methods to revive herself and get rid of the poison vow. Choujio said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister dearly. But in the end, she fell out with him because of a pretty boy. She even risked her life to get rid of the poison vow. Fang Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him. He could not help but raise his leg and kick Choujio. You scammer. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Choujio said this. We made a poison vow in front of the blessed land sea, to protect each other and never leave each other. But who could have thought that senior sister had a change of heart, going against the poison vow we made, injuring me and defecting with that scoundrel? What poison vow? It was clearly the poison vow goo. This Choujio's words avoided the important points and focused on the trivial ones. He did not elaborate on some parts and whitewashed himself. If he had said the poison vow goo, Fang Yuan thought to himself. I might have been alerted that there was someone in Shang Clan City who could get rid of the poison Vao Gu's restriction, and thus be on guard against Bai Ningbing. But I should have thought of it. Choujio talked about Shang Yanfei's appearance, saying the latter was only slightly better looking than him. How could he say such shameless words so naturally? No wonder he would omit the Gu word from the poison Vao Gu. Fang Yuan looked at Choujio in disdain. Talking about love, he actually used the poison Vao Gu to restrict the other party. It could be seen that Choujio's heart was filled with darkness and inferiority. It was not strange for such a person to speak hypocritically. Fang Yuan had always been suspicious about how Bai Ningbing got rid of the poison Vao. Even in his previous life, Bai Ningbing did not give him an answer. Now that Fang Yuan knew, it was this Dr. Su Shou who helped Bai Ningbing get rid of the poison Vao. Alright, let bygones be bygones. Choujio, go to King Xian Inheritance and bring me the undefeated 100 battles Gu. Fang Yuan calmed his emotions and instructed. I will do my best. Choujio respectfully replied. Choujio was a healing Gu master, not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible for him to help Fang Yuan refine the second aperture Gu, but it was easy for him to take the undefeated 100 battles Gu. This was because the blessed land was declining, and not long after, Gu worms could be moved at will. Choujio only needed to charge and attack to obtain the second aperture Gu. At this point, Fang Yuan's massacre came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued refining Gu. Compared to his previous life, he had saved a lot of time since rebirth. Without the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada, he was much more relaxed. Originally, he only slept for an hour every day, refining Gu crazily and squeezing out his potential. Now he could sleep for at least 6 hours every day, methodically. As the days passed, the blessed land became weaker and weaker. But his immortal essence consumption was not as severe as in his previous life. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan did not take many detours this time, and many steps were completed in one go, causing the land spirit to look at him in a different light. The abnormality of the Three Kings' inheritance attracted everyone's attention. As time passed, Che Clan and Zhou Clan came out in full force. Xiao Meng and Mo Wutian also appeared on Sancha Mountain. Finally, the 24th of October arrived. Master, I did not fail you. Choujio knelt on the ground, holding a Gu worm with both hands. He passed it to Fang Yuan. This Gu looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than the undefeated 100 battles Gu. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's slave, Feng Tianyu, made it to the end and obtained King Xian inheritance, with hundreds of hairy men as his followers. In this life, Choujio was not a refinement master, and broke through by force. He barely obtained the undefeated 100 battles Gu, and not a single hairy man followed him. However, hairy men were good at refining Gu, and not good at fighting. The defense line of hundreds of hairy men was the same with or without them. Fang Yuan did not mind. After keeping the undefeated 100 battles Gu, Fang Yuan gave some instructions before sending Choujio away. The whole process was done behind his back. Bai Ningbing did not know. When Fang Yuan returned to the Bronze Hall, Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts. They were endless, some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing, give all your Gu worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't these dogs under my command? The land spirit can also use Gu worms and command them. They are naturally more confident than you. Fang Yuan explained. The land spirit Bagui appeared, saying in a worried tone, Young man, I need to use immortal essence to help you refine Gu, and also have to command the dogs to defend. I am afraid I cannot do it. Fang Yuan chuckled, showing an extremely confident expression. No worries, are you worried about me? Among the enemies I also have chess pieces. There is enough yuan stone here for you to control the dogs. Is that so? Ba Gue hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you, Bai Ningbing, follow me. When I refine Gu, I need someone trustworthy to guard me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, saying with a warm smile. Bai Ningbing snorted. Her gaze was very obscure, and there was no fluctuation in her voice. Up to you as long as you don't die, whether the goo refinement succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with me. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, while Bai Ningbing stood at the side, acting as his guardian. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, not moving for a long time. What are you waiting for? There is not much time left. Bai Ningbing endured for a while, before breaking the silence. Ningbing, don't be impatient, some things cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, not showing a trace of nervousness on his face. He was calm and collected. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. Her eyes squinted into a slit, thinking in her heart. What is this Fang Yuan planning? He took away my command. Is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to stay in the hall. It shows he trusts me. I need to endure for a while longer. She thought of Tai Ruanan and gradually felt at ease. She is blocked outside the dog group formation. Without my secret support, she can only forcefully open a path. Damn it, he did not let me lead the dog group. Fortunately, we have a trump card. Tai Baiqi has already secretly reached Sancha Mountain. After a while, Fang Yuan was calm, only resting and not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit could not help but transmit his voice, urging Fang Yuan to refine goo. But Fang Yuan kept delaying, not showing any signs of doing anything. The land spirit was anxious, its tone containing anger. Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to persuade it. And at this time at the peak of Sancha Mountain, blue and red light pillars, thin and weak, still stood on the peak. As for the yellow light pillar representing King Quan inheritance, it had already disappeared. In his previous life, only the red light pillar was left. That was because Feng Tianyu obtained King Xian inheritance. But in this life, Chou Jiu was not a refinement master. He did not have the ability to get to the final stage of King Xian inheritance. Thus only 2 light pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. There are still 2 inheritances left. We small fries have no chance. But it is strange. None of the rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance came out. What is going on? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited, but why haven't the others come out? They are being held back in the Blessed Land. This Blessed Land is close to destruction. Not long later, the door will open and we will be able to enter and exit at will. A loud and clear voice resounded. It's Lord Xiaomang. Someone immediately cheered, revealing the identity of the person who came. Chapter 407. Extreme Light Goo, Providence Goo, Empty Fist Goo, Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. Xiaomang stood at the peak of Sancha Mountain, activating his killer move as the whole sky turned dark. A fist formed from light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and pierced through the membrane embryo of the Blessed Land. In an instant, the whole Blessed Land shook. A huge hole formed, connecting the inside and outside, allowing Gu masters to enter and leave unobstructed. Charge, everything in the Blessed Land is ours. Quickly snatch it. It will be too late if we don't. Unfortunately, the big head and essence were all taken by those experts, leaving some scraps for us. That is not bad. If I can luckily obtain King Xian inheritance and King Bao inheritance, how good would that be? Countless people cheered, entering the Blessed Land, causing the pressure on the Blessed Land to rise, creating a huge chaos. That's it, a bunch of idiots. Xiaomang sneered in his heart, slowly stepping into the Blessed Land. The Bronze Hall also regained its calm after this commotion. The land spirit transmitted to Fang Yuan. So you were waiting for this commotion to pass so close. If there was such a huge disturbance during the Gu refinement, the consequences would be unthinkable. You are indeed a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Fang Yuan chuckled, replying in his heart. I am not only a Gu immortal. I am also your future master. Ba Gue, you need to know, only I am the best candidate to refine the immortal Gu. The more you cooperate with me, the higher the possibility of us refining the immortal Gu. Next, I remember there are 2 more commotion. We need to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, let's start the Gu refinement now. Fang Yuan threw out the fake Gu in his second aperture. The land spirit cooperated closely, The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire. The remaining immortal essence started to burn rapidly. The immortal essence turned into a green smoke. It slowly rose up, wrapping around the fake goo. The fake goo floated above the bronze cauldron, being wrapped by the green smoke. It slowly turned into a ball of bright yellow light. Feng Yuan focused his mind, harmonizing the green qi and yellow light in an orderly manner. In his previous life he refined goo with Feng Tianyu. Now that he was the only one in charge, the process was much slower. Mo Wu Tian came to the edge of the fog alone. His pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupil, the fog became indistinct, and a sea of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. The defenses are tight. I won't be able to break through them by myself. Looks like I still have to borrow strength. He turned around and found Humayer moments later. Ah, young Master Wu Tian, you have already reached rank 5. Humayer was shocked by Mo Wu Tian's progress. When Mo Wu Tian revealed the news of the immortal treasury, Humayer was also hooked and expressed her full support. But when they set off, he found out that the news about the immortal treasury had already spread throughout the blessed land. After the two of them asked around, they found out that the person who spread the news was the killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Right now, he had already gathered a large number of demonic goo masters. He was about to head to the bronze hall. Mo Wu Tian frowned. Most of the demonic goo masters had already gathered together. He could not gather many people now. In terms of influence, he was no match for Chojio. Mo Wu Tian was still a newbie, but Chojio was a veteran who had been in southern border for many years, and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Many people requested his help, and he was quite influential even in the righteous path. Without a choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join Chojio's group. With little brother Mo Wu Tian helping us, these mere dogs are nothing to worry about. Chojio expressed a warm welcome towards Mo Wu Tian's arrival. Mo Wu Tian's frown deepened. He was used by Chojio right from the start. Never mind, I'll endure it for now, and put in some effort to rush into the hall. The group of demons moved majestically, but they did not go straight to the hall, but instead went through many twists and turns. Sir Chojio, time waits for no man. Why don't we attack the root of the problem and kill our way in? Mo Wu Tian frowned, urging. Chojio chuckled. There is strength in numbers. There are still many people who have not joined us. If we absorb their strength, we will become even stronger. When the time comes, everyone will share less pressure and danger. Mo Wu Tian urged again, but Chojio chuckled and was very polite, but he did not relent. Mo Wu Tian was anxious, and tried many times, but Chojio persisted. This old man is rotten, he doesn't know how precious time is. Mo Wu Tian controlled his anger, and started to contact Humayer, Li Xian and the rest, egging them on, causing them to become more and more impatient. Chojio had no choice. He could not go against everyone's will, and could only lead the demons to the periphery of the fog. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while, and suggested that they could split into 3 groups, and so on and so forth. Chojio, however, said it was not appropriate, the fog was too thick, and they could not see the situation clearly. As a doctor, he had the heart of a parent, and could not bear for them to risk their lives like this. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, and went to contact the others again, preaching about the beauty of the immortal treasure. The demons' emotions were surging, and Chojio went with the flow, asking Mo Wu Tian to be in charge of this matter, and choose the people to lead the charge. But there was one condition: the goo master had to be willing, and could not be forced. The demons responded enthusiastically, and after Mo Wu Tian made arrangements, they moved out in 3 groups. Oh no, there are people attacking outside. While refining the goo, the land spirit suddenly said, "No worries, I expected this situation. Go and take charge of the battle outside. I will hold the fort for now, and wait for you to return." Feng Yuan said calmly. The land spirit split most of its attention, commanding the dog group, and repelling the demons like in his previous life, according to Feng Yuan's instructions. Mo Wu Tian was not resigned, and organized a second attack, but it was still a huge loss, and they returned in low spirits. Chojio walked out at this time. Everyone knows my rules: for every person I save, I must kill. At this moment, I will save everyone first, and I hope everyone will fulfill their promise in the future. Saying so, he healed everyone. The demons shed tears of gratitude, and Chojio's reputation rose sharply. More and more people distanced themselves from Mo Wutian and gathered around Chojio. Chojio patted Mo Wutian's shoulder and said kindly, "Brother Wutian, let's wait and see. I advised you not to advance too rashly. Now that so many of us have died, I feel sad." His voice was very loud, causing Mo Wutian's eyes to twitch in anger. This old man is sinister. If I break through the encirclement, it will be because of him. If I fail, he'll push all the blame onto me. I underestimated the dog formation. I thought it was a dead formation, but to think there was a Gu master manipulating it from behind the scenes. Such reaction speed and methods, he definitely has deep attainments in the enslavement path. Damn it, damn it. Mo Wutian gritted his teeth, but could do nothing. In his previous life, he could force the demons to sell their lives for him. But now that he had a rank 5 Gu master like Chojio, he naturally could not be as unrestrained as he was in his previous life. Let's wait for a while. The righteous path will gather soon. We can discuss it again. After all, we only have one life. If we rush up and give the righteous path an advantage, that would not be good. Chojio arranged. Lord Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Ghost Doctor is steady, caring for the lives of us small fries. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Lord Ghost Doctor is after all an old senior of our demonic path. Mo Wutian gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Chojio, that old fart. After delaying for a while, the righteous path Gu masters also gathered, led by Xiaomang. They charged forward several times but returned in defeat. Xiaomang was thinking about the unopened King Bao inheritance and was anxious, using his killer move again. Extreme Light Gu. Self-Will Gu. Bright Spear Gu. Killer move, Glory of My Spear. A magnificent light spear that was 6 feet long and 6 feet wide landed on the hill. An intense explosion occurred, the wind blew, and after the piercing white light dissipated, the fog that shrouded the hill also dissipated. In the bronze hall, the magnificent dog group was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The righteous and demonic experts saw this, feeling both agitated and cold. The immortal treasure was right in front of them, but the dog group was so huge, how could they rush up? Only the righteous and demonic path could work together. The knowledgeable people all thought of this point. Xiaomang looked towards the demonic path, and Mo Wutian also looked towards the righteous path. The trend of working together was obvious. It was just a matter of which side would compromise first. Time passed second by second. Chojio was unperturbed, sizing up the dog group. Xiaomang's expression was solemn, and he closed his eyes to rest. He was the second clan leader of Xiao tribe, a famous figure of the righteous path. How could he lower his head to the demonic path first? If these words were to spread, it would be detrimental to his reputation. The second tremor is over, Bague. My hidden pawn has taken effect. They will not attack for a while. Let's continue refining Gu. Feng Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic paths were in a deadlock, Feng Yuan started refining Gu again. At this moment, the green gas and yellow light finally fused successfully. The green gas turned into green grass, growing in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers, falling down and decorating it. Feng Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green gas and yellow light made a sizzling sound and turned into a red cloud, like a raging blood sea. The blood water surged, but it only formed into a ball, floating in the air, and did not spread. After another round of fusion and evolution, the ball of smoke finally formed into a field, with scarlet red rice growing on it. Feng Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air. He had lost a lot of blood, his face was pale, and he quickly used a Gu worm to heal his wounds. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. He took out a lifespan Gu. This 300-year lifespan Gu was like a ginseng root, coiling like a snake, rough and ancient. Feng Yuan threw it into the blood-filled smoke, and the smoke burst out, boiling like boiling water. In his previous life, this change almost caused Feng Yuan to fail. But in this life, Fang Yuan had sufficient mental preparation and controlled the situation well. The smoke gradually stabilized under Fang Yuan's manipulation. But at this time, the land spirit suddenly warned. Not good, the outer sect Gu masters are attacking together. We won't make it in time to refine Gu. Chapter 408. Kill the charge. Kill these damn dogs. Shouts, screams, curses, and barks of dogs mixed together, shaking the sky and earth. In less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, and corpses were everywhere. Sir Chojio, we are too slow. If we charge like this, when will we enter the bronze hall? Mo Wutian urged. Chojio laughed. The dog group is huge, how can it be so easy to charge? It is good that we are slow, let the righteous path charge deeper, and bear the brunt of the pressure. Then we can reap the benefits. Chojio was already Fang Yuan's slave. He could not wait to drag things out as long as possible. Just now, the righteous and demonic path were in a deadlock, and it was this Mo Wutian who messed things up and talked to Xiao Meng about cooperation. Chojio could not stop him, and could only go with the flow. After charging, he tried to slow down the entire group. Originally, they were advancing from both sides, but because of the killer ghost doctor, the righteous path was pushed deeper into the dog formation, and suffered more attacks. And although the demonic path had few losses, their charging speed was getting slower, and they were in danger of being surrounded. Chojio, what are you scheming now? You are too muddle-headed, we need to charge in one go. How can we move so slowly? You are blind, can't you see? Our group is already in a swamp. If we do not move, we will be surrounded, and will be in more danger than the righteous path. Mo Wutian stomped his feet in anger, scolding loudly. Chojio stared with wide eyes, shouting without backing down. Mo Wutian, you junior, what are you shouting for? What do you know? How many people did you lose by doing things like that? When we fight for the immortal treasure with the righteous path, they will be our enemies. We have to weaken them. Saying so, Chojio's tone changed and he consoled softly. Young man, blindly charging and attacking is not good. Because of the previous example, most of the demonic path Gu masters supported Chojio and opposed Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian was extremely furious and raised his head to shout. Old man Chojio, you are not worthy. Wait for your deaths here. I am going to fight for the immortal treasure. Saying so, he took the lead, charging towards the bronze hall. Hu Mei, Li Xian and the others felt that Mo Wutian was right. They also wanted to charge forward, but they were not strong enough. He could only rely on the power of the crowd. Young people are always so impulsive. Chojio sighed and smiled. Look, after being provoked by me, he took the initiative to charge forward. If we attack steadily and surely, we can take advantage of the path he took to rush out. How wonderful! Everyone couldn't help but laugh, praising Chojio's wisdom. Countless dog beasts formed a flood, while tens of thousands of Gu masters went against the flow. Blood flowed freely on the battlefield. Severed limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of Gu worms appeared. Ice and fire flew, lightning flashed, and the earth rumbled. Green vines grew. Ichong was covered in blue scales and had black fins on his back. The huge waves surrounding the whirlpool were like vicious sharks in the sea, taking the lead. Iho was like a god of fire, killing his way through. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Yanjun used phantom path Gu worms to turn from solid to phantom, dodging the attacks without suffering any damage. While no one was paying attention, Li Xian used a rank 5 Gu worm to conceal himself. Kong Ri Tian, on the other hand, had already turned into a rain of flowers, drifting away. All the experts used their divine abilities, gradually getting closer to the bronze hall. Among them, 2 people charged to the front lines, attracting everyone's attention. They were none other than Xiao Meng and Mo Wutian. However, good times did not last long. Ba Huang and Ning Ming, the 2 great dog emperors, came out and blocked the two's path like in the previous life. It is time. At the front lines, Tai Ruanan was bathed in blood. She stopped her charge and breathed heavily. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were guarding her. Besides them, there was also Tai Baiqi. We are only a few thousand steps away from the bronze hall. There are many dog beasts. Lord Tai Baiqi will have to depend on you. Tai Ruanan said. Hehehe. I have been watching the show for so long, my heart is itching. Tai Baichi took off his hood and opened his third eye. Whoosh! He activated his goo worm and pushed with his palms, creating a black hole in the air in front of him. The black hole continued to rotate, as countless white apes jumped out. The white ape army surged out, forming a powerful vanguard that charged towards the bronze hall. Young master, you guys go ahead. I will block them here. Tai Baichi's tone was firm and powerful. Then we will have to rely on you. Immortal goo are important for the clan. We need to capture Fang Yuan alive. Tai Ruanan gritted her teeth and waved her hand, leading the 4 old-timers to charge forward. With the white ape army's cover and sacrifice, Tai Ruanan successfully charged into the hall. Fang Yuan was still refining goo. He could not split himself. The land spirit wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Bagui, don't force yourself. You are commanding the dog group while using your immortal essence to assist me in refining goo. How can you be distracted? Bai Ningbing, it is up to you now, block her for me. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes as he blocked Tai Ruanan. The two fought intensely. In the air in front of Fang Yuan, the clouds were boiling. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan had already used third watch goo. But in this life, without Feng Tian Yu's help, Fang Yuan's progress was very slow. He had only just thrown in that 500-year lifespan goo. Without the help of a refinement master like Feng Tian Yu, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to control the cloud smoke. The clouds boiled several times, causing Fang Yuan to almost fail several times, but he managed to salvage the situation by a hair's breadth. Behind him, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan fought intensely for a while before Tai Clan's 4 old-timers charged in and joined in the fight. Bai Ningbing was no match. She was surrounded by danger as she shouted, "Fangzheng, I can't hold on much longer. How much longer do you have?" The clouds finally fused with the lifespan goo, turning into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. It was the scene of 500 years as autumn. Fang Yuan's voice was also filled with nervousness. "Hold on, I need a lot of time. If I die, you won't be able to live either." Bai Ningbing cursed continuously. After a few rounds, she breathed roughly. "I can't hold on anymore. Fang Yuan, I can't hold on any longer. I can only self-detonate." "Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was astonished. "Nonsense." Bai Ningbing scolded. At this time, the clouds had matured and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk to the size of a basin. "Try to hold on. Unless there is no other way." Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his back facing the battlefield as he shouted. "It's too late." Bai Ningbing's deep sigh could be heard. Crack crack, frost rapidly condensed. Cold air permeated the hall as the temperature plummeted. "What goo is this?" Tai Ruanan's shocked voice was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air. Her whole body had already turned into ice crystals. This was the scene when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind roared. Ice gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it crashed towards Tai Ruanan and Tai Clan's 4 old-timers. "Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique?" Tai Clan's 4 old-timers exclaimed, unable to retreat in time. Tai Ruanan and they were sealed in the ice. The ice continued to spread, towards Fang Yuan. "Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing!" Fang Yuan shouted anxiously. But Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost fused with the ice, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. "Damn it!" Fang Yuan cursed loudly, standing up abruptly. He took out the Yanggu and flew it towards Bai Ningbing. But halfway through, the Yanggu suddenly turned back, landing in Fang Yuan's right hand. At this time, the clouds finally condensed into a goo worm. It landed in Fang Yuan's left hand. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on its surface were like scarlet blood vessels. The fake second aperture goo from before. It could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. And this new goo. It could already exist for 40 years. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, activating golden soup goo to defend against the ice. Next he said to Bai Ningbing, "Bai Ningbing, are you done acting?" The spreading ice suddenly stopped. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, "Is your cooperation with Tai clan going well?" This time, Bai Ningbing could not continue acting. She recovered her body, and with a shocked and confused expression, she stared at Fang Yuan. "How did you? In Shang Clan City, you purposely lost to Yen Tu, and obtained Dr. Su Shou's help to break free from the poison oath, and secretly contacted Tai Ruonan. On Sancha Mountain, you plotted with Tai Clan's 4 old-timers. Do you think I don't know all this?" Fang Yuan played with the 2 goo worms in his hand, raising his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing fell back to the ground in a daze, unable to speak from the shock. How did Fang Yuan find out all this? I've done everything in secret. Does that mean that he's going to watch my performance with the cold eyes of a bystander? Wait, I clearly succeeded in planting the fixed star goo. Fang Yuan, you demon, so what if you found out? You won't be able to escape today. Tai Ruonan saw that the matter was exposed, and immediately broke out of the ice, with Tai Clan's 4 old-timers following closely behind. Fang Yuan chuckled, raising his left forearm. You mean the fixed star goo? What if I cut off my arm? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers frowned. Once Fang Yuan cut off his left forearm, even if the 4 of them used their killer moves, they would only be able to capture Fang Yuan's left forearm. According to their understanding of Fang Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to a ruthless person like him. Ha ha ha. Tai Ruonan suddenly laughed loudly. She pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Fang Yuan, stop bluffing. Even if you saw through our plot, so what? The dog group outside the hall will not be able to stop the heroes." Not long later, Xiaomeng, Choujiu, Imo Wutian, Ihua, Yichong and the other heroes will charge in. Can you protect the immortal goo? You are insane, killing so many goo masters, seizing their apertures and using them to refine goo. These crimes cannot be tolerated by the heavens. Bai Ningbing is the best witness. As long as this is announced, you will be hated by everyone. More importantly, your immortal goo has not been refined yet. Chapter 409. Tai Ruonan took a step forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person, you know your situation. Of course I know my situation. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. And I know your situation even better. His lips curled into a cold smile. The immortal goo did not succeed, but because of this, I managed to preserve a large amount of immortal essence. It is enough for me to kill you all. But at this moment, Ba Gui appeared, tears streaming down its face as it said in a choked voice, "It is useless, it is useless. If I kill them, I will expend too much immortal essence. It will not last for the goo refinement. Also, there is not enough time. The blessed land has too many flaws. It will collapse soon and vanish." To it, its biggest goal was to refine second aperture goo. It did not care about its own destruction. Right now, Fang Yuan had only reached this stage. He was lacking the most crucial step, the most difficult step, but the environment did not allow it. "Young man, you have made a grave mistake. Our immortal goo, refinement has failed." The land spirit cried out loudly. "Refining immortal goo? I didn't expect it to be so lively here." Yan Jun strode leisurely into the hall. In the previous life he was obstructed by Feng Tianyu, but in this life he entered the bronze hall without any obstruction. Hehehe, Feng Yuan, you are not the blessed land's owner. The land spirit will not listen to your commands. Since young tribe leader Yan Jun is here, will the others be far away? Today you will lose for sure. Tai Ruonan was still wary of the land spirit. She could only continue her psychological warfare. "No, I still have hope. This goo refinement is not a failure." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's heart tightened. If Fang Yuan used Yang Gu to force her to fight to the death, where would she go? But Fang Yuan's gaze moved past Bai Ningbing, towards the land spirit Ba Gui. This old and dignified tyrant turtle was already crying his heart out. He was filled with despair and sorrow. "Ba Gui, do you still want to refine second aperture goo?" Fang Yuan transmitted in his mind. "Difficult. Do you have a way?" Ba Gui felt a spark of hope in his heart. That's right. You are a Gu immortal who has been reborn. You have experienced it in your previous life. You should have expected this situation long ago. No, the situation is beyond my expectations. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't turn the tide. Feng Yuan continued to speak frankly. Buggy, I am sorry, the Gu refinement this time was a failure. The earth spirit's cries grew louder. However, Feng Yuan quickly changed the topic. However, this kind of failure is only temporary. We still have hope. The land spirit's cries became softer and it asked, what do you mean? After you died, I was the only one who knew the secret recipe. In addition, the incomplete second aperture Gu is also in my hands. Therefore, you must protect me, Feng Yuan said. Of course I have to protect you. You are the only person in the blessed land who fulfills the criteria, and you are also a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Even if you fail this time, there is a high chance that you will succeed in the future. The second aperture Gu was successfully refined. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. Very good, land spirit. It is good that you have such an awareness. But you can protect me now, but you can't protect me forever. Not long later, you will vanish. With your remaining immortal essence, you can eradicate all the enemies in the endless blessed land. Even if you teleport me to the outside world, there will still be groups of Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. There are also groups of Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. The corners of Feng Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since his rebirth, everything had been progressing smoothly. He was getting closer to success, and he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. Then how do you want me to protect you? The land spirit asked. Feng Yuan chuckled and said meaningfully, Ba Gui, do you still remember the third section of The Legends of Renzu, a second chapter? The land spirit was stunned. It could guess Feng Yuan's thoughts, but its tone was hesitant. You mean no, there are still two conditions that cannot be fulfilled. First, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. Feng Yuan heard this and could not help but laugh. He raised his hand and pointed at the top of the bronze wall, shouting, Look, the light is here. When he stood up, he had secretly instructed the land spirit and shared his vision with it. Thus he could see the situation outside the hall clearly. After that, he talked to the Tai clansmen to stall for time and wait for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Feng Yuan used spring-autumn cicada. With the accumulated experience, he had a deeper understanding of rebirth. After rebirth, there was indeed a butterfly effect that could change some things beyond recognition. But there was also historical inertia. Many big events happened because of the accumulated conflicts and lacked a fuse. Even if the original fuse was gone, there would be other new fuses. It was not something that could be changed by just one person's influence. Outside the hall, Xiao Meng was getting impatient for Ming Ming Dog Emperor's pestering and directly flew into the sky. Rank 4 Gather Light Goo. Rank 5 Extreme Light Goo. Rank 5 River Descending Goo. Killer move Torrential Light River. The torrential light river surged and surged, pouring into the blessed land. The intense light was dazzling, creating huge waves that illuminated the entire hill. Countless people squinted their eyes. Not good. Tai Ruanan and the rest were in the hall, and Tai Baichi saw this and quickly tried to block it, but the light river's momentum was already formed, and could only weaken a portion of it. The majestic light river was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. A huge hole appeared on the ceiling of the hall, and the torrential light rushed down towards Feng Yuan. The light of glory of the immemorial era. The land spirit cried out in shock. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, activating his primeval essence and activating rank 4 Bone Wings Goo and rank 5 Golden Soup Goo. He had a pair of wide and long black wings on his back. The golden soup was like water, wrapping around his whole body and spreading to the black wings, dyeing his whole body in a dazzling golden color. What is he trying to do? Feng Yuan. Under the astonished gazes of Tai Ruanan, Bai Ningbing and the rest, Feng Yuan flapped his wings and flew towards the torrential light river. Bam! The continuous loud explosions and the strong impact made it extremely difficult for Feng Yuan to fly in the opposite direction. But he had killed many rank 5 Gu masters earlier, and obtained many movement goo like golden aurora goo. Right now he was activating them, going against the light river. Flying into the sky. He flew out of the bronze hall, causing countless exclamations and questions on the battlefield. What is that thing? It's shining with golden light. It looks like a huge bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that looks like he is made of gold. In Feng Yuan's vision, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. To activate so many movement goo and defensive goo, his primeval essence was being expended rapidly. Time waits for no man. Land spirit, help me. Divine travel goo. Immortal goo divine travel landed on his palm. Jade sky goo. A ray of green light shot out from the aperture and landed on his other hand, turning into a jade bamboo in the sky. It was connected in the middle. What is he trying to do? He is flying towards the killer move. Tai Ruanan stared with wide eyes, bewildered. Little Beast King, are you trying to commit suicide? Yanjun's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly into the sky. Not good, I understand him. Everything Feng Yuan does has deep meaning. No matter what. We cannot let him succeed, we need to stop him. Bai Ningbing's tone was anxious. For some reason, the bad feeling in her heart was getting stronger. Tai Ruanan nodded. She agreed with Bai Ningbing's words. 4 old-timers. She shouted. Understood. The 4 old-timers immediately split into 4 directions, half kneeling on the ground, holding their right wrists with their left hands and forming claws with their right hands. Facing each other. Killer move, limitless search lock. Almost at the same time, Feng Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. Eerie blue light shone, and the fixed star goo could be vaguely seen inside. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, crystal clear. At the same time, the space around Feng Yuan shattered as 4 chains extended out like pythons. You only reacted now? If it's too late. Feng Yuan sneered. Divine travel goo suddenly flew up and plunged into his left forearm, swallowing the fixed star goo in one gulp. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood. They had lost contact with the fixed star goo. The 4 chains around Feng Yuan lost their target and flew randomly. Not to mention they were destroyed by the torrential light river. After divine travel goo ate the fixed star goo, it entered the hollow jade sky goo and quickly formed a cocoon. Oh. There is a strange person flying up while resisting my killer move. Xiao Meng was indescribably shocked. Others would not even have the time to dodge his killer move, but now there was a fool resisting it head-on. Who is he? What is he trying to do? Yihua Yicheng and the rest raised their heads, dumbfounded. Wait a moment, I seem to have seen this scene somewhere before. Li Xian frowned. As astute as he was, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. How can this be? He seems to be refining goo. Feng Tianyu looked up for a moment, and after seeing it clearly he immediately fell into shock. He is actually refining goo inside a killer move. He is really daring. Emma Wu Tian's eyes emitted a sharp purple light that was 2 inches long. That's right, Feng Yuan was refining goo. This was Feng Yuan's plan. After he enslaved the killer ghost doctor, the refinement of second aperture goo was destined to fail. Because at the final step, when fusing the divine travel goo, Feng Yuan alone could not complete it. In his previous life, Feng Yuan relied on refinement master Feng Tianyu and the land spirits helped to barely succeed. In this life he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, so this step would definitely fail. However, after Feng Yuan was reborn he did not wholeheartedly refine second aperture goo. He deceived the land spirit and purposely stalled for time, to create such a special environment, and convince the land spirit to refine this goo. Like second aperture goo, this goo was also an immortal goo. The recipe was recorded in The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of goo. Chapter 410. The glory of the immemorial era shone on the cocoon. Absorbing the glory of the immemorial era, the cocoon was undergoing a mystical transformation. Feng Yuan's body shone with a golden radiance as he flew against the torrential light river. Facing the powerful killer move of a rank 5 goo master, Gold Soup Goo's pure defense was gradually losing its effect. The golden defense was slowly being washed away by the light. Especially the bone wings, they were gradually being washed away by the torrential light river. revealing their original black color. In the majestic heavenly river of light, a thin figure was flying with difficulty against the enormous pressure. Such a miraculous scene attracted the attention of many Gu masters. The huge battlefield became silent. The land spirit was supporting Feng Yuan with all its strength. The dog beasts had lost their leader, and most of them were fleeing. The Gu masters also stopped in their tracks, raising their heads to take a look. They all had a similar question in their hearts. I have never seen this scene before, but why is it so familiar? I remember. Suddenly someone shouted. This scene was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. No wonder it was so familiar. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic in the world. It was widely spread in the world. Everyone was familiar with it. With this reminder, many people suddenly realized. That's right, the second chapter, third section of The Legends of Renzu has a relevant record. I remember too. To refine the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Verdant great sun flapped his wings and bathed in the light of glory, flying towards the sun. Everyone recalled, causing a burst of laughter. What's wrong with this person? Imitating verdant great sun, and disregarding his life? Haha, is he also trying to refine the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel? How can this be? Does he have divine travel Gu? Feng Yuan of course had divine travel Gu. But divine travel Gu was not enough. It was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Verdant Great Sun was worried that divine travel Gu would take advantage of his drunkenness and place him in danger. Divine travel Gu felt ashamed. It pointed to him. Go to the sky first. In the azure heaven of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, he plucked a piece of jade bamboo from the blue sky. Then go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-sided diamond from the starlight fragments. Next, in the morning, fly to the sky and use the light of glory of the sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel Gu. After I became that Gu, then I won't bring you around when you're drunk anymore. Therefore, Feng Yuan still needed the jade bamboo in the blue sky and the star dust of the octagonal diamond in the blue sky. There was also the light of primordial glory. Did he? He didn't have it at first. However, after his rebirth, he killed Long Qingtian. He obtained the Jade Sky Gu. This Gu was a rank 5 Gu that originated from the immemorial era. It looked like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade in the hand. It was the jade bamboo of the azure sky. The Legends of Renzu described all sorts of Gu. Immortal Gu were described directly. For example, Wisdom Gu, Strength Gu and so on. As for mortal Gu, it was pointed out subtly. The description was very vague. Readers need to dig deep and study carefully. However, Jade Sky Jade Bamboo alone was not enough. He also needed the stardust of the octagonal diamond. Did he? Of course he didn't, but Bai Ningbing secretly planted it in him. Indeed, it was the fixed star Gu. This Gu was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond. It had octagonal edges and was translucent. It was planted on Feng Yuan's left forearm. It blossomed with starlight, causing his left forearm to turn into a translucent eerie blue color. Jade Sky Jade Bamboo of the azure sky, as well as the stardust of the octagonal diamond of the blue sky. He had both. However, if Feng Yuan wanted to refine fixed immortal travel immortal Gu, he still lacked one condition. That was what the land spirit said. The light of primordial glory. Did Feng Yuan have it? From start to finish, Feng Yuan did not have it. However, Feng Yuan did not have it, but Xiao Meng did. Xiao Meng had an extreme light Gu. This Gu was obtained from robbing tombs. It was only an incomplete Gu. Every month, it could only be used 3 times to activate the light of glory. After 3 times, it would self-destruct. And the killer move, Torrential Light River, in a way, was the light of glory of the immemorial era. Divine Travel Gu, Jade Sky Gu, Fixed Star Gu and the light of the immemorial era. All the conditions were met. When Feng Yuan was reborn and realized this, he resolutely gave up on the second aperture Gu and switched to refining fixed immortal travel Gu. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit directly. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture Gu. Then Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the righteous and demonic path experts would become Feng Yuan's targets. He meticulously planned and strategized. taking advantage of the situation to create this situation. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, it could not refine second aperture goo, it naturally chose to settle for the next best thing. To protect Feng Yuan and preserve this hope, the cocoon absorbed the sunlight and shook slightly. The aura of the immortal goo unavoidably leaked out. The experts were shocked. This aura, how is this possible? Tai Ruanan, by Ning Bing, and the other's eyes almost popped out. He is refining goo, he is really refining an immortal goo. Who is he? Is this the rebirth of verdant great sun? Yihua, Yichong and the others opened their mouths wide. Their jaws almost dropped. Fixed immortal travel. Is he really refining fixed immortal travel goo? To think that I, Feng Tianyu, would be so lucky to see the scene of an immortal goo being refined. This refinement master's knees went soft, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men also knelt down. At this moment, they were madly worshipping this person who was refining the immortal goo. Unbelievable. The scene of the immemorial era was playing out in front of them. The unimaginable grandeur and beauty made countless goo masters tremble. Was it because of excitement, fear, or both? In an instant, Feng Yuan's figure became the focus of everyone's attention. No matter how dazzling the torrential light river was, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at it without blinking. The aura of the immortal goo became denser, but at this crucial moment, a change occurred. He actually wants to borrow my strength to refine an immortal goo? Humph. Xiaomeng was not an idiot. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light river was cut off. Everyone let out the loudest gasp. No. Feng Tianyu even howled in pain, his heart aching. Grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light river was like a ribbon that had been cut, floating down powerlessly. In just 3 breaths of time, the goo master inside the light river would fly out. And this short period of time was not enough for the immortal goo to be nurtured. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? Third watch goo. Third watch goo. He activated the 2 third watch goo towards the cocoon. Immediately, time accelerated by 9 times, and the immortal goo's aura rose sharply. He used a time path goo worm to speed up? Feng Tianyu crawled up from the ground like he had been electrocuted. His eyes shined and his face flushed red. There was still hope? But soon, the excited flush turned pale. Feng Tianyu looked like he had lost his parents. With a plop, he sat on the ground in a daze, howling in grief. It is useless. This speed is like quenching thirst with poison. If the immortal goo is nurtured too quickly, its aura will not be stable, and it will self-detonate. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? He took out a goo worm. This goo did not look good. It looked like a gray round stone. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had obtained it from Feng Tianyu. In this life, it was given to him by killer ghost Dr. Chojio. What goo? Undefeated 100 battles. Undefeated 100 battles goo. A rank 5 consumable goo. Once it was used, the goo master could refine a goo for sure. At the next moment, Feng Tianyu was stunned, hugging his head. He screamed in joy. This is impossible. Because he felt the immortal goo's aura had miraculously stabilized. The cocoon broke open. A green butterfly flew out. Fixed immortal travel goo. It really is an immortal goo. How beautiful. Who the hell is he? He actually refined an immortal goo. At once, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Be they in the know or not, they were speechless and shocked to the extreme. Xiaomeng was dumbfounded. Emma Wutian was dazed. Is this a reenactment of a legend? Which era am I living in? Feng Yuan flew out of the river of light. Fixed immortal travel goo was flying around him. Every time it flapped its wings, it would emit a vibrant green light. It was like jade shavings, extremely beautiful. Of course, Feng Yuan had paid a hefty price. A rank 5 killer move was no joke. Golden Soup Goo died of old age. Golden Aurora Goo and others were also greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were also badly damaged. As the golden soup faded, Feng Yuan's true appearance was revealed. At once, the whole battlefield was in an uproar. Who is he? Emma Wutian's pupils shrunk. It's little beast king. Hu Mei-er and Li Xian were completely stunned. It's him. Yihua's eyes almost popped out. It's actually him. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu looked at each other, shivering. They could see each other's fear, lingering fear, and joy. We actually had the guts to assassinate such a strong enemy? A man who could refine an immortal gu? Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the others who knew the truth stood like statues as they witnessed this miracle. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the immemorial era, verdant great sun flapped his wings and refined fixed immortal travel gu. And now, Fang Yuan was doing the same. Using his mortal body, he performed such a magnificent feat under everyone's watchful eyes. Once this matter spread, his name would shake southern border and spread throughout the world. You really refined the immortal gu fixed immortal travel. Amazing. As expected of a future gu immortal. The land spirit's praise resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed immortal travel gu can allow a gu master to move unhindered in the world and go to any place they want. But it is an immortal gu. I need your help to activate it with immortal essence. Bagui. Of course. There is still some immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. Where you want to go. You need to think about it in your mind. You'd better choose a safe place. Also, you have to pay attention that the image in your mind should be the same as the real place. It can't be too different. Of course I understand this. Bagui sighed, saying in a heavy tone. Using fixed immortal travel, you will definitely be able to escape the encirclement. And without immortal essence, the blessed land will be destroyed immediately. Death is nothing much. To me, it is also a form of release. I only hope you can refine second aperture gu in the future, and not waste this opportunity. Before we part, do you have anything to say to me? Fang Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He flapped his tattered black wings and flew in the sky, looking down at his surroundings. The bronze hall with a huge hole, the battlefield with blood flowing everywhere, and the gu immortal blessed land in ruins. Farewell. Bai Ningbing. Farewell, Tai Ruanan. Farewell, southern border. The land spirit did not know that Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk. But life was a huge gamble. If he did not take it now, when would he? If a man does not have the ambition to reach the clouds, he is born with an 8-foot body. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Under everyone's gazes, his emotions surged. It turned into a poem. The heroes could only hear him reciting a long chant. Since ancient times, earth immortals pass with the wind. The 3 kings of the past return to their graves. Verdant sun dies regretfully. Who is invincible? Stage a comeback and become king again. A dragonfish in the heavenly river, defying heaven and traveling alone in the world. Today, I will spread my wings. Tomorrow I will become an immortal and whip the phoenix. After reciting, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Only the land spirit shouted. Good ambition. I will send you on your way. Immortal essence was instilled into fixed immortal travel gu. Jade light flashed as Fang Yuan disappeared from the sky. Only his clothes were left, falling from the sky like a kite with its string cut. He disappeared. He used fixed immortal travel. Who knows where he went? Ah. Why is heaven and earth shaking? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, intense winds blew, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth collapsed. Holes formed one after another, connecting to the outside world. Damn it, escape. The blessed land is truly collapsing. Soon, the winds of assimilation will blow. If we don't escape now, we will die here. I don't want to. The crowd panicked and frantically escaped. The whole of Sancha Mountain was in chaos. Central Continent. Tianti Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain. A competition regarding the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final juncture. Fangzheng, do your best. Victory is just around the corner. Master Tenchiru encouraged him. Fangzheng continued to climb. His hands and feet were already bruised and dripping with blood. He surpassed Shengji and Xiaoqi Xing. His whole body was numb from the pain. His brain could not think of anything else. Only Danghun Mountain Peak was left in his eyes. Being the first to reach the peak had already become his obsession. I, the great Feng Kim Hong, how can I lose here? Ever since I was born, I have never lost. This time is no exception. Come out, dream wings. Feng Kim Hong gave a delicate shout. A pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, with all kinds of radiance revolving around it. It was dazzling and dazzling. With a light flap, Feng Kim Hong slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary Immortal Goo Dream Wings. The 9 Goo Immortals were shocked. Most Immortal Goo could only be activated with Immortal Essence. But Dream Wings were different. Activating it consumed the Goo Master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating Dream Wings now was taking a huge risk. At best, she would lose her memories. At worst, she would become demented. But Feng Kim Hong was eager to win. She wanted to win. She was willing to pay a heavy price. Under Feng Zheng's shocked gaze, she surpassed Feng Zheng and regained her lead. The Dream Wings were suddenly kept. Feng Kim Hong climbed up the cliff, breathing roughly. The dizziness from her soul was so intense that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an Immortal Goo, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Feng Zheng stared with wide eyes. He was dazed. Feng Kim Hong's hands were already at the edge of the cliff. I want victory. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes were as bright as amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, was shining with a jade-like light. She was like a young phoenix, spreading her beautiful wings for the first time. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the Goo Immortals were dazed. Feng Zheng looked at her, who Immortal Land Spirit also looked at her in a daze. Everyone was waiting for Feng Kim Hong's victory. Feng Kim Hong did not disappoint them. She bit her lips and placed her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Next, she mustered her remaining strength, and was about to drag her heavy body up. But at this moment, swoosh! With a flash of jade light, a person appeared at the peak of the mountain. This person was naked. There was a hole on his left forearm. Blood was flowing out. He had a young body, muscular and strong, giving off a deep aura of having gone through hundreds of battles and tempering. Brother! Feng Zheng was stunned. He slipped and slid down the cliff. The 10 Goo Immortals were all stunned. Where did this naked man come from? Feng Kim Hong raised her snow-white neck. Looking at Feng Yuan from under Feng Yuan's feet, she was extremely shocked. Her eyes were wide open like a statue. Feng Yuan's muscles, the huge thing under him, were all reflected in Feng Kim Hong's eyes without reservation. Did I really teleport here? TCH, Fixed Immortal Travel Goo has this weakness. It cannot transport clothes outside the body. But fortunately, I stored all my goo worms in my aperture and brought them here. Feng Yuan quickly looked around, understanding his situation. Isn't the person under my feet Feng Kim Hong? It seemed that the time recorded in the biography of Feng Kim Hong was reliable. He had reached the peak before her. This competition did not prohibit Immortal Goo. According to the rules, he was the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I succeeded. All the risks were worth it. So what if I failed to refine second aperture Goo? I now have an even better Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan laughed madly in his heart. It is a pity that she has the Immortal Goo Dream Wings. I cannot kill her now. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Kim Hong, who was at the edge of the cliff, with regret, before raising his right foot. Under the gazes of the 10 Goo Immortals, his right foot firmly stepped on Feng Kim Hong's beautiful face. Immediately, a smooth jade-like feeling spread from the bottom of his foot. Go down. Feng Yuan exerted strength, stepping on the powerless and dazed Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was already extremely weak. How could she resist Feng Yuan's strength, falling down immediately? Feng Yuan slowly turned around, facing Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Little Hu Immortal, are you still not going to call me master? Master. The little Hu Immortal girl looked at Feng Yuan in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she used her tender little hands to cover her pair of big sparkling eyes. Chapter 411. 9 days later. In the verdant valley, a small waterfall hung down, like a silvery silk. The water from the waterfall surged into the ancient pond. The ancient pond was as deep as jade. The water surface rippled slightly. In the water, All kinds of carps swam. On the white rock beside the water, Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face was reflected in the water, causing this ancient pond to suddenly have many moving and beautiful colors. The carps in the water, the clear pond, the silver waterfall, the green valley all became the background objects. However, Feng Kim Hong's beautiful brows furrowed deeper, although she tried her best to calm her heart, but every time she persisted for less than 30 breaths of time, an image flashed in the deepest part of her heart. A psychedelic pink crystal mountain peak, a naked man, using his dark eyes, looked down at her. And she laid on the edge of the cliff, looking up, looking at this man from head to toe. That bloody hole, bleeding left arm, firm muscles, broad chest, as well as the huge thing between his legs. It was as if it was engraved in the bottom of her heart. The memory was so deep that this proud daughter of heaven could not forget it even if she wanted to. Especially after that, this man actually stretched out his right leg and stepped on her face. The feeling of being stepped on, Feng Kim Hong wanted to forget so much, but this feeling was so clear. Even now she could clearly remember that feeling. Forget him, forget it. Calm. Feng Kim Hong's breathing became more hurried. Her breathing became heavier. Her full chest kept moving up and down, and the amplitude became more and more obvious. In her heart, shame, anger, humiliation, hatred mixed together, forming a volcano. How dare he do this? He actually dared to do this to me. Feng Kim Hong could not hold back anymore, suddenly opened her pair of phoenix eyes, stood up, raised her head and roared. Boom! The volcano in her heart erupted, and fury filled her chest, almost burning her whole body. You despicable, shameless B*****, how dare you step on my face? I'm going to tear you to pieces, roared Feng Kim Hong. His eyes were blazing with fire as he waved his fists and palms randomly. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening rumble sounded like the explosion of thunder, and it did not last for a long time. Feng Kim Hong's eyes were spitting fire. The beautiful flames evaporated the ancient pond and roasted the green mountain. His fists and palms struck randomly, and the frenzied attacks caused the surrounding sand and stones to fly everywhere, and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. In just a few short breaths, Feng Kim Hong had completely destroyed the valley. Even if there were 10 Feng Yuans attacking at the same time, he wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying battle prowess. It was impossible to reach such a level. You damn bastard. I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll crush every single one of your bones into pieces. I'll make you wail in pain for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear, I will make you taste endless pain. I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you regret everything you did to me. In the end, I will burn you to ashes and scatter your ashes with the wind. Feng Kim Hong continued to roar. The anger in her chest made her lose her rationality. Hundreds of li away, on a tall mountain, there was a grass hut. Through the window of the grass hut, a pair of beautiful eyes quietly looked at Feng Kim Hong, filled with worry. Sigh, my little Feng heir. The owner of the beautiful eyes wore a pure white silk dress and a green ribbon. She was dignified and elegant. Her appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Feng Kim Hong. She was Feng Kim Hong's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, a rank 6 Gua mortal. Stop looking, in just a few minutes you have already seen it 7 or 8 times. The jade-tied tea I specially brewed for you is getting cold. Sit down and drink it. Feng Jioga sat at the side and said helplessly. Drink, 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 just drink your tea. Is Feng Kim Hong your daughter? As a father, don't you have any worries? Bai Qing turned around, her brows tightly furrowed as she spoke in a resentful tone. Sai, our Feng heir has been very competitive since she was young. Her talent is outstanding in all aspects. There is no competition in the sect that she can't win. Now she has suddenly fallen, who a mortal inheritance is the first failure in her life, and also the most important failure. As a father, you still have the mood to drink tea here? More importantly, forget about the failure. Feng heir even suffered such a huge loss. She was actually stepped on by someone. Think about it, Feng heir has such an arrogant temperament. She has never placed any man of the same age in her eyes. But now, she was actually defeated by someone stepping on her face. Moreover, This is the first time she has seen the body of a man of the same age. This. The more Fairy Baiqing spoke, the more anxious she became. Her eyes gradually turned red. When Feng Jioge saw this, he could not sit still anymore. He quickly got up and rushed to Fairy Baiqing's side. Hugging her in his arms, he consoled her. Don't cry, my good Qing heir. Don't you still have me? Actually, in my opinion, this matter is not without benefits. Oh, what benefits? Baiqing cast a puzzled gaze. Sigh, Feng heir is our darling. I have always been proud of her, but also worried for her. She is too competitive, she wants to be first in everything. Yes, her talent is higher than mine, she also has comprehension and talent. But no matter how high her talent is, can it be higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, how can it compare to desolate Guyueyin? Feng Jioge earnestly explained. The great desolate Guyueyin, Runzu's daughter, also failed countless times. Feng heir can always experience success and victory, but can never taste the taste of failure. This is her flaw in life. It is also her weakness. O Qing heir, you are a rank 6 Gu immortal. I am a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables can only live long. They cannot live forever. We are protecting Feng heir now, but one day we will leave her. At that time, she can only rely on herself to live. Only by letting her taste failure can she become more mature. A bird leaves its nest and flies alone. It needs to experience setbacks before it can train its wings and soar into the sky. When Feng heir leaves us in the future, we will be at ease. Feng heir is my flesh and blood. I want nothing more than to protect her in the blessed land for the rest of her life. Fairy Baiqing leaned on Feng Jioge's chest, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She sighed, saying, Sai, you are right. Feng heir will leave us one day. It is only right to let her train more. But she suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did she lose her immortal inheritance, she was even bullied by that brat from Crane Gate. As her father, how can you not care? Humph. Feng Jioge snorted coldly, his long and narrow eyes squinted as a cold light flashed in them. Immortal Crane sect has indeed gone overboard this time. Even though they promised to compensate the other 9 great sects, but I am Feng Jioge's daughter. How can I be so easily bullied? I might as well tell you. I have already sent a letter over. If he Fengyang does not know what's good for him, I will personally go and settle the debt with him. These words made Fairy Baiqing feel relieved. Her husband had already taken action. But soon after, Baiqing looked at her husband anxiously. Husband, calm down. Don't make a big fuss. Back then, when you fought against the 10 great sects, Crane Gate was one of the victims. I know husband is the most capable, but you better not do this again. I know. Haha, Qing heir, don't worry. Feng Jioge comforted his wife in his arms. His eyes uncontrollably squinted as he snorted in his heart. Looking at the 10 great sects of Central Continent, there is not a single one that is worthy of me taking action. Southern part of Central Continent. 300,000 feet above the mountain range. In the sky, Feihe Mountain floated above the vast sea of clouds, majestic and majestic. The pine trees on the mountain rustled, thousands of cranes flew in the sky. It was a scene of immortals brimming with vitality. And at this time, in Shangqing Pavilion at the peak of the mountain, it was a heavy atmosphere. Feng Jioge, you have gone too far. The first Supreme Elder blew his beard and glared. He held a thin piece of paper in his hands, and was so angry that he trembled slightly. Slap. He slammed the letter on the Haotian white jade table. In the letter, Feng Jioge made an excessive request. But from the beginning to the end, the first Supreme Elder did not dare to tear or burn the letter. This letter was flowing with dark green color. It was formed by the rank 5 letter sending green bird Gu. Once it was destroyed, Feng Jioge would definitely sense it, and if Feng Jioge got angry, the situation would become even more troublesome. Feng Jioge was born in the demonic path. In the past, he obtained a fortuitous encounter. He cultivated bitterly and quietly reached rank 6 Gu immortal realm. After that, he came out and shocked the world, challenging all the heroes in the world. Nobody could stop him. The 10 sects challenged him one by one, but they lost consecutively. They had no choice but to join forces to resist him. Feng Jioge was fearless. He fought for 150,000 li, but suddenly changed his vanguard and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 great sects to be in chaos and helpless. Fortunately, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Bai Qing moved him with her emotions, finally changing this demon's mind. In the past, Feng Jioge shook the 10 sects with his rank 6 cultivation level. It was unimaginable. Now he has rank 7 cultivation level, and has Spirit Affinity House as his backing. This person has the talent of an immortal. Although his request is a bit excessive, we can agree to it. Second Supreme Elder took out the letter and looked at it, speaking unhurriedly. He Fengyang, how could there be such a huge mistake in this matter that you are in charge of? That Feng Yuan or whatever, he is not a disciple of our Crane Gate. What motives do you have to protect him like this? A thunderous voice echoed in Shangqing Pavilion, causing the windows to tremble. The person who spoke was Lei Tan, a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was He Fengyang's enemy. Where there were people, there would be disputes. Crane Gate also had factions fighting openly and covertly. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on He Fengyang. He Fengyang had a youthful face, gentle like jade. A pair of green eyebrows hung down to his waist. His expression was calm, his gaze leisurely looking around before smiling. This Feng Yuan is indeed not a disciple of our sect, but his younger brother Fengjing is a disciple of our sect, and is also the leader of this generation's elite disciples. Lei Tan sneered. The relative of a mere elite disciple, is he worth our Crane Gate protecting him like this? He Fengyang, do you know how much our Crane Gate has to compensate the other 9 sects to protect this Feng Yuan? Of course I know. He Fengyang glanced at Lei Tan, snickering in disdain. But these things, even if they increase by 3 times, they still cannot compare to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Not to mention, there is still fixed immortal travel Gu. At once, many of the Supreme Elders had a vague understanding. He Fengyang, what do you mean? Lei Tan frowned, asking impatiently. Chapter 412. Facing Lei Tan's interrogation, He Fengyang smiled, but did not answer. Supreme Third Elder smiled instead. This old man understands Elder Feng Yang's meaning. If we do not choose to protect this Feng Yuan, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will still be fought over by the 10 sections. But if we admit that Feng Yuan is one of Crane Gate's men, we can directly eliminate the other 9 competitors. And only our Crane Gate will fight for this blessed land. Lei Tan's expression changed slightly, his gaze flickered, and he did not continue to interrogate. At this time, He Fengyang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards the Third Supreme Elder who spoke for him. Third Supreme Elder is wise. Back then, it happened so suddenly, no one could have expected that a mortal would use fixed immortal travel immortal Gu to teleport to the peak of Danghun Mountain and directly snatch Hu Immortal Inheritance in front of everyone's eyes. Next he continued. This Hu Immortal Inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. I'm sure everyone here knows that Tianti Mountain is the ladder to the Celestial Court. Even though it has been destroyed and abandoned for many years, it still represents the dignity of the Celestial Court. To some extent, attacking the inheritance of the Immortal Fox was the same as attacking the Stairway Mountain. Attacking Tianti Mountain is attacking the Celestial Court. Thus, even though there are many blessed lands on Tianti Mountain, no one has ever dared to attack them. This time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is also waiting for the time to open, so the 10 of us work together to help Hu Immortal Land Spirit expand the entrance. This cannot be considered an attack. Even if we really attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the Blessed Land has a land spirit. Without at least 3 rank 6 Gu immortals working together, we might not even be able to enter. And the center of the Blessed Land is protected by Danghun Mountain. Without 5 to 6 Gu immortals working together, who would dare to boast about being able to reach the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to refute, but kept his mouth shut in the end. In the Blessed Land, the land spirit could freely mobilize all resources, and its battle strength could match Gu immortals. Most importantly, the land spirit could suppress all rank 5 to rank 1 Gu worms. If a Gu immortal wanted to attack a blessed land, their strongest weapon was immortal Gu, because blessed lands could not restrict immortal Gu. But immortal Gu were hard to find. Many Gu immortals did not even have one. Even if there was one, it might not be an offensive Gu. This was a classic case of weak offense and strong defense. If one wanted to forcefully attack a blessed land, they would often need several Gu immortals to work together and create an advantage in numbers before engaging in a battle of immortal essence consumption. The blessed land's immortal energy was completely depleted. The next step was to attack. But in fact, unless there were special circumstances, very few Gu immortals would attack blessed lands. Because it was not worth it. Not only was celestial essence rare and hard to accumulate, but it was also because the blessed land had self-destructed. Once the defending side couldn't think it through. If he destroyed the blessed land, the winds of assimilation would blow. Attacking Fangzhen would not be able to obtain any spoils of war. When Gu immortals attacked blessed lands, in the end, they would not gain anything and instead suffer disastrous losses. Unless there was a deep hatred, no one would be willing to make such a losing deal. He Fengyang noticed that Lei Tan didn't say anything. He continued. That Fang Yuan ascended the mountain peak and obtained the inheritance, immediately ordering the land spirit to close the blessed land. Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng looked almost identical. The other 9 sex Gu immortals reacted. After the other 9 sex Gu immortals reacted, they subconsciously thought that I was the one who did this to Crane Gate and questioned me. At that time, I thought that if I told the truth, Gu immortal inheritance might not be resolved. The 10 sects would still have to compete and fight for it. I might as well admit it. Even if I have to pay a price, I can eliminate the competition from the other 9 sections. This way, our Crane Gate can secretly attack Gu immortal blessed land from now on, and won't have to worry about other forces. Yi Fengyang explained the whole story. Lei Tan snorted coldly and continued to interrogate. There is a huge problem with this plan. Gu immortal blessed land is on Tianti Mountain. Now that it is closed, if we don't attack it, how can we enter? He Fengyang seemed to have been waiting for someone to make things difficult for him. He laughed. How can I not have a plan? Blessed lands have calamities and tribulations. Gu immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity. I have already calculated. Gu immortal blessed land is only 3 months away from the 6th earthly calamity. He Fang Yuan is just a mortal. How can he know how to resist the earthly calamity? Even with the land spirit's help, without the sex support by then, the blessed land will definitely be badly damaged and a loophole will appear. Lei Tan sneered. Even if a loophole appears, do you really dare to attack it? You said it earlier, that Gu immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. He Fengyang answered without hesitation. Attacking it forcefully is the last resort. We should not use it unless we have no other choice. That Fang Yuan is just a mortal. As long as a loophole appears and we plot against him, would we not be afraid of not being able to take him down? Once the earthly calamity is over, he will definitely be worried and thirsty for external help. I have already thought of using Fangzheng to move him with his emotions and persuade him to cooperate and carry out transactions. The more transactions we make, the less vigilant he will be. And if we use reason to move him, we might be able to convince him to join our Crane Gate. If he is stubborn, we can make our move secretly. Slavery Gu is a good method. Land spirits are not easy to deal with, but against a mortal like him, they have too many methods. If we can obtain fixed immortal travel Gu from this, that would be the perfect result. Hearing about fixed immortal travel Gu, the elders present could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. Many people started to discuss softly. The scenario that He Fengyang described was truly perfect. More importantly, his plan had a high chance of success. Lei Tan sensed the change in the atmosphere and could only sit down angrily. Nice words, let's hope so. Third Supreme Elder pondered. Other than special Gu worms like Dream Wings Gu that require souls to activate, most immortal Gu need immortal essence to activate. Among immortal Gu, most need immortal essence to activate. This fixed immortal travel Gu is no exception. This Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and the land spirit Gu immortal can activate the blessed land's immortal essence. He can escape anytime. We need to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Also, he is only immortal, but he can possess an immortal Gu. His background is not simple. Yi Fengyang nodded. Junior has also expected this. Earlier, I lied about Fang Yuan being our sect's disciple. It was to probe the other 9 sections. Now it seems that he is not backed by the 9 sects of Central Continent. Junior guesses that Fang Yuan comes from Southern Border. There is a high chance that he is backed by a super clan in Southern Border. But be it Wu Clan, Shang Clan, Tai Clan, Yi Clan, or others, they are all far away in Southern Border, unable to reach him. If he really enters Central Continent, his battle strength will be suppressed. Our Crane Gate is one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. We have a high chance of winning against them. Once he said this, the elders nodded and discussed softly. Indeed, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Central Continent is our Crane Gate's territory. If they really attack, humph. Even if our battle strength is not suppressed, our Crane Gate is stronger than any of the super clans of the 4 regions. Third elders frown eased slightly. Right now I still have some doubts. Fixed immortal travel Gu requires the user to have a deep memory of the terrain. He Fang Yuan is only a mortal, and seems to be far away in Southern Border. How could he know the scenery of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? And how could he control the time so precisely? Could it be Hu Immortal once made arrangements in Southern Border? Or is it the doing of the demonic path Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain? He Fengyang bowed. Junior does not know about this. This matter is really strange. It was only a clue to a Blood Sea true inheritance. Back then, our sect members betrayed us and fled to Southern Border. Several years ago, Junior sent Master Tenchiru to Southern Border. He cleaned up the sect and took back the true inheritance. But Master Tenchiru failed, and instead, Fang Yuan seized the true inheritance and obtained Blood Skull Gu. This person is ruthless and ruthless. He actually slaughtered his own clansmen, and used Blood Skull Gu to raise his aptitude. Master Tenchiru was not resigned to his failure, so he brought it back to Fangzheng. He planned to retrieve it later. He Fengyang naturally would never have thought that a nameless, insignificant character would one day appear on stage in such a way that left him dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Moreover, he destroyed his grand plan and caused such huge trouble for him. This feeling was very strange. It was like a person walking on the road, and an ant suddenly jumped onto the person's nose, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Where did this ant come from? Extremely daring. A person could crush it with just 2 fingers. But the situation was special. He could not do anything to this person. He could only let this ant strut around for the time being. Why is it this Blood Sea inheritance again? Hearing He Fengyang's explanation, many elders frowned, feeling vexed. Blood Sea inheritance originated from the demonic path Overlord Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like flies, leaving behind a bad reputation for thousands of years. With the ability of a rank 7 Gu master, he actually set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He laughed strangely before his death. Blood Path is not alone, leaving behind a legacy of venom for all eternity. And now it was as he said who knew how many mortals had benefited from this. Blood Sea inheritance was already publicly recognized as the most widespread and most numerous inheritance in the world. There was no other. Countless Righteous Path members had headaches because of this. That Shue was just a butcher. Didn't he obtain Blood Sea inheritance and become a famous demonic cultivator in Central Continent? Back then, Myriad Dragon Dak Song Zixing obtained one of Blood Sea's true inheritances and betrayed the sect. Even our 10 great sects were humiliated because of this. Now he is already a rank 7 Gu immortal, and is called Blood Dragon. Myriad Dragon Dak sent 8 Gu immortals to kill this traitor, and wash away their humiliation. 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. In the end he killed 4, crippled 3 and forced 1 to retreat. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull Gu, Blood Handprint Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Blood Sweat Gu, Meridian Blood Gu, Blood Shadow Gu, Blood Battle Gu, as well as the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, and the rank 6 Immortal Gu Blood Deity. It can be said that he has great success in Blood Path. This means that 4 Blood Sea true inheritances have already appeared in the world. 1 Blood Skull Gu is in Fang Yuan's hands. 1 Blood Handprint Gu is in Southern Border's Shang Clan leader's hands. And 1 Violent Blood Dragon Bat is in Song Zixing's hands. It is said that Shang Clan leader has already obtained the 2nd Blood Sea true inheritance. That is a rumor. It has not been verified. There is no proof. The elders whispered to each other, discussing in low voices. All right, let's not talk about the Blood Sea true inheritance. After searching for so many years, it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. All kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are getting calluses from hearing them. First Supreme Elder waved his hand, immediately stopping the discussions. He turned his gaze towards He Fengyang. Elder Fengyang, since this matter was started by you, you will be responsible for it till the end. Seize the blessed land and make a contribution. The sect will not be stingy with your rewards. Junior understands. He Fengyang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Fengyang land in such a good position, Leighton wanted to stop him, but since First Supreme Elder had spoken, he could only feel resentment in his heart. But next, First Supreme Elder said, Since you are in charge, then Elder Fengyang, hand over my own Wei Gu. Feng Jioga has sent a letter asking for an immortal Gu. You are the person in charge of this matter. Settle it for me. Leighton was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 413. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was a blurry pink color. And when his vision cleared up, he saw a veil curtain. A light breeze blew, the wind chimes rang, and the pink curtain fluttered like a dream. Feng Yuan sat up from the bed. This bed was round and extremely spacious. It could easily fit 40 to 50 people. The bed was covered with a red silk blanket with golden edges. It was warm and fitting. Feng Yuan looked around and found himself in a spacious bedroom. Beside the bed, there was a burning cauldron, burning spices. In the air, there was a subtle fragrance that could stir one's emotions. This bedroom had golden bricks on the walls and silver bricks on the floor. The bed, the corner, the table, the chair and the dressing table were inlaid with large amounts of pearls, agates, diamonds and all kinds of precious stones. It was resplendent, luxurious and elegant, emitting the aura of the previous owner, Hu Immortal. This was Hu Immortal's Dang Hun Palace. It is a gentle place. Feng Yuan lightly commented, getting off the bed. His body unconsciously swayed, and there was still some dizziness in his head. Feng Yuan did not find it strange. Instead, he knew. This was because he had squeezed himself too hard on Sancha Mountain. By Ningbing's betrayal, being pressured by the group of experts, and even scheming against the land spirit, first refining second aperture goo, and then refining fixed immortal travel goo in the light waterfall. During the whole process, he had to bear the mental pressure of taking a huge risk. To Feng Yuan, be it his body or his mind, they had reached their limits. When he used fixed immortal travel goo to reach the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong and Feng Jing were at the end of their tether, but wasn't he, Feng Yuan, the same? Compared to them, Feng Yuan's mental pressure was even greater. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used a second time. And snatching Hu Immortal's inheritance in front of the 10 sex Gu Immortals was like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Pulling chestnuts out of the fire was extremely risky. Feng Yuan was the first to reach the peak, and the land spirit chased away the other competitors. After Feng Yuan officially became the ruler of the blessed land, he immediately ordered the land spirit to close the entire blessed land. After instructing the land spirit on a few important points, the environment became stable and Feng Yuan relaxed, falling asleep immediately. I don't know how long I slept this time. Feng Yuan shook his head. He still felt very tired. A sense of weakness came from the depths of his soul. At the same time, his ears were constantly buzzing, and his brain was obviously sluggish. Thinking was much more difficult than usual. Not good, my soul is injured. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He realized that his condition wasn't good. The main reason was the refinement of immortal goo. How could immortal goo be so easy to cultivate? Many Gu Immortals were careless during the refinement and suffered backlash. Some were injured while others died. Feng Yuan could refine immortal Gu with a mortal body. The main reason was that the secret technique was good, and it originated from the legends of Renzu. Secondly, the materials were good. He mainly used divine travel Gu. From another perspective, it was the same as turning divine travel Gu into fixed immortal travel Gu. This greatly reduced the difficulty. It wasn't like Feng Yuan's previous life, where he used large numbers of mortal Gu to refine immortal Gu spring-autumn cicada, becoming an immortal as a mortal. The difficulty was 100 times higher. Even so, my soul foundation is too shallow. My soul was still injured. But thankfully this is Dang Hun Mountain. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He softly called, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh! Who immortal land spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. "Master, you are finally awake." Who immortal lowered her head. Her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a soft voice. She had the appearance of a girl around 50 to 60 years old, cute and petite. She wore a colorful dress, and behind her was a furry snow-white fox tail, swaying left and right, showing her nervous state of mind. "Master, after you fell asleep, I acted on my own and healed the wound on your left arm. I wanted to help you wear clothes, but the clothes in the palace do not suit Master's figure." Who immortal land spirit reported. The clothes she was talking about were Who immortal's clothes. They were worn by women with graceful figures. It would be strange if they suited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. "Clothes are only a minor detail. Let me ask you, how long was I unconscious for? During this time, did any strong enemies attack?" Who immortal's pair of bright eyes blinked. "Master, you slept for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, no one attacked." Oh. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. He had never thought that Fengyang of Crane Gate would protect him and block the other 9 sects from making things difficult for him. But he more or less understood why Gu Immortals did not attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not the 3 Kings' blessed land on San Cha Mountain. This blessed land was still young. It had a land spirit and sufficient immortal essence reserves, and even had Dang Hun Mountain protecting the blessed land. These 3 made Hu Immortal Blessed Land into a sturdy fortress, enough to make most Gu Immortals stop in their tracks. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of how hard it was to attack this blessed land. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had attacked this place with close to 10 demonic path Gu Immortals. In the end, only he and Song Zhong survived. Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, the rising star of the demonic path at that time. He had not been born yet. At that time, I was already an old senior of the demonic path. Song Zhong inherited his father's inheritance and rose to the top, fighting with me for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. Thus he became famous. Thinking of his previous life, Song Zhong, this junior, had stepped on him to climb to the top. Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. Everything has changed in this life. When I find a chance to kill Song Zixing, let's see how Song Zhong will be born. Song Zixing had a blood sea true inheritance. It was an ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat. This dragon bat was not a Gu worm, but could be captured and snatched. With violent blood dragon bats, I have an endless army of blood bats. Commanding blood bats. That was one of my best methods in the 500 years of my previous life. Of course, this is a future plan. Right now, I should use this blessed land to cultivate as fast as possible and return to Gu Immortal Realm as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of an important question. Land spirit, how long is it until the next earthly calamity? Master, even if you did not ask, I would have reported it to you. Currently, the blessed land has already experienced 5 earthly calamities. There is only 1 year and 3 months left until the 6th. Hu Immortal's tone was anxious and grave. What? Only 1 year and 3 months left. Fang Yuan could not sit still anymore. He stood up from the bed. His expression was gloomy. All living beings were balanced. Heaven was fair. There were strong and weak. There were blessings and calamities. Blessed lands had calamities and tribulations. An earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation, just the earthly calamity alone. Once an earthly calamity occurred, its power was vast. It would often cause heaven and earth to shatter. Once the blessed land could not resist it, it would be destroyed. Fang Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He could not be clearer about the severity of the situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity was a severe test. Each earthly calamity was stronger than the last. Hu Immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity, while Fang Yuan would face the even stronger 6th earthly calamity. It is only 1 year and 3 months away from the earthly calamity. There is only 1 year and 3 months left. Why was it not mentioned in Biography of Feng Kim Hong? That's right, Feng Kim Hong is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. His parents are Gu immortals. With their help, it is not difficult to resist the earthly calamity. But to me, the situation is extremely bad. The sixth earthly calamity came too quickly. Even though Feng Yuan had rich experience, he did not have the time to make sufficient preparations. Besides this, he still had to be on guard against external enemies. I snatched Hu immortal blessed land in front of everyone's eyes. Even though the 10 sects did not make a move, they are definitely watching from the outside. I understand now. These 10 sects Gu immortals are holding back because they know the earthly calamity is approaching. They want to make use of this earthly calamity. With the arrival of the earthly calamity, the land spirit naturally had to go all out. It could not take care of its master. Feng Yuan was currently at rank 4 upper stage. He could be easily targeted. Once Feng Yuan died, the blessed land would be ownerless. The land spirit would have to choose a new master. If the earthly calamity created a huge loophole, outside Gu masters could freely enter and exit this place. If the 10 sects made trouble at that time, it would be one disaster after another, making the situation even more dangerous. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered for a while. Because his soul was injured, his head was aching from thinking about it. He stopped his chaotic thoughts and let out a breath of turbid air, finally deciding, let's look at the situation first. He would do his best to make preparations to resist the earthly calamity. If he failed, he could only abandon Hu immortal blessed land and make it self-destruct, not leaving any resources for the righteous path, before using fixed immortal travel Gu to retreat. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his own safety? After making up his mind, Feng Yuan instructed the land spirit to bring him out to take a look. He urgently needed to understand this blessed land. Yes. The land spirit lowered its head and replied obediently, before hesitantly adding, Master, do you not like to wear clothes? In fact, wearing a nice set of clothes will make you look very energetic, and you will feel inexplicably happy. Feng Yuan could not wear the clothes in Dang Hun Palace. But thankfully he had a spare set of clothes in his Tusita flower. After changing into a black robe, Feng Yuan followed the land spirit and walked up the stairs, arriving at the mountain peak. The wind on Dang Hun Mountain was very strong, but the land spirit waved its hand, and it immediately turned into a pleasant breeze. Master, this blessed land has an area of 6 million square kilometers. Time flows 5 times faster than usual. 6 million square kilometers of land is a grassland. The grass is mainly blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass. There are also 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers and so on. The land spirit introduced as it drew an image, floating in the air for Feng Yuan to see. In the image, there was a typical grassland, colorful like a carpet of flowers, as if it was right in front of him. Blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, 6 long and thin leaves, 6 divine grass with a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contain milk tea-like juice. These 7 were the main ones, but other than them, there were many other weeds and wild flowers. Feng Yuan looked at it and nodded his head. Do not look down on these flowers, they were all cultivation resources. These 7 main flowers could be used as Gu refinement materials. Some of the flowers had Gu worms living in them. 6 million square kilometers of grassland, it was equivalent to the area of 4 Hong Kongs on Earth. How many Gu worms were there? These wild Gu worms were very easy to capture. As long as Feng Yuan gave the order, the land spirit could capture them intact and offer them to Feng Yuan. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.